is Jill McCorkle reading Theft by Catherine Ann Porter from the Gyroscope. She had the purse in her hand when she came in. Standing in the middle of the floor, holding her bathrobe around her and trailing a damp towel in one hand, she surveyed the immediate past and remembered everything clearly. Yes, she had opened the flap and spread it out on the bench after she had dried the purse with her handkerchief. She had intended to take the elevated, and naturally she looked in her purse to make certain she had the fare, and was pleased to find 40 cents in the coin envelope. She was going to pay her own fare, too, even if Camillo did have the habit of seeing her up the steps and dropping a nickel in the machine before he gave the turnstile a little push and sent her through it with a bow. Camillo, by a series of compromises, had managed to make effective a fairly complete set of the smaller courtesies, ignoring the larger and more troublesome ones. She had walked with him to the station in a pouring rain, because she knew he was almost as poor as she was, and when he insisted on a taxi, she was firm and said, "You know it simply will not do." He was wearing a new hat of a pretty biscuit shade, for it never occurred to him to buy anything of a practical color. He had put it on for the first time, and the rain was spoiling it. She kept thinking, "But this is dreadful. Where will he get another?" and compared it with Eddie's hats that always seemed to be precisely 7 years old, and as if they had been quite purposely left out in the rain, and they sat with a careless and incidental rightness on Eddie. But Camillo was far different. If he wore a shabby hat, it would be merely shabby on him, and he would lose his spirits over it. If she had not feared Camillo would take it badly, for he insisted on the practice of his little ceremonies up to the point he had fixed for them. She would have said to him as they left Thora's house, "Do go home. I can surely reach the station by myself." "It is written that we must be rained upon tonight," said Camillo, "so let it be together." At the foot of the platform stairway she staggered slightly. They were both nicely set up on Thora's cocktails, and said, "At least, Camillo, do me the favor not to climb these stairs in your present state, since for you it is only a matter of coming down again at once, and you'll certainly break your neck." He made 3 quick bows, he was Spanish, and leaped off through the rainy darkness. She stood watching him, for he was a very graceful young man, thinking that tomorrow morning he would gaze soberly at his spoiled hat and soggy shoes and possibly associate her with his misery. And as she watched, he stopped at the far corner and took off his hat and hid it under his overcoat. She felt she had betrayed him by seeing, because he would have been humiliated if he thought she even suspected him of trying to save his hat. Roger's voice sounded over her shoulder above the clang of the rain falling on the stairway shed, wanting to know what she was doing out in the rain at this time of night, and did she take herself for a duck. His long, imperturbable face was streaming with water, and he tapped a bulging spot on the breast of his buttoned-up overcoat. "Hat," he said. "Come on, let's take a taxi." She settled back against Roger's arm, which he laid around her shoulders, and with the gesture they exchanged a glance full of long, amiable associations. Then she looked through the window at the rain, changing the shapes of everything and the colors. The taxi dodged in and out between the pillars of the elevated, skidding slightly on every curve, and she said, "The more it skids, the calmer I feel, so I really must be drunk." "You must be," said Roger. "This bird is a homicidal maniac, and I could do with a cocktail myself this minute." They waited on the traffic at 40th Street and 6th Avenue, and 3 boys walked before the nose of the taxi. Under the globes of light they were cheerful scarecrows, all very thin and wearing very seedy, snappy-cut suits and gay neckties. They were not very sober either, and they stood for a moment wobbling in front of the car, and there was an argument going on among them. They leaned toward each other as if they were getting ready to sing, and the first one said, "When I get married, it won't be just for getting married. I'm going to marry for love, see?" And the second one said, "Go on and tell that stuff to her. Why don't you?" And the third one gave a kind of hoot and said, "Hell, this guy, what the hell he got?" And the first one said, "Sure up, you mush, I got plenty." Then they all squealed and scrambled across the street, beating the third one on the back and pushing him around. "Nuts," commented Roger, "pure nuts." Two girls went skittering by in short, transparent raincoats, one green, one red, their heads tucked against the drive of the rain. One of them was saying to the other, "Yes, I know all about that, but what about me? You're always so sorry for him." And they ran on with their little pelican legs flashing back and forth. The taxi backed up suddenly and leaped forward again, and after a while Roger said, "I had a letter from Stella today, and she'll be home on the 26th, so I suppose she's made up her mind and it's all settled." "I had a sort of letter today, too," she said. "I think it is time for you and Stella to do something definite." When the taxi stopped on the corner of West 53rd Street, Roger said, "I've just enough if you'll add 10 cents. So she opened her purse and gave him a dime, and he said, "That's beautiful, that purse." "It's a birthday present," she told him, "and I like it. How's your show coming?" "Oh, still hanging on, I guess. I don't go near the place. Nothing sold yet. I mean to keep right on the way I'm going, and they can take it or leave it. I'm through with the argument." It's absolutely a matter of holding out, isn't it? Holding out's the tough part. Good night, Roger. Good night. You should take aspirin and push yourself into a tub of hot water. You look as though you're catching cold. I will. With the purse under her arm, she went upstairs, and on the first landing Bill heard her step and poked his head out with his hair tumbled and his eyes red, and he said, "For Christ's sake, come in and have a drink with me. I've had some bad news." "You're perfectly sopping," said Bill. They had 2 drinks, and Bill told how the director had thrown his play out after the cast had been picked over twice and had gone through 3 rehearsals. "I said to him, I didn't say it was a masterpiece, I said it was a good show. And he said, it just doesn't play, do you see? It needs a doctor." "So I'm stuck, absolutely stuck," said Bill, on the edge of weeping again. "I've been crying," he told her, "in my cups." And he went on to ask her if she realized that his wife was ruining him with her extravagance. "I send her $10 every week of my unhappy life, and I don't really have to. She threatens to jail me if I don't, but she can't do it. God, let her try it after the way she treated me. She's no right to alimony, and she knows it, but I send it because I can't bear to see anybody suffer, and I'm way behind on the piano and the Victrola, both." "Well, this is a pretty rug, anyhow," she said. Bill stared at it and blew his nose. "I got it at Riki's for $95, he said. "Riki said it once belonged to Marie Dressler and cost $1,500, but there's a burnt place on it. Can you beat that?" "No," she said. They had another drink, and she went to her apartment on the floor above, and there she now remembered distinctly she had taken the letter out of the purse before she spread the purse out to dry. She had sat down and read the letter over again, but there were phrases that insisted on being read many times. They had a life of their own, separate from the others, and when she tried to read past and around them, they moved with the movement of her eyes, and she could not escape them. "Thinking about you more than I mean to. Yes, I even talk about you. Why were you so anxious to destroy? Even if I could see you now, I would not. Not worth all this abominable. The end. Carefully she tore the letter into narrow strips and touched a lighted match to them in the coal grate. Early the next morning she was in the bathtub when the janitress knocked and then came in, calling out that she wished to examine the radiators before she started the furnace going for the winter. After moving about the room for a few minutes, the janitress went out, closing the door very sharply. She came out of the bathroom to get a cigarette from the package in the purse. The purse was gone. She dressed and made coffee and sat by the window while she drank it. Certainly the janitress had taken the purse, and certainly it would be impossible to get it back without a great deal of ridiculous excitement. Then let it go. With this decision of her mind, there rose coincidentally in her blood a deep, almost murderous anger. She set the cup carefully in the center of the table and walked unsteadily downstairs 3 long flights and a short hall and a steep short flight into the basement, where the janitress, her face streaked with coal dust, was shaking up the furnace. "Will you please give me back my purse? There isn't any money in it. It was a present, and I don't want to lose it." The janitress turned without straightening up and peered at her with hot, flickering eyes, a red light reflected from the furnace in them. "What do you mean, your purse?" "The gold cloth purse you took from the wooden bench in my room," she said. "I must have it back." "Before God, I never laid eyes on your purse, and that's the holy truth," said the janitress. "Oh, well, then keep it," she said, but in a very bitter voice. "Keep it if you want it so much." And she walked away. She remembered how she had never locked a door in her life, on some principle of rejection in her that made her uncomfortable in the ownership of things, and her paradoxical boast before the warnings of her friends that she had never lost a penny by theft. And she had been pleased with the bleak humility of this concrete example designed to illustrate and justify a certain fixed, otherwise baseless and general faith which ordered the movements of her life without regard to her will in the matter. In this moment she felt that she had been robbed of an enormous number of valuable things, whether material or intangible, things lost or broken by her own fault, things she had forgotten and left in houses when she moved, books borrowed and not returned, journeys she had planned and had not made, words she had waited to hear spoken to her and had not heard, and the words she had meant to answer with bitter alternatives and intolerable substitutes worse than nothing, and yet inescapable, the long, patient suffering of dying friendships and the dark, inexplicable death of love. All that she had had and all that she had missed were lost together and were twice lost in this landslide of remembered losses. The janitress was following her upstairs with her purse in her hand and the same deep red fire flickering in her eyes. The janitress thrust the purse towards her while they were still a half-dozen steps apart and said, "Don't never tell on me. I must have been crazy. I get crazy in the head sometimes. I swear I do. My son can tell you." She took the purse after a moment, and the janitress went on. "I got a niece who is going on 17, and she's a nice girl, and I thought I'd give it to her. She needs a pretty purse. I must have been crazy. I thought maybe you wouldn't mind. You leave things around and don't seem to notice much." She said, "I missed this because it was a present to me from someone." The janitress said, "He'd get you another if you lost this one. My niece is young and needs pretty things. We ought to give the young ones a chance. She's got young men after her maybe will want to marry her. She ought to have nice things. She needs them bad right now. You're a grown woman. You've had your chance. You ought to know how it is." She held the purse out to the janitress, saying, "You don't know what you're talking about. Here, take it. I've changed my mind. I really don't want it." The janitress looked up at her with hatred and said, "I don't want it either now. My niece is young and pretty. She don't need fixin' up to be pretty. She's young and pretty anyhow. I guess you need it worse than she does." "It wasn't really yours in the first place," she said, turning away. "You mustn't talk as if I had stolen it from you." "It's not from me. It's from her you're stealing it," said the janitress, and went back downstairs. She laid the purse on the table and sat down with the cup of chilled coffee and thought, "I was right not to be afraid of any thief but myself, who will end by leaving me nothing."
This is George Plimpton, reading Crazy Sunday by F. Scott Fitzgerald from the American Mercury. It was Sunday. Not a day, but rather a gap between two other days. Behind, for all of them, lay sets and sequences, the struggles of rival ingenuities in the conference rooms, the interminable waits under the crane that swung the microphone, the 100 miles a day by automobiles to and fro across Hollywood County, the ceaseless compromise, the clash and strain of many personalities fighting for their lives. And now Sunday, with individual life starting up again, with a glow kindling in eyes that had been glazed with monotony the afternoon before. Slowly, as the hours waned, they came awake like Plimpton in a toy shop, an intense colloquy in a corner, lovers disappearing to kiss in a hall, and the feeling of, "Hurry, it's not too late, but for God's sake hurry before the blessed 40 hours of leisure are over." Joel Coles was writing continuity. He was 28 and not yet broken by Hollywood. He had had what were considered nice assignments since his arrival 6 months before, and he submitted his scenes and sequences with enthusiasm. He referred to himself modestly as a hack, but really did not think of it that way. His mother had been a successful actress. Joel had spent his childhood between London and New York, trying to separate the real from the unreal, or at least to keep one guess ahead. He was a handsome man, with the pleasant cow-brown eyes that in 1913 had gazed out at Broadway audiences from his mother's face. When the invitation came, it made him sure that he was getting somewhere. Ordinarily he did not go out on Sundays, but stayed sober and took work home with him. Recently they had given him a Eugene O'Neill play destined for a very important lady indeed. Everything he had done so far had pleased Miles Calman, and Miles Calman was the only director on the lot who refused to work under a supervisor and was responsible to the money men alone. Everything was clicking into place in Joel's career. "This is Mr. Calman's secretary. Will you come to tea from 4 to 6 Sunday? He lives in Beverly Hills, number—" Joel was flattered. It would be a party out of the top drawer. It was a tribute to himself as a young man of promise. The Marion Davies crowd, the high hats, the big currency numbers, perhaps even Dietrich and Garbo and the Marquise, people who were not seen everywhere, would probably be at Calman's. "I won't take anything to drink," he assured himself. Calman was audibly tired of rummies and thought it was a pity the industry could not get along without them. Joel agreed that writers drank too much. He did himself, but he wouldn't this afternoon. He wished Miles would be within hearing when the cocktails were passed to hear his succinct, unobtrusive, "No, thank you." Miles Calman's house was built for great emotional moments. There was an air of listening. as if the far silences of its vistas hid an audience. But this afternoon it was thronged, as though people had been bidden rather than asked. Joel noted with pride that only 2 other writers from the studio were in the crowd, an ennobled Limey, and someone to his surprise Nat Keogh, who would evoke Calman's impatient comment on drunks. Stella Walker, of course, did not move on to her other guests after she spoke to Joel. She lingered. She looked at him with the sort of beautiful look that demands some sort of acknowledgement, and Joel drew quickly on the dramatic adequacy inherited from his mother. "Well, you look about 16. Where's your kiddie car?" She was visibly pleased. She lingered. He felt that he should say something more, something confident and easy. He had first met her when she was struggling for bits in New York. At the moment, a tray slid up, and Stella put a cocktail glass into his hand. "Everybody's afraid, aren't they?" he said, looking at it absently. "Everybody watches for everybody else's blunders, or tries to make sure they're with people that'll do them credit. Of course, that's not true in your house," he covered himself hastily. "I just meant generally in Hollywood." Stella agreed. She presented several people to Joel as if he were very important. Reassuring himself that Miles was at the other end of the room, Joel drank the cocktail. "So you have a baby," he said. "That's the time to look out. After a pretty woman has had her first child, she's very vulnerable, because she wants to be reassured about her own charm. She's got to have some new man's unqualified devotion to prove to herself she hasn't lost anything." "I never get anybody's unqualified devotion," Stella said, rather resentfully. "They're afraid of your husband." "You think that's it?" She wrinkled her brow over the idea. Then the conversation was interrupted at the exact moment Joel would have chosen. Her attention had given him confidence, not for him to join safe groups, to slink to refuge under the wings of such acquaintances as he saw about the room. He walked to the window and looked out toward the Pacific, colorless under its sluggish sunset. It was good here, the American Riviera and all that, if there were ever time to enjoy it. The handsome, well-dressed people in the room, the lovely girls, and the lovely girls. You couldn't have everything. He saw Stella's fresh, boyish face, with a tired eyelid that always drooped a little over one eye, moving about among her guests, and he wanted to sit with her and talk a long time, as if she were a girl instead of a name. He followed her to see if she paid anyone as much attention as she had paid him. He took another cocktail, not because he needed confidence, but because she had given him so much of it. Then he sat down beside the director's mother. "Your son's gotten to be a legend, Mrs. Calman. Oracle, and a man of destiny and all that. Personally, I'm against him, but I'm in a minority. What do you think of him? Are you impressed? Are you surprised by how far he's gone?" "No, I'm not surprised," she said calmly. "We always expected a lot from Miles." "Well, now that's unusual," remarked Joel. "I always think all mothers are like Napoleon's mother. My mother didn't want me to have anything to do with the entertainment business. She wanted me to go to West Point and be safe." We always had every confidence in Miles. He stood by the built-in bar of the dining room with the good-humored, heavy-drinking, highly-paid Nat Keogh. "I made $100,000 during the year and lost $40,000 gambling, so now I've hired a manager." "You mean an agent?" suggested Joel. "No, I've got that too. I mean a manager. I make over everything to my wife, and then he and my wife get together and hand me out the money. I pay him $5,000 a year to hand me out my money." "You mean your agent?" "No, I mean my manager, and I'm not the only one. A lot of other irresponsible people have him." "Well, if you're irresponsible, why are you responsible enough to hire a manager?" "I'm just irresponsible about gambling. Look here." A singer performed. Joel and Nat went forward with the others to listen. The singing reached Joel vaguely. He felt happy and friendly toward all the people gathered there, people of bravery and industry, superior to a bourgeoisie that outdid them in ignorance and loose living, risen to a position of the highest prominence and a nation that for a decade had wanted only to be entertained. He liked them. He loved them. Great waves of good feeling flowed through him. As the singer finished his number, and there was a drift toward the hostess to say goodbye, Joel had an idea. He would give them Building It Up, his own composition. It was his only parlor trick. It had amused several parties, and it might please Stella Walker. Possessed by the hunch, his blood throbbing with the scarlet corpuscles of exhibitionism, he sought her. "Of course," she cried. "Please, do you need anything?" "Someone has to be the secretary that I'm supposed to be dictating to." "I'll be her." As the word spread, the guests in the hall, already putting on their coats to leave, drifted back, and Joel faced the eyes of many strangers. He had a dim foreboding, realizing that the man who had just performed was a famous radio entertainer. Then someone said, "Shh," and he was alone with Stella, the center of a sinister Indian-like half-circle. Stella smiled up at him expectantly. He began. His burlesque was based upon the cultural limitations of Mr. Dave Silverstein, an independent producer. Silverstein was presumed to be dictating a letter outlining a treatment of a story he had bought. "A story of divorce. The younger generators in the Foreign Legion," he heard his voice saying, with the intonations of Mr. Silverstein. "We got to build it up, see?" A sharp pang of doubt struck through him. The faces surrounding him in the gently molded light were intent and curious, but there was no ghost of a smile anywhere. Directly in front, the great lover of the screen glared at him with an eye as keen as the eye of a potato. Only Stella Walker looked up at him with a radiant, never-faltering smile. "If we make him a Manjou type, then we get sort of a Michael Arlen, only with a Honolulu atmosphere." Still not a ripple in front, but in the rear, a rustling, a perceptible shift towards the left, toward the front door. Then she says she feels this sex appeal for him, and he burns out and says, "Oh, go on, destroy yourself." At some point he heard Nat Keogh snicker, and here and there were a few encouraging faces. But as he finished, he had the sickening realization that he had made a fool of himself in view of an important section of the picture world, upon whose favor depended his career. For a moment he existed in the midst of a confused silence, broken by a general trek for the door. He felt the undercurrent of derision that rolled through the gossip. Then, all this was in the space of 10 seconds, the great lover, his eye hard and empty as the eye of a needle, shouted, "Boo! Boo!" voicing in an overtone what he felt was the mood of the crowd. It was the resentment of the professional toward the amateur, of the community toward the stranger, the thumbs down of the clan. Only Stella Walker was still standing near, and thanking him as if he had been an unparalleled success, as if it hadn't occurred to her that anyone hadn't liked it. As Nat Keogh helped him into his overcoat, a great wave of self-disgust swept over him, and he swung desperately to his rule of never betraying an inferior emotion until he no longer felt it. "I was a flop," he said lightly to Stella. "Never mind, it's a good number when appreciated. Thanks for your cooperation." The smile did not leave her face. He bowed rather drunkenly, and Nat drew him toward the door. The arrival of his breakfast awakened him into a broken and ruined world. Yesterday he was himself, a point of fire against an industry. Today he felt that he was pitted under an enormous disadvantage, against those faces, against individual contempt and collective sneer. Worse than that, to Miles Calman, he had become one of those rummies, stripped of dignity, whom Calman regretted he was compelled to use. To Stella Walker, on whom he had forced a martyrdom to preserve the courtesy of her house, her opinion he did not dare to guess. His gastric juices ceased to flow, and he set his poached eggs back on the telephone table. He wrote, "Dear Miles, you can imagine my profound self-disgust. I confess to a taint of exhibitionism, but at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in broad daylight, good God! My apologies to your wife. Yours ever, Joel Coles. Joel emerged from his office on the lot only to slink like a malefactor to the tobacco store. So suspicious was his manner that one of the studio police asked to see his admission card. He had decided to eat lunch outside when Nat Keogh, confident and cheerful, overtook him. "What do you mean you're in permanent retirement? What if that three-piece suit did boo you?" "Why, listen," he continued, drawing Joel into the studio restaurant. "The night of one of his premieres at Grauman's, Joe Squires kicked his tail while he was bowing to the crowd. The ham said Joe'd hear from him later. But when Joe called him up at 8 o'clock the next day and said, 'I thought I was going to hear from you,' he hung up the phone." The preposterous story cheered Joel, and he found a gloomy consolation in staring at the group at the next table. The sad, lovely Siamese twins, the mean dwarfs, the proud giant from the circus picture. But looking beyond at the yellow-stained faces of pretty women, their eyes all melancholy and startling with mascara, their ball gowns garish in full day, he saw a group who had been at Calman's and winced. "Never again," he exclaimed aloud. "Absolutely my last social appearance in Hollywood." The following morning a telegram was waiting for him at his office. "You were one of the most agreeable people at our party. Expect you at my sister June's buffet supper next Sunday. Stella Walker Calman." The blood rushed fast through his veins for a feverish minute. Incredulously, he read the telegram over. "Well, that's the sweetest thing I ever heard of in my life." Crazy Sunday again. Joel slept until 11. Then he read a newspaper to catch up with the past week. He lunched in his room on trout, avocado salad, and a pint of California wine. Dressing for the tea, he selected the nuances of a pin-check suit, a blue shirt, a burnt orange tie. There were dark circles of fatigue under his eyes. In his second-hand car, he drove to the Riviera Apartments. As he was introducing himself to Stella's sister, Miles and Stella arrived in riding clothes. They had been quarreling fiercely most of the afternoon on all the dirt roads back of Beverly Hills. Miles Calman, tall, nervous, with a desperate humor and the unhappiest eyes Joel ever saw, was an artist from the top of his curiously shaped head to his niggerish feet. Upon these last he stood firmly. He had never made a cheap picture, though he had sometimes paid heavily for the luxury of making experimental flops. In spite of his excellent company, one could not be with him long without realizing that he was not a well man. From the moment of their entrance, Joel's day bound itself up inextricably with theirs. As he joined the group around them, Stella turned away from it with an impatient little tongue click, and Miles Calman said to the man who happened to be next to him, "Go easy on Ava Gobel. There's hell to pay about her at home." Miles turned to Joel. "I'm sorry I missed you at the office yesterday. I spent the afternoon at the analyst's." "You were being psychoanalyzed?" "I have been for months. First I went for claustrophobia. Now I'm trying to get my whole life cleared up. They say it'll take over a year." "There's nothing the matter with your life," Joel assured him. "Oh, no? Well, Stella seems to think so. Ask anybody. They can all tell you about it," he said bitterly. A girl perched herself on the arm of Miles's chair. Joel crossed to Stella, who stood disconsolately by the fire. "Thank you for your telegram," he said. "It was darn sweet. I can't imagine anybody as good-looking as you are being so good-humored." She was a little lovelier than he had ever seen her, and perhaps the unstinted admiration in his eyes prompted her to unload on him. It did not take long, for she was obviously at the emotional bursting point. "And Miles has been carrying on this thing for 2 years, and I never knew. Why, she was one of my best friends, always in the house. Finally, when people began to come to me, Miles had to admit it." She sat down vehemently on the arm of Joel's chair. Her riding breeches were the color of the chair, and Joel saw that the mass of her hair was made up of some strands of red gold and some of pale gold, so that it could not be dyed, and that she had on no makeup. She was that good-looking. Still quivering from the shock of her discovery, Stella found unbearable the spectacle of a new girl hovering over Miles. She led Joel into a bedroom, and seated at either end of a big bed they went on talking. People on their way to the washroom glanced in and made wisecracks, but Stella, emptying out her story, paid no attention. After a while, Miles stuck his head in the door and said, "There's no use trying to explain something to Joel in half an hour that I don't understand myself. And the psychoanalyst says we'll take a whole year to understand." She talked on, as if Miles were not there. She loved Miles, she said, under considerable difficulty she had always been faithful to him. The psychoanalyst told Miles that he had a mother complex. In his first marriage, he transferred his mother complex to his wife, you see. And then his sex turned to me. But when we married, the thing repeated itself. He transferred his mother complex to me, and all his libido turned toward this other woman. Joel knew that this probably wasn't gibberish, yet it sounded like gibberish. He knew Ava Gobel. She was a motherly person, older, and probably wiser than Stella, who was a golden child. Miles now suggested impatiently that Joel come back with them since Stella had so much to say. So they drove out to the mansion in Beverly Hills. Under the high ceilings, the situation seemed more dignified and tragic. It was an eerie, bright night, with the dark very clear outside of all the windows, and Stella all rose gold, raging and crying around the room. Joel did not quite believe in picture actresses' grief. They have other preoccupations. They are beautiful rose gold figures blown full of life by writers and directors, and after hours they sit around and talk in whispers and giggle innuendos, and the ends of many adventures flow through them. Sometimes he pretended to listen, and instead thought how well she was got up. Sleek breeches with a matched set of legs in them, an Italian-colored sweater with a little high neck, and a short brown chamois coat. He couldn't decide whether she was an imitation of an English lady, or an English lady was an imitation of her. She hovered somewhere between the realest of realities and the most blatant of impersonations. "Miles is so jealous of me that he questions everything I do," she cried scornfully. "When I was in New York, I wrote him that I'd been to the theater with Eddie Baker. Miles was so jealous he phoned me 10 times in one day." "I was wild," Miles snuffled sharply, a habit he had in times of stress. "The analyst couldn't get any results for a week." Stella shook her head despairingly. "Did you expect me just to sit in the hotel for 3 weeks?" "I don't expect anything. I admit that I'm jealous. I try not to be. I worked on that with Dr. Bridgebane, but it didn't do any good. I was jealous of Joel this afternoon when you sat on the arm of his chair." "You were?" She started up. "You were? Wasn't there somebody on the arm of your chair? And did you speak to me for 2 hours? You were telling your troubles to Joel in the bedroom. When I think that woman," she seemed to believe that to omit Ava Gobel's name would be to lessen her reality, "used to come here—" All right, said Miles wearily. "I've admitted to everything, and I feel as bad about it as you do." Turning to Joel, he began talking about pictures, while Stella moved restlessly along the far walls, her hands in her breeches pockets. "They've treated Miles terribly," she said, coming suddenly back into the conversation, as if they'd never discussed her personal affairs. "Dear, tell him about old Belzer trying to change your picture." As she stood hovering protectively over Miles, her eyes flashing with indignation in his behalf, Joel realized that he was in love with her. Stifled with excitement, he got up to say good night. With Monday, the week resumed its workaday rhythm. In sharp contrast to the theoretical discussions, the gossip and scandal of Sunday, there was the endless detail of script revision. Instead of a lousy dissolve, we can leave her voice on the soundtrack and cut to a medium shot of the taxi from Bell's angle. Or we can simply pull the camera back to include the station, hold it a minute, and then pan to the row of taxis. By Monday afternoon, Joel had again forgotten that people whose business was to provide entertainment were ever privileged to be entertained. In the evening, he phoned Miles's house. He asked for Miles, but Stella came to the phone. "Do things seem better?" "Not particularly." "What are you doing next Saturday evening?" "Nothing." "The Perrys are giving a dinner and theater party, and Miles won't be here. He's flying to South Bend to see the Notre Dame California game. I thought you might go with me in his place." After a long moment, Joel said, "Why, surely. If there's a conference, I can't make dinner, but I can get to the theater." "Then I'll say we can come." Joel walked his office. In view of the strained relations of the Calmans, would Miles be pleased, or did she intend that Miles shouldn't know of it? That would be out of the question. If Miles didn't mention it, Joel would. But it was an hour or more before he could get down to work again. Wednesday there was a 4-hour wrangle in a conference room crowded with planets and nebulae of cigarette smoke. 3 men and a woman paced the carpet in turn, suggesting or condemning, speaking sharply or persuasively, confidently or despairingly. At the end, Joel lingered to talk to Miles. The man was tired, not with the exaltation of fatigue, but life-tired, with his lid sagging and his beard prominent over the blue shadows near his mouth. "I hear you're flying to the Notre Dame game." Miles looked beyond him and shook his head. "I've given up the idea." "Why?" "On account of you." Still, he did not look at Joel. "What the hell, Miles?" "That's why I've given it up." He broke into a perfunctory laugh at himself. "I can't tell what Stella might do just out of spite. She's invited you to take her to the Perrys, hasn't she? I wouldn't enjoy the game." The fine instinct that moved swiftly and confidently on the set muddled so weakly and helplessly through his personal life. "Look, Miles," Joel said, frowning, "I've never made any passes whatsoever at Stella. If you're really seriously cancelling your trip on account of me, I won't go to the Perrys with her. I won't see her. You can trust me absolutely." Miles looked at him carefully now. "Maybe." He shrugged his shoulders. "Anyhow, there'd just be somebody else. I wouldn't have any fun. You don't seem to have much confidence in Stella. She told me she'd always been true to you." "Maybe she has." In the last few minutes, several more muscles had sagged around Miles's mouth. "But how can I ask anything of her after what's happened? How can I expect her—" He broke off, and his face grew harder, as he said, "I'll tell you one thing, right or wrong, and no matter what I've done. If I ever had anything on her, I'd divorce her. I can't have my pride hurt. That would be the last straw." His tone annoyed Joel, but he said, "Hasn't she calmed down about the Ava Gobel thing?" "No," Miles snuffled pessimistically. "I can't get over it either. I thought it was finished. I'm trying not to see Ava again, but you know, it isn't easy just to drop something like that. It isn't some girl I kissed last night in a taxi. The psychoanalyst says—" "I know," Joel interrupted. "Stella told me." This was depressing. "Well, as far as I'm concerned, if you go to the game, I won't see Stella. And I'm sure Stella has nothing on her conscience about anybody." "Maybe not," Miles repeated listlessly. "Anyhow, I'll stay and take her to the party. Say," he said suddenly, "I wish you'd come too. I've got to have somebody sympathetic to talk to. That's the trouble. I've influenced Stella in everything. Especially I've influenced her so that she likes all the men I like. It's very difficult." "It must be," Joel agreed. Joel could not get to the dinner. Self-conscious in his silk hat against the unemployment, he waited for the others in front of the Hollywood Theatre and watched the evening parade. Obscure replicas of bright particular picture stars, spavined men in polo coats, a stomping dervish with the beard and staff of an apostle, a pair of chic Filipinos in collegiate clothes, reminder that this corner of the Republic, open to the 7 seas, a long fantastic carnival of young shouts, which proved to be a fraternity initiation. The line split to pass 2 smart limousines that stopped at the curb. There she was, in a dress like ice water, made in 1,000 pale blue pieces with icicles trickling at the throat. He started forward. "So you like my dress? Where's Miles?" "He flew to the game after all. He left yesterday morning. At least I think—" She broke off. "I just got a telegram from South Bend saying that he's starting back." I forgot. You know all these people?" The party of 8 moved into the theater. Miles had gone after all, and Joel wondered if he should have come. But during the performance, with Stella a profile under the pure grain of light hair, he thought no more about Miles. Once he turned and looked at her, and she looked back at him, smiling and meeting his eyes for as long as he wanted. Between the acts they smoked in the lobby, and she whispered, "They're all going to the opening of Jack Johnson's nightclub. I don't want to go, do you?" "Do we have to?" "I suppose not." She hesitated. "I'd like to talk to you. I suppose we could go to our house if I were only sure—" Again she hesitated, and Joel asked, "Sure of what?" "Sure that— Oh, I'm haywire, I know, but how can I be sure Miles went to the game?" "You mean you think he's with Ava Gobel?" "No, not so much that, but supposing he was here watching everything I do. You know, Miles does odd things sometimes. Once he wanted a man with a long beard to drink tea with him, and he sent down to the casting agency for one, and drank tea with him all afternoon." "That's different. He sent you a wire from South Bend. That proves he's at the game." After the play, they said good night to the others at the curb, and were answered by looks of amusement. They slid off along the golden garish thoroughfare through the crowd that had gathered around Stella. "You see, he could arrange the telegram," Stella said, "very easily." That was true. And with the idea that perhaps her uneasiness was justified, Joel grew angry. If Miles had trained a camera on them, he felt no obligations toward Miles. Aloud he said, "That's nonsense." There were Christmas trees already in the shop windows, and the full moon over the boulevard was only a prop, as scenic as the giant boudoir lamps of the corners. On into the dark foliage of Beverly Hills that flamed as eucalyptus by day, Joel saw only the flash of a white face under his arm, the arc of her shoulder. She pulled away suddenly and looked up at him. "Your eyes are like your mother's," she said. "I used to have a scrapbook full of pictures of her." "Your eyes are like your own, and not a bit like any other eyes," he answered. Something made Joel look out into the grounds as they went into the house, as if Miles were lurking in the shrubbery. A telegram waited on the hall table. She read aloud, "Chicago. Home tomorrow night. Thinking of you. Love. Miles." "You see," she said, throwing the slip back on the table, "he could easily have faked that." She asked the butler for drinks and sandwiches, and ran upstairs while Joel walked into the empty reception rooms. Strolling about, he wandered to the piano, where he had stood in disgrace 2 Sundays before. "Then we could put over," he said aloud, "a story of divorce, the younger generators, and the Foreign Legion." His thoughts jumped to another telegram. "You were one of the most agreeable people at our party." An idea occurred to him. If Stella's telegram had been purely a gesture of courtesy, then it was likely that Miles had inspired it, for it was Miles who had invited him. Probably Miles had said, "Send him a wire. He's miserable. He thinks he's queered himself." It fitted in with, "I've influenced Stella and everything. Especially, I've influenced her so that she likes all the men I like." A woman would do a thing like that because she felt sympathetic. Only a man would do it because he felt responsible. When Stella came back into the room, he took both her hands. "I have a strange feeling that I'm a sort of pawn in a spite game you're playing against Miles," he said. "Help yourself to a drink. And the odd thing is that I'm in love with you anyhow." The telephone rang, and she freed herself to answer it. "Another wire from Miles," she announced. "He dropped it, or it says he dropped it, from the airplane at Kansas City." "I suppose he asked to be remembered to me?" "No, he just said he loved me." "I believe he does. He's so very weak." "Come sit beside me," Joel urged her. It was early, and it was still a few minutes short of midnight, a half-hour later, when Joel walked to the cold hearth and said tersely, "Meaning that you haven't any curiosity about me?" Not at all. You attract me a lot, and you know it. The point is that I suppose I really do love Miles. Obviously. And tonight I feel uneasy about everything." He wasn't angry. He was even faintly relieved that a possible entanglement was avoided. Still, as he looked at her, the warmth and softness of her body thawing her cold blue costume, he knew she was one of the things he would always regret. "I've got to go," he said. "I'll phone a taxi." "Nonsense. There's a chauffeur on duty." He winced at her readiness to have him go, and seeing this, she kissed him lightly and said, "You're sweet, Joel." Then suddenly 3 things happened. He took down his drink at a gulp, the phone rang loud through the house, and a clock in the hall struck 12 in triumphant trumpet notes. 9, 10, 11, 12. It was Sunday again. Joel realized that he had come to the theatre this evening with the work of the week still hanging about him like cerements. He had made love to Stella as he might attack some matter to be cleaned up hurriedly before the day's end. But this was Sunday. The lovely, lazy perspective of the next 24 hours unrolled before him. Every minute was something to be approached with lulling indirection. Every moment held the germ of innumerable possibilities. Nothing was impossible. Everything was just beginning. He poured himself another drink. "What kind of wisecrack do you think that is?" said Stella into the phone. Then, still hanging on to the phone, she slid softly to the floor, moaning. Joel picked her up and laid her on the sofa. He squirted soda water on a handkerchief and slapped it over her face. The receiver was still grinding, and he put it to his ear. "The plane fell just this side of Kansas City. The body of Miles Calman has been identified, and—" He hung up the receiver. "Lie still," he said, stalling, as Stella opened her eyes. "Oh, what's happened?" she whispered. "Call them back. What's happened?" "I'll call them right away. What's your doctor's name? Did they say Miles was dead? Lie quiet. Is there a servant still up? Hold me, I'm frightened." He put his arm around her. "I want the name of your doctor," he said sternly. "It may be a mistake, but I want someone here. It's Doctor— Oh, God, is Miles dead?" Joel ran upstairs and searched through strange medicine cabinets for spirits of ammonia. When he came down, Stella cried, "He isn't dead. I know he isn't. This is part of his scheme. He's torturing me. I know he's alive. I can feel he's alive. I want to get a hold of some close friends of yours, Stella. You can't stay here alone tonight." "Oh, no," she cried. "I can't see anybody. You stay. I haven't got any friend." She got up, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, Miles is my only friend. He's not dead. He can't be dead. I'm going there right away and see. Get a train. You'll have to come with me." "You can't. There's nothing to do tonight. I want you to tell me the name of some woman I can call. Lois? Joan? Carmel? Isn't there somebody?" Stella stared at him blindly. "Ava Gobel was my best friend," she said. Joel thought of Miles, his sad and desperate face in the office 2 days before. In the awful silence of his death, all was clear about him. He was the only American-born director with both an interesting temperament and an artistic conscience. Meshed in an industry, he had paid with his ruined nerves for having no resilience, no healthy cynicism, no refuge, only a pitiful and precarious escape. There was a sound at the outer door. It opened suddenly, and there were footsteps in the hall. "Miles!" Stella screamed. "Is it you, Miles?" "Oh, it's Miles!" A telegraph boy appeared in the doorway. "I couldn't find the bell. I heard you talking inside." The telegram was a duplicate of the one that had been phoned. While Stella read it over and over, as though it were a black lie, Joel telephoned. It was still early, and he had difficulty getting anyone. When finally he succeeded in finding some friends, he made Stella take a stiff drink. "You'll stay here, Joel," she whispered, as though she were half asleep. "You won't go away. Miles liked you. He said you—" She shivered violently. "Oh, my God, you don't know how alone I feel." Her eyes closed. "Put your arms around me. Miles had a suit like that." She started bolt upright. Think of what he must have felt. He was afraid of almost everything anyhow. She shook her head dazedly. Suddenly she seized Joel's face and held it close to hers. "You won't go. You like me, you love me, don't you? Don't call up anybody. Tomorrow's time enough. You stay here with me tonight." He stared at her, at first incredulously, and then with shocked understanding. In her dark groping, Stella was trying to keep Miles alive by sustaining a situation in which he had figured. As if Miles's mind could not die, so long as the possibilities that had worried him still existed. It was a distraught and tortured effort to stave off the realization that he was dead. Resolutely, Joel went to the phone and called a doctor. Don't call anybody," Stella cried. "Come back here and put your arms around me." "Is Dr. Bales in?" "Joel," Stella cried, "I thought I could count on you. Miles liked you. He was jealous of you. Joel, come here." Ah, then, if he betrayed Miles, she would be keeping him alive. For if he were really dead, how could he be betrayed? "Has just had a very severe shock. Can you come at once and get a hold of a nurse?" "Joel!" Now the doorbell and the telephone began to ring intermittently, and automobiles were stopping in front of the door. "But you're not going," Stella begged him. "You're going to stay, aren't you?" "No," he answered, "but I'll be back if you need me." Standing on the steps of the house, which now hummed and palpitated with a life that flutters around death like protective leaves, he began to sob a little in his throat. Everything he touched he did something magical to, he thought. He even brought that little gamine alive and made her a sort of masterpiece. And then, what a hell of a hole he leaves in this damn wilderness, already. And then with a certain bitterness, "Oh yes, I'll be back. I'll be back."
This is James Allen McPherson reading Gold Coast from the Atlantic Monthly. That spring, when I had a great deal of potential and no money at all, I took a job as a janitor. That was when I was still very young and spent money very freely, and when almost every night I drifted off to sleep, lulled by sweet anticipation of that time when my potential would suddenly be realized, and there would be capsulographies of my life on dust jackets of many books, all proclaiming he knew life on many levels. From shoeshine boy, freelance waiter, third cook, janitor, he rose to. I had never been a janitor before, and I did not really have to be one, and that is why I did it. But now, much later, I think it might have been because it is possible to be a janitor without becoming one. And at parties or at mixers, when asked what it was I did for a living, it was pretty good to hook my thumbs in my vest pockets and say comfortably, "Why, I am an apprentice janitor." The hippies would think it degenerate and really dig me, and people in philosophy and law and business would feel uncomfortable trying to make me feel better about my station while wondering how the hell I managed to crash the party. "What's an apprentice janitor?" they would ask. "I haven't got my card yet," I would reply. "Right now I'm just taking lessons. There's lots of complicated stuff you have to learn before you get your own card and your own building." "What kind of stuff?" "Human nature for one thing, race nature for another." "Why race?" "Because," I would say in a low voice, looking around lest someone else should overhear, "you have to be able to spot Jews and Negroes who are passing." "That's terrible," would surely be said then, with a hint of indignation. "It's an art," I would add masterfully. After a good pause, I would invariably be asked, "But you're a Negro yourself. How can you keep your own people out?" At which point, I would look terribly disappointed and say, "I don't keep them out. But if they get in, it's my job to make their state just as miserable as possible. Things are changing." Now the speaker would just look at me in disbelief. "It's janitorial objectivity," I would say, to finish the thing, as the speaker began to edge away. "Don't hate me," I would call after him to his considerable embarrassment. "Somebody has to do it." It was an old building near Harvard Square. Conrad Aiken had once lived there, and in the days of the Gold Coast, before Harvard built its great houses, it had been a very fine haven for the rich. But that was a world ago, and this building was one of the few monuments of that era which had survived. The lobby had a high ceiling with thick redwood beams, and it was replete with marble floor, fancy ironwork, and an old-fashioned house telephone which no longer worked. Each apartment had a small fireplace, and even the large bathtubs and chain toilets, when I was having my touch of nature, made me wonder what prominent personage of the past had worn away all the newness. And being there, I felt a certain affinity toward the rich. It was a funny building because the people who lived there made it old. Conveniently placed as it was between the houses and Harvard Yard, I expected to find it occupied by a company of hippies, hopeful working girls, and assorted graduate students. Instead, there was a majority of old maids, dowagers, asexual middle-aged men, homosexual young men, a few married couples, and a teacher. No one was shacking up there, and walking through the quiet halls in the early evening, I sometimes had the urge to knock on a door and expose myself, just to hear someone breathe hard for once. It was the Cambridge spring. Down by the Charles, happy students were making love while sad-eyed middle-aged men watched them from the bridge. It was a time of activity. Law students were busy sublimating. Business school people were making records of the money that they would make. The Hubbard houses were clearing out, and in the square, bearded pot pushers were setting up their restaurant tables in anticipation of the summer school faithfuls. There was a change of season in the air, and to comply with its urgings, James Sullivan, the old superintendent, passed his 3 beaten garbage cans on to me, with the charge that I should take up his daily rounds of the 6 floors, and with unflinching humility gather whatever scraps the old maid tenants had refused to husband. I then became very rich, with my own apartment, a sensitive girl, a stereo, 2 speakers, 1 tattered chair, 1 fork, a job, and the urge to acquire. Having all this and youth besides made me pity Sullivan. He had been in that building for 30 years, and had its whole history recorded in the little folds of his mind as his own life was recorded in the wrinkles of his face. All he had to show for his time there was a berserk dog, a wife almost as mad as the dog, 3 cats, bursitis, acute myopia, and a drinking problem. He was well over 70 and could hardly walk, and his weekly check of $22 from the company that managed the building would not support anything. So, out of compromise, he was retired to superintendent of my labor. My first day as a janitor, while I skillfully lugged my 3 overflowing cans of garbage out of the building, he sat on his bench in the lobby, faded and old and smoking, in patched, loose blue pants. He watched me. He was a chain smoker, and I noticed right away that he very carefully dropped all of the ashes and butts on the floor and crushed them under his feet until there was a yellow and gray smear. Then he laboriously pushed the mess under the bench with his shoe, all the while eyeing me like a cat in silence as I hauled the many cans of muck out to the big disposal unit next to the building. When I had finished, he gave me 2 old plates to help stock my kitchen, and his first piece of advice, "Sit down, for Christ's sakes, and take a load off your feet," he told me. I sat on the red bench next to him and accepted the wilted cigarette he offered me from the crushed package he kept in his sweater pocket. "Now I'll tell you something to help you get along in the building," he said. I listened attentively. "If any of these sons of bitches ever ask you to do something extra, be sure to charge them for it." I assured him that I absolutely would. "If they can afford to live here, they can afford to pay, the bastards." "Undoubtedly," I assured him again. "And another thing," he added, "don't let any of these girls shove any cat shit under your nose. That ain't your job. You tell them to put it in a bag and take it out themselves." I reminded him that I knew very well my station in life and that I was not about to haul cat shit or anything of that nature. He looked at me through his thick lens glasses for a long time. He looked like a cat himself. "That's right," he said at last. "And if they still try to sneak it in the trash, be sure to make the bastards pay. They can afford it." He crushed his seventh butt on the floor and scattered the mess some more while he lit up another. "I never hauled out no cat shit in the 30 years I've been here, and you don't do it either." "I'm going up to wash my hands," I said. "Remember," he called after me, "don't take no shit from any of them." I protested once more that upon my life I would never do it, not even for the prettiest girl in the building. Going up in the elevator, I felt comfortably resolved that I would never do it. There were no pretty girls in the building. I never found out what he had done before he came there, but I do know that being a janitor in that building was as high as he ever got in life. He had watched 2 generations of the rich pass the building on their way to the yard, and he had seen many governors ride white horses into that same yard to send sons and daughters of the rich out into life to produce, to acquire, to procreate, and to send back sons and daughters so that the cycle would continue. He had watched the cycle from when he had been able to haul the cans out for himself, and now he could not, and he was bitter. He was Irish, of course, and he took pride in Irish accomplishments when he could have none of his own. He had known Frank O'Connor when that writer had been at Harvard. He told me on many occasions how O'Connor had stopped to talk every day on his way to the yard. He had also known James Michael Curley, and his most colorful memory of the man was a long-ago day when he and James Curley sat in a Boston bar, and one of Curley's runners had come in and said, "Hey, Jim, Saul Bernstein, the Jew, wants to see you." And Curley, in his deep, memorial voice, had said to James Sullivan, "Let us go forth and meet this Israelite prince." These were his memories, and I would obediently put aside my garbage can and laugh with him over the 100 or so colorful, insignificant little details which made up a whole lifetime of living in the basement of Harvard. And although they were of little value to me then, I knew that they were the reflections of a lifetime and the happiest moments he would ever have, being sold to me cheap, as youthful time is cheap, for as little time and interest as I wanted to spend. It was a buyer's market. In those days, I believed myself gifted with a boundless perception and attacked my daily garbage route with a gusto superenforced by the happy knowledge that behind each of the 50 or so doors in our building lived a story which could, if I chose to grace it with the magic of my pen, become immortal. I watched my tenants fanatically, noting their perversions, their visitors, and their eating habits. So intense was my search for material that I had to restrain myself from going through their refuse scrap by scrap. But at the topmost layer of muck, without too much hand-sorting in the process, I set my perceptions to work. By late June, however, I had discovered only enough to put together a rather naive Henry Miller novel, the most colorful discoveries being: 1. The lady in 24 was the alumnus of Paducah College. 2. The couple in 55 made love at least 500 times a week, and the wife had not yet discovered the pill. 3. The old lady in 36 was still having monthly inconvenience. 4. The 2 fatzos in 56 consumed nightly an extraordinary amount of chili. 5. The fat man in 54 had 2 dogs that were married to each other, but he was not married to anyone at all. 6. The middle-aged single man in 63 threw out an awful lot of flowers. Disturbed by the snail's progress I was making, I confessed my futility to James one day as he sat on his bench, chain-smoking and smearing butts on my newly waxed lobby floor. "So you want to know about the tenants," he said, his cat's eyes flickering over me. I nodded. "Well, the first thing to notice is how many Jews there are." "I haven't noticed any Jews," I said. He eyed me in amazement. "Well, a few," I said, quickly to prevent my treasured perception from being dulled any further. "A few, hell," he said. "There's more Jews here than anybody." "How can you tell?" He gave me the undecided look again. "Where do you think all that garbage comes from?" He nodded feebly towards my bulging cans. I looked just in time to prevent a stray noodle from slipping over the brim. "That's right," he continued. "Jews are the biggest eaters in the world. They eat the best, too." I confessed then that I was of the chicken soup generation, and believed that Jews ate only enough to muster strength for their daily trips to the bank. "Not so," he replied emphatically. "You never heard the expression, 'Let's get to the restaurant before the Jews get there'?" I shook my head sadly. "You don't know that in certain restaurants they take the free onions and pickles off the table when they see the Jews coming?" I held my head down in shame over the bounteous heap. He trudged over to my can and began to turn back the leaves of noodles and crumpled tissue from 47 with his hand. After a few seconds of digging, he unmucked an empty pâté can. "Look at that," he said triumphantly. "Gourmet stuff, no less." "That's in 44, I said. "What else?" he said all knowingly. "In 1946, a Swedish girl moved in up there and took a Jewish girl for a roommate. Then the Swedish girl moved out, and there's been a Jewish dynasty up there ever since." I recall that 44 was occupied by a couple that threw out a good number of S.S. Pierce cans, Sylvester Regal bottles, assorted broken records, and back issues of Evergreen and The Realist. "You're right," I said. "Of course," he replied, as if there were never any doubt. "I can spot them anywhere, even when they think they're passing." He leaned closer and said in a you-and-me voice, "But don't ever say anything bad about them in public. That Anti-Defamation League will get you." Just then his wife screamed for him from the second floor, and the dog joined her and beat against the door. He got into the elevator painfully and said, "Don't ever talk about them in public. You don't know who they are, and that Defamation League will take everything you got." Sullivan did not really dislike Jews. He was just bitter towards anyone better off than himself. He lived with his wife on the second floor, and his apartment was very dirty because both of them were sick and old, and neither could move very well. His wife swept dirt out into the hall, and 2 hours after I had mopped and waxed their section of the floor, there was sure to be a layer of dirt, grease, and crushed scattered tobacco from their door to the end of the hall. There was the smell of dogs and cats and age and death about their door, and I did not ever want to have to go in there for any reason, because I feared something about it I cannot name. Mrs. Sullivan, I found out, was from South Africa. She loved animals much more than people, and there was a great deal of pain on her face. She kept little cans of meat posted at strategic points about the building, and I often came across her in the early morning or late at night, throwing scraps out of the second-floor window to stray cats. Once, when James was about to throttle a stray mouse in the apartment, she had screamed at him to give the mouse a sporting chance. Whenever she attempted to walk, she had to balance herself against a wall or a rail, and she hated the building because it confined her. She also hated James and most of the tenants. On the other hand, she loved the Johnny Carson show. She loved to sit outside on the front steps because she could go no further unassisted, and she loved to talk to anyone who would stop to listen. She never spoke coherently except when she was cursing James, and then she had a vocabulary like a drunken sailor. She had great shrill lungs, and her screams, accompanied by the rabid barks of the dog, could be heard all over the building. She was never really clean, her teeth were bad, and the first, most pathetic thing in the world was to see her sitting on the steps in the morning watching the world pass in a stained smock and a fresh summer blue hat she kept just to wear downstairs, with no place in the world to go. James told me on the many occasions of her screaming that she was mentally disturbed and could not help herself. The admirable thing about him was that he never lost his temper with her, no matter how rough her curses became, and no matter who heard them. And the second most pathetic thing in the world was to see them slowly making their way in Harvard Square, he supporting her, through the hurrying crowds of mini-skirted summer girls, J-pressed Ivy Leaguers, beatniks, and the busked Japanese tourists decked in cameras who would take pictures of every inch of Harvard Square except them. Once a hippie had brushed past them and called back over his shoulder, Don't break any track records, Mr. and Mrs. Speedy Molasses. Also on the second floor lived Miss O'Hara, a spinster who hated Sullivan as only an old maid can hate an old man. Across from her lived a very nice, gentle, celibate man named Murphy, who had once served with Montgomery in North Africa, and who was now spending the rest of his life cleaning his little apartment and gossiping with Miss O'Hara. It was an Irish floor. I never found out why Miss O'Hara hated the Sullivans with such a passion. Perhaps it was because they were so unkempt, and she was so superciliously clean. Perhaps it was because Miss O'Hara had a great deal of Irish pride, and they were stereotyped Irish. Perhaps it was because she merely had no reason to like them. She was a fanatic about cleanliness, and put out her little bit of garbage wrapped very neatly in yesterday's Christian Science Monitor, and tied in a bow with a fresh piece of string. Collecting all those little neat packages, I would wonder where she got the string, and imagined her at night breaking meat market locks with a hairpin, and hobbling off with yards and yards of white cord concealed under the gray sweater she always wore. I could even imagine her back in her little apartment, chuckling and rolling the cord into a great white ball by candlelight. Then she would stash it away in her bread box. Miss O'Hara kept her door slightly open until late at night, and I suspected that she heard everything that went on in the building. I had the feeling that I should never dare to make love with gusto for fear that she would overhear and write down all my happy-time phrases to be maliciously recounted to me if she were ever provoked. She had been in the building longer than Sullivan, and I supposed that her greatest ambition in life was to outlive him, and then attend his wake with a knitting ball and needle. She had been trying to get him fired for 25 years or so, and did not know when to quit. On summer nights, when I painfully mopped the second floor, she would offer me root beer, apples, or cupcakes while trying to pump me for evidence against him. "He's just a filthy old man, Robert," she would declare in a little old lady whisper. "And don't think you have to clean up those dirty old butts of his. Just report him to the company." "Oh, I don't mind," I would tell her, gulping the root beer as fast as possible. "Well, they're both a couple of luscious, if you ask me. They haven't been sober a day in 25 years. "Well, she's sick too, you know." "Ha!" She would throw up her hands in disgust. "She's only sick when he doesn't give her the booze." I fought to keep down a burp. "How long have you been here?" She motioned for me to step out of the hall and into her dark apartment. "Don't tell him," she nodded toward Sullivan's door, "but I've been here 34 years. She waited for me to be taken aback. Then she added, "And it was a better building before those two lushes came." She then offered me an apple, asked 5 times if the dog's barking bothered me, forced me to take a fudge brownie, said that the cats had wet the floor again last night, got me to dust the top of a large chest too high for her to reach, had me pick up the minute specks of dust which fell from my dust cloth, pressed another root beer on me, and then showed me her family album. As an afterthought, she had me take down a big old picture of her great-grandfather, also too high for her to reach, so that I could dust that too. Then together we picked up the dust from it which might have fallen to the floor. "He's really a filthy old man, Robert," she said in closing, "and don't be afraid to report him to the property manager any time you want." I assured her that I would do it at the slightest provocation from Sullivan, finally accepted an apple but refused the money she offered, and escaped back to my mopping. Even then she watched me, smiling, from her half-open door. "Why does Mr. O'Hara hate you?" I asked James once. He lifted his cigarette hand and let the long ash fall elegantly to the floor. "That old bitch has been an albatross around my neck ever since I got here," he said. "Don't trust her, Robert. It was her kind that sat around singing hymns and watching them burn saints in this state." In those days, I have forgotten that I was first of all a black, and I had a very lovely girl who was not first of all a black. It is quite possible that my ancestors rowed her ancestors across on the Mayflower, and she was very rich in that alone. We were both very young and optimistic then, and she believed with me in my potential and liked me partly because of it, and I was happy because she belonged to me and not to the race which made her special. It made me special, too, because I did not have to wear a beard or hate or be especially hip or ultra-Ivy Leagueish. I did not have to smoke pot or supply her with it or be for any cause at all except myself. I only had to be myself, which pleased me, and only had to produce, which pleased both of us. Like many of the artistically inclined rich, she wanted to own in someone else what she could not own in herself, but this I did not mind, and I forgave her for it because she forgave me my moods and the constant smell of garbage and a great deal of latent hostility. She only minded James Sullivan and all the valuable time I was wasting listening to him rattle on and on. His conversations, she thought, were useless, repetitious, and promised nothing of value to me. She was accustomed to the old rich whose conversations meandered around a leitmotif of how well off they were and how much they would leave behind very soon. She was not at all cold, but she had been taught how to tolerate the old poor and perhaps tossed them a greeting in passing, but nothing more. Sullivan did not like her when I first introduced them because he saw that she was not a beatnik and could not be dismissed. It is in the nature of things that liberal people will tolerate two interracial beatniks more than they will an intelligent, serious-minded mixed couple. The former liaison is easy to dismiss as the dregs of both races deserving of each other and the contempt of both races, but the latter poses a threat because there is no immediacy of overpowering sensuality or you pick my fleas, I pick yours, apparent on the surface of things, and people, even the most publicly liberal, cannot dismiss it so easily. "That girl is Irish, isn't she?" he had asked one day in my apartment, soon after I had introduced them. "No," I said definitely. "What's her name?" "Judy Smith," I said, which was not her name at all. "Everybody's got a little Irish blood," I told him. He looked at me cattily and craftily from behind his thick lenses. "Well, she's from a good family, I suppose." "I suppose," I said. He paused to let some ashes fall to the rug. "They say the Colonel's lady and Nellie O'Grady are sisters under the skin." Then he added, "Rudyard Kipling." "That's true," I said with equal innuendo. "That's why you have to maintain a distinction by marrying the Colonel's lady." An understanding passed between us then, and we never spoke more on the subject. Almost every night the cats wet the second floor while Meg Sullivan watched the Johnny Carson show, and the dog howled and clawed the door. During commercials, Meg would curse James to get out and stop dropping ashes on the floor, or to take the dog out, or something else, totally unintelligible to those of us on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Even after the Carson show, she would still curse him to get out, until finally he would go down to the basement and put away a bottle or two of wine. There was a steady stench of cat functions in the basement, and with all the grease and dirt, discarded trunks, beer bottles, chairs, old tools, and the filthy sofa on which he sometimes slept, seeing him there made me want to cry. He drank the cheapest sherry, the guano kind, straight from the bottle, and on many nights that summer at 2 a.m., my phone would ring me out of bed. "Rob, Jimmy Sullivan here. What are you doing?" There was nothing suitable to say. "Come on down to the basement for a drink." "I have to be at work at 8:30, I would protest. "Can't you have just one drink?" he would say pathetically. I would carry down my own glass so that I would not have to drink out of the bottle. Looking at him on the sofa, I could not be mad because now I had many records for my stereo, a story that was going well, a girl who believed in me and who belonged to me and not to the race, a new set of dishes, and a tomorrow morning with younger people. "I don't want to burden you unduly," he would always preface. I would force myself not to look at my watch and say, "Of course not." "My Meg is not in the best health, you know," he would say, handing the bottle to me. "She's just old. The doctors say she should be in an institution. That's no place to be. I'm a sick man myself, Rob. I can't take much more. She's crazy." Anybody who loves animals can't be crazy. He took another long draw from his bottle. I won't live another year. I'll be dead in a year. You don't know that. He looked at me closely without his glasses so that I could see the desperation in his eyes. I just hope Meg goes before I do. I don't want them to put her in an institution after I'm gone. At 2 a.m., with a cat stench in my nose and a glass of bad sherry standing still in my hand because I refused in my mind to touch it, and all my dreams of greatness above him and the basement and the building itself, I did not know what to say. The only way I could keep from hating myself was to start him talking about the AMA or the Medicare program or beatniks. He was pure hell on all three. To him, the medical profession was morally bankrupt. Medicare was a great farce which deprived oasters like himself of their rainy-day dollars, and beatniks were dropouts from the human race. He could rage on in perfect phrases about all three of his major dislikes, and I had the feeling that because the sentences were so well constructed and so well turned, he might have memorized them from something he had read. But then he was extremely well read, and it did not matter if he had borrowed a phrase or two from someone else. The ideas were still his own. It would be 3 a.m. before I knew it, and then 3:30, and still he would go on. He hated politicians in general, and liked to recount at these times his private catalogue of political observations. By the time he got around to civil rights, it would be 4 a.m., and I could not feel responsible for him at that hour. I would begin to yawn, and at first he would just ignore it. Then I would start to edge towards the door, and he would see that he could hold me no longer, not even by declaring that he wanted to be an honorary Negro, because he loved the race so much. "I hope I haven't burdened you unduly," he would say again. "Of course not," I would say, because it was over then, and I could leave him and the smell of the cats there. And sometimes I would go out in the cool night and walk around the yard and be thankful that I was only an assistant janitor, and a transient one at that. Walking in the early dawn and seeing the summer school fellows sneak out of the girls' dormitories in the yard gave me a good feeling, and I thought that tomorrow night it would be good to make love myself, so that I could be busy when he called. "Why don't you tell that old man your job doesn't include babysitting with him?" Jean told me many times when she came over to visit during the day and found me sleeping. I would look at her and think to myself about social forces and the pressures massing and poised, waiting to attack us. It was still July then. It was hot, and I was working good. "He's just an old man," I said. "Who else would listen to him? You're too soft. As long as you do your work, you don't have to be bothered with him. He could be a story if I listened long enough. There are too many stories about old people." "No," I said, thinking about us again. "There are just too many people who have no stories." Sometimes he would come up and she would be there, but I would let him come in anyway, and he would stand there looking dirty and uncomfortable, offering some invented excuse for having intruded. At these times something silent would pass between them, something I cannot name, which would reduce him to exactly what he was, an old man come out of his basement to intrude where he was not wanted. But all the time this was being communicated, there would be a surface, friendly conversation between them, and after 5 minutes or so of being unwelcome, he would apologize for having come, drop a few ashes on the rug, and back out the door. Downstairs, we could hear his wife screaming. We endured and aged, and August was almost over. Inside the building, the cats were still wetting. Meg was still screaming, the dog was getting madder, and Sullivan began to drink during the day. Outside it was hot and lush and green, and the summer school girls were wearing shorter miniskirts and no panties, and the middle-aged men down by the Shaws were going wild on their bridge. Everyone was restless for change, for August is the month when undone summer things must be finished or regretted all through the winter. Being imaginative people, Jean and I played a number of original games. One of them we called Social Forces, the object of which was to see which side could break us first. We played it with the unknown night riders who screamed obscenities from passing cars, and because that was her side, I would look at her expectantly, but she would laugh and say no. We played it at parties with unaware blacks who attempted to enchant her with skillful dances and hip vocabularies, believing her to be community property. She would be polite and aloof, and much later, it then being my turn, she would look at me expectantly, and I would force a smile and say, no. The last round was played while taking her home in a subway car on a hot August night. And one side of the car was black, intense and hating, and the other side was white and of the same mind. There was not enough room on either side for the two of us to sit, and we would not separate. So we stood, holding onto a steel post through all the stops, feeling all the eyes between the two sides of the car and the two sides of the world. We aged, and getting off finally at the stop, which was no longer ours, we looked at each other again expectantly, and there was nothing left to say. I began to avoid the old man, would not answer the door when I knew it was he who was knocking, and waited until very late at night, when he could not possibly be awake, to haul the trash down. I hated the building then, and I was really a janitor for the first time. I slept a lot and wrote very little, and I did not give a damn about Medicare, the AMA, the building, Meg, or the crazy dog. I began to consider moving out. In that same week, Miss O'Hara finally succeeded in badgering Murphy, the celibate Irishman, and a few other tenants into signing a complaint about the dog. No doubt Murphy signed because he was a nice fellow, and women like Miss O'Hara had always dominated him. He did not really mind the dog. He did not really mind anything. She called him Frank dear. And I had the feeling that when he came to that place, fresh from Montgomery's campaign, he must have had a will of his own, but she had drained it all away year by year, so that now he would do anything just to be agreeable. One day, soon after the complaint, the little chubby property manager came around to tell Sullivan that the dog had to be taken away. Miss O'Hara told me the good news later when she finally got around to my door. Well, that crazy dog is gone now, Robert. Those two are enough. Where is the dog? I asked. I don't know, but Albert Rustin made them get him out. You should have seen the old drunk's face, she said. That dirty, old, useless man. You should be at peace now, I said. Almost, was her reply. The best thing is to get rid of those two old boozers along with that dog. I congratulated Miss O'Hara and went out. I knew that the old man would be drinking and would want to talk. But very late that evening he called on the telephone and caught me in. Rob, he said, James Sullivan here. Would you come down to my apartment like a good fellow? I want to ask you something important. I had never been in his apartment before and did not want to go then, but I went down anyway. They had 3 rooms, all grimy from corner to corner. There was a peculiar odor in that place I did not ever want to smell again, and his wife was dragging herself around the room, talking in mumbles. When she saw me come in the door, she said, I can't clean it up. I just can't. Look at that window. I can't reach it. I can't keep it clean. She threw up both her hands and held her head down and to the side. The whole place is dirty, and I can't clean it up. What do you want? I said to Sullivan. Sit down. He motioned me to a kitchen chair. Have you changed the bulb on the 5th floor? It's done. He was silent for a while, drinking from a bottle of sherry, and he gave me some in a dirty glass. "You're the first person who's been in here in years," he said. "We couldn't have company because of the dog." Somewhere in my mind was a note that I should never go into his apartment, for the dog had never been the reason. "Well, he's gone now," I said, fingering the dirty glass of sherry. He began to cry. "They took my dog away," he said. "It was all I had. How can they take a man's dog away from him?" There was nothing I could say. "I couldn't do nothing," he continued. After a while he added, "But I know who it was. It was that old bitch O'Hara. Don't ever trust her, Rob. She smiles in your face, but it was her kind that laughed when they burned Joan of Arc in the stake." Seeing him there crying and making me feel unmanly because I wanted to touch him or say something warm also made me eager to be far away and running hard. "Everybody's got problems," I said. "I don't have a girl now." He brightened immediately, and for a while he looked almost happy in his old cat's eyes. Then he staggered over to my chair and held out his hand. I did not touch it, and he finally pulled it back. "I know how you feel," he said. "I know just how you feel." "Sure," I said. "But you, young man, you have a future, but not me. I'll be dead inside of a year." Just then his wife dragged herself in to offer me a cigar. They were being hospitable, and I forced myself to drink a little of the sherry. "They took my dog away today," she mumbled. "That's all I had in the world, my dog." I looked at the old man. He was drinking from the bottle. During the first week of September, one of the middle-aged men down by the Charles got tired of looking and tried to take a necking girl away from her boyfriend. The police hauled him off to jail, and the girl pulled down her skirt tearfully. A few days later, another man exposed himself near the same spot, and that same week a dead body was found on the banks of the Charles. The miniskirt brigade had moved out of the yard, and it was quiet and green and peaceful there. In our building, another Jewish couple moved into 44. They did not eat gourmet stuff, and on occasion threw out pork and bean cans. But I had lost interest in perception. I now had many records for my stereo, loads of SS Pure stuff, and a small bottle of Cheuse Regal, which I never opened. I was working good again, and I did not miss other things as much, or at least I told myself that. The old man was coming up steadily now, at least 3 times a day, and I had resigned myself to it. If I refused to let him in, he would always come back later with a missing bulb on the 5th floor. We had taken to buying cases of beer together, and when he had finished his half, which was very frequently, he would come up to polish off mine. I began to enjoy talking politics, the AMA, Medicare, beatniks, and listening to him recite from books he had read. I discovered that he was very well read in history, philosophy, literature, and law. He was extraordinarily fond of saying, "I am really a cut about being a building superintendent. Circumstances made me what I am." And even though he was drunk and dirty, and it was very late at night, I believed him, and liked him anyway, because having him there was much better than being alone. After he had gone, I could sleep, and I was not lonely asleep, and it did not really matter how late I was at work the next morning, because when I thought about it all, I discovered that nothing really matters except not being old and being alive and having potential to dream about and not being alone.
This is Mary Gordon reading The Interior Castle by Jean Stafford from Partisan Review. Pansy Vanneman, injured in an automobile accident, often woke up before dawn when the night noises of the hospital still came in hushed hurry through her half-open door. By day, when the nurses talked audibly with the interns, laughed without inhibition, and took no pains to soften their footsteps on the resounding composition floors, the routine of the hospital seemed as bland and commonplace as that of a bank or a factory. But in the dark hours, the whispering and the quickly stilled clatter of glasses and basins, the moans of patients whose morphine was wearing off, the soft squeak of a stretcher as it rolled past on its way from the emergency ward, these suggested agony and death. Thus, on the first morning, Pansy had faltered to consciousness long before daylight, and had found herself in a ward from every bed of which, it seemed to her, came the bewildered protest of someone about to die. A caged light burned on the floor beside the bed next to hers. Her neighbor was dying, and a priest was administering extreme unction. He was stout and elderly, and he suffered from asthma, so that the struggle of his breathing, so close to her, was the basic pattern, and all the other sounds were superimposed upon it. 2 middle-aged men in overcoats knelt on the floor beside the high bed. In a foreign tongue, the half-gone woman babbled against the hissing and sighing of the Latin prayers. She played with her rosary as if it were a toy. She tried and failed to put it into her mouth. Pansy felt horror, but she felt no pity. An hour or so later, when the white ceiling lights were turned on and everything, faces, counterpanes, and the hands that groped upon them, was transformed into a uniform gray sorter, the woman was wheeled away in her bed to die somewhere else, in privacy. Pansy did not quite take this in, although she stared for a long time at the new empty bed that had replaced the other. The next morning, when she again woke up before the light, this time in a private room, she recalled the woman with such sorrow that she might have been a friend. Simultaneously, she mourned the driver of the taxicab in which she had been injured, for he had died at about noon the day before. She had been told this as she lay on a stretcher in the corridor, waiting to be taken to the X-ray room. An intern passing by had paused and smiled down at her and had said, "Your cab driver is dead. You were lucky." 6 weeks after the accident, she woke one morning just as daylight was showing on the windows as a murky smear. It was a minute or two before she realized why she was so reluctant to be awake, why her uneasiness amounted almost to alarm. Then she remembered that her nose was to be operated on today. She lay straight and motionless under the seersucker counterpane. Her blood-red eyes in her darned face stared through the window and saw a frozen river and leafless elm trees and a grizzled esplanade where dogs danced on the ends of leashes, their bundled-up owners stumbling after them, half-blind with sleepiness and cold. Warm as the hospital room was, it did not prevent Pansy from knowing as keenly as though she were one of the walkers how very cold it was outside. Each twig of a nearby tree was stark. Cold red brick buildings nudged the low-lying sky, which was pale and inert like a punctured sack. In 6 weeks the scene had varied little. There was promise in the skies neither of sun nor of snow. No red sunsets marked these days. The trees could neither die nor leaf out again. Pansy could not remember another season in her life so constant, when the very minutes themselves were suffused with the winter pallor as they dropped from the moon-faced clock in the corridor. In the same way, her room accomplished no alterations from day to day. On the glass-topped bureau stood 2 potted plants telegraphed by faraway well-wishers. They did not fade, and if a leaf turned brown and fell, it soon was replaced. So did the blossoms renew themselves. The roots, like the skies and like the bare trees, seemed zealously determined to maintain a status quo. The bedside table, covered every day with a clean white towel, though the one removed was always immaculate, was furnished sparsely with a water glass, a bent drinking tube, a sweating pitcher, and a stack of paper handkerchiefs. There were a few letters in the drawer, a hairbrush, a pencil, and some postal cards on which from time to time she wrote brief messages to relatives and friends. Dr. Nash says that my reflexes are ship-shape, sick, and Dr. Rivers says the frontal fracture has all but healed and that the occipital is coming along nicely. Dr. Nicholas, the nose doctor, promises to operate as soon as Dr. Rivers gives him the go-ahead sign, sick. The bed itself was never rumpled. Once fretful and now convalescent, Miss Vanneman might have been expected to toss or turn the pillows or to unmoor the counterpane. But hour after hour and day after day she lay at full length and would not even suffer the nurses to raise the headpiece of the adjustable bed. So perfect and stubborn was her body's immobility that it was as if the room and the landscape, mortified by the ice, were extensions of herself. Her resolute quiescence and her disinclination to talk, the one seeming somehow to proceed from the other, resembled, so the nurses said, a final coma, and they observed, in pitying indignation, that she might as well be dead for all the interest she took in life. Among themselves they scolded her for what they thought a moral weakness. An automobile accident, no matter how serious, was not reason enough for anyone to give up the will to live or to be happy. She had not, to come down bluntly to the facts, had the decency to be grateful that it was the driver of the cab and not she who had died, and how dreadfully the man had died. She was 25 years old and she came from a distant city. These were really the only facts known about her. Evidently she had not been here long, for she had no visitors, a lack which was at first sadly moving to the nurses, but which became to them a source of unreasonable annoyance. Had anyone the right to live so one-dimensionally? It was impossible to laugh at her, for she said nothing absurd. Her demands could not be complained of because they did not exist. She could not be hated for a sharp tongue nor for a supercilious one. She could not be admired for bravery or for wit or for interest in her fellow creatures. She was believed to be a frightful snob. Pansy, for her part, took a secret and mischievous pleasure in the bewilderment of her attendants, and the more they courted her with offers of magazines, crossword puzzles, and a radio that she could rent from the hospital, the farther she retired from them into herself and into the world which she had created in her long hours here, and which no one could ever penetrate nor imagine. Sometimes she did not even answer the nurses' questions as they rubbed her back with alcohol and steadily discoursed. She was as remote from them as if she were miles away. She did not think that she lived on a higher plane than that of the nurses and the doctors, but that she lived on a different one, and that at this particular time, this time of exploration and habituation, she had no extra strength to spend on making herself known to them. All she had been before, and all the memories she might have brought out to disturb the monotony of, say, the morning bath, and all that the past meant to the future when she would leave the hospital, were of no present consequence to her. Not even in her thoughts did she employ more than a minimum of memory. And when she did remember, it was in flat pictures rigorously independent of one another. She saw her thin, poetic mother, who grew thinner and more poetic, in her canvas deck chair at Saranac, reading Lalla Rookh. She saw herself in an inappropriate pink hat, drinking iced tea in a garden so oppressive with the smell of phlox that the tea itself tasted of it. She recalled an afternoon in autumn in Vermont, when she had heard 3 dogs' voices in the north woods, and she could tell by the characteristic minor key struck 3 times at intervals, like bells from several churches, that they had treed something. The eastern sky was pink, and the trees on the horizon looked like some eccentric vascular system meticulously drawn on colored paper. What Pansy thought of all the time was her own brain. Not only the brain as the seat of consciousness, but the physical organ itself, which she envisaged romantically, now as a jewel, now as a flower, now as a light in a glass, now as an envelope of rosy vellum containing other envelopes, one within the other, diminishing infinitely. It was always pink and always fragile, always deeply interior and invaluable. She believed that she had reached the innermost chamber of knowledge, and that perhaps her knowledge was the same as the saint's achievement of pure love. It was only convention, she thought, that made one say sacred heart and not sacred brain. Often, but never articulately, the color pink troubled her, and the picture of herself in the wrong hat hung steadfastly before her mind's eye. None of the other girls had worn hats, and since autumn had come early that year, they were dressed in green and rusty brown and dark yellow. Poor Pansy wore a white eyelet frock with a lacing of black ribbon around the square neck. When she came through the arch, overhung with bittersweet, and saw that they had not yet heard her, she almost turned back, but Mr. Oliver was there, and she was in love with him. She was in love with him, though he was 10 years older than she, and had never shown any interest in her, beyond asking her once quite fatuously, but in an intimate voice, if the yodeling of the little boy who peddled clams did not make her wish to visit Switzerland. Actually, there was more to this question than met the eye, for some days later Pansy learned that Mr. Oliver, who was immensely rich, kept an apartment in Geneva. In the garden that day he spoke to her only once. He said, "My dear, you look exactly like something out of Catherine Mansfield," and immediately turned and within her hearing asked Beatrice Sherburne to dine with him that night at the country club. Afterward, Pansy went down to the sea and threw the beautiful hat onto the full tide and saw it vanish in the wake of a trawler. Thereafter, when she heard the clam boy coming down the road, she locked the door, and when the knocking had stopped and her mother called down from her chaise-longue, "Who was it, dearie?" she replied, "A salesman." It was only the fact that the hat had been pink that worried her. The rest of the memory was trivial, for she knew that she could never again love anything as ecstatically as she loved the spirit of Pansy Vanneman enclosed within her head. But her study was not without distraction, and she fought two adversaries, Pain and Dr. Nicholas. Against Dr. Nicholas she defended herself valorously and in fear, but Pain, the Pain, that is, that was independent of his instruments, she sometimes forced upon herself adventurously, like a child scaring himself in a graveyard. Dr. Nicholas greatly admired her crushed and splintered nose, which he daily probed and peered at, exclaiming that he had never seen anything like it. His shapely hands ached for their knives. He was impatient with the skull-fracture man's cautious delay. He spoke of our nose, and said we would be a new person when we could breathe again. His own nose was magnificent. Not even his own brilliant surgery could have improved upon it, nor could a first-rate sculptor have duplicated its direct downward line, which permitted only the least curvature inward toward the end, or the delicately rounded lateral declivities, or the thin-walled, perfectly matched nostrils. Miss Vanneman did not doubt his humaneness or his talent. He was a celebrated man, but she questioned whether he had imagination. Immediately beyond the prongs of his speculum lay her treasure, whose price he, no more than the nurses, could estimate. She believed he could not destroy it, but she feared that he might maim it, might leave a scratch on one of the brilliant facets of the jewel, bruise a petal of the flower, smudge the glass where the light burned, blot the envelopes, and that then she would die or would go mad. While she did not question that in either eventuality her brain would after a time redeem its original impeccability, she did not quite yet wish to enter upon either kind of eternity, for she was not certain that she could carry with her knowledge as well as its receptacle. Blunderer that he was, Dr. Nicholas was an honorable enemy, not like the demon, Pain, which skulked in 1,000 guises within her head, and which often she recklessly willed to attack her, and then drove back in terror. After the rout, sweat streamed from her face and soaked the neck of the coarse hospital shirt. To be sure, it came usually of its own accord, running like a wildfire through all the convolutions to fill with flame the small sockets and ravines, and then at last to withdraw, leaving behind a throbbing and an echo. On these occasions she was as helpless as a tree in a wind. But at the other times, when, by closing her eyes and rolling up the eyeballs in such a way that she fancied she looked directly on the place where her brain was, the pain woke sluggishly and came toward her at a snail's pace. Then, bit by bit, it gained speed. Sometimes it faltered back, subsided altogether, and then it rushed like a tidal wave driven by a hurricane, lashing and roaring until she lifted her hands from the counterpane, crushed her broken teeth into her swollen lip, stared in panic at the soothing walls with her ruby eyes, stretched out her legs until she felt their bones must snap. Each cove, each narrow inlet, every living bay was flooded, and the frail brain, a little hat-shaped boat, was washed from its mooring and set adrift. The skull was as vast as the world, and the brain was as small as a seashell. Then came calm weather and the safe journey home. She kept vigil for a while, though, and did not close her eyes, but gazing serenely at the trees, conceived of the pain as the guardian of her treasure who would not let her see it. That was why she was handled so savagely whenever she turned her eyes inward. Once this watch was interrupted. By chance she looked into the corridor and saw a shaggy mop slink past the door, followed by a senile porter. A pair of ancient eyes, as rheumy as an old dog's, stared uncritically in at her, and a toothless mouth formed a brutish word. She was so surprised that she immediately closed her eyes to shut out the shape of the word, and the pain dug up the unmapped regions of her head with mattocks, ludicrously huge. It was the familiar pain, but this time, even as she endured it, she observed with detachment that its effect upon her was less than that of its contents, the byproducts, for example, of temporal confusion and the bizarre misapplication of the style of one sensation to another. At the moment, for example, although her brain reiterated to her that it was being assailed, she was stroking her right wrist with her left hand as though to assuage the ache, long since dispelled, of the sprain in the joint. Some minutes after she had opened her eyes and left off soothing her wrist, she lay rigid, experiencing the sequel to the pain, an ideal terror. For, as before on several occasions, she was overwhelmed with the knowledge that the pain had been consummated in the vessel of her mind, and for the moment the vessel was unbeautiful. She thought quailing of those plastic folds as palpable as the fingers of locked hands, containing in their very cells, their fissures, their repulsive hemispheres, the mind, the soul, the inscrutable intelligence. The porter then, like the pink hat and like her mother and the hound's voices, loitered with her. Dr. Nicholas came at 9 o'clock to prepare her for the operation. With him came an entourage of white-frocked acolytes, and one of them wheeled in a wagon on which lay knives and scissors and pincers, cans of swabs and gauze. In the midst of these was a bowl of liquid whose rich purple color made it seem strange, like the brew of an alchemist. "All set?" the surgeon asked her, smiling. "Little nervous, what? I don't blame you. I've often said I'd rather break a leg than have a submucous resection." Pansy thought for a moment he was going to touch his nose. His approach to her was roundabout. He moved through the yellow light shed by the globe in the ceiling, which gave his forehead a liquid gloss. He paused by the bureau and touched a blossom of the cyclamen. He looked out the window and said to no one and to all, "I couldn't start my car this morning. Came in a cab." Then he came forward. As he came, he removed a speculum from the pocket of his short-sleeved coat, and like a cat, inquiring of the nature of a surface with its paws, he put out his hand toward her and drew it back, gently murmuring, "You must not be afraid, my dear. There is no danger, you know. Do you think for a minute I would operate if there were?" Dr. Nicholas, young, brilliant, and handsome, was an aristocrat, a husband, a father, a clubman, a Christian, a kind counselor, and a trustee of his preparatory school. Like many of the medical profession, even those whose specialty was centered on the organ of the basest sense, he interested himself in the psychology of his patients. In several instances, for example, he had found that severe attacks of sinusitis were coincident with emotional crises. Miss Vanneman more than ordinarily captured his fancy, since her skull had been fractured and her behavior throughout had been so extraordinary that he felt he was observing at first hand some of the results of shock, that incommensurable element which frequently were too subtle to see. There was, for example, the matter of her complete passivity during a lumbar puncture, reports of which were written down in her history and were enlarged upon for him by Dr. Rivers' intern, who had been in charge. Except for a tremor in her throat and a deepening of pallor, there were no signs at all that she was aware of what was happening to her. She made no sound, did not close her eyes nor clench her fists. She had had several punctures. Her only reaction had been to the very first one, the morning after she had been brought in. When the intern explained to her that he was going to drain off cerebrospinal fluid, which was pressing against her brain, she exclaimed, "My God!" But it was not an exclamation of fear. The young man had been unable to name what it was he had heard in her voice. He could only say that it had not been fear, as he had observed it in other patients. Dr. Nicholas wondered about her. There was no way of guessing whether she had always had a nature of so tolerant and undemanding a complexion. It gave him a melancholy pleasure to think that before her accident she had been high-spirited and loquacious. He was moved to think that perhaps she had been a beauty, and that when she had first seen her face in the looking-glass she had lost all joy in herself. It was very difficult to tell what the face had been, for it was so bruised and swollen, so hacked up and lopsided. The black stitches, the length of the nose, across the saddle, across the cheekbone, showed that there would be unsightly scars. He had ventured once to give her the name of a plastic surgeon, but she had only replied with a vague, refusing smile. He had hoisted a manly shoulder and said, "You're the doctor." Much as he pondered, coming to no conclusions about what went on inside that pitiable skull, he was, of course, far more interested in the nose, deranged so badly that it would require his topmost skill to restore its functions to it. He would be obliged not only to make a submucous resection, a simple run-of-the-mill operation, but to remove the vomer, always a delicate task, but further complicated in this case by the proximity of the bone to the frontal fracture line, which conceivably was not entirely closed. If it were not, and he operated too soon, and if a cold germ then found its way into the opening, his patient would be carried off by meningitis in the twinkling of an eye. He wondered if she knew in what potential danger she lay. He desired to assure her that he had brought his craft to its nearest perfection and that she had nothing to fear of him. But feeling that she was perhaps both ignorant and unimaginative, and that such consolation would create a fear rather than dispel one, he held his tongue and came nearer to the bed. Watching him, Pansy could already feel the prongs of his pliers opening her nostrils for the insertion of his fine probers. The pain he caused her with his instruments was of a different kind from that she felt unaided. It was a naked, clean, and vivid pain that made her faint and ill, and made her wish to die. Once she had fainted, as he ruthlessly explored, and after she was brought around, he continued until he had finished his investigation. The memory of this outrage had afterwards several times made her cry. This morning she looked at him and listened to him with hatred. Fixing her eyes upon the middle of his high, protuberant brow, she imagined the clutter behind it, and she despised its obtuse imperfection. In his bland unawareness, this nobody, this nose bigot, was about to play with fire, and she wished him ill. He said, "I can't blame you. No, I expect you're not looking forward to our little party, but you'll be glad to be able to breathe again." He stationed his lieutenants. The intern stood opposite him on the left side of the bed. The surgical nurse wheeled the wagon within easy reach of his hands and stood beside it. Another nurse stood at the foot of the bed. A third drew the shades at the windows and attached a blinding light that shone down on the patient hotly, and then she left the room, softly closing the door. Pansy stared at the silver ribbon tied in a great bow round the green crepe paper of one of the flower pots. It made her realize for the first time that one of the days she had lain here had been Christmas. But she had no time to consider this strange and thrilling fact, for Dr. Nicholas was genially explaining his anesthetic. He would soak packs of gauze in the purple fluid, a cocaine solution, and he would place them in her nostrils, leaving them there for an hour. He warned her that the packing would be disagreeable. He did not say painful, but that it would be well worth a few minutes of discomfort not to be in the least sick after the operation. He asked her if she were ready, and when she nodded her head, he adjusted the mirror on his forehead and began. At the first touch of his speculum, Pansy's fingers mechanically bent to the palms of her hands, and she stiffened. He said, "A pack, Miss Kennedy," and Pansy closed her eyes. There was a rush of plunging pain as he drove the sodden gobbet of gauze high up into her nose, and something bitter burned in her throat so that she retched. The doctor paused a moment, and the surgical nurse wiped Pansy's mouth. He returned to her with another pack, pushing it with his bodkin doggedly until it lodged against the first. "Stop! Stop!" cried all her nerves, wailing along the surface of her skin. The coats that covered them were torn off, and they shuddered like naked people screaming, "Stop! Stop!" But Dr. Nicholas did not hear. Time and again he came back with a fresh pack and did not pause at all until one nostril was finished. She opened her eyes and saw him wipe the sweat off his forehead and saw the dark intern bending over her, fascinated. Miss Kennedy bathed her temples in ice water, and Dr. Nicholas said, "There, it won't be much longer. I'll tell them to send you some coffee, though I'm afraid you won't be able to taste it. Ever drink coffee with chicory in it? I have no use for it." She snatched at his irrelevancy, and though she had never tasted chicory, she said severely, "I love it." Dr. Nicholas chuckled. "De gustibus. Ready? A pack, Miss Kennedy." The second nostril was harder to pack, since the other side was now distended, and this passage was anyway much narrower, as narrow, he had once remarked, as that in the nose of an infant. In such pain as passed all language and even the farthest fetched analogies, She turned her eyes inward, thinking that under the obscuring cloak of the surgeon's pain she could see her brain without the knowledge of its keeper. But Dr. Nicholas and his aides would give her no peace. They surrounded her with their murmuring and their foot shuffling and the rustling of their starched uniforms, and her eyelids continually flew back in embarrassment and mistrust. She was claimed entirely by this present meaningless pain, and suddenly and sharply she forgot what she had meant to do. She was aware of nothing but her ascent to the summit of something. What it was she did not know, whether it was a tower or a peak or Jacob's ladder. Now she was an abstract word, now she was a theorem of geometry, now she was a kite flying, a top spinning, a prism flashing, a kaleidoscope turning. But none of the others in the room could see inside, and when the surgeon was finished, the nurse at the foot of the bed said, "Now you must take a look in the mirror. It's simply too comical." And they all laughed intimately like old fast friends. She smiled politely and looked at her reflection. Over the gruesomely fattened snout, her scarlet eyes stared in fixed reproach upon her upturned lips, gray with bruises. But even in its smile of betrayal, the mouth itself was puzzled. It reminded her that something had been left behind, but she could not recall what it was. She was hollowed out and was as dry as a white bone. They strapped her ankles to the operating table and put leather nooses round her wrists. Over her head was a mirror with 1,000 facets in which she saw 1,000 travesties of her face. At her right side was the table, shrouded in white, where lay the glittering blades of the many knives, thrusting out fitful rays of light. All the cloth was frosty. Everything was white or silver and as cold as snow. Dr. Nicholas, a tall snowman with silver eyes and silver fingernails, came into the room soundlessly, for he walked on layers and layers of snow that deadened his footsteps. Behind him came the intern, a smaller snowman, less impressively proportioned. At the foot of the table, a snow figure put her frozen hands upon Pansy's helpless feet. The doctor plucked the packs from the cold, numb nose. His laugh was like a cry on a bitter, still night. "I will show you now," he called across the expanse of snow, "that you can feel nothing." The pincers bit at nothing, snapped at the air, and cracked a nerveless icicle. Pansy called back and heard her own voice echo, "I feel nothing." Here the walls were gray, not tan. Suddenly the face of the nurse at the foot of the table broke apart, and Pansy first thought it was in grief. But it was a smile, and she said, "Did you enjoy your coffee?" Down the gray corridors of the maze the words rippled, ran like mice, birds, broken beads. "Did you enjoy your coffee, your coffee, your coffee?" Similarly, once in another room that also had gray walls, the same voice had said, "Shall I give her some whiskey?" She was overcome with gratitude that this young woman, how pretty she was with her white hair and her white face and her china blue eyes, had been with her that first night and was with her now. In the great stillness of the winter, the operation began. The knives carved snow. Pansy was happy. She had been given a hypnotic just before they came to fetch her, and she would have gone to sleep had she not enjoyed so much this trickery of Dr. Nicholas, whom now she tenderly loved. There was a clock in the operating room, and from time to time she looked at it. An hour passed. The snowman's face was melting. Drops of water hung from his fine nose, but his silver eyes were as bright as ever. Her love was returned, she knew. He loved her nose exactly as she loved his knives. She looked at her face in the domed mirror and saw how the blood had streaked her lily-white cheeks and had stained her shroud. She returned to the private song. Did you enjoy your coffee? Your coffee? At the half-hour, a murmur, anguine and slumberous, came to her, and only when she had repeated the words twice did they engrave their meaning upon her. Dr. Nicholas said, "Stand back now, nurse. I'm at this girl's brain, and I don't want my elbow jogged." Instantly Pansy was alive. Her strapped ankles arched angrily, her wrists strained against their bracelets. She jerked her head, and she felt the pain flare. She had made the knife slip. "Be still," cried the surgeon. "Be quiet, please." He had made her remember what it was she had lost when he had rammed his gauze into her nose. She bustled like a housewife to shut the door. She thought, "I must hurry before the robbers come." It would be like the time Mother left the cellar door open and the robber came and took, of all things, the terrarium. Dr. Nicholas was whispering to her. He said in the voice of a lover, "If you can stand it 5 minutes more, I can perform the second operation now, and you won't have to go through this again. What do you say?" She did not reply. It took her several seconds to remember why it was her mother had set such store by the terrarium, and then it came to her that the bishop's widow had brought her an herb from Palestine to put in it. The intern said, "You don't want to have your nose packed again, do you?" The surgical nurse said, "She's a good patient, isn't she, sir?" "Never had a better," replied Dr. Nicholas. "But don't call me sir. You must be a Canadian to call me sir." The nurse at the foot of the bed said, "I'll order some more coffee for you." "How about it, Miss Veneman?" said the doctor. "Shall I go ahead?" She debated. Once she had finally fled the hospital and fled Dr. Nicholas, nothing could compel her to come back. Still, she knew that the time would come when she could no longer live in seclusion. She must go into the world again, and must be equipped to live in it. She banally acknowledged that she must be able to breathe. And finally, though the world to which she would return remained unreal, she gave the surgeon her permission. He had now to penetrate regions that were not anesthetized, and this he told her frankly, but he said that there was no danger at all. He apologized for the slip of the tongue he had made. In point of fact, he had not been near her brain. It was only a figure of speech. He began. The knives ground and carved and curried and scoured the wounds they made. The scissors clipped hard gristle, and the scalpels chipped off bone. It was as if a tangle of tiny nerves were being cut dexterously, one by one. The pain writhed spirally and came to her who was a pink bird and sat on the top of a cone. The pain was a pyramid made of a diamond. It was an intense light. It was the hottest fire, the coldest chill, the highest peak, the fastest force, the furthest reach, the newest time. It possessed nothing of her but its one infinitesimal scene. Beyond the screen, as thin as gossamer, the brain trembled for its life, hearing the knives hunting like wolves outside, sniffing and snapping. "Mercy! Mercy!" cried the scalped nerves. At last, miraculously, she turned her eyes inward tranquilly. Dr. Nicholas had said, "The worst is over. I am going to work on the floor of your nose." And at his signal she closed her eyes, and this time alone, she saw her brain lying in a shell-pink satin case. It was a pink pearl, no bigger than a needle's eye, but it was so beautiful and so pure that its smallness made no difference. Anyhow, as she watched, it grew. It grew larger and larger until it was an enormous bubble that contained the surgeon and the whole room within its rosy luster. In a long-ago summer, she had often been absorbed by the spectacle of flocks of yellow birds that visited a cedar tree, and she remembered that everything that summer had been some shade of yellow. 1 year of childhood, her mother had frequently taken her to have tea with an aged schoolmistress, upon whose mantelpiece there was a herd of ivory elephants. That had been the white year. There was a green spring, when early in April she had seen a grass snake on a boulder. But the very summer that followed was violet, for vetch took her mother's garden. She saw a swatch of blue tulle lying in a raffia basket on the front porch of Uncle Marion's brown house. Never before had the world been pink, whatever else it had been. Or had it been one other time? She could not be sure, and she did not care. Of one thing she was certain: never had the world enclosed her before, and never had the quiet been so smooth. For only a moment the busybodies left her to her ecstasy, and then, impatient and gossiping, they forced their way inside, slashed at her resisting trance with questions and congratulations, with statements of fact and jokes. "Later," she said to them dumbly. "Later on, perhaps. I am busy now." But their voices would not go away. They touched her, too, washing her face with cloths so cold they stung, stroking her wrists with firm, antiseptic fingers. The surgeon, squeezing her arm with avuncular pride, said, "Good girl," as if she were a bright dog that had retrieved a bone. Her silent mind abused him. "You are a thief," it said. "You are heartless, and you should be put to death." But he was leaving, adjusting his coat with an air of vainglory, and the intern, abject with admiration, followed him from the operating room, smiling like a silly boy. Shortly after they took her back to her room, the weather changed, not for the better. Momentarily the sun emerged from its concealing murk, but in a few minutes the snow came with a wind that promised a blizzard. There was great pain, but since it could not serve her, she rejected it, and she lay as if in a hammock in a pause of bitterness. She closed her eyes, shutting herself up within her treasureless head.
This is Alan Cheuse, reading The German Refugee by Bernard Malamud from the Saturday Evening Post. Oscar Gassner sits in his cotton mesh undershirt and summer bathrobe at the window of his stuffy, hot, dark hotel room on West 10th Street, while I cautiously knock. Outside, across the sky, a late June green twilight fades in darkness. The refugee fumbles for the light and stares at me, hiding despair, but not pain. I was in those days a poor student and would brashly attempt to teach anybody anything for $1 an hour, although I have since learned better. Mostly, I gave English lessons to recently arrived refugees. The college sent me. I had acquired a little experience. Already a few of my students were trying their broken English, theirs and mine, in the American marketplace. I was then just 20, on my way into my senior year in college, a skinny, life-hungry kid eating himself waiting for the next World War to start. It was a goddamn cheat. Here I was palpitating to get going, and across the ocean, Adolf Hitler, in black boots and a square mustache, was tearing up all the flowers. Will I ever forget what went on with Danzig that summer? Times were still hard from the Depression, but anyway, I made a little living from the poor refugees. They were all over uptown Broadway in 1939. I had 4 I tutored: Karl Otto Alp, the former film star; Wolfgang Novak, once a brilliant economist; Friedrich Wilhelm Wolff, who had taught medieval history at Heidelberg; and after that night I met him in his disordered, cheap hotel room, Oscar Gassner, the Berlin critic and journalist, at one time on the 8 Uhr Abendblatt. They were accomplished men, I had my nerve associating with them, but that's what a world crisis does for people. They get educated. Oscar was maybe 50, his thick hair turning gray. He had a big face and heavy hands. His shoulders sagged. His eyes, too, were heavy, a clouded blue. And as he stared at me after I had identified myself, doubt spread in them like underwater currents. It was as if on seeing me, he had again been defeated. I stayed at the door in silence. In such cases, I would rather be elsewhere, but I had to make a living. Finally, he opened the door, and I entered. Rather, he released it, and I was in. Bitte. He offered me a seat, and didn't know where to sit himself. He would attempt to say something and then stop, as though it could not possibly be said. The room was cluttered with clothing, boxes of books he had managed to get out of Germany, and some paintings. Oscar sat on a box and attempted to fan himself with his meaty hand. "This heat," he muttered, forcing his mind to the deed. "Impossible. I do not know such heat." It was bad enough for me, but terrible for him. He had difficulty breathing. He tried again to speak, lifted a hand, and let it drop like a dead duck. He breathed as though he were fighting a battle, and maybe he won, because after 10 minutes we sat and slowly talked. Like most educated Germans, Oscar had at one time studied English. Although he was certain he couldn't say a word, he managed sometimes to put together a fairly decent, if rather comical, English sentence. He misplaced consonants, mixed up nouns and verbs, and mangled idioms, yet we were able at once to communicate. We conversed, mostly in English, with an occasional assist by me in Pidgin German or Yiddish, what he called Jiddish. He had been to America before, last year, for a short visit. He had come a month before Kristallnacht, when the Nazis shattered the Jewish store windows and burned all the synagogues, to see if he could find a job for himself. He had no relatives in America, and getting a job would permit him quickly to enter the country. He had been promised something, not in journalism, but with the help of a foundation, as a lecturer. Then he had returned to Berlin, and after a frightening delay of 6 months, was permitted to emigrate. He had sold whatever he could, managed to get some paintings, gifts of Bauhaus friends, and some boxes of books out by bribing 2 Nazi border guards. He had said goodbye to his wife and left the accursed country. He gazed at me with cloudy eyes. "We parted amicably," he said in German. My wife was Gentile. Her mother was an appalling anti-Semite. They returned to live in Stettin. I asked no questions. Gentile is Gentile. Germany is Germany. His new job was in the Institute for Public Studies here in New York. He was to give a lecture a week in the fall term, and during next spring a course in English translation on the literature of the Weimar Republic. He had never taught before and was afraid to. He was in that way to be introduced to the public, but the thought of giving the lecture in English just about paralyzed him. He didn't see how he could do it. "How is it possible? I cannot say 2 words. I cannot pronunciate. I will make a fool of myself." His melancholy deepened. Already in the 2 months since his arrival, and after a round of diminishingly expensive hotel rooms, he had had 2 English tutors, and I was the 3rd. The others had given him up, he said, because his progress was so poor, and he thought also that he depressed them. He asked me whether I felt I could do something for him, or should he go to a speech specialist, someone, say, who charged $5 an hour, and beg his assistance. "You could try him," I said, "and then come back to me." In those days I figured what I knew, I knew. At that he managed to smile. Still, I wanted him to make up his mind, or it would be no confidence down the line. He said after a while that he would stay with me. If he went to the $5 professor, it might help his tongue, but not his stomach. He would have no money left to eat with. The Institute had paid him in advance for the summer, but it was only $300 and all he had. He looked at me dully. "Ich weiß nicht, wie ich weitermachen soll. I figured it was time to move past the first step. Either we did that quickly, or it would be like drilling rock for a long time. Let's stand at the mirror, I said. He rose with a sigh and stood there beside me. I, thin, elongated, red-headed, praying for success, his and mine. Oscar uneasy, fearful, finding it hard to face either of us in the faded round glass above his dresser. Please, I said to him, could you say right? Right, he gargled. No, right. You put your tongue here. I showed him where. As he tensely watched the mirror, I tensely watched him. The tip of it curls behind the ridge on top, like this. He placed his tongue where I showed him. Please, I said, now say right. Oscar's tongue fluttered. Right. That's good. Now say treasure. That's harder. Treasure. The tongue goes up in front, not in the back of the mouth. Look. He tried, his brow wet, eyes straining. Treasure. That's it. A miracle, Oscar murmured. I said if he had done that, he could do the rest. We went for a bus ride up Fifth Avenue, and then walked for a while around Central Park Lake. He had put on his German hat with its hatband bow at the back, a broad-lapelled wool suit, a necktie twice as wide as the one I was wearing, and walked with a small-footed waddle. The night wasn't bad. It had got a bit cooler. There were a few large stars in the sky, and they made me sad. Do you think I will success? Why not? I asked. Later he bought me a bottle of beer. To many of these people, articulate as they were, the great loss was the loss of language, that they could no longer say what was in them to say. They could, of course, manage to communicate, but just to communicate was frustrating. As Carl Otto Alp, the ex-film star who became a buyer for Macy's, put it years later, I felt like a child, or worse, often like a moron. I am left with myself unexpressed. What I knew, indeed what I am, becomes to me a burden. My tongue hangs useless. The same with Oscar, it figures. There was a terrible sense of useless tongue. And I think the reason for his trouble with his other tutors was that to keep from drowning in things unsaid, he wanted to swallow the ocean in a gulp. Today, he would learn English, and tomorrow wow them with an impeccable 4th of July speech, followed by a successful lecture at the Institute for Public Studies. We performed our lessons slowly, step by step, everything in its place. After Oscar moved to a 2-room apartment in a house on West 85th Street near the Drive, we met 3 times a week at 4:30, worked an hour and a half. Then, since it was too hot to cook, had supper at the 72nd Street Automat and conversed on my time. The lessons we divided into 3 parts: diction exercises and reading aloud, then grammar, because Oscar felt the necessity of it, and composition correction, with conversation, as I said, thrown in at supper. So far as I could see, he was coming along. None of these exercises was giving him as much trouble as they apparently had in the past. He seemed to be learning, and his mood lightened. There were moments of elation as he heard this accent flying off. For instance, when sink became think. He stopped calling himself hopeless. Neither of us said much about the lecture he had to give early in October, and I kept my fingers crossed. It was somehow to come out of what we were doing daily, I think I felt, but exactly how, I had no idea. And to tell the truth, although I didn't say so to Oscar, the lecture frightened me. That and the 10 more to follow during the fall term. Later, when I learned that he had been attempting with the help of the dictionary to write in English and had produced a complete disaster, I suggested maybe he ought to stick to German, and we could afterward both try to put it into passable English. I was cheating when I said that, because my German was meager. Anyway, the idea was to get Oscar into production and worry about translating later. He sweated from enervating morning to exhausted night. But no matter what language he tried, though he had been a professional writer for most of his life and knew his subject cold, the lecture refused to move past page 1. It was a sticky hot July, and the heat didn't help at all. I had met Oscar at the end of June, and by the 17th of July we were no longer doing lessons. They had foundered on the impossible lecture. He had worked on it each day in frenzy and growing despair. After writing more than 100 opening pages, he furiously flung his pen against the wall, shouting he could no longer write in that filthy tongue. He cursed the German language. He hated the damn country and the damn people. After that, what was bad became worse. When he gave up attempting to write the lecture, he stopped making progress in English. He seemed to forget what he already knew. His tongue thickened, and the accent returned in all its fruitiness. The little he had to say was in handcuffed and tortured English. The only German I heard him speak was in a whisper to himself. I doubt he knew he was talking it. That ended our formal work together, though I did drop in every other day or so to sit with him. For hours he sat motionless in a large green velour armchair, hot enough to broil in, and through the tall windows stared at the colorless sky above 85th Street with a wet, depressed eye. Then once he said to me, "If I do not this lecture prepare, I will take my life." "Let's begin again, Oscar," I said. "You dictate, and I'll write. The ideas count, not the spelling." He didn't answer, so I stopped talking. He had plunged into an involved melancholy. We sat for hours, often in profound silence. This was alarming to me, though I had already had some experience with such depression. Wolfgang Novak, the economist, though English came more easily to him, was another. His problems arose mainly, I think, from physical illness, and he felt a greater sense of the lost country than Oscar. Sometimes in the early evening I persuaded Oscar to come with me for a short walk on the drive. The tail end of sunsets over the Palisades seemed to appeal to him. At least he looked. He would put on full regalia, hat, suit coat, tie, no matter how hot, and we went slowly down the stairs, I wondering whether he would ever make it to the bottom. He seemed to me always suspended between 2 floors. We walked slowly uptown, stopping to sit on a bench and watch night rise above the Hudson. When we returned to his room, if I sensed he had loosened up a bit, we listened to music on the radio. But if I tried to sneak in a news broadcast, he said to me, "Please, I cannot more stand of world misery." I shut off the radio. He was right. It was a time of no good news. I squeezed my brain. What could I tell him? Was it good news to be alive? Who could argue the point? Sometimes I read aloud to him. I remember he liked the first part of Life on the Mississippi. We still went to the automat once or twice a week, he perhaps out of habit, because he didn't feel like going anywhere, and I to get him out of his room. Oscar ate little. He toyed with a spoon. His dull eyes looked as though they had been squirted with a dark dye. Once after a momentary cooling rainstorm, we sat on newspapers on a wet bench overlooking the river, and Oscar at last began to talk. In tormented English, he conveyed his intense and everlasting hatred of the Nazis for destroying his career, uprooting his life after half a century, and flinging him like a piece of bleeding meat to hawks. He cursed them thickly, the German nation, as an inhuman, conscienceless, merciless people. "They are pigs masquerading as peacocks," he said. "I feel certain that my wife in her heart was a Jew-hater." It was a terrible bitterness, an eloquence almost without vocabulary. He became silent again. I hoped to hear more about his wife, but decided not to ask. Afterwards, in the dark, Oscar confessed that he had attempted suicide during his first week in America. He was living at the end of May in a small hotel and had filled himself with barbiturates one night, but his phone had fallen off the table, and the hotel operator had sent up the elevator boy, who found him unconscious and called the police. He was revived in the hospital. "I did not mean to do it," he said. "It was a mistake." "Don't ever think of it again," I said. "It's total defeat." "I don't," he said wearily, "because it is so arduous to come back to life." Please, for any reason whatever. Later, when we were walking, he surprised me by saying, "Maybe we ought to try now the lecture once more." We trudged back to the house, and he sat at his hot desk, I trying to read, as he slowly began to reconstruct the first page of his lecture. He wrote, of course, in German. He got nowhere. We were back to nothing, to sitting in silence in the heat. Sometimes, after a few minutes, I had to take off before his mood overcame mine. One afternoon, I came unwillingly up the stairs. There were times I felt momentary surges of irritation with him, and was frightened to find Oscar's door ajar. When I knocked, no one answered. As I stood there, chilled down the spine, I realized I was thinking about the possibility of his attempting suicide again. "Oscar?" I went into the apartment, looked into both rooms and the bathroom, but he wasn't there. I thought he might have drifted out to get something from a store, and took the opportunity to look quickly around. There was nothing startling in the medicine chest, no pills but aspirin, no iodine. Thinking for some reason of a gun, I searched his desk drawer. In it I found a thin paper airmail letter from Germany. Even if I had wanted to, I couldn't have read the handwriting, but as I held the thin paper in my hand, I did make out one sentence. "Ich bin der 27 Jahre treu gewesen." 27 years is a long time, I thought. There was no gun in the drawer. I shut it and stopped looking. It had occurred to me that if you want to kill yourself, all you need is a straight pin. When Oscar returned, he said he had been sitting in the public library, unable to read. Now we are once more enacting the changeless scene, curtain rising on two speechless characters in a furnished apartment, I in a straight-back chair, Oscar in the velour armchair that smothered rather than supported him, his flesh gray, the big gray face unfocused, sagging. I reached over to switch on the radio, but he looked at me in a way that begged no. I then got up to leave, but Oscar, clearing his throat, thickly asked me to stay. I stayed, thinking, was there more to this than I could see into? His problems, God knows, were real enough, but could there be something more than a refugee's displacement, alienation, financial insecurity, being in a strange land without friends or a speakable tongue? My speculation was the old one. Not all drown in this ocean. Why does he? After a while I shaped the thought and asked him, was there something below the surface, invisible? I was full of this thing from college, and wondered if there mightn't be some unknown quantity in his depression that a psychiatrist maybe might help him with, enough to get him started on his lecture. He meditated on this, and after a few minutes, haltingly, said he had been psychoanalyzed in Vienna as a young man. "Just the usual dreck," he said, "fears and fantasies that afterwards no longer bothered me." They don't now? Not. "You've written many articles and lectures before," I said. "What I can't understand, though I know how hard the situation is why you can never get past page 1. He lifted his hand. "It is a paralysis of my will. The whole lecture is clear in my mind, but the minute I write down a single word, or in English or in German, I have a terrible fear I will not be able to write the next. As though someone has thrown a stone at a window, and the whole house, the whole idea, smashes. This repeats until I am desperate." He said the fear grew as he worked that he would die before he completed the lecture, or if not that he would write it so disgracefully he would wish for death. The fear immobilized him. I have lost faith. I do not longer possess my former value of myself. In my life there's been too much illusion. I tried to believe what I was saying. Have confidence. The feeling will pass. Confidence I have not. For this and also whatever else I have lost, I thank the Nazis. It was by then mid-August, and things were growing steadily worse wherever one looked. The Poles were mobilizing for war. Oscar hardly moved. I was full of worries, though I pretended calm weather. He sat in his massive armchair with sick eyes, breathing like a wounded animal. Who can write about Walt Whitman in such terrible times? Why don't you change the subject? It makes no difference what is the subject. It is all useless. I came every day to see him, neglecting my other students and therefore my livelihood. I had a panicky feeling that if things went on as they were going, they would end in Oscar's suicide, and I felt a frenzied desire to prevent that. What's more, I was sometimes afraid I was myself becoming melancholy, a new talent, call it, of taking less pleasure in my little pleasures. And the heat continued, oppressive, relentless. We thought of escape into the country, but neither of us had the money. One day I bought Oscar a second-hand fan, wondering why we hadn't thought of that before. And he sat in the breeze for hours each day, until after a week, shortly after the Soviet-Nazi non-aggression pact was signed, the motor gave out. He could not sleep at night, and sat at his desk with a wet towel on his head, still attempting to write his lecture. He wrote reams on a treadmill. It came out nothing. When he did sleep, out of exhaustion, he had fantastic, frightening dreams of the Nazis inflicting tortures on him, sometimes forcing him to look upon the corpses of those they had slain. In one dream he told me about, he had gone back to Germany to visit his wife. She wasn't home, and he had been directed to a cemetery. There, though the tombstone read another name, her blood seeped out of the earth above her shallow grave. He groaned at the memory of the dream. Afterwards, he told me something about her. They had met as students, lived together, and were married at 23. It wasn't a very happy marriage. She had turned into a sickly woman, physically unable to have children. Something was wrong with her interior structure. Though I asked no questions, Oscar said, I offered her to come with me here, but she refused this. For what reason? She did not think I wished her to come. Did you? I asked. Not, he said. He explained he had lived with her for almost 27 years under difficult circumstances. She had been ambivalent about their Jewish friends and his relatives, though outwardly she seemed not a prejudiced person. But her mother was always a violent anti-Semite. I have nothing to blame myself, Oscar said. He took to his bed. I took to the New York Public Library. I read some of the German poets he was trying to write about in English translation. Then I read Leaves of Grass and wrote down what I thought one or two of them had got from Whitman. One day toward the end of August, I brought Oscar what I had written. It was in good part guessing, but my idea wasn't to write the lecture for him. He lay on his back, motionless, and listened utterly sadly to what I had written. Then he said, no, it wasn't the love of death they had got from Whitman. That ran through German poetry. But it was most of all his feeling for Brudermensch, his humanity. But this does not go long on German earth, he said, and is soon destroyed. I said I was sorry I had got it wrong, but he thanked me anyway. I left defeated, and as I was going down the stairs, heard someone sobbing. I will quit this, I thought. It has gotten to be too much for me. I can't drown with him. I stayed home the next day, tasting a new kind of private misery too old for somebody my age. But that same night, Oscar called me on the phone, blessing me wildly for having read those notes to him. He had got up to write me a letter to say what I had missed, and it ended by his having written half the lecture. He had slept all day, and tonight intended to finish it up. "I thank you," he said, "for much, also including your faith in me." "Thank God," I said, not telling him I had just about lost it. Oscar completed his lecture, wrote and rewrote it during the first week in September. The Nazis had invaded Poland, and though we were greatly troubled, there was some sense of release. Maybe the brave Poles would beat them. It took another week to translate the lecture, but here we had the assistance of Friedrich Wilhelm Wolff, the historian, a gentle, erudite man who liked translating and promised his help with future lectures. We then had about 2 weeks to work on Oscar's delivery. The weather had changed, and so slowly had he. He had awakened from defeat, battered after a wearying battle. He had lost close to 20 pounds. His complexion was still gray. When I looked at his face, I expected to see scars, but it had lost its flabby, unfocused quality. His blue eyes had returned to life, and he walked with quick steps, as though to pick up a few for all the steps he hadn't taken during those long, hot days he had lain torpid in his room. We went back to our former routine, meeting 3 late afternoons a week for diction, grammar, and the other exercises. I taught him the phonetic alphabet and transcribed long lists of words he was mispronouncing. He worked many hours trying to fit each sound into place, holding half a matchstick between his teeth to keep his jaws apart as he exercised his tongue. All this can be a dreadfully boring business unless you think you have a future. Looking at him, I realized what's meant when somebody is called another man. The lecture, which I now knew by heart, went off well. The director of the Institute had invited a number of prominent people. Oscar was the first refugee they had employed, and there was a move to make the public cognizant of what was then a new ingredient in American life. 2 reporters had come, with a lady photographer. The auditorium was crowded. I sat in the last row, promising to put up my hand if he couldn't be heard, but it wasn't necessary. Oscar, in a blue suit, his hair cut, was of course nervous, but you couldn't see it unless you studied him. When he stepped up to the lectern, spread out his manuscript, and spoke his first English sentence in public, my heart hesitated. Only he and I, of all the people there, had any idea of the anguish he had been through. His enunciation wasn't at all bad. A few S's for TH's, and then once he said bag for back, but otherwise he did all right. He read poetry well in both languages, and though Walt Whitman, in his mouth, sounded a little as though he had come to the shores of Long Island as a German immigrant, still the poetry read as poetry. "And I know that the Spirit of God is the brother of my own, and that all the men ever born are also my brothers, and the women my sisters and lovers, and that a kelson of creation is love." Oscar read it as though he believed it. Warsaw had fallen, but the verses were somehow protective. I sat back, conscious of 2 things: how easy it is to hide the deepest wounds, and the pride I felt in the job I had done. 2 days later, I came up the stairs into Oscar's apartment to find a crowd there. The refugee, his face beet red, lips bluish, a trace of froth in the corners of his mouth, lay on the floor in his limp pajamas, 2 firemen on their knees, working over him with an inhalator. The windows were open, and the air stank of gas. A policeman asked me who I was, and I could only answer, "No, oh no." I said no, but it was unchangeably yes. He had taken his life. Gas. I hadn't even thought of the stove in the kitchen. Why, I asked myself, why did he do it? Maybe it was the fate of Poland on top of everything else. But the only answer anyone could come up with was Oscar's scribbled note that he was not well, and that he left Martin Goldberg all his possessions. I am Martin Goldberg. I was sick for a week, had no desire either to inherit or investigate. But I thought I ought to look through his things before the court impounded them. So I spent a morning sitting in the depths of Oscar's velour armchair, trying to read his correspondence. I had found in the top drawer of his desk a thin packet of letters from his wife, and an airmail letter of recent date from his anti-Semitic mother-in-law. She writes, in a tight script it takes me hours to decipher, that her daughter, after Oscar abandons her, against her own mother's fervent pleas and anguish, is converted to Judaism by a vengeful rabbi. One night the brown shirts appear, and though the mother wildly waves her bronze crucifix in their faces, they drag Frau Gassner, together with the other Jews, out of the apartment house and transport them in lorries to a small border town in conquered Poland. There, it is rumored, she is shot in the head and topples into an open tank ditch with the naked Jewish men, their wives and children, some Polish soldiers, and a handful of gypsies.
This is Cynthia Ozick reading The Shawl from The New Yorker. Stella, cold, cold, the coldness of hell. How they walked on the roads together, Rosa with Magda curled up between sore breasts, Magda wound up in the shawl. Sometimes Stella carried Magda, but she was jealous of Magda. A thin girl of 14, too small, with thin breasts of her own, Stella wanted to be wrapped in a shawl, hidden away, asleep, rocked by the march, a baby, a round infant in arms. Magda took Rosa's nipple, and Rosa never stopped walking, a walking cradle. There was not enough milk. Sometimes Magda sucked air. Then she screamed. Stella was ravenous. Her knees were tumors on sticks, her elbows chicken bones. Rosa did not feel hunger. She felt light, not like someone walking, but like someone in a faint, in trance, arrested in a fit, someone who was already a floating angel, alert and seeing everything, but in the air, not there, not touching the road, as if teetering on the tips of her fingernails. She looked into Magda's face through a gap in the shawl. A squirrel in a nest, safe. No one could reach her inside the little house of the shawl's windings. The face, very round, a pocket mirror of a face, but it was not Rose's bleak complexion, dark like cholera. It was another kind of face altogether, eyes blue as air, smooth feathers of hair nearly as yellow as the star sewn into Rose's coat. You could think she was one of their babies. Rosa, floating, dreamed of giving Magda away in one of the villages. She could leave the line for a minute and push Magda into the hands of any woman on the side of the road. But if she moved out of line, they might shoot. And even if she fled the line for half a second and pushed the shawl bundle at a stranger, would the woman take it? She might be surprised or afraid. She might drop the shawl, and Magda would fall out and strike her head and die. The little round head. Such a good child. She gave up screaming and sucked now only for the taste of the drying nipple itself. The neat grip of the tiny gums. One mite of a tooth-tip sticking up in the bottom gum, how shining, an elfin tombstone of white marble gleaming there. Without complaining, Magda relinquished Rose's teats, first the left, then the right, Both were cracked, not a sniff of milk, the duct crevice extinct, a dead volcano, blind eye, chill hole. So Magda took the corner of the shawl and milked it instead. She sucked and sucked, flooding the threads with wetness. The shawl's good flavor, milk of linen. It was a magic shawl. It could nourish an infant for 3 days and 3 nights. Magda did not die. She stayed alive, although very quiet. A peculiar smell of cinnamon and almonds lifted out of her mouth. She held her eyes open every moment, forgetting how to blink or nap, and Rosa and sometimes Stella studied their blueness. On the road, they raised one burden of a leg after another and studied Magda's face. "Arian," Stella said, in a voice grown as thin as a string. And Rosa thought how Stella gazed at Magda like a young cannibal. And the time that Stella said, "Arian," it sounded to Rosa as if Stella had really said, "Let us devour her." But Magda lived to walk. She lived that long, but she did not walk very well, partly because she was only 15 months old, and partly because the spindles of her legs could not hold up her fat belly. It was fat with air, full and round. Rosa gave almost all her food to Magda. Stella gave nothing. Stella was ravenous, a growing child herself, but not growing much. Stella did not menstruate. Rosa did not menstruate. Rosa was ravenous, but also not. She learned from Magda how to drink the taste of a finger in one's mouth. They were in a place without pity. All pity was annihilated in Rosa. She looked at Stella's bones without pity. She was sure that Stella was waiting for Magda to die so she could put her teeth into the little thighs. Rosa knew Magda was going to die very soon. She should have been dead already, but she had been buried away deep inside the magic shawl, mistaken there for the shivering mound of Rosa's breasts. Rosa clung to the shawl as if it covered only herself. No one took it away from her. Magda was mute. She never cried. Rosa hid her in the barracks under the shawl, but she knew that one day someone would inform, or one day someone, not even Stella, would steal Magda to eat her. When Magda began to walk, Rosa knew that Magda was going to die very soon. Something would happen. She was afraid to fall asleep. She slept with the weight of her thigh on Magda's body. She was afraid she would smother Magda under her thigh. The weight of Rosa was becoming less and less. Rosa and Stella were slowly turning into air. Magda was quiet, but her eyes were horribly alive, like blue tigers. She watched. Sometimes she laughed. It seemed a laugh, but how could it be? Magda had never seen anyone laugh. Still, Magda laughed at her shawl when the wind blew its corners, the bad wind with pieces of black in it that made Stella's and Rose's eyes tear. Magda's eyes were always clear and tearless. She watched like a tiger. She guarded her shawl. No one could touch it. Only Rosa could touch it. Stella was not allowed. The shawl was Magda's own baby, her pet, her little sister. She tangled herself up in it and sucked on one of the corners when she wanted to be very still. Then Stella took the shawl away and made Magda die. Afterward, Stella said, "I was cold." And afterward, she was always cold, always. The cold went into her heart. Rosa saw that Stella's heart was cold. Magda flopped onward with her little pencil leg scribbling this way and that in search of the shawl. The pencils faltered at the barracks opening where the light began. Rosa saw and pursued, but already Magda was in the square outside the barracks, in the jolly light. It was the roll call arena. Every morning Rosa had to conceal Magda under the shawl against a wall of the barracks and go out and stand in the arena with Stella and hundreds of others, sometimes for hours. And Magda, deserted, was quiet under the shawl, sucking on her corner. Every day Magda was silent, and so she did not die. Rosa saw that today Magda was going to die, and at the same time a fearful joy ran in Rosa's two palms. Her fingers were on fire. She was astonished, febrile. Magda, in the sunlight, swaying on her pencil legs, was howling. Ever since the drying up of Rosa's nipples, ever since Magda's last scream on the road, Magda had been devoid of any syllable. Magda was a mute. Rosa believed that something had gone wrong with her vocal cords, with her windpipe, with the cave of her larynx. Magda was defective, without a voice. Perhaps she was deaf. There might be something amiss with her intelligence. Magda was dumb. Even the laugh that came when the ash-stippled wind made a clown out of Magda's shawl was only the air-blown showing of her teeth. Even when the lice, head lice and body lice, crazed her so that she became as wild as one of the big rats that plundered the barracks at daybreak looking for carrion, she rubbed and scratched and kicked and bit and rolled without a whimper. But now Magda's mouth was spilling a long, viscous rope of clamor. "Ma!" It was the first noise Magda had ever sent out from her throat since the drying up of Rosa's nipples. "Ma!" Again. Magda was wavering in the perilous sunlight of the arena, scribbling on such pitiful little bent shins. Rosa saw. She saw that Magda was grieving for the loss of her shawl. She saw that Magda was going to die. A tide of commands hammered in Rosa's nipples. Fetch, get, bring. But she did not know which to go after first, Magda or the shawl. If she jumped out into the arena to snatch Magda up, the howling would not stop, because Magda would still not have the shawl. But if she ran back into the barracks to find the shawl, and if she found it, and if she came after Magda holding it and shaking it, then she would get Magda back. Magda would put the shawl in her mouth and turn dumb again. Rosa entered the dark. It was easy to discover the shawl. Stella was heaped under it, asleep in her thin bones. Rosa tore the shawl free and flew. She could fly. She was only air. Into the arena. The sun heat murmured of another life, of butterflies in summer. The light was placid, mellow. On the other side of the steel fence, far away, there were green meadows speckled with dandelions and deep-colored violets. Beyond them, even farther, innocent tiger lilies, tall, lifting their orange bonnets. In the barracks they spoke of flowers, of rain, excrement, thick turd braids, and the slow, stinking maroon waterfall that slunk down from the upper bunks, the stink mixed with a bitter, fatty, floating smoke that greased Rosa's skin. She stood for an instant at the margin of the arena. Sometimes the electricity inside the fence would seem to hum. Even Stella said it was only an imagining. But Rosa heard real sounds in the wire, grainy, sad voices. The farther she was from the fence, the more clearly the voices crowded at her. The lamenting voices strummed so convincingly, so passionately, it was impossible to suspect them of being phantoms. The voices told her to hold up the shawl high. The voices told her to shake it, to whip with it, to unfurl it like a flag. Rosa lifted, shook, whipped, unfurled. Far off, very far, Magda leaned across her air-fed belly, reaching out with the rods of her arms. She was high up, elevated, riding someone's shoulder. But the shoulder that carried Magda was not coming toward Rosa and the shawl. It was drifting away. The speck of Magda was moving more and more into the smoky distance. Above the shoulder, a helmet glinted. The light tapped the helmet and sparkled it into a goblet. Below the helmet, a black body like a domino and a pair of black boots hurled themselves in the direction of the electrified fence. The electric voices began to chatter wildly. Ma, 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 they all hummed together. How far Magda was from Rosa now, across the whole square, past a dozen barracks, all the way on the other side. She was no bigger than a moth. All at once, Magda was swimming through the air. The whole of Magda traveled through loftiness. She looked like a butterfly touching a silver vine. And the moment Magda's feathered round head and her pencil legs and balloonish belly and zigzag arms splashed against the fence, the steel voices went mad in their growling, urging Rosa to run and run to the spot where Magda had fallen from her flight against the electrified fence. But of course Rosa did not obey them. She only stood, because if she ran they would shoot, and if she tried to pick up the sticks of Magda's body, they would shoot, and if she let the wolf screech ascending now through the ladder of her skeleton break out, they would shoot. So she took Magda's shawl and filled her own mouth with it, stuffed it in and stuffed it in, until she was swallowing up the wolf's screech and tasting the cinnamon and almond depth of Magda's saliva. And Rosa drank Magda's shawl until it dried.
This is Roseleen Brown reading How to Win from the Massachusetts Review. All they need at school is permission on a little green card that says, "Keep this child at bay. Muffle him. Tie his hands, his arms to his ankles, anything at all. Distance, distance. Dose him." And they gave themselves permission. They never even mentioned a doctor and their own certified bureaucrat in tweed. Does he keep a badge in his pocket like the cops? Drops by the school twice a year for half a day. But I insisted on a doctor, and did, had to. Because Howard keeps repeating vaguely that he is within the normal range of boyish activity. But I live with it, all day, every day. Live with it? Well, Howard can be as holy as he likes. I am his mother, and I will not say him. Him is the part I know. Christopher, my first child and first son. The boy who was a helpless, warm mound once in a blue nightie tied at the bottom to keep his toes in. God, Margaret, you are dramatic and sentimental and sloppy. How about being realistic for a change? It is what races around my room at night, a bat pulling down the curtain cornice, knocking over the lamps, tearing the petals off the flowers and stomping them, real or fake, to a powder. Watch Christopher take a room sometime. That's the word for it, like an army subduing a deserted plain. He stands in the doorway, always for one extra split second, straining his shoulders down as though he's hitching himself to some machine, getting into harness. He has no hips and round little 6-year-old shoulders that look frail but are made of welded steel that has no give when you grab them. Then what does he see ahead of him? I'm no good at guessing. The room is an animal asleep, trusting the air, its last mistake. See, I am sympathetic to the animal. He leaps on it and leaves it disemboweled, then turns his dark eyes to me where I stand. When I stand, usually I'm dervishing around trying to stop the bloodshed, and they ask me, where did it go? What happened? Who killed this thing? It was just breathing. I wanted to play with it. Christopher. When you're not here to look at me, I have to laugh at your absurd powers. You are incontinent. You leak energy. As for me, I gave birth to someone else's child. There's a brochure inside the brown bottle that the doctor assigned us, very gay, full color, busy with children riding their bicycles right through patches of daffodils, sleeping square in the middle of their pillows, doing their homework with a hazy expression to be attributed to concentration, not medication. Non-addictive, no significant side effects. Dosage should decrease by or around puberty. Counterindications: epilepsy, heart and circulatory complications, severe myopia, and related eye problems. See Journal of Pediatric Medicine, Volume 3, Number 136, February 71, Pharmacology Bulletin, Volume 798, Number 18, pages 19 to 26, December 72. Caution: do not allow children access to pills. Special feature: you lock it cap. Remember, teach your child the etiquette of the medicine cabinet. I know how he dreams me. I know because I dream his dreams. He runs to hide in me. Battered by the stick of the old dark, he comes fast, hiccuping terror. By the time I am up holding him, it has hobbled off, it must be, into his memory. I've pulled on a robe. I spread my arms. Do they look winged or webbed? To pull him out of himself, hide him, swear the witch is nowhere near. He doesn't go to his father, but he won't look at my face. It was you. He looks up at me finally and says nothing, but I see him thinking. So, I was the witch with a club behind my bent back. I, the 100-stalked flower with webbed branches. I, with the flayed face held in my 2 hands like a bloody towel. Then how can I help him? I whisper to him wordless, just a music. He answers, Mama. It is a faint knocking through layers of dirt, through flowers. His sister Jody will dream those dreams, and all the children who will follow her. I suppose she will. Like chicken pox, every child can expect them. There's a 3 o'clock in the dark night of children's souls, too. Let's not be too arrogant taking our prerogatives. But if she does, she'll dream them alone, no accomplices. I won't meet her halfway, give her my own last fillip, myself in shreds. I've been keeping a sort of log, a day in the life, for no purpose, since my sense of futility runs deeper than any data can testify to. Still, it cools me off. He is playing with Jacqueline. They are in the Rosenbergs' yard. Christopher is on his way to the sandbox, which belongs to Jackie's baby brother Brian, so I see trouble ahead. I will not interfere. No, intervene is the word they use. Interfere is not as objective. It's the mess that parents make, as opposed to the one the doctors make. As he goes down the long, narrow yard at a good clip, Christopher pulls up 2 peonies, knocks over Brian's big, blond, blocky wooden horse, for which he has to stop and plant his feet very deliberately. It's that well-balanced. That is expensive. Kicks over short picket fence around tulips, finally gets to sandbox, walks up to Jackie, whose back is to him, and pushes her hard. She falls against fence and goes crying to her mother with a splinter. She doesn't even bother to retaliate, knowing him too well. Then he leans down into the sand, turns to me again, that innocent face. It is not conniving or falsely naive, I swear it's not. He isn't that kind of clever. Nor is he a gruff bully boy who likes to fly from trees and conquer turf. He has a small, peaked face, a little French, I think, in need of one of those common Gallic caps with the peak on the front. A narrow forehead on which his dark hair lies flat like a salon haircut. Anything but a bully, this helpless child of mine. He has a weird, natural elegance that terrifies me, as though it is true what I feel, that he was intended to be someone else. Now he seems to be saying, "Well, take all this stuff away if you don't want me to touch it. Get me out of this goddamn museum. Who says I'm not provoked?" That's what you say to each other. Why is he not class? He will break us all without so much as chipping. The worst thing I can think. I am dozing in the sun. Christopher is in kindergarten. Jody is napping. And I am guiltily trying to coax a little color into my late fall pallor. It's a depressing, bleary sun up there. But I sleep a little, waking in fits and snatches when Migdalia next door lets her kid have it and his wine sails across the yards, and when the bus shakes the earth all the way under the gas mains and water pipes to China. The worst thing is crawling through my head like a stream of red ants. What if he and I, Howie and I, had been somewhere else, way back that night we smiled and nodded and made Christopher? If the night had been bone-cracking cold, if we were courting some aloneness back to back. But it was summer. We were married 3 months, and the bottom sheet was spread like a picnic cloth. If there is an astrologer's clock, that's what we heard announcing to us the time was propitious. But I rehearsed the time again. We lived off Riverside Drive that year, and the next I will float a thundercloud across the river from the Palisades. And just as Howie turns to me, I will have the most extraordinary burst of rain, sludgy and cold, explode through the open windows everywhere, and finish us for the evening. The rugs are soaked, our books on the desk are corrugated with dampness. We snap at each other. Howie breaks a beer glass and blames me. We unmake him. Another night, we will make a different child. Don't the genes shift daily in their milky medium, like lottery tickets in their fishbowl? I unmake Christopher's skin and bone, egg in the water blind. A single sperm thrusts out of its soft side, retreating. Arrow swimming backwards, tail drags the heavy head away from life. All the probability in the universe cheers. He is unjoined. I wake in a clammy sweat, The sun, such as it was, is caught behind the smokestacks at the far end of Pacific Street. I feel dirty, as though I've sinned in my sleep, and there's that fine, perpetual silt on my arms and legs and face, the Con Ed sunburn. I go in and start making lunch for Christopher, who will survive me. Log. He is sitting at the kitchen table trying to string kidney beans on a needle and thread. They do it in kindergarten. I forgot to ask why. Jody wakes upstairs, way at the back of the house with her door closed, and Christopher says quietly, without looking up from his string, "Ma, she's up." It's like hearing something happening, I don't know, a mile away. He has the instincts of an Indian guide, except when I stand right next to him to talk. Then it blows right by. And when she's up, he seems to make a very special effort to be gentle with his little sister. I can see him forcibly subdue himself, tuck his hands inside his pockets, or push them into the loops of his pants, so that he loses no honor in restraint. But every now and then it gets the better of him. He walked by her just a minute ago and did just what he does to anything that's not nailed down or bigger than he is. Gave her a casual but precise push. The way the bath mat slips into the tub without protest, the glass bowl gets smashed, its pieces settling with a resigned tinkle. I am, of course, the one who's resigned. I hear them ring against each other before they hit the ground, in the silence that envelops the shove. This time Jody chose to lie back on the rug. Fortunately, it wasn't cement. I am grateful for small favors. And watch him. An amazing, endearing thing for a 2-year-old. I think she has all the control that was meant for the two of them, and this is fair to neither. Eyes wide open, untearful, Jody, the antidote, was thinking something about her brother. She cannot say what. When his dosage has been up a while, he begins to cringe before her. It is unpredictable and unimaginable, but true, and I bear witness to it here. As I was writing the above, he ran in and hid behind my chair. Along came Jody, who had just righted herself after the attack on her. She was pulling her corn popper, vaguely humming. For Christopher, an imagined assault? Provoked? Real? Wished for? Howard, on his way out of the breakfast chaos, bears his briefcase like a shield, holds it in front of him for lack of space while he winds his way around the table in our little alcove, planting firm kisses on our foreheads. On his way out the door, he can be expected to say something cheerful and blind, to encourage me through the next unpredictable half hour before I walk Christopher up the block to school. This morning, unlocking the front gate, I caught him pondering. Well, what are other kids like? I mean, we've never had any others, so how do we know where they fall on the spectrum? We know, I said. What about Jody? Oh, he said, waving her away like a fly. I mean boys. We also know because we're not knots on logs, some of us. That's how we know. What was it he did to your shaver this morning? Smashed it to smithereens is what he did, and left cobweb cracks in the mirror he threw it at. To which his father shrugged and turned to pull the gate shut fast. Why did we have Jody? People dare to ask, astonished, though it's none of their business. They mean and expect us to forgive them. How could we take such a martyr's chance? I tell them that when Christopher was born, I was ready for a large family. You can't be a secretary forever, no matter how many smashed titles your boss edits, nor an administrative assistant, nor an indispensable right hand. I've got my own arms, for which I need all the hands I've got. I like to be boss, thank you, in my own house. It's a routine by now, canned as an Alka-Seltzer ad. But I'll tell you, for a long time I guarded very tensely against having another baby. Christopher was hurting me too much. Already he was. Howard would rap with his fist on my nightgown's side, demanding admission. For a while I played virgin. I mean, I didn't try. I wasn't playing. He just couldn't make any headway. I've heard it called dis-something. Also crossbones, to get right down to what it's like. Dis-something put me right in there with my own son, doesn't it? I'll bet there's some drug, some muscle relaxant that bones you and just lays you out on the knife like a chicken to be stuffed and trussed. Even though it wasn't his fault, I'll never forgive Howard for using his fists on me, even as gently and facetiously as he did. Finally, I guess he got tired of trying to disarm me one night at a time, of bringing wine to bed or dancing with me obscenely like a kid at a petting party, or otherwise trying to distract me while he stole up on me. So that's when he convinced me to have another baby. I guess it seemed easier. We'll make Christopher our one exceptional child while we surround him with ordinary ones. We'll grow a goddamn garden around him. He'll be outnumbered. Well, I bought it. We could make this child matter less. It was an old and extravagant solution. Black flowers in his brain. What blight would the next one have? I insisted he promise me. He lied. He lied with his hand between my legs. He swore the next would be just as beautiful, but timid. Downright phlegmatic, how's that? And would teach Christopher to be human. So I sighed, desperate to believe, and unlocked my thighs, gone rusty and stiff. But I'll tell you, right as he turned out, by luck, to be, I think I never trusted him again. One of my two deceitful boys. Because whatever abandon I once had is gone, sure as my waist is gone. I feel it now, and Howard is punished for it. Starting right then, making Jody, I have dealt myself out in careful proportions, like an unreliable cook, bent only on her batter. Meanwhile, I lose one lamp, half the ivory on the piano keys, and all my sewing patterns to my son in a single day. On the same day, I lose my temper, lose it so irretrievably that I am tempted to pop one of Christopher's little red pills myself and go quietly. Who's the most frightening? The skimpy 6-year-old flying around on the tail of his bird of prey? Or his indispensable right-hand mama smashing the canned goods into the closet with a sound generally reserved for the shooting range? All the worse, off his habit for a few days, his eyes clear, his own. He's trying to be sweet. He smiles wanly whenever some catastrophe overtakes him, like an actor with no conviction. But someone else controls his muscles. He is not riding it now, but lives in the beak of something huge and dark that dangles him just out of my reach. Our brains are all circuitry, not very imaginative. I tend to see it blue and red and yellow, like the wires in phones, easier to sort impulses that way. I want to see inside Christopher's head. I stare viciously, though I try to do it when he's involved with something else. He never is. He would feel me 100 light years behind him. I vow never to study him again. It's futile anyway. His forehead's not a one-way mirror. Promises. Always my promises. They are glass. I know when they shatter. No, when he shatters them, throwing something of value. There will be edges to draw blood. Edges everywhere. He says, "What are you looking at all the time? Bad Christopher the dragon?" He looks wilted, pathetic, seen through. But I haven't seen a thing. Chrissy. I put my arms around him. He doesn't want to bruise the air he breathes. Maybe we're all jumbled in his sight. He doesn't read yet. I know that's why. It's all upside down or somehow mixed together. Cubist sight, is there such a thing? He sees my face and the top of my head, say, at the same time. or everything looms at him, quivering like a funhouse mirror, swollen, then slowly disappears down to a point. He has to subdue it before it overtakes him? How would we ever know? Why, if he saw just what we see, the cool and calm of all the things of the world, all sorted out like laundry? Oh, Margaret, come off it. Why would he look so bewildered most of the time? Like a terrier being dragged around by his collar, his small face thrust forward into his own perpetual messes. He comes to me just for a second, pulling on his tan windbreaker, already breathing fast to run away somewhere, and while I hold him tight a minute, therapeutic hug for both of us, he pinches my arm until the purple capillaries dance with pain. Let me take him with me when I go to D.C. next week. Howard. I stare at him. You've got to be kidding. No, why would I kid about it? We'll manage. We can go see some buildings after my conference is out, go to the Smithsonian. He'd love the giant pendulum. His eyes are already there in the cool of the great vaulted room where everything echoes and everything can break. I am fascinated by his casualness. What would he do all day while you're in your meeting, friend, my intrepid friend? Oh, we'd manage something. He'd keep busy, paper and pencil. Howie? Am I crazy? Is he? Do we live in the same house? He comes and takes both my hands. There's that slightly conniving look my husband gets that makes me forget, goddammit, why I married him. He is all too reasonable and gentle a man most of the time, but this look is way in the back of his eyes behind a pillar, peeking out. I feel surrounded. You can't take him. I wrench my hands away. Maggie. And he tries to take them again, bungler, as though they're contested property. I forbid it. Insanity. You'll end up crushing him to death to get a little peace. I know. He smiles with unbearable patience. I know how to handle my son. But I walk out of the room thin-lipped, taking a bowl of fruit to the children who are raging around, both of them, in front of the grade A educational television that's raging back. The next week, Howie goes to Washington, and we all go to the airport to see him off. I don't know what Howard told him. While Jody sleeps, Christopher cries noisily in the back of the car and flings himself around so wildly, like a caged bear, that I have to stop the car on the highway shoulder and buckle him into his seatbelt. You will walk home, I threaten, calm because I can see the battle plan. He's got a little of his father in him. That should make me feel better. He hisses at me and goes on crying, forcing the tears and walloping the back of my seat with his feet the whole way home. Log. The long, long walk to school. A block and a half. Most of the kids in kindergarten with Christopher walk past our house alone, solidly bearing straight west with the bland 8 o'clock sun at their backs. They concentrate. They've been told not to cross heavy traffic alone, not to speak to strangers, not to dawdle. All the major wisdom of motherhood pinned to their jackets like a permission slip. Little orders turning into habits and hardening slowly to superego. An amber that holds commands forever. Christopher lacks it the way some children are born without a crucial body chemical. Therefore, I walk him to school every day, rain or shine, awake or asleep. Jody's in her stroller slouching. She'd rather be home. So would I. It's beginning to get chilly out, edgy, and that means the neighborhood's been stripped of summer and fall, as surely as if a man came by one day confiscating color. What little there is, you wouldn't think it could matter. Blame the mayor. The window boxes are crowded with brown, stringy corpses like tall crabgrass. Our noble pint-sized trees have shrunk back into themselves. They lose 5 years in winter. Fontaine, always improving his property, has painted his new brick wall silver over the weekend. It has a sepulchral gleam in the vague sunlight, twinkling as placidly as a woman who's come in sequins to a business meeting, believing in herself. Bless him. Next door to him, the Rosenbergs have bought subtle, aged wood shutters. They look like some dissected Vermont barn door, and a big rustic barrel that will stand achingly empty all winter, weighted with 100 pounds of dirt to exhaust the barrel burglars. I wonder what my illusions look like through the front window. Christopher's off and running. Not in the street! I get so tired of my voice, especially because I know he doesn't hear it. Stay on the curb, Christopher. There's enough damage to be done there. He is swinging on that new couple's gate, straining the hinges, trying to fan up a good wind. Then when I look up from attending to Jody's dropped and splintered Ritz cracker, he's gone, clapping together 2 garbage can lids across the street, always under an old lady's window, though with no particular joy. His job, it's there to be done. Jody is left with her stroller braked against a tree for safekeeping while I retrieve him. No one ever told me I'd grow up to be a shepherdess, and bad at it, too. Undone by a single sheep. We are somehow at the corner. At least I can demand he hold my hand and drag us across the street where the crossing guard stands and winks at me daily, as dependably as a blinking light. She is a good lady, Mrs. Cortez, from a couple of blocks down in the projects, with many matching daughters, one son, Anibal, on the 6th grade honor roll, and another on Rikers Island, a junkie. She's waving cars and people forward in waves, demonstrating community involvement to placate the gods who are seeing to Anibal's future. I know it. I recognize something deep behind her lively eyes, sunk there, a certain desperate casualness while the world has its way with her children. Another shepherdess without a chance. I give her my little salute. By now, my feet heavy with the monotony of this trip, we are on the long school block. The barbed wire of the playground breaks for the entrance halfway down. This street, unlived on, is an unrelenting tangle. No one ever sees the generous souls who bequeath their dead cars to the children, but there are dozens in various stages of decay. They must make regular deliveries. Christopher's castles, creative playthings, and broken already, so he never gets blamed. For some reason, he picks the 3rd one. He's already in there, across a moat of broken windshield glass, reaching for the steering wheel. The back seat's burned out, the better to jump on. All the chrome has been cannibalized by the adults. Everything that twists or lifts off, leaving a carcass of flung bones, its tin flesh dangling. Christopher, you are late, and I am not waiting. But he will not come that way. My son demands the laying on of hands. Before I can maneuver my way in, feeling middle-aged and worrying about my skirt hiked up over my rear, he is tussling not with one boy, but with 2. They fight over nothing, just lock hands and wrestle as a kind of greeting. I break the motherfucker's head, one announces matter-of-factly. 2nd grader, maybe. Christopher doesn't fight for stakes like that, though. Whoever wants his head can have it. He's fighting to get his hands on something, keep them warm. I am reaching over the jagged door, which is split in 2 and full of rainwater. The school bell rings, that raspy grinding, and the 2 boys, with a whoop, leap over the downed windshield and are gone. Christopher is greater scraped along one cheek, but we have arrived more or less in one piece. I decide I'd better come in with him and see to it his cheek is washed off. He is, of course, long gone by the time I park the stroller and take the baby out. He never bothers to say goodbye. Maybe 6-year-olds don't. I pull open the heavy door to PS 193. It comes reluctantly, like it's in many parts. These doors are not for children. But then neither is the school. It's a fairly new building, but the 1939 World's Fair architecture is just about caught up with the lobby. Those heavy, streamlined effects. A ship, that's what it looks like, a dated ocean liner. Or the lobby of Rockefeller Center, one humble corner of it. What do the kids see, I wonder? Not grandeur. There's a big lit-up case to the left that shows off sparse student pieties, untouchable as 7-layer cakes at the bakery. This land is your land. This land is my land. Every figure in the pictures, brown, black, dead white, blank. Mustard yellow, tulip red, and olive green. Who's that? Is connected more or less at the wrist like uncut paper dolls. Hands across the sea. The whole world's afraid to drop hands. The hell with summit talks, salt talks. We're on the buddy system. Well, they go up and down the halls irrevocably linked so, their lips sealed, the key thrown over their endless shoulder, only the teacher nattering on and on about discipline and respect, wearing heels that must sound like SS boots, though they are intended merely to mean business. Christopher tells me only that his teachers are noisy and hurt his ears. He does not bother to specify how. And what he sees when he puts his thin shoulder to the door at 8:30 and heaves, he probably catches that glaring, unnecessary shine on the floor, an invitation, and takes it. That worried crease between big eyes, his face looks back at him out of deep water. Deeper when he's drugged. So he careens around without ice skates, knocks against other kids hard, thumps into closed doors, nearly cracks open "This land is your land." He is the wiseacre who dances to hold the door for his class. Then, when the last dark pigtail is through, skips off in the wrong direction, leaps the steps to the gym or the auditorium, or whatever lives down there in deserted silence most of the morning, the galley of this ship. I don't blame him, of course I don't. But that isn't the point, is it? I am deprived of these fashionable, rebellious points. We only, madam, allow those in control to be out of control, as it were, if you follow. Your son, madam, is not rebelling. He is unable, is beyond, is utterly, is unthinkable. Catch him before we do. We are certainly late. The lines are all gone, the kids settling into their rooms, their noise dwindling like a cutback motor. Jody and I just stand for a minute or two, tuning in. Her head is heavy on my shoulder. Already there's a steady monitor traffic, the officious kids scurrying to do their teacher's bidding like tailless mice. I was one of them for years and years, God, faceless and obliging. Official blackboard eraser, which meant a few cool, solitary minutes just before 3 each day, down in the basement storeroom, clapping 2 erasers together hard, till they smoked with the day's vanished lessons. I would hardly have stopped my frantic do-gooding to give the time of day off the clocks that jerked forward with a click every new minute, to the likes of Christopher. I'd have given him a wide berth. I can see myself going the other way if I saw him coming towards me in the narrow hall. This hall, just like the ones I grew up in, except for the modernistic shower tile that reaches halfway up, has a muted, darkened feeling, an underwater thrum. Even the tile is like the Queen's Midtown Tunnel, deserted. I will not be particularly welcome in Christopher's kindergarten room. There is that beleaguered, proprietary feeling that any parent is a spy or come to complain. I, in my own category, have been forbidden to complain, at least tacitly, having been told that my son really needs one whole teacher to himself, if not for his sake, then for the safety of the equipment, and the consumables of which he is not one. Christopher has disappeared into his class, which, I see it through the little porthole, is neat and earnest, and not so terribly different from a third-grade room, say, with its alphabets and exhortations to patriotism and virtue above eye level. They are allowed to paint in one color at a time. A few, I see, have graduated to 2. They must be disciplined, promising children in their securely tied smocks. One spring they will hatch into monitors. Christopher is undoubtedly banned from the painting corner. Classroom economy? Margaret, your kitchen, your bedroom, your bathroom this morning, searching for the glass mines hidden between the tiles. Mrs. Seabury is inspecting hands. The children turn them patty cake and step back when she finishes her scrutiny, which is as grave as a doctor's. Oh, Christopher. She has sent him and another little boy to the sink to scrub, to throw water, that is, and stick their fingers in the spout in order to shower the children in the back of the room. I am not going in there to identify myself. Mrs. Seabury is the kind of teacher who, with all her brown and black kids on one side of the room, this morning in the back getting showered, talks about discrimination and means big from little, forward from backward, ass from elbow. Now I see she has made Christopher an honorary black child, or maybe one of your more rambunctious Puerto Ricans. They're all massed back there for the special inattention of the aide, who is one of my least favorite people. She's very young and wears a maxi skirt that the kids keep stepping on when she bends down. Therefore, she bends down as little as possible. The future felons of America and their den mother. I'm caught somewhere between my first flash of anger and then shame at what I suppose, wearily, is arrogance. What am I angry at? That he has attained pariahhood with them, overcoming his impeccable WASP heritage in a single leap of adrenaline? Jesus. They are the unruly characters he's supposed to be afraid of. Latchkey babies, battered boys and abused girls, or loved but hungry, scouted by rats while they sleep. Products of this and that converging, social, political, economic, each little head impaled on a point of the grid. Christopher? My warm, healthy, nursed and coddled, vitamin-enriched boy born on Blue Cross, swaddled in his grandparents' gifts from Lord and Taylor? What in the hell is our excuse? My pill-popping baby, so sad, so reduced and taken from himself when he's on, so indescribable, airborne when he's off. This week he is off. I'm sneaking him a favor. I see him now flapping around in a sort of ragged circle with the other unimaginables under the passive eye of that aide. Crows? Buzzards? Not pigeons, anyway. They make their own rowdy music. Then Christopher clenches his whole body. I see it coming. And stops short, slamming a half-dozen kids together, solid rear-end collisions. It looks like the New Jersey Turnpike. Everybody whiplash, tumbling down. No reason, no whys. There's never anything to explain. Was the room taking off, spinning him dizzy? Was he fending something off or trying to catch hold? The others turn to him, shouts so loud I can hear them out here where I'm locked, underwater. And they all pile on. Oh, can they pile? It's a sport in itself. Feet and hands and dark faces deepening a shade. The aide gets out of the way, picking her skirt out of the rubble of children at her feet. One heavy dark boy with no wrists finally breaks through the victor. His foot is on Christopher's neck. The little pale face jerks up stiffly, like an executed man's. I turn away. When I make myself turn back, the crowd is unraveling as Mrs. Seabury approaches. Faces all around are taking on that half-stricken, half-delighted, uh-oh look. I was always good at that. One of the leaders of censure and shock. It felt good. But Christopher sinks down quiet. She reaches down roughly and yanks his fresh white collar. Good boy. He doesn't look up at her. But something is broken. The mainspring, the defiant arch of his back that I would recognize. His, mine. I find I am weeping, soundless as everything around me. I feel it suddenly like blood on my cheeks. This teacher, this stranger and her cohorts have him by his pale, limp neck. They are teaching him how to lose, or me how to win. My son is down for the count, breathing comfortably, accommodating, only his fingers twitching fiercely at his sides, like gill slits puffing, while I stand outside, a baby asleep on my shoulder. I am the traitor. He sees me through my one-way mirror, and he is right. I am the witch. Every day they walk on his neck. I see that now. But he will never tell me about it. I weep, but cannot move.
This is Tom Jones reading I Want to Live from Harper's Magazine. She wondered how many times a week he had to do this. Plenty, no doubt. At least every day. Maybe twice. 3 times. Maybe on a big day, 5 times. It was the ultimate bad news, and he delivered it dryly, like Sergeant Joe Friday. He was a young man, but his was a tough business, and he had gone freeze-dried already. Hey, the bad news wasn't really a surprise. She knew. Of course, you always hope for the best. She heard, but she didn't hear. What? She offered timidly. She had hoped for better. Geez, give me a break. What was he saying? Breast and uterus? Double trouble. She knew it would be the uterus. There had been the discharge, the bloating, cramps, the fatigue. But it was common and easily curable, provided you got it at stage 1. 80% cure. The breast, that one came out of the blue, and that could be really tricky. That was 50-50. Strip out the lymph nodes down your arm and guaranteed chemo. God, chemo, the worst thing in the world. Goodbye, hair. There'd be scarves, wigs, a prosthetic breast, crying your heart out in support groups, etc. Mrs. Wilson. The voice seemed to come out of a can. Now the truth was revealed, and all was out in the open. Yet how? Tell me this. How would it ever be possible to have a life again? The voice from the can had chilled her to the core. Mrs. Wilson, your last CA-125 hit the ceiling, he said. I suspect this could be an irregular kind of cancer. Some off-the-wall kind of cancer? A kind of wildfire cancer. Not the easygoing 80% cure tortoise as slow as molasses in January cancer. January. She looked past the thin oncologist, wire-rimmed glasses, white coat, inscrutable. Outside snowflakes tumbled from the sky, kissing the pavement. Each unique, wonderful, worth an hour of study, a microcosm of the whole. Awe-inspiring, absolutely fascinating, a gift of divinity gratis. Yet how abhorrent they seemed. They were white, but the whole world had lost its color for her now that she had heard those words. The shine was gone from the world. Had she been queen of the universe for 1,000,000 years and witnessed glory after glory, what would it have mattered now that she had come to this? She came to, went out, came back again, went out. There was this wonderful show. Cartoons. The best show. This wasn't so bad. True, she had cancer, but these wonderful cartoons. Delighted. I'm delighted. Well, you live, you die. That's how it is. Life in the big city. It happens to everyone. It's part of the plan. Who was she to question the plan? The only bad part was her throat. Her throat was on fire. Intubation. The nurse said she'd phone the doctor and maybe he'd authorize more dope. Oh, God, please. Anything. Okay, let's just fudge a little bit. No one needs to know. The nurse said, twisting the knob on tube control central. Delighted. Cartoons. Oh, God. Thank God. Delighted. Who invented that drug? Write him a letter. Knight him. Award the Nobel Prize to Delighted Man. Where was that knob? A handy thing to know. Woo. Whammo. Swirling, throbbing ecstasy. And who is that nurse? Florence Nightingale. Mother Teresa would be proud. Oh, boy. Wasn't just relief from the surgery. She suddenly realized how much psychic pain she'd been carrying, and now it was gone with one swoop of a magic wand. The cartoons. Bliss. His voice wasn't in a can, never had been. It was a normal voice, maybe a little high for a man. Not that he was effeminate. The whole problem with him was that he didn't seem real. He wasn't a flesh and blood kind of guy. Where was the empathy? Why did he get into this field if he couldn't empathize? In this field, empathy should be your stock and trade. The breast is fine, just a benign lump. We brought a specialist in to get it, and I just reviewed the pathology report. It's nothing to worry about. The other part is not so good. I'm afraid your abdomen, it's spread throughout your abdomen. It looks like little grape nuts, actually. It's exceedingly rare, and it's a rapid form of cancer. We couldn't really take any of it out. I spent most of my time in there untangling adhesions. We're going to have to give you cisplatin. If it weren't for the adhesions, we could pump it into your abdomen directly. You wouldn't get so sick that way. But those adhesions are a problem and may cause problems further along. Her room was freezing, but the thin oncologist was beginning to perspire. It's a shame, he said, looking at her chart. You're in such perfect health otherwise. She knew this was going to happen, yet she heard herself say, Doctor, do you mean I've got to take chemo? Yeah, but don't worry about that yet. Let's just let you heal up for a while. He slammed her chart shut, and whiz, bang, he was out of there. Goodbye. See ya. The guessing game was over, and now it was time for the ordeal. She didn't want to hear any more details. He said something about a 20% 5-year survival rate. Might as well bag it. She wasn't a fighter, and she'd seen what chemo had done to her husband John. This was it. Innis. She had to laugh. Got giddy. It was like in that song, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. When you're totally screwed, nothing can get worse, so what's the worry? Of course, she could get lucky. It would be 1,000 to 1, but maybe. The ovaries and uterus were gone. The root of it was out. Thank God for that. Those befouled organs were gone. Where? Disposed of. Burned. In a dumpster? Who cares? The source was destroyed. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. How could it be that bad? After all, the talk about pain from major abdominal surgery was overdone. She was walking with her little cart and tubes by the 3rd day. A daily constitutional through the ward. Okay, the Dilaudid was permanently off the menu, but morphine sulfate wasn't half bad. No more cartoons, but rather a mellow glow. Left, right, up, 2, 3, 4. Even a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. On the morphine, she was walking a 1/4 of an inch off the ground, and everything was softer, mercifully so. Maybe she could hack it for 1,000 miles. Those people in the hospital rooms, gray and dying. That was her. Could such a thing be possible, to die, really? Yes, at some point she guessed you did die, but her, now, so soon, with so little time to get used to the idea. No, this was all a bad dream. She'd wake up. She'd wake up back in her little girl room on the farm near Battle Lake, Minnesota. There was a depression. Things were a little rough, but big deal. What could beat a sun-kissed morning on Battle Lake, a robin's song? There was an abundance of jays, larks, bluebirds, cardinals, hummingbirds, red-winged blackbirds in those days before acid rain and heavy metal poisoning, and they came to her yard to eat from the cherry, apple, plum, and pear trees. What they really went for were the mulberries. Ah, youth, good looks, clean complexion, muscle tone, a full head of lustrous hair, her best feature, although her legs were pretty good too. Strength, vitality, a happy kid with a bright future, cheerleader her senior year, pharmacy scholarship at the college in Fergus Falls. Geez, if her dad hadn't died, she could have been a pharmacist. Her grades were good, but hard luck stories were the order of the day. It was a Great Depression. She would have to take her chances. Gosh, it had been a great, wide, wonderful world in those days, and no matter what, an adventure lay ahead, something marvelous. A handsome prince, and a life happily ever after. Luck was with her. Where had all the time gone? How had all the dreams fallen away? Now she was in the valley of the shadow. The morphine sulfate was like a warm and friendly hearth in Gloom City, her one and only consolation. He was supposed to be a good doctor, one of the best in the field, but he had absolutely no bedside manner. She really began to hate him when he took away the morphine and put her on Tylenol 3. Then it began to sink in that things might presently go downhill in a hurry. They worked out a routine. If her brother was busy, her daughter drove her up to the clinic and then back down to the office, and the thin oncologist is called away, or he's running behind, or he's something. Couldn't they run a business, get their shit together? Why couldn't they anticipate? It was one thing to wait in line at a bank when you're well. When you've got cancer, and you're this cancer patient, you wait an hour, 2 hours, or they tell you to come back next week. Come back for something that's worse than anything? The very worst thing in the world? Hard to get up for that. Really had to brace yourself. Cisplatin. God. Metal mouth, restlessness, pacing, flop on the couch, but that's no good. Get up and pace, but you can't handle that, so you flop on the couch again. Get up and pace. Is this really happening to me? I can't believe this is really happening to me. How can such a thing be possible? Then there were the episodes of simultaneous diarrhea and vomiting that sprayed the bathroom from floor to ceiling. Dry heaves, and then dry heaves with bile, and then dry heaves with blood. You could drink a quart of tequila and then a quart of rum and have some slow gin, too, and eat pink birthday cakes and 5 pounds of licorice, Epsom salts, a pint of kerosene, some Southern comfort, and you're on a Sunday picnic compared to cisplatin. Only an arch-fiend could devise a dilemma where to maybe get well. You first had to poison yourself within a whisker of death, and in fact, if you didn't die, you wished that you had. There were visitors in droves, flowers, various intrusions at all hours. Go away. Leave me alone, please, God, leave me alone. Oh, hi, thanks for coming. Oh, what a lovely, such beautiful flowers. There were moments when she felt that if she had one more episode of diarrhea, she would jump out of the window. 5 stories, would that be high enough? Or would you lie there for a time and die slowly? Maybe if you took a header right onto the concrete, maybe then you wouldn't feel a thing. Cisplatin. She had to pace. But she had to lie down. But she was squirrely as hell, and she couldn't lie down. TV was no good. She had double vision. And it was all just a bunch of stupid shit anyhow. Soap operas. Good grief. What absolute crap. Even her old favorites. You only live once, and to think of all the time she pissed away watching soap operas. If only she could sleep. God, couldn't they give her Dilaudid? No, wait, hold that. Somehow Dilaudid would make it even worse. Ether, then, put her out. Wake me up in 5 days. Just let me sleep. She had to get up to pace. She had to lie down. She had to vomit. Oh, hi, thanks for coming. Oh, such beautiful flowers. The second treatment made the first treatment seem like a month in the country. The third treatment, oh, damn. The whole scenario had been underplayed. Those movie stars who got it and wrote books about it were stoics, valiant warriors compared to her. She had no idea anything could be so horrible. Starving in Bangladesh? No problem. I'll trade. Here's my MasterCard and the keys to the Buick. I'll pull a rickshaw. Anything. Anything but this. HIV positive? Why, just sign right here on the dotted line and you got a deal. I'll trade with anybody. Anybody. The thin oncologist with the Bugs Bunny voice said the CA 125 number was still up in the stratosphere. He said it was up to her if she wanted to go on with this. What was holding her up? She didn't know, and her own voice came from a can now. She heard herself say, "Doctor, what would you do if you were me?" He thought it over for a long time. He pulled off his wire rims and pinched his nose, world-weary. "I'd take the next treatment." It was worse, by far, square root to infinity. 5 days, no sleep, pacing, lying down, pacing, puke and diarrhea, the phone. She wanted to tear it off the wall. After all these years, couldn't they make a quiet bell? Did they have shit for brains or what? "Oh, hi. Well, just fine, just dandy. Coming by on Sunday with the kids?" "Well, no, I feel great. No, I'd love to see you." And then one day the thin timber voice delivered good news. "Your CA 125 is almost within normal limits. It's working." Hallelujah! Oh, my God, let it be so. A miracle. Hurrah! "It is a miracle," he said. He was almost human. Dr. Kildare, Dr. Ben Casey, Marcus Welby, M.D., take your pick. "Your CA is down to rock bottom. I think we should do 1, possibly 2 more treatments and then go back inside for a look. If we do too few, we may not kill it all, but if we do too much, you see, it's toxic to your healthy cells as well. You can get cardiomyopathy in 1 session of cisplatin and you can die. 1 more is all I can handle." "Gotcha, Mrs. Wilson. 1 more and in for a look." "I hate to tell you this," he said. Was he making the cartoons go away? "I'll be up front about it, Mrs. Wilson. We've still got a problem. The little grape nuts, fewer than in the beginning, but the remaining cells will be resistant to cisplatin, so our options are running thin. We could try a month of an experimental form of hard chemotherapy right here in the hospital. Very, very risky stuff. Or we could resume the cisplatin, not so much aiming for a cure, but rather as a holding action. Or we could not do anything at all." Her voice was flat. She said, "What if I don't do anything?" "Dead in 3 months, maybe 6. She said, "Dead how?" "Lungs, liver, or bowel. Don't worry, Mrs. Wilson. There won't be a lot of pain. I'll see to that." Bingo! He flipped the charts shut and whiz-bang, he was out of there. She realized that when she got right down to it, she wanted to live more than anything on almost any terms, so she took more cisplatin. But the oncologist was right. It couldn't touch those resistant rogue cells. They were like roaches that could live through atomic warfare, grow, and thrive. Well, then, screw it. At least there wouldn't be pain. What more can you do? She shouldn't have let him open her up again. That had been the worst sort of folly. She'd let him steamroll her with Doctor Knows Best. Air had hit it. No wonder it was a wildfire. a conflagration. Her friends came by. It was an effort to make small talk. How could they know? How could they know what it was like? They loved her, they said, with liquor on their breath. They had to get juiced before they could stand to come by. They came with casseroles and cleaned for her, but she had to sweat out her nights alone. Dark nights of the soul on Tylenol 3 and Xanax. A lot of good that was. But then when she was in her loose, giddy, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose mood, about 10 days after a treatment, she realized her friends weren't so dumb. They knew they couldn't really know. Bugs Bunny told her there was no point in going on with the cisplatin. He told her she was a very brave lady. He said he was sorry. A month after she was off that poison cisplatin, there was a little side benefit. She could see the colors of the earth again and taste food and smell flowers. It was a bittersweet pleasure, to be sure. But her friends took her to Hawaii, where they had this great friend. Got to meet him. And he made a play for her and brought her flowers every day, expensive roses, etc. She had never considered another man since John had died from cancer 10 years before. How wonderful to forget it all for a moment here and there. A moment? Qualify that. Make that 10, 15 seconds. How can you forget it? Ever since she got the news, she could not forget it. Now there were stabbing pains, twinges, flutterings. Maybe it was normal everyday stuff, amplified by the imagination, or maybe it was real. How fast would it move, this wildfire brand? Better not to ask. Suddenly she was horrible again. Those nights alone, killers. Finally one night she broke down and called her daughter. Hated to do it, throw in the towel, but this was the 15th round, and she didn't have a prayer. Oh, hi, I'm just fine, blah, blah, blah. But I was thinking maybe I could come down and stay just for a while. I'd like to see Janie, and we'll drive up in the morning. At least she was with blood, and her darling granddaughter. What a delight. Playing with the little girl she could forget. It was even better than Hawaii. After a year of sheer hell, in which all of the good stuff added up to less than an hour and 4 minutes total, there was a way to forget. She helped with the dishes, a little light cleaning, watched the game shows, worked the Times, crossword, but the pains grew worse. God damn it, it felt like nasty little yellow-toothed rodents, or a horde of translucent termites, thousands of them, chewing her guts out. Tylenol 3 couldn't touch it. The new doctor she had been passed to gave her Dilaudid. She was enormously relieved. But what she got was a vial of little pink tablets, and after the first dose, she realized it wasn't much good in the pill form. You could squeeze by on it, but they promised no pain. She was losing steam, grinding down. They spent a couple of days on the Oregon coast. The son-in-law, somehow it was easy to be with him. He didn't pretend that things were other than they were. He could be a pain in the bun like everyone, bitching over trivialities, smoking cool cigarettes, strong ones, jolters, pack a day easy, although he was considerate enough to go outside and do it. She wanted to tell him, "Fool, your health is your greatest fortune." But she was the one who had let 6 months pass after that first discharge. The Oregon coast was lovely, although the surf was too cold for actual swimming. She sat in the hotel whirlpool and watched her granddaughter swim a whole length of the pool, all on her own, a kind of dog paddle thing, but not bad for a kid going on 7. They saw a show of shooting stars one night, but it was exhausting to keep up a good front and not be morbid, losing weight big time. After a shower, standing in the mirror, scars zigzagging all over the joint like the bride of Frankenstein. It was just awful. She was bald, scrawny, ashen, yet with a bloated belly. She couldn't look. Sometimes she would sink to the floor and just lie there, too sick to even cry. too weak to even get dressed. Yet somehow she did get dressed, slapped on that hot goddamn wig, and shut up for dinner. It was easier to do that if you pretended that it wasn't real, if you pretended that it was all on TV. She felt like a naughty little girl sitting before the table looking at meals her daughter was killing herself to make. Old favorites that now tasted like a combination of 40-weight Texaco oil and sawdust. It was a relief to get back to the couch and work crossword puzzles. It was hell imposing on her daughter, but she was frightened, terrified. They were her blood. They had to take her. Oh, to come to this. The son-in-law worked swing shift, and he cheered her up in the morning when he got up and made coffee. He was full of life. He was real. He was authentic. He even interjected little pockets of hope. Not that he pushed macrobiotics or any of that foolishness, but it was a fact. If you were happy, if you had something to live for, if you loved life, you lived. It had been a mistake for her to hole up there in the mountains after John died. The will to live was more important than doctors and medicines. You had to reinvigorate the will to live. The granddaughter was good for that. She just couldn't go the meditation route, imagining microscopic, ravenous, good guy little sharks eating the bad cancer cells, etc. At least the son-in-law didn't suggest that or come on strong with a theology trip. She noticed he read the King James Bible, though. She couldn't eat. There was a milkshake diet she choked down. Vanilla, chocolate fudge, strawberry, your choice. Would Madame like a bottle of wine with dinner? Ha ha ha. Dilaudid. It wasn't working. There was serious pain, especially in her chest, dagger thrusts. Et tu, Brute? She watched the clock like a hawk and had her pills out ready every 4 hours. And that last hour was getting to be murder. A morbid sweat began popping out on her in the last 15 minutes. One morning she caved in and timidly asked the son-in-law, "Can I take 3? He said, "Hell, take 4. It's a safe drug. You have bad pain, take 4. Her eyes were popping out of her head. "Here, drink it with coffee and it'll kick in faster." He was right. He knew more than the doctor. You just can't do everything by the book. Maybe that had been her trouble all along. She was too compliant, one of those cancer personalities. She believed in the rules. She was one of those kind who wanted to leave the world a better place than she found it. She had been a good person, had always done the right thing. This just wasn't right. It wasn't fair. She was so angry. The next day over the phone, her son-in-law bullied a prescription of methadone from the cancer doctor. She heard one side of a lengthy, heated exchange, while the son-in-law made a persuasive case for methadone. He came on like Clarence Darrow or F. Lee Bailey. It was a commanding performance. She had never heard of anyone giving a doctor hell before. God bless him for not backing down. On methadone tablets, a warm orange glow sprang forth and bloomed like a glorious time-lapse rose in her abdomen, and then rolled through her body in orgasmic waves. The sense of relief shattered all fear and doubt, though the pain was still there to some extent. It was still there, but so what? And the methadone tablets lasted a very long time, no more of that every 4 hours bullshit. Purple blotches all over her skin, swollen ankles, pain in her hips and joints, an ambulance trip to the emergency room. "Oh," they said, "it's nothing. Vascular purpura. Take aspirin. Who's next?" Who's next? Why hadn't she taken John's old .38 revolver the very day she heard the voice in the can, stuck it in the back of her mouth, and pulled the trigger? She had no fear of hellfire. She was a decent moral person, but she did not believe. Neither was she the Hamlet type. What lies on the other side? It was probably the same thing that occurred before you were born. Zilch. And zilch wasn't that bad. What was wrong with zilch? One morning she waited overlong for the son-in-law to get up, almost smashed a candy dish to get him out of bed. Was he going to sleep forever? Actually, he got up at his usual time. I can't get my breath, she told him. You probably have water in your lungs, the son-in-law said. He knew she didn't want to go to the clinic. We've got some diuretic. They were Shelby's when she got congestive heart failure, dog medicine, but it's the same thing they give humans. Shelby weighed 55 pounds. Let me see. Take 3 to be cautious. Do you feel like you have to cough? Yes. Cough, cough, cough. This might draw the water out of your lungs. It's pretty safe. Try to eat a banana or a potato skin to keep up your potassium. If it doesn't work, we can go over to the clinic. How would he know something like that? But he was right. It worked like magic. She had to pee like crazy, but she could breathe. The panic to end all panics was over. Only she could go. Number 2. Well, the methadone slows you down. Try some Metamucil, the son-in-law said. It worked, kind of, but it sure wasn't anything to write home about. I can't breathe. The diuretics aren't working. The son-in-law said they could tap her lung. It would mean another drive to the clinic, but the procedure was almost painless and provided instantaneous relief. It worked, but it was 3 days of exhaustion after that one. The waiting room, why so long? Why couldn't they anticipate? You didn't have to be a genius to know which way the wildfire was spreading. Would the methadone keep that internal orange glow going, or would they run out of ammo? Was methadone the ultimate, or were there bigger guns? Street heroin? She'd have to put on her wig and go out and score China White. The little girl began to tune out. Grandma wasn't so much fun anymore. She just lay there and gave off this smell. There was no more dressing up. It was just the bathrobe. In fact, she felt the best in her old red and black tartan pattern, flannel, ratty-ass bathrobe, not the good one. The crosswords? Forget it. Too depressing. You could live the life of Cleopatra, but if it came down to this, what was the point? The son-in-law understood. Of all the people to come through, it's bad, and it gets worse, and so on until the worst of all. I don't know how you can handle this, he'd say. What does it feel like? Does it feel like a hangover? Worse than a hangover. Not like a hangover? Then what? Like drinking 10 cups of boiled coffee? Like that? Really? Jittery? Oh, God, that must be awful. How can you stand it? Is it just like drinking too much coffee? Is there some other aspect? Your fingers are numb. Blurred vision. It takes 8 years to watch the second hand sweep from 12 to 1? Well, if it's like that, how did you handle 5 days? I couldn't. I'd take a bottle of pills, shoot myself something. What about the second week? Drained? Washed out? Oh, brother. I had a 3-day hangover once. I'd rather die than do that again. I couldn't ride out that hangover again for any money. I know I couldn't handle chemo. One afternoon after he left for work, she found a passage circled in his well-worn copy of Schopenhauer. In early youth, as we contemplate our coming life, we're like children in a theater before the curtain is raised, sitting there in high spirits and eagerly waiting for the play to begin. It is a blessing that we do not know what is really going to happen. Yeah. She gave up the crosswords and delved into the world as will and idea. This Schopenhauer was a genius. Why hadn't anyone told her? She was a reader. She had waded through some philosophy in her time. You just couldn't make any sense out of it. The problem was the terminology. She was a crossword ace, but words like eschatology, hey. Yet Schopenhauer got right into the heart of all the important things, the things that really mattered. With Schopenhauer, she could take long excursions from the grim specter of impending death. In Schopenhauer, particularly in his aphorisms and reflections, she found an absolute satisfaction, for Schopenhauer spoke the truth, and the rest of the world was disseminating lies. Her son-in-law helped her with unfinished business, will, mortgage, insurance. How shall we do this, that, and the other? Cremation, burial plot, etc. He told her all the stuff that her daughter couldn't tell her. He waited for the right moment and then got it all in. For instance, he told her that her daughter loved her very much, but that it was hard for her to say so. She knew she cringed at this revelation, for it was ditto with her, and she knew he could see it. Why couldn't she say to her own daughter 3 simple words, "I love you"? She just couldn't. Somehow it wasn't possible. The son-in-law didn't judge her. He had to be under pressure too. Was she bringing everyone in the house down? Is that why he was reading Schopenhauer? No, Schopenhauer was his favorite. Someone had to come out and tell it like it is, he would say, of the dour old man with mutton chops, whose picture he had pasted on the refrigerator. From what she had picked up from the son-in-law, Schopenhauer wrote his major work by his 26th birthday, a philosophy that was ignored almost entirely in his lifetime. And even now, in this day and age, it was thought to be more a work of art than philosophy in the truest sense. A work of art? Why, it seemed irrefutable. According to the son-in-law, Schopenhauer spent the majority of his life in shabby rooms in the old genteel section of Frankfurt, Germany, that he shared with successions of poodles to keep him company while he read, reflected, and wrote about life at his leisure. He had some kind of small inheritance, just enough to get by, take in the concerts, do a little traveling now and then. He was well versed in several languages. He read virtually everything written from the Greeks on, including the Eastern writers. Classical scholar, and had the mind to chew things over and make something of the puzzle of life. The son-in-law, eager to discourse, said Freud called Schopenhauer one of the 6 greatest men who ever lived. Nietzsche, Thomas Mann, and Richard Wagner all paid tribute to this genius who had been written off with one word: pessimist. The son-in-law lamented that his works were going out of print, becoming increasingly harder to find. He was planning a trip to Frankfurt, where he hoped to find a little bust of his hero. He had written to officials in Germany making inquiries. They had given him the brush off. He'd have to fly over himself. And she too began to worry that the works of this writer would no longer be available. She, who would be worm's meat any day. Why? Because the truth was worthwhile. It was more important than anything, really. She had had 10 years of peaceful retirement, time to think, wonder, contemplate, and had come up with nothing. But new vistas of thought had been opened by the curiously ignored genius with the white mutton chops, whose books were harder and harder to get, and whom the world would consider a mere footnote from the 19th century, a crank, a guy with an axe to grind, a hypochondriac, a misogynist, an alarmist who slept with pistols under his pillow, a man with many faults. Well, check anyone out, and what do you find? For God's sake, how were you supposed to make any sense out of this crazy-ass shit called life? If only she could have simply pushed a button and never have been born. The son-in-law took antidepressants and claimed to be a melancholiac. Yet he always seemed upbeat, comical, ready with a laugh. He had a sense of the absurd that she found annoying back in the old days when she liked to pretend that life was a stroll down Primrose Lane. She wasn't walking down the sunny side of the street. At least she was singing in the rain. Those were the days. What a fool! She encouraged the son-in-law to clown and philosophize, and he flourished when she voiced a small dose of appreciation or barked out a laugh. There was more and more pain and discomfort, but she was laughing more, too. Schopenhauer. No rose without a thorn, but many a thorn and no rose. The son-in-law finessed all of the ugly details that were impossible for her, of all the people to come through. With her lungs temporarily clear and mineral oil enemas to regulate her, she asked her daughter one last favor. Could they take her home just once more? They made an occasion of it and drove her up into the mountains for her granddaughter's 7th birthday party. Almost everyone in the picturesque resort town was there, and if they were appalled by her deterioration, they did not show it. She couldn't go out on the sun porch, had to semi-recline on the couch, but everyone came in and said hello, and all of the bad stuff fell away for an entire afternoon. She was deeply touched by the warm affection of her friends. There were so many of them. My God, they loved her. Truly they did. She could see it. Couldn't bullshit her anymore. She could see deep into the human heart. She knew what people were. What wonderful friends. What a perfect afternoon. It was the last good thing. When she got back to her daughter, she began to die in earnest. It was in the lungs and the bowel, much as the doctor said it would be. Hell, it was probably in the liver even. She was getting yellow, not just the skin, but even the whites of her eyes. There was a week in the hospital where they tormented her with tests. That wiped out the last of her physical and emotional stamina. She followed her bed after a barium lower GI practically turned to cement, and they had to give her a powerful enema. Diarrhea in the bed, the worst humiliation. Happens all the time, don't worry, the orderly said. She was suffocating. She couldn't get the least bit of air. All the main players were in the room. She knew this was it. Just like that. Bingo. There were whispered conferences outside her room. Suddenly the nurses, those heretofore angels of mercy, began acting mechanically. They could look you over and peg you down to the last 5 minutes. She could see them give her that any time now look. A minister dropped in there. That was the tip-off. The fat lady was singing. When the son-in-law showed up instead of going to work, she looked to him in panic. She had been fighting it back, but now he was there. He would know what to do without being asked, and in a moment he was back with a nurse. They cranked up the morphine sulfate, flipped it on full bore. Still, her back hurt like hell. All that morphine and a backache. Just give it a minute. Cartoons. Someone went out to get hamburgers at McDonald's. Her daughter sat next to her, holding her hand. She felt sorry for them. They were the ones who were going to have to stay behind and play out their appointed roles. Like Schopenhauer said, the best they would be able to do for themselves was to secure a little room as far away from the fire as possible. For hell was surely in the here and now, not in the hereafter. Or was it? She began to nod. She was holding on to a carton of milk. It would spill. Like diarrhea in the bed all over again. Another mess. The daughter tried to take the carton of milk away. She held on defiantly. Forget the Schopenhauer. What a lot of crap that was. She did not want to cross over. She wanted to live. She wanted to live. The daughter rinsed the milk away. The nurse came back and cranked the morphine again. They were going for comfort. Finally, the backache. Cartoons. All of that was gone. She was back on the farm in Battle Lake, Minnesota. She was 9 years old, and she could hear a little red rooster, Mr. Barnes, crowing at first light. Then came her brother's heavy work boots clomping downstairs, and the vacuum swoosh as he opened up the stern door, and then his boots crunching through the frozen snow. Yes, she was back on the farm all right. Her brother was making for the outhouse, and presently Barnes would go after her and make a dive-bomb attack. You couldn't discourage Mr. Barnes. She heard her brother curse him and the thwap of the tin feed pan hitting the bird. Mr. Barnes' frontal assaults were predictable. From the sound of it, Fred walloped him pretty good. As far as Mr. Barnes was concerned, it was his barnyard. In a moment, she heard the outhouse door slam shut and another tin thwap. At Barnes, he was something. She should have taken a lesson. Puffed out her chest and walked through life. I want the biggest and the best and the most of whatever you got. There were people who pulled it off. You really could do it if you had the attitude. Her little red rooster was a mean little scoundrel, but he had a soft spot for her in his heart of steel, and he looked out for her, cooed for her, and her alone. Later, when young men came to see her, they soon arranged to meet her thereafter at the drugstore soda fountain uptown. One confrontation with Barnes, even for experienced farm boys, was one too many. He was some kind of rooster, all right, and eccentric. Yeah, she was back on the farm. She could feel her sister shifting awake in the lower bunk. It was time to get up and milk the cows. Her sister always awoke in good humor. Not her. She was cozy under a feather comforter, and milking the cows was the last thing she wanted to do. Downstairs, she could hear her mother speaking cheerfully to her brother as he came back inside, cursing the damn rooster, threatening to kill it. Her mother laughed it off. She didn't have a mean bone in her body. She could smell bacon in the pan. The coffee pot was percolating, and her grandmother was up heating milk for her Ovaltine. She hated Ovaltine, particularly when her grandmother overheated the milk, burned it, but she pretended to like it, insisted that she needed it for her bones, and forced it down so she could save up enough labels to get a free decoder ring to get special messages from Captain Cody, that intrepid hero of the airwaves. She really wanted to have that ring, but there was a Great Depression, and money was very dear, so she never got the decoder, or the secret messages, or the degree in pharmacology. Had she been more like that little banty rooster, had she been a real go-getter, well, it was all but over now. The main players were assembled in a room. She was nodding in and out, but she could hear. There she was, in this apparent stupor, that she was more aware than anyone could know. She heard someone say, somebody at McDonald's put everything on her hamburger instead of cheese and ketchup only. They were making an issue out of it. One day, when they were in her shoes, they would learn to ignore this kind of petty stuff, but you couldn't blame them. That was how things were, that's all. Life, that was it. That was what it was. And here she lay, dying. Suddenly, she realized that the hard part was all over now. All she had to do was let go. It really wasn't so bad. It wasn't anything special. It just was. She was trying to bring back Barnes one last time. That little memory of him had been fun. Why not go out with a little fun? She tried to remember his coloring. Orange would be too bright, rust too drab, scarlet too vivid. His head was a combination of green, yellow, and gold, all blended, and his breast and wings a kind of carmine red. No, not carmine. He was just a little red rooster, overly pugnacious and ingrate. He could have been a beautiful bird if he hadn't gotten into so many fights. He got his comb ripped off by a raccoon he'd caught stealing eggs in the hen house. A big bull raccoon that Barnes had fought tooth and nail until Fred ran into the hen house with his .410 and killed the thieving intruder. Those eggs were precious. They were income. Mr. Barnes was a hero that day. She remembered how he used to strut around the barnyard. He always had his eye on all of the hens. They were his main priority, some 30 or 40 of them, depending. They were his harem, and he was the sheik. Boy, was he ever. She remembered jotting down marks on a pad of paper one day when she was homesick with chicken pox. Each mark represented an act of rooster fornication. In less than a day, Mr. Barnes had committed the sexual act 47 times that she could see, and she didn't have the whole lay of the land from her window by any means. Why, he often went out roving and carousing with hens on other farms. There were bitter complaints from the neighbors. Barnes could really stir things up. She had to go out on her bicycle and round him up. Mr. Barnes was a legend in the county. Mr. Barnes thought the whole world belonged to him, and beyond that, the sun, the stars, and the Milky Way, all of it. Did it feel good, or was it a torment? It must have been a glorious feeling, she decided. Maybe that was what Arthur Schopenhauer was driving at in his theory about the will to live. Mr. Barnes was the very personification of it. Of course, it was hard work being a rooster, but Barnes seemed the happiest creature she'd ever known. Probably because when you're doing what you really want to do, it isn't work. No matter how dull things got in the farm, she could watch Barnes by the hour. Barnes could even redeem a hot dog day afternoon in August. He wasn't afraid of anything or anybody. Did he ever entertain a doubt, some kind of rooster worry? Never. She tried to conjure up one last picture of him. He was just a little banty, couldn't have weighed 3 pounds. Maybe Mr. Barnes would be waiting for her on the other side and would greet her there and be her friend again. She nodded in and out, in and out. The morphine was getting to be too much. Oh, please God. She hoped she wouldn't puke. So much left unsaid, undone. Well, that was part of it. If only she could see Barnes strut his stuff one last time. Come on, Barnes, stretch your stuff for me. Her brother, Fred, sitting there so sad with his hamburger. After a couple of beers, he could do a pretty good imitation of Mr. Barnes. Could he? Would he? For old time's sake? Her voice was too weak. She couldn't speak. Nowhere near. Not even close. Was she dead already, fading to black? It was hard to tell. Don't feel bad, my darling brother. Don't mourn for me. I'm okay. And one last thing, Sarah. I do love you, darling. Love you. Didn't you know that? Didn't it show? If not, I'm so very sorry. But the words wouldn't come. Couldn't come. She was so sick. You can only get so sick, and then there was all that dope. Love. She should have shown it to her daughter instead of assuming. She should have been more demonstrative, more forthcoming. That's what it was all about. Love your brother as yourself. And love the Lord God Almighty with all your heart and mind and soul. You were sent here to love your brother. Do your best. Be kind to animals. Obey the 10 Commandments, stuff like that. Was that it? Huh? Or was that a lot of horse shit? She nodded in and out, back and forth, in and out. She went back and forth, in and out, back and forth, in and out. There wasn't any tunnel or white light or any of that. She just died.
This is Gish Jen reading Birthmates from Plowshares. This is what responsibility meant in a dinosaur industry toward the end of yet another quarter of bad to worse news. That you called the travel agent back, and even though there was indeed an economy room in the hotel where the conference was being held, a room overlooking the cooling towers, you asked if there wasn't something still cheaper. And when Marie, the new girl, came back with something amazingly cheap, you took it, only to discover, as Artwu was discovering now, that the doors were locked after 9 o'clock. The neighborhood had looked not great but not bad, and the building itself regular enough. Brick, 4 stories, a rolled-up awning, a bright-lit hotel logo with a raised plastic smiling sun. But there was a kind of crossbar rigged across the inside of the glass door, and that was not at all regular. A 2x4, it appeared, wrapped in rust-colored carpet. Above this, inside the glass, hung a small gray sign. If the taxi had not left, Art might not have rung the buzzer, as per the instructions. But the taxi had indeed left, and the longer Art huddled on the stoop in the clumpy December snow, the emptier and more poorly lit the street appeared. His buzz was answered by an enormous black man wearing a neck brace. The shoulder seams of the man's blue waffle-weave jacket were visibly straining. Around the brace was tied a necktie which reached only a third of the way down his chest. All the same, it was neatly fastened together with a hotel logo tie tack about 2 inches from the bottom. The tie tack was smiling, The man was not. He held his smooth, round face, perfectly expressionless, and he lowered his gaze at every opportunity. Not so that it was rude, but so that it was clear that he wasn't selling anything to anybody. Regulation tie, thought Art. Regulation jacket. He wondered if the man would turn surly soon enough. For Art had come to few conclusions about life in his 38 years, but this was one of them, that men turned surly when their clothes didn't fit them. This man, though, belied the rule. He was courteous, almost formal in demeanor, and if the lobby seemed not only too small for him, like his jacket, but also too much like a bus station, what with its smoked mirror wall and its linoleum and its fake wood and its vending machines, what did that matter to Art? The sitting area looked as though it was in the process of being cleaned. The 60s Scandinavian chairs and couch and coffee table had been pulled every which way as if by someone hell-bent on the dust balls. Still Art proceeded with his check-in. He was going with his gut. Here, as in any business situation, he was looking foremost at the personnel, and the man with the neck brace had put him at some ease. It wasn't until after Art had taken his credit card back that he noticed above the checkout desk a wooden plaque from a neighborhood association. He squinted at its brass faceplate. Fewest customer injuries, 1972 to 73. What about the years since 73? Had the hotel gotten more dangerous, or had other hotels gotten safer? Maybe neither. For all he knew, the neighborhood association had dissolved and was no longer distributing plaques. Art reminded himself that in life, some signs were no signs. It's what he used to tell his ex-wife, Lisa. Lisa, who loved to read everything into everything. Lisa, who was attuned. She left him on a day when she saw a tree get split by lightning. Of course, that was an extraordinary thing to see, an event of a lifetime. Lisa said the tree had sizzled. He wished he had seen it too. But what did it mean, except that the tree had been the tallest in the neighborhood and was no longer? It meant nothing. Ditto for the plaque. Art made his decision, which perhaps was not the right decision. Perhaps he should have looked for another hotel. But it was late. On the way out, his plane had sat on the runway, just sat and sat, as if it were never going to take off, and God only knew what he would have ended up paying if he had relied on a cabbie simply to take him somewhere else. Forget twice. It could have been 3, 4 times what he would have paid for that room with a view of the cooling towers. Easy. At this hour, after all. And that was a conference rate. So he double-locked his door instead. He checked behind the hollow core doors of the closet and under the steel-framed bed, and also in the swirly green shower stall unit. He checked behind the seascapes to make sure there weren't any peepholes. The window opened onto a fire escape. Not much he could do about that except check the window locks. Big help that those were. A sure deterrent for the subset of all burglars that was burglars too skittish to break glass. Which was what percent of intruders, probably? 10%? 15%? He closed the drapes, then decided he would be more comfortable with the drapes open. He wanted to be able to see what approached, if anything did. He unplugged the handset of his phone from the base, a calculated risk. On the one hand, he wouldn't be able to call the police if there was an intruder. On the other, he would be armed. He had read somewhere a story about a woman who threw the handset of her phone at an attacker and killed him. Needless to say, there had been some luck involved in that eventuality. Still, Art thought that A, surely he could throw as hard as that woman, and B, even without the luck, his throw would most likely be hard enough to slow up an intruder at least. Especially since this was an old handset, the hefty kind, that made you feel the seriousness of human communication. In a newer hotel, he probably would have had a lighter phone, with lots of buttons he would never use, but which would make him feel he had many resources at his disposal. In the conference hotel, there were probably buttons for the health club and for the concierge and for the 3 restaurants and for room service. He tried not to think about this as he went to sleep, clutching the handset. He did not sleep well. In the morning, he debated whether to take the handset with him into the elevator. It wasn't like a knife, say, that could be whipped out of nowhere. Even a pistol at least fit in a guy's pocket. A telephone handset did not. All the same, he took it with him. He tried to carry it casually, as if he was going out for a run and using it for a hand weight, or as if he was in the telephone business. He strode down the hall. Victims shuffled, that's what everybody said. A lot of mugging had to do with nonverbal cues, which is why Lisa used to walk tall after dark, sending vibes. For this, he used to tease her. If she was so worried, she should lift weights and run the way he did. That, he maintained, was the substantive way of helping oneself. She'd agreed. For a while, they had met after work at the gym. Then she dropped a weight on her toe and decided she preferred to sip pina coladas and watch. Naturally, he grunted on. But to what avail? Who could appreciate his pectorals through his suit and overcoat? Pectorals had no deterrent value, that was what he was thinking now. And he was, though not short, not tall. He continued striding, sending vibes. He was definitely going to eat in the dining room of the hotel where the conference was being held, he decided. What's more, he was going to have a full American breakfast with bacon and eggs, none of this continental breakfast bullshit. In truth, he had always considered the sight of men eating croissant slightly ridiculous, especially at the beginning, when for the first bite they had to maneuver the point of the crescent into their mouths. No matter what a person did, he ended up with an asymmetrical mouthful of pastry, which he then had to relocate with his tongue to a more central location. This made him look less purposive than he might. Also, croissants were more apt than other breakfast foods to spray little flakes all over one's clean dark suit. Art himself had accordingly never ordered a croissant in any working situation, and he believed that attention to this sort of detail was how it was that he had not lost his job like so many of his colleagues. This was, in other words, how it happened that he was still working in a dying industry and was now carrying a telephone handset with him into the elevator. Art braced himself as the elevator doors opened slowly, jerkily, in the low-gear manner of elevator doors in the Third World. He strode in and was surrounded by, of all things, children. Down in the lobby, too, there were children, and here and there women he knew to be mothers by their looks of dogged exasperation. A welfare hotel. He laughed out loud. Almost everyone was black. The white children stood out like little missed opportunities of the type that made Art's boss throw his tennis racket across the room. Of course, the racket was always in its padded protective cover and not in much danger of getting injured, though the person in whose vicinity it was aimed sometimes was. Art once suffered what he rather hoped would turn out to be a broken nose, but was only a bone bruise. There was so little skin discoloration that people had a hard time believing the incident had actually taken place. Yet it had. Don't talk to me about fault. Bottom line, it's you Japs who are responsible for this whole fucking mess, his boss had said. Never mind that what was the matter with mini-computers really was personal computers, a wholly American phenomenon. And never mind that Art could have sued over this incident if he could have proved that it had happened. Some people, most notably Lisa, thought he at least ought to have quit. But he didn't sue, and he didn't quit. He took his tennis racket on the nose, so to speak, and when his boss apologized the next day for losing control, Art said he understood. And when his boss said that Art shouldn't take what he said personally, that he knew Art was not a Jap, but a chink, plus he had called someone else a lazy wop that very morning, it was just his style, Art said again that he understood. And also that he hoped his boss would remember Art's great understanding come promotion time. Which his boss did, to Art's satisfaction. In Art's view, this was a victory. In Art's view, he had made a deal out of the incident. He had perceived leverage where others would only have perceived affront. He had maintained a certain perspective. But this certain perspective was, in addition to the tree, why Lisa had left him. He thought of that now, the children underfoot, his handset in hand. So many children. It was as if he were seeing before him all the children he would never have. His heart lost muscle. A child in a red running suit ran by, almost grabbed the handset out of Art's grasp. Then another in a brown jacket with a hood. Art looked up. A group of grade school boys was arrayed about the seating area, watching. Art had become the object of a dare, apparently. Realizing this, he felt renewed enough to want to laugh again. When a particularly small child swung by in his turn, a child of maybe 5 or 6, small enough to be wearing snow pants, Art almost tossed the handset to him. But who wanted to be charged for a missing phone? As it was, Art wondered if he shouldn't put the handset back in his room rather than carry it around all day. For what was he going to do at the hotel where the conference was? Check it? He imagined himself running into Billy Shore. That was his counterpart at Info Edge and his competitor in the insurance market. A man with no management ability and no technical background either, but he could offer customers a personal computer option, which Art could not. What's more, Billy had been a quarterback in college. This meant he strutted around as though it still mattered that he had connected with his tight end in the final minutes of what Art could not help but think of as the wildy beastie game. And it meant that Billy was sure to ask him, "What are you doing with the phone in your hand? Talking to yourself again?" Making everyone around them laugh. Billy was that kind of guy. He had come up through sales and was always cracking a certain type of joke about drinking or sex or how much the wife shopped. Of course, he never used those words. He never called things by their plain names. He always talked in terms of knocking back some brewskis or running the triple option or doing some damage. He made assumptions as though it were a basic bodily function. Of course his knowledge was the common knowledge. Of course people understood what it was that he was referring to so delicately. "Listen, champ," he said, putting his arm around you. If he was smug, it was in an affable kind of way. "So what do you think the poor people are doing tonight?" Billy not only spoke what Art called mainstreamese, he spoke such a pure dialect of it that Art once asked him if he realized he was a pollster's delight. He spoke the thoughts of thousands, Art told him. He breathed their very words. Naturally, Billy did not respond except to say, "What's that?" and turn away. He rubbed his torso as he turned, as if ruffling his chest hairs through the long staple cotton. Primate behavior, Lisa used to call this. It was her belief that neckties evolved in order to check this very motion, uncivilized as it was. She also believed that this was the sort of thing you never saw Asian men do, at least not if they were brought up properly. Was that true? Art wasn't so sure. Lisa had grown up on the West Coast. She was full of Asian consciousness, whereas all he knew was that no one had so much as smiled politely at his pollster remark. On the other hand, the first time Art was introduced to Billy, and Billy said, "Art Wu, how's that for a nice Polack name?" Everyone broke right up in great rolling guffaws. Of course, they laughed the way people laugh at conferences, which is not because something was really funny, but because it was part of being a good guy and because they didn't want to appear to have missed their cue. The phone. If only Art could fit it in his briefcase. But his briefcase was overstuffed. It was always overstuffed. Really, it was too bad he had the slim silhouette type and hard side besides. Italian. That was Lisa's doing. She thought the fatter kind made him look like a salesman. Not that there was anything the matter with that, in his view. Billy Shore notwithstanding, sales were important. But she was the liberal arts type, Lisa was, the type who did not like to think about money, but only about her feelings. Money was not money to her, but support, and then a means of support much inferior to hand-holding or other forms of finger-play. She did not believe in a modern-day economy in which everyone played a part in a large and complex whole that introduced efficiencies that at least theoretically raised everyone's standard of living. She believed in expressing herself, also in taking classes and in knitting. There was nothing, she believed, like taking a walk in the autumn woods wearing a hand-knit sweater. Of course, she did look beautiful in them, especially the violet ones. That was her color. Asians are winters, she always said. And sometimes she liked to wear the smallest smidgen of matching violet eyeliner. Little Snowpants ran at Art again, going for the knees. A tackle, thought Art as he went down. Red Running Suit snatched away the handset and went sprinting off, triumphant. Teamwork. The children chortled together. How could Art not smile, even if they had gotten his overcoat dirty? He brushed himself off, ambled over. "Hey, guys," he said. "That was some move back there." "Ching-chong, polly-wolly wing-wong," said Little Snowpants. Now, that's no way to talk," said Art. "Go to hell," said Brown Jacket, pulling at the corners of his eyes to make them slanty. "Listen up," said Art. "I'll make you a deal." Really, he only meant to get the handset back, so as to avoid getting charged for it. But the next thing he knew, something had hit his head with a crack, and he was out. Lisa had left in a more or less amicable way. She had not called a lawyer or a mover. She had simply pressed his hands with both of hers and, in her most California voice, said, "Let's be nice." Then she had asked him if he wouldn't help her move her boxes, at least the heavy ones. He had helped. He had carried the heavy boxes and also the less heavy ones, being a weightlifter after all. He had sorted books and rolled glasses into pieces of newspaper, feeling all the while like a statistic, a member of the modern age, a story for their friends to rake over, and all because he had not gone with Lisa to her grieving group. Or at least that was the official beginning of the trouble. Probably the real beginning had been when they had trouble getting pregnant, when they had decided to, as the saying went, do infertility. Or had he done the deciding, as Lisa later maintained? He had thought it was a joint decision, though it was true that he had done the analysis that led to the joint decision. He had been the one to figure the odds, to do the projections. He had drawn the decision tree according to whose branches they had nothing to lose by going ahead. Neither one of them had realized how much would be involved: the tests, the procedures, the drugs, the ultrasounds. Lisa's arms were black and blue from having her blood drawn every day, and before long he was giving practice shots to an orange, that he might prick her some more. Then he was telling her to take a breath, so that on the exhale he could poke her in the buttocks. This was nothing like poking an orange. The first time he broke out in such a sweat that his vision blurred. He pulled the needle out slowly and crookedly, occasioning a most un-orange-like cry. The second time he wore a sweatband. Her ovaries swelled to the point where he could feel them through her jeans. Art still had the used syringes, snapped in half and stored, as per their doctor's recommendation, in plastic soda bottles. Lisa had left him those. Bottles of medical waste, to be disposed of responsibly, meaning that he was probably stuck with them, for the rest of his life. This was his souvenir of their ordeal. Hers was sweeter, a little pile of knit goods. For through it all she had knit, as if to demonstrate an alternative use of needles. Sweaters, but also baby blankets, mostly to give away, only one or two to keep. She couldn't help herself. There was anesthesia and egg harvesting, and anesthesia and implanting, until she finally did get pregnant twice. The third time she went to 4.5 months before the doctors found a problem. On the amnio it showed up, brittle bone disease, a genetic abnormality such as could happen to anyone. He steeled himself for another attempt, and this was the difference between them, that he saw hope still, some feeble, skeletal hope, where she saw loss. She called the fetus her baby, though it was not a baby, just a baby to be, as he tried to say, as even the grieving group facilitator tried to say. Lisa said Art didn't understand, couldn't possibly understand. She said it was something you understood with your body, and that it was not his body but hers, which knew the baby, loved the baby, lost the baby. In the grieving class, the women agreed. They commiserated. They bonded, subtly affirming their common biology by doing 85% of the talking. The room was painted mauve, a feminine color that seemed to support them in their process. At times it seemed that the potted palms were female too, nodding, though really their sympathy was just rising air from the heating vents. Other husbands started missing sessions. They never talked anyway, you hardly noticed their absence. And finally he missed some also. One, maybe two, for real reasons, nothing cooked up. But the truth was, as Lisa sensed, that he thought she had lost perspective. They could try again after all. What did it help to despair? Look, they knew they could get pregnant and, what's more, sustain the pregnancy. That was progress. But she was like an island in her grief, a retreating island, if there was such a thing, receding past the horizon of their marriage, and then to its vanishing point. Of course he had missed her terribly at first. Now he missed her still, but more sporadically at odd moments. For example, now, waking up in a strange room with ice on his head. He was lying on an unmade bed, just like the bed in his room, except that everywhere around it were heaps of what looked to be blankets and clothes. The only clothes on a hanger were his jacket and overcoat. These hung neatly, side by side, in the otherwise empty closet. There was also an extra table in this room, with a 2-burner hot plate, a pan on top of that, and a pile of dishes. A brown cube refrigerator. The drapes were closed. A chair had been pulled up close to him. The bedside light was on. A woman was leaning into its circle, mopping his brow. "Don't you move now," she said. She was the shade of black Lisa used to call mochaccino, and she was wearing a blue-flowered apron. Kind eyes, a long face. The kind of face where you could see the muscles of the jaw working alongside the cheekbone. An upper lip like an archery bow. A graying afro, shortish. She smelled the smoke. Nothing unusual, except that she was so very thin, about the thinnest person he had ever seen, and yet she was cooking something. Burning something, it seemed, though maybe the smell was just a hair fallen onto the heating element. She stood up to tend the pan. The acrid smell faded. He saw powder on the table, white. There was a plastic bag full of it. His eyes widened. He sank back, trying to figure out what to do. His head pulsed. Tylenol he needed, 2. Lisa always took 1 because she was convinced that the dosages recommended were based on large male specimens, and though she had never said that she thought he ought to keep it to 1 also, not being so tall, he was adamant about taking 2. 2. He wanted his drugs. He wanted them now. And his own drugs, that was, not somebody else's. "Those kids kind of rough," said the woman. "They get into that age. I told them one of these days somebody gonna get hurt. Sure enough, they knock you right out. You might as well have been hit by a bowling ball. I never saw anything like it. We called the man, but they got other things on their mind besides to come see about trouble here. Nobody shot, so they went on down to the Dunkin' Donuts. They know they can count on a ruckus there." She winked. "How you feelin'? That egg hurt?" He felt his head. A lump sat right on top of it, incongruous to something left by a glacier. What were those called, those stray boulders you saw perched in hair-raising positions on cliffs? "I feel like I died and came back to life head first," he said. "I gotta make you something nice," she said. "Make you feel a whole lot better." Said Art, "if you don't mind, I'd rather just have a Tylenol. You got any Tylenol? I had some in my briefcase if I still have my briefcase." "Your what?" "My briefcase," said Art again, with a panicky feeling. "Do you know what happened to my briefcase?" "Oh, it's right by the door. I'll get it. Don't move." Then there it was, his briefcase, its familiar hard-sided Italian slenderness resting right on his stomach. He clutched it. "Thank you," he whispered. "You need help with that thing?" "No," said Art. But when he opened the case it slid, and everything spilled out. His notes, his files, his papers. All that figuring. How strange his concerns looked on this brown shag carpet. "Here," said the woman, and again, "I'll get it, don't move." As gently, beautifully, she gathered up all the folders and put them in the case. There was an odd, almost practiced finesse to her movements. The files could have been cards in a card dealer's hands. "I used to be a nurse," she explained, as if reading his mind. "I picked up a few folders in my time. Here's the Tylenol." "I'll have 2. "Course you will," she said. 2 Tylenol and some hot milk with honey. "Hope you don't mind the powdered. We just got moved here. We don't have no supplies. I used to be a nurse, but I don't got no milk and I don't got no Tylenol. My guests got to bring their own. How do you like that?" Art laughed as much as he could. "You got honey, though. How's that?" "I don't know. It got left here by somebody," said the nurse. "Hope there's nothing growing in it." Art laughed again, then let her help him sit up to take his pills. The nurse, her name was Cindy, plumped his pillows. She administered his milk. Then she sat, very close to him it seemed, and chatted amiably about this and that. How she wasn't going to be staying at the hotel for too long, how her kids had had to switch schools, how she wasn't afraid to take in a strange, injured man. After all, she grew up in the projects. She could take care of herself. She showed him her switchblade, which had somebody's initials carved on it. She didn't know whose. She had never used it, she said. Somebody gave it to her. And that somebody didn't know whose initials those were either, she said, at least so far as she knew. Then she lit a cigarette and smoked, while he told her first about his conference, and then about how he had ended up at this hotel by mistake. He told her the latter with some hesitation, hoping he wasn't offending her. She laughed with a cough, emitting a series of smoke puffs. "Sure must have been a shock," she said. "End up in a place like this. This ain't no place for a nice boy like you." That stung a little, being called boy, but more than the stinging, he felt something else. "What about you? It's no place for you either, you and your kids." "Maybe so," she said, "but that's how the Almighty planned it, right? You folk rise up while we sit and watch." She said this with so little rancor, with something so like intimacy, that it almost seemed an invitation of sorts. Maybe he was kidding himself. Maybe he was assuming things, just like Billy Shore, just like men throughout the ages, projecting desire where there was none, assigning and imagining, and in juicy detail. Being Asian didn't exempt him from that. You folk. Art was late, but it didn't much matter. His conference was being held in conjunction with a much larger conference, the real draw, the idea being that maybe between workshops and on breaks, the conferees would drift down and see what mini-computers could do for them. That mostly meant lunch, which probably would be slow at best. In the meantime, things were totally dead, allowing Art to appreciate just how much the trade show floor had shrunk, down to a fraction of what it had been in previous years, and the booths were not what they had been either. It used to be that the floor was crammed with the fanciest booths on the market. Art's was 20 by 20. It took days to put together. Now you saw blank spots on the floor where exhibitors didn't even bother to show up, and those weren't even as demoralizing as some of the makeshift jobbies. Exhibit booths that looked like high school science fair projects. They might as well have been made out of cardboard and magic marker. Art himself had a booth you could buy from an airplane catalog, the kind that rolled up into Cordura bags. And people were stingy with brochures now, too. Gone were the 12-page, 4-color affairs. Now the pamphlets were 4-page, 2-color, with extra bold graphics for attempted pizzazz, and not everybody got one, only people who were serious. Art sat up. Then, even though he should have been manning his spot, he drifted from booth to booth, saying hello to people he should have seen at breakfast. They were happy to see him, to talk shop, to pop some grapes off the old grapevine. Really, if he hadn't been staying in a welfare hotel, he would have felt downright respected. You folk. What folk did Cindy mean? Maybe she was just being matter-of-fact, keeping her perspective. Although, how could anyone be so matter-of-fact about something so bitter? He wondered this, even as he imagined taking liberties with her. These began with a knock on her door, and coursed through some hot times, but finished, what a good boy he was, with him rescuing her and her children, he wondered how many there were, from their dead-end life. What was the matter with him that he could not imagine mating without legal sanction? His libido was not what it should be, clearly, or at least it was not what Billy Shore's was. Art tried to think a game plan, but in truth he could not even identify what a triple option would be in this case. All he knew was that, assuming to begin with that she was willing, he couldn't sleep with a woman like Cindy and then leave her flat. She could you-folk him. He could never us-folk her. He played with some software at a neighboring booth. It appeared interesting enough, but kept crashing, so he couldn't tell much. Then he dutifully returned to his own booth, where he was visited by a number of people he knew, people with whom he was friendly, the sort of people to whom he might have shown pictures of his children. He considered telling one or two of them about the events of the morning. Not about the invitation that might not have been an invitation, but about finding himself in a welfare hotel and being beamed with his own telephone. Phrases drifted through his head. Not as bad as you'd think. You'd be surprised how friendly, how unpretentious, though of course no health club. But in the end, the subject simply did not come up and did not come up until he realized that he was keeping it to himself and that he was committing more resources to this task than he had readily available. He felt invaded, as if he had been infected by a self-replicating bug, something that was iterating and iterating, crowding the CPU. The secret was intolerable. It was bound to spill out of him sooner or later. He just hoped it wouldn't be sooner. He just hoped it wouldn't be to Billy Shore, for whom Art had begun to search, so as to be certain to avoid him. Art had asked about Billy at the various booths, but no one had seen him. His absence spooked Art. When finally some real live conferees stopped by to see his wares, Art had trouble concentrating. Everywhere in the conversation he was missing opportunities, he knew it, and all because the CPU was full of iterating nonsense. Not too long ago, in looking over some database software in which were loaded certain fun facts about people in the industry, Art had looked up Billy and discovered that he had been born the same day Art was, only 4 years later. It just figured that Billy would be younger. That was irritating. But Art was happy for the information, too. He had made a note of it, so that when he ran into Billy at this conference, he could kid him about their birthdays. Now he rehearsed. "Have I got a surprise for you? I always knew you were a Leo. I believe this makes us birthmates." Anything not to mention the welfare hotel and all that had happened there. In the end, Art did not run into Billy at all. In the end, Art wondered about Billy all day, only to learn finally that Billy had moved on to a new job in the valley with a startup. Impersonal computers, naturally. A good move, no matter what kind of beating he took on his house. "Life is about the long term," said Ernie Ford, the informant. "And let's face it, there is no long term here." Art agreed as warmly as he could. In one way he was delighted that his competitor had left. If nothing else, that would mean a certain amount of disarray at Info Edge, which was good news for Art. The insurance market was, unfortunately, some 40% of his business, and he could use any advantage he could get. Another bonus was that Art was never going to have to see Billy again. Billy, his birthmate, with his jokes and his mainstream ease. Still, Art felt depressed. "We should all have gotten out way before this," he said. "Truer words were never spoke," said Ernie. Ernie had never been a particular friend of Art's, but talking about Billy was somehow making him chummier. "I'd have packed my bags by now if it weren't for the wife, the kids. They don't want to leave their friends, you know. Plus the oldest is a junior in high school. We can't afford for him to move now. He's got to stay put and make those nice grades so he can make a nice college." That means I've got to stay if it means pushing McMuffins for Ronald McDonald. But now you... Maybe I should go, said Art. Definitely you should go, said Ernie. What's keeping you? Nothing, said Art. I'm divorced now, and that's that, right? Sometimes people get undivorced, but you can't exactly count on it. Go, said Ernie. Take my advice. If I hear of anything, I'll send it your way. Thanks, said Art. But of course, he did not expect that Ernie would likely turn up anything soon. It had been a long time since anyone had called Art or anybody else he knew of. Too many people had gotten stranded, and they were too desperate. Everybody knew it. Also, the survivors were looked upon with suspicion. Anybody who was any good had jumped ship early. That was the conventional wisdom. There was Art, struggling to hold on to his job, only to discover that there were times you didn't want to hold on to your job. Times you ought to maneuver for the golden parachute and jump. Times the goal was to get yourself fired. Who would have figured that? A few warm-blooded conferees at the end of the day. At least they were polite. Then, as he was packing up to return to the hotel, a surprise. A headhunter approached him. A friend of Ernest's, he said. Ernest? Said Art. Oh, Ernie Ford, of course. The headhunter was a round, ruddy man with a ring of hair like St. Francis of Assisi, and sure enough, a handful of breadcrumbs. A great opportunity, he said. Right now he had to run, but he knew just the guy Art had to meet, the guy who was coming in that evening. For something else had happened, but he also needed someone like Art. Needed him yesterday, really. Should have been a priority. Might just be a match. Maybe a quick breakfast in the a.m.? Could he call in an hour or so? Art said, of course. And when St. Francis asked his room number, Art hesitated, but then gave the name of the Welfare Hotel. How would St. Francis know what kind of hotel it was? Art gave out the name confidently, making his manner count. He almost hadn't made it to the conference at all, he said, being so busy. It was only at the last minute that he realized he could do it. Things moved around. He found an opening and figured, what the hell? But it was too late to book the conference hotel. Hence he was staying elsewhere. Success. All day Art's mind had been churning. Suddenly it seemed empty. He might as well have been Billy, born on the same day as Art was, but in another year, under different stars. How much simpler things seemed. He did not labor on 2, 3, 6 tasks at once, multiprocessing. He knew one thing at a time, and that thing just now was that the day was a victory. He walked briskly back to the hotel. He crossed the lobby in a no-nonsense manner. An impervious man. He did not knock on Cindy's door. He was moving on, moving west. There would be a good job there and a new life. Perhaps he would take up tennis. Perhaps he would own a jacuzzi. Perhaps he would learn to like all the peculiar foods people ate out there, like jicama and seaweed. Perhaps he would go macrobiotic. It wasn't until he got to his room that he remembered that his telephone had no handset. He sat on his bed. There was a noise at his window, followed, sure enough, by someone's shadow. He wasn't even surprised. Anyway, the fellow wasn't stopping at Art's room, at least not on this trip. That was luck. You folk, Cindy had said, taking back the ice bag. Art could see her perspective. He was luckier than she, by far. But just now, as the shadow crossed his window again, he thought mostly about how unarmed he was. If he had a telephone, he would probably call Lisa. That was how big a pool seemed to be forming around him all of a sudden. An ocean, it seemed. Also, he would call the police. But first he would call Lisa and see how she felt about his possibly moving west. Quite possibly, he would say, not wanting to make it sound as though he was calling her for nothing, not wanting to make it sound as though he was awash, at sea, perhaps drowning. He would not want to sound like a haunted man. He would not want to sound as though he was calling from a welfare hotel, years too late to say yes. That was a baby we had together. It would have been a baby. For he could not help now but recall the doctor explaining about that child, a boy, who had appeared so mysteriously perfect in the ultrasound. Transparent he had looked, and gelatinous, all soft head and quick heart, but he would have, in being born, broken every bone in his body.
I'm Ashley Warlick, reading Wild Plumbs by Grace Stonecoats from the Frontier. I knew about wild plums twice before I tasted any. The first time was when the Sunday school women were going plumbing. Father hunched his shoulders and laughed without making any sound. He said wild plums were small and inferior, and told us of fruits he had eaten in Italy. Mother and Father were surprised that Mrs. Guare and the schoolteacher would go with Mrs. Slump to gather plums. I knew it was not nice to go plumbing, but I didn't know why. I wanted to go once so that I would understand. The women stopped at the house to invite Mother. She explained that we did not care for wild plums, but Father said we feared to taste the sacred seed lest we be constrained to dwell forever in the nether regions. Mrs. Slump said, "Huh? You don't eat the pits. You spit 'em out." And Father hunched his shoulders and laughed the noiseless laugh that bothered Mother. When Father talked to people he didn't like, he sorted his words and used only the smooth, best ones. Mother explained to me it was because he had spoken only German when he was little. After the women had gone, Mother and Father quarreled. They spoke low, so I would not hear them. Just before Mother sent me out to play, she said that even wild plums might give savor to the dry bread of monotony. The second time I knew about plums was at Mrs. Slump's house when she was making plum butter. She said she couldn't ask us in because the floor was dirty from stirring jam. The Slumps didn't use chairs. They had boxes to sit on, and the children sat on the floor with the dogs. They were the only people I knew who had hounds. I wanted to go in. We never had visited them. We were at their house now because Father needed to take home a plow they had borrowed. Father didn't like to have his machinery stand outdoors. He had a shed where he kept plows when he was not using them, but the Slumps left theirs where they unhitched. Mrs. Slump was standing at the door with her back toward us when we drove up. She was fat and wore wrappers. Her wrapper was torn down the back. Mr. Slump came out and Father talked to him. He was tall and lean. Mrs. Slump came and stood by the buggy, too. Mother and Father sat on the front seat of the buggy, and Teresa and I on the back seat. Teresa was older than I and had longer legs. When she stretched her feet straight out, she could touch the front seat with her toes, and I couldn't. She bumped the seat behind Mother, and Mother turned around and told her to stop. My feet didn't touch Father's seat, so I wasn't doing anything and didn't have to stop it. Teresa pinched me. I climbed out of the buggy without asking if I might. Teresa started to tell Mother I was getting out, but waited to see what I intended to do. I was going to walk around behind Mrs. Slump. She had no stockings on, and the Sunday school women said she didn't wear underclothes. I wanted to see if this was so. Mother called me back. Sometimes Mother knew what I was thinking about without asking me. She took hold of my arm hard as I climbed onto the buggy step and said under her breath, "I'd be ashamed. I'd be ashamed." Her face was twisted because she tried not to stop smiling at Mrs. Slump while she shook my arm. I kept trying to explain, but she wouldn't let me. Her stopping me made me want to say the thing she thought I was going to, but I didn't dare. Mr. Slump said he would bring the plow back in the morning. Father wanted to take it home himself then, but Mr. Slump said he wouldn't hear to it, being as how he had borrowed it and all. He would bring it behind the lumber wagon the next day and leave it in the road. They were going after more plums and would be passing the house anyway. The next morning after breakfast, Father, Mother, and I were in the kitchen. Teresa had scraped the plates and gone to feed the chickens. She did not like to sit still while people talked. She liked to do things that made her move around. Mother and Father were talking, and I was looking out of the window. If I looked at the sun and then away, it made enormous morning glories float over the yard. Father had told me they were in my eyes and not the air, so I didn't call him to look at them. While I was watching them, Clubby Slump came up in the lane in the middle of a lavender one. Clubby was bigger than I and stupider. When anyone spoke to him, he stood with his mouth open and didn't answer. His hair needed combing, and he didn't use a handkerchief. Mother said good morning to him. He pointed to a wagon at the end of the lane. He said, "Plumbs," and ran back down the path. Mother and Father started toward the road, and I went ahead of them. The wagon had stopped at the foot of the cottonwood lane. Mr. Slump sat on the high-board seat, holding the reins. Mrs. Slump was beside him, with the baby on her lap. Liney Slump was between them. On the seat behind were Mrs. Guare and 2 women I didn't know. The rest of the wagon was full of children. Mr. Slump had forgotten the plow. "All of you uns pile in," Miss Slump called to us. "We're going plumbing on the Ninniscaw and stay all night. The young'uns can go wading. There ain't no work driving you this time of year, so just pile in. We got bedding for everybody." Mr. Slump sat looking at the horses' ears. Whenever Mrs. Slump stopped talking, he would say, "I told you they all wouldn't go, but you would stop." And Mrs. Slump would answer, "There now, Pa, you hush." I had not known one could live so long without breathing as I lived while Mrs. Slump was asking us to go. I could see my heartbeats shaking my collar, a lace collar that was hanging by one end down my chest. I'd forgotten to put it on right. I waited for Mother to lift her foot and plant it on the wagon hub, ready for piling in, for Father to take her elbow and lift. Everyone would laugh a little and talk loud. They always did when women got into wagons. I'd never seen Mother climb into a wagon, but I knew how it would be. I wondered if Father would jump in without tossing me up first. Father got into wagons quick, without laughing or joking. I wondered if he would forget me. The children would see me and lean over the end board and dangle me up by one arm. I thought frantically of Teresa. Then Father was speaking, and my breath came back. He was saying, "If you happen on a plum thicket, an outcome highly unlikely, you still face the uncertainty of finding plums. The season has been too dry. And should you find them, they will prove acrid and unfit for human consumption." My collar hung limp and motionless. My heart was dead. Father was spoiling things again. Mrs. Slump said, "They make a fine gel." And Mr. Slump repeated, "I told you they all wouldn't go, but you would stop." He was gathering up the lines. I hated to see Mother's face, feeling the stricken look it would have, but I knew I must smile at her not to care. Strangely enough, she had a polite look on her face. It was the look that made my fingers think of glass. My mind slipped off from it without knowing what it meant. She was smiling. "Really, it isn't possible for us to go with you today," she said. "It was kind of you to ask us. I hope you will have a lovely outing and find lots of plums." As she spoke, she glanced at me. She moved closer and took my hand. Mrs. Slump looked down at me, too, and said, "Can't the kid go? Kids like being out." Mother's hand closed firmly on mine. "I'm afraid not without me. Besides," with a severe look at my collar, "she isn't properly dressed." "Oh, we can wait while she takes off that purty dress," Mrs. Slump suggested comfortably, but Mother flushed and shook her head. Mr. Slump was twitching at the lines and clucking to the horses. His last "I told you" was drowned in shouted goodbyes, and the wagon clattered down the road. Mother walked back to the house, still holding my hand. Once inside, she turned to me. "Would you really have gone with those—" She hesitated and finished. "With those persons?" "They were going to sleep outdoors all night," I said. Mother shuddered. "Would you have gone with them?" "Mrs. Guare was with them," I parried, knowing all she did not say. "Would you have gone?" "Yes." She stood for a long time looking out of the window at the prairie horizon, then searched my face curiously. "It might have been as well," she said. "It might be as well." And turning, she began to clear the breakfast table. The next day I played in the road. Usually I spent the afternoons under the box elder trees or by the ditch behind the machine sheds, where dragonflies and pale blue moths circled just out of reach. But this day I spent beside the road. Mother called me to the house to bring cobs, and called me again to gather eggs in the middle of the afternoon. She called me a third time. Her face looked uncomfortable. She said, "If the slumps go by, do not ask them for any plums." Mother knew I would not ask. "If they offer any, do not take them." What shall I say? Say we do not care for them. If they make me take them, refuse them. When the slumps came in sight, the horses were walking. The Ninnisgaw was 15 miles away, and the team was tired. I thought I could talk to the children as the wagon passed, but just before it reached me, Mr. Slump hit the horses twice with a willow branch. They trotted, and the wagon rattled by. The children on the last seat were facing toward me. They laughed and waved their arms. Clubby leaned backward and caught up a handful of plums. The wagon bed must have been half filled. He flung them toward me, then another handful. They fell, scattering in the thick dust, which curled around them in little eddies, almost hiding them before I could catch them up. The plums were small and red. They felt warm to my fingers. I wiped them on the front of my dress and dropped them in my apron. I waited only for one secret rite before I ran, heart-pounding, to tell my mother what I had discovered. She interrupted me. "Did they see you picking them up?" I thought of myself standing like Clubby Slump, mouth open, without moving. I laughed till 2 plums rolled out of my apron. "Oh, yes, I had them picked up almost before the dust stopped wriggling. I called, 'Thank you.'" Still Mother was not pleased. "Throw them away," she said. "Surely you would not care to eat something flung to you in the road." It was hard to speak. I moved close to her and whispered, "Can't I keep them?" Mother left the room. It seemed long before she came back. She put her arm around me and said, "Take them to the pump and wash them thoroughly. Eat them slowly and do not swallow the skins. You will not want many of them, for you will find them bitter and not fit to eat." I went out quietly, knowing I would never tell her that they were strange on my tongue as wild honey, holding the warmth of sand that sun had fingered and the mystery of water under leaning boughs, for I had eaten one at the road.
This is Meg Wolitzer reading Here We Are by Dorothy Parker from Cosmopolitan. The young man in the new blue suit finished arranging the glistening luggage in tight corners of the Pullman compartment. The train had leaped at curves and bounced along straightaways, rendering balance a praiseworthy achievement and a sporadic one. And the young man had pushed and hoisted and tucked and shifted the bags with concentrated care. Nevertheless, 8 minutes for the settling of 2 suitcases and a hat box is a long time. He sat down, leaning back against bristle-green plush, in the seat opposite the girl in beige. She looked as new as a peeled egg. Her hat, her fur, her frock, her gloves were glossy and stiff with novelty. On the arc of the thin, slippery sole of one beige shoe was gummed a tiny oblong of white paper, printed with the price set and paid for that slipper and its fellow, and the name of the shop that had dispensed them. She had been staring raptly out of the window, drinking in the big-weathered signboards that extolled the phenomena of codfish without bones and screens no rust could corrupt. As the young man sat down, she turned politely from the pane, met his eyes, started a smile, and got it about half done, and rested her gaze just above his right shoulder. "Well," the young man said. "Well," she said. "Well, here we are," he said. "Here we are," she said. "Aren't we?" "I should say we were," he said. "Yup, here we are." "Well," she said. "Well," he said. "Well, how does it feel to be an old married lady?" "Oh, it's too soon to ask me that," she said. At least, Goodness, we've only been married about 3 hours, haven't we? The young man studied his wristwatch as if he were just acquiring the knack of reading time. We have been married, he said, exactly 2 hours and 26 minutes. My, she said, it seems like longer. No, he said, it isn't hardly 6:30 yet. It seems like later, she said. I guess it's because it starts getting dark so early. It does at that, he said. The nights are going to be pretty long from now on. It starts getting dark early. I didn't have any idea what time it was, she said. Everything was so mixed up, I sort of don't know where I am or what it's all about. Getting back from the church, and then all those people, and then changing all my clothes, and then everybody throwing things and all. Goodness, I don't see how people do it every day. Do what? He said. Get married, she said. When you think of all the people all over the world getting married just as if it was nothing. Chinese people and everybody, just as if it wasn't anything. Well, let's not worry about people all over the world, he said. Let's don't think about a lot of Chinese. We've got something better to think about. What do we care about them? I know, she said, but I just sort of got to thinking of them, all over everywhere, doing it all the time. At least, getting married, you know. And it's sort of such a big thing to do, it makes you feel queer. You think of them, all doing it just like it wasn't anything. And how does anybody know what's going to happen next? Let them worry, he said. We don't have to. We know darn well what's going to happen next. We know it's going to be great. Well, we know we're going to be happy, don't we? Oh, of course, she said. Only you think of all the people, and you have to sort of keep thinking. It makes you feel funny. An awful lot of people that get married, it doesn't turn out so well, and I guess they all must have thought it was going to be great. Come on now, he said. This is no way to start a honeymoon with all this thinking going on. Look at us, all married and everything done. The wedding all done and all. Ah, it was nice, wasn't it? She said. Did you really like my veil? You looked great, he said. Just great. Oh, I'm terribly glad, she said. Ellie and Louise looked lovely, didn't they? I'm terribly glad they did finally decide on pink. They looked perfectly lovely. Listen, he said, I want to tell you something. When I was standing up there in that old church waiting for you to come up, and I saw those 2 bridesmaids, I thought to myself, well, I never knew Louise could look like that. Why, she'd have knocked anybody's eye out. Oh, really? She said. Funny. Of course, everybody thought her dress and hat were lovely, but a lot of people seemed to think she looked sort of tired. People have been saying that a lot lately. I tell them I think it's awfully mean of them to go around saying that about her. I tell them they've got to remember that Louise isn't so terribly young anymore, and they've got to expect her to look like that. Louise can say she's 23 all she wants to, but she's a good deal nearer 27. Well, she was certainly a knockout at the wedding, he said. Boy. I'm terribly glad you thought so, she said. I'm glad someone did. How did you think Ellie looked? Why, I honestly didn't get a look at her, he said. Oh, really? She said. Well, I certainly think that's too bad. I don't suppose I ought to say it about my own sister, but I never saw anybody look as beautiful as Ellie looked today. And always so sweet and unselfish, too. And you didn't even notice her. But you never pay attention to Ellie anyway. Don't think I haven't noticed it. It makes me feel just terrible. It makes me feel just awful that you don't like my own sister. I do so like her, he said. I'm crazy for Ellie. I think she's a great kid. Don't think it makes any difference to Ellie, she said. Ellie's got enough people crazy about her. It isn't anything to her whether you like her or not. Don't flatter yourself she cares. The only thing is, it makes it awfully hard for me you don't like her. That's the only thing. I keep thinking, when we come back and get in the apartment and everything, it's going to be awfully hard for me that you won't want my own sister to come and see me. It's going to make it awfully hard for me that you won't ever want my family around. I know how you feel about my family. Don't think I haven't seen it. Only, if you don't ever want to see them, that's your loss, not theirs. Don't flatter yourself. Oh, now, come on, he said. What's all this talk about not wanting your family around? Why, you know how I feel about your family. I think your old woman, I think your mother's swell. And Ellie, and your father. What's all this talk?" "Well, I've seen it," she said. "Don't think I haven't. Lots of people, they get married, and they think it's going to be great and everything, and then it all goes to pieces because people don't like people's families or something like that. Don't tell me. I've seen it happen." "Honey," he said, "what is all this? What are you getting all angry about? Hey, look, this is our honeymoon. What are you trying to start a fight for? I guess you're just feeling sort of nervous." "Me?" she said. "What have I got to be nervous about? I mean, goodness, I'm not nervous." "You know, lots of times," he said, "they say that girls get kind of nervous and yippy on account of thinking about, well, it's like you said, things are all so sort of mixed up and everything right now. But afterwards, it'll be all right. Well, look, honey, you don't look any too comfortable. Don't you want to take your hat off? And let's don't ever fight, ever, will we?" "I'm sorry I was cross," she said. "I guess I did feel a little bit funny. All mixed up, and then thinking of all those people all over everywhere, and then being sort of way off here, all alone with you. It's so sort of different. It's sort of such a big thing. You can't blame a person for thinking, can you? Yes, don't let's ever, ever fight. We won't be like a whole lot of them. We won't fight or be nasty or anything, will we?" "You bet your life we won't," he said. "I guess I will take this darned old hat off," she said. "It kind of presses. Just put it up on the rack, will you, dear? Do you like it, sweetheart?" "Looks good on you," he said. "No, but she said, "do you really like it?" "Well, I'll tell you," he said. "I know this is the new style and everything like that, and it's probably great. I don't know anything about things like that, only I like the kind of a hat like that blue hat you had. Gee, I like that hat." "Oh, really?" she said. "Well, that's nice. That's lovely. The first thing you say to me, as soon as you get me off on a train away from my family and everything, is that you don't like my hat. The first thing you say to your wife is you think she has terrible taste in hats. That's nice, isn't it?" "Now, honey," he said, "I never said anything like that. I only said—" "What you don't seem to realize," she said, "is this hat cost $22. $22. And that horrible old blue thing you think you're so crazy about, that cost $3.95. "I don't give a darn what they cost," he said. "I only said I liked that blue hat. I don't know anything about hats. I'll be crazy about this one as soon as I get used to it. Only it's kind of not like your other hats. I don't know about the new styles. What do I know about women's hats?" "It's too bad," she said. "You didn't marry somebody that would get the kind of hats you'd like. Hats that cost $3.95. Why didn't you marry Louise? You always think she looks so beautiful. You'd love her taste in hats. Why didn't you marry her?" "Oh, now, honey," he said, "for heaven's sakes." "Why didn't you marry her?" she said. "All you've done ever since we got on this train is talk about her. Here I've sat and just listened to you saying how wonderful Louise is. I suppose that's nice, getting me all off here alone with you, and then raving about Louise right in front of my face. Why didn't you ask her to marry you? I'm sure she would have jumped at the chance. There aren't so many people asking her to marry them. It's too bad you didn't marry her. I'm sure you'd have been much happier." "Listen, baby," he said. "While you're talking about things like that, why didn't you marry Joe Brooks? I suppose he could have given you all the $22 hats you wanted, I suppose." "Well, I'm not so sure I'm not sorry I didn't," she said. "There! Joe Brooks wouldn't have waited until he got me all off alone and then sneered at my taste in clothes. Joe Brooks wouldn't ever hurt my feelings. Joe Brooks has always been fond of me. There." "Yeah," he said, "he's fond of you. He was so fond of you he didn't even send a wedding present. That's how fond of you he was." "I happen to know for a fact," she said, "that he was away on business, and as soon as he comes back he's going to give me anything I want for the apartment." "Listen," he said, "I don't want anything he gives you in our apartment. Anything he gives you I'll throw right out the window. That's what I think of your friend Joe Brooks. And how do you know where he is and what he's going to do anyway? Has he been writing to you?" "I suppose my friends can correspond with me," she said. "I didn't hear there was any law against that." Well, I suppose they can't, he said. And what do you think of that? I'm not going to have my wife getting a lot of letters from cheap traveling salesmen. Joe Brooks is not a cheap traveling salesman, she said. He is not. He gets a wonderful salary. Oh, yeah, he said. Where did you hear that? He told me so himself, she said. Oh, he told you so himself, he said. I see. He told you so himself. You've got a lot of right to talk about Joe Brooks, she said. You and your friend Louise, all you ever talk about is Louise. Oh, for heaven's sakes, he said. What do I care about Louise? I just thought she was a friend of yours, that's all. That's why I ever even noticed her. Well, you certainly took an awful lot of notice of her today, she said. On our wedding day, you said yourself when you were standing there in the church, you just kept thinking of her, right up at the altar. Oh, right in the presence of God, and all you thought about was Louise. Listen, honey, he said, I never should have said that. How does anybody know what kind of crazy things come into their heads when they're standing there waiting to get married? I was just telling you that because it was so kind of crazy. I thought it would make you laugh. I know, she said. I've been all sort of mixed up today, too. I told you that. Everything's so strange and everything. And me all the time thinking about all those people all over the world. And now us here all alone and everything. I know you get all mixed up. Only I did think, when you kept talking about how beautiful Louise looked, you did it with malice and forethought. I never did anything with malice and forethought, he said. I just told you that about Louise because I thought it would make you laugh. Well, it didn't, she said. No, I know it didn't, he said. It certainly did not. Ah, baby, and we ought to be laughing too. Hell, honey lamb, this is our honeymoon. What's the matter? I don't know, she said. We used to squabble a lot when we were going together and then engaged and everything, but I thought everything would be so different as soon as you were married, and now I feel so sort of strange and everything. I feel so sort of alone. Well, you see, sweetheart, he said, we're not really married yet. I mean, well, things will be different afterwards. Oh, hell. I mean, we haven't been married very long. No, she said. Well, we haven't got much longer to wait now, he said. Well, we'll be in New York in about 20 minutes. Then we can have dinner and sort of see what we feel like doing. Or, is there anything special you want to do tonight? What? She said. What I mean to say, he said, would you like to go to a show or something? Why, whatever you like, she said. I sort of didn't think people went to theaters and things on their... I've got a couple of letters I simply must write. Don't let me forget. Oh, he said, you're going to write letters tonight? Well, you see, she said, I've been perfectly terrible. What with all the excitement and everything, I never did thank poor old Mrs. Sprague for her berry spoon, and I never did a thing about those bookends the McMasters sent. It's just too awful of me. I've got to write them this very night. And when you've finished writing your letters, he said, maybe I could get you a magazine or a bag of peanuts. What? She said. He said, I wouldn't want you to be bored. As if I could be bored with you, she said. Silly. Aren't we married? Bored. What I thought, he said. I thought when we got in, we could go right up to the Biltmore, and anyway leave our bags, and maybe have a little dinner in the room, kind of quiet, and then do whatever we wanted. Well, let's go right up there from the station. Oh, yes, let's, she said. I'm so glad we're going to the Biltmore. I just love it. The twice I've stayed in New York, we've always stayed there. Papa and Mama and Ellie and I was crazy about it. I always sleep so well there. I go right off to sleep the minute I put my head on the pillow. Oh, you do? He said. At least, she said, way up high it's so quiet. We might go to some show or other tomorrow night instead of tonight, he said. Don't you think that would be better? Yes, I think it might, she said. He rose, balanced a moment, crossed over and sat down beside her. Do you really have to write those letters tonight? He said. Well, she said, I don't suppose they'd get there any quicker than if I wrote them tomorrow. There was a silence with things going on in it. And we won't ever fight any more, will we? He said. Oh, no, she said, not ever. I don't know what made me do like that. It all got so sort of funny, sort of like a nightmare, the way I got thinking of all those people getting married all the time, And so many of them, it goes to pieces on account of fighting and everything. I got all mixed up thinking about them. Oh, I don't want to be like them. But we won't be, will we? Sure we won't, he said. We won't go all to pieces, she said. We won't fight. It'll all be different now we're married. It'll all be lovely. Reach me down my hat, will you, sweetheart? It's time I was putting it on. Thanks. I'm so sorry you don't like it. I do so like it, he said. You said you didn't, she said. You said you thought it was perfectly terrible. I never said any such thing, he said. You're crazy. All right, I may be crazy, she said. Thank you very much, but that's what you said. Not that it matters, it's just a little thing, but it makes you feel pretty funny to think you've gone and married somebody that says you have perfectly terrible taste in hats, and then goes and says you're crazy beside. Now listen here, he said. Nobody said any such thing. Why, I love that hat. The more I look at it, the better I like it. I think it's great. That isn't what you said before, she said. Honey, he said, stop it, will you? What do you want to start all this for? I love the damned hat. I mean, I love your hat. I love anything you wear. What more do you want me to say? Well, I don't want you to say it like that, she said. I said I think it's great, he said. That's all I said. Do you really? She said. Do you honestly? I'm so glad. I'd hate you not to like my hat. It would be, I don't know, it would be sort of such a bad start. Well, I'm crazy for it, he said. Now we've got that settled, for heaven's sakes. Ah, baby lamb, we're not going to have any bad starts. Look at us, we're on our honeymoon. Pretty soon we'll be regular old married people. I mean, in a few minutes we'll be getting into New York, and then we'll be going to the hotel, and then everything will be all right. I mean, well, look at us. Here we are, married. Here we are. Yes, here we are, she said. Aren't we?
This is Christopher Tilghman reading Christmas Gift by Robert Penn Warren from the Virginia Quarterly Review. The big white flakes sank down from the sagging sky. A wet gray light hung over everything, and the flakes looked gray against it, then turned white as they sank toward the dark earth. The roofs of the few houses along the road looked sogged and black. The man who sat in the wagon that moved slowly up the road wore an old quilt wrapped around his shoulders and a corduroy cap pulled down over his eyes. His ears stuck out from under the cap, thin as paper and lined with purplish veins. Before him, vanishing, the flakes touched the backs of the mules, which steamed and were black like wet iron. When the man spoke to the boy on the seat beside him, the ends of his mustache twitched the amber drops that clung to it. "You can get off at the store," he said. The boy nodded his head, which looked tight and small under the rusty felt man's hat he wore. The hoofs of the mules cracked the skim ice in the ruts, and pale yellow mud oozed up around the fetlocks. The wagon wheels turned laboriously, crackling the ice with a sound like paper. The man pulled on the reins, and the mules stopped, their heads hanging under the sparse downward drift of flakes. "Whoa," he said, after the mules had already stopped. He pointed his thumb toward the frame building set beside the road. "You can get off here, son," he said. "Most like they can tell you here." The boy climbed over the side of the wagon, set his foot on the hub, and jumped. His feet sank in the half-frozen, viscous mud. Turning, he took a step toward the building, then stopped. "Much obliged," he said, and started on. For a moment the man peered after him from small, red-rimmed eyes. He jerked the reins. "Get up," he said, and the mules lay against the traces, their hoofs crackling the skim ice. The boy mounted the steps to the sloping boards of the porch and put his sharp, gray, claw-like fingers on the latch bar. Very quietly he pushed the door inward a little space, slipped his body through the opening, and closed the door, letting the latch back down without a sound. He looked down the shadowy corridor of the store between the shelves of cans and boxes and the clothing hung on racks against the other wall. At the end of the corridor some men sat, their bodies in huddled outline against the red glow of a stove. With hesitant steps, the boy approached them, stopping just behind the circle. A big man, whose belly popped the broad leather belt he wore, let his chair come forward to rest on the floor and surveyed him. "What can I do for you today, buddy?" he said. The tight skin of the boy's face puckered grayly toward the lips, and his Adam's apple twitched up his throat. The big man kept on looking at the boy, who stood dumbly beyond the circle, the oversized mackinaw hanging to his knees, and shook his head at the big man. "You want to get warmed up?" the big man said. The boy shook his head again. "Naw, sir," he managed. "You look cold," the big man said. "You come round here." He motioned to the open space in front of the stove. Eyes fixed in question on the big man's face, the boy obeyed the gesture. He came round, carefully stepping over a man's outthrust leg. He stood inside the circle, about 6 feet from the stove, and spread his hands out to it. "Get up closer," the big man said. "Get your bottom up to hit." The boy moved forward and turned his back to the stove, his hands behind him working weakly toward the warmth. The men kept looking at him. Steam from the mackinaw rose up against the stove, with the sick smell of hot, wet wool. "Now ain't that better?" the big man demanded. The boy nodded at him. "Who are you, pardner?" one of the men said. The boy turned toward him. He was a short, stocky man, bald and swarthy, and he sat with his booted legs bunched under him like an animal ready to spring. "I know who he is. I've seen him," another man said. "He's one of Milt Lancaster's kids." Another man beyond the stove leaned forward, bucking his chair nearer to the boy. "Now ain't that nice," he said. "Pleased to meet you. So you're one of Milt's little bastards." The bald, swarthy man glared at him. "Shut up," he ordered abruptly. The other man leaned elaborately back and studied the ceiling, softly whistling between his teeth. "In doing your Saturday trading?" the bald, swarthy one said. The boy shook his head. Then he looked at the big man. "I want to get the doctor." "That's what he's for," the big man admitted, and blinked at the stove. "Your folks sick?" the bald, swarthy man said. "My sister," the boy said. "She's going to have a baby." The man who was whistling stopped. "Your little sister, buddy?" He addressed the ceiling in mock solicitude and shook his head. "Them Lancasters allus did calf young." "It's my big sister," the boy said to the bald man. "She come up here last summer. She ain't nothing but my sister on my ma's side." "Well, well," said the man who was looking at the ceiling. He let his chair thump down on the front legs and spoke to no one in particular. "So there's going to be another little bastard out to Milt's place." The bald, swarthy man stared glumly across the speaker. "Bill Stover," he commented with no feeling, "you going to make me stomp hell out of you for son." The boy glanced quickly from one side to the other. The bald, swarthy man stared across the space, his legs bunched under him. The other man grinned and winked sidewise. "I ought to do it now," the bald, swarthy one said, as if to himself. The other stopped grinning. "If you want the doc," the big man said, "you go up the road 4 houses on the right-hand side. It ain't no piece. That's where Doc Small lives. They's a office in the front yard smack on the road, but you go up to the house. That's where he is." "It's a chicken office," one of the men said. "That's where the doc keeps his chickens, now going on 20 years. "You ain't going to miss it," the big man said. The boy came out of the circle and stepped before the big man. He looked up with a quick, furtive motion of his head. "Much obliged," he said. He pulled his mackinaw about him, taking up the slack in the garment, and moved down the corridor toward the door. "Wait a minute," the big man called after him. He got up ponderously to his feet, hitched his belt up in his belly, and went forward to the single-glass showcase. The men watched him, craning their necks, all except the bald, swarthy one, who crouched and stared at the red bulge of the stove. The big man reached into the glass showcase and took out a half-dozen sticks of red-striped candy. He thrust them at the boy, who, looking suspiciously at the objects, shook his head. "Take 'em," the man ordered. The boy kept his hands in the pockets of the mackinaw. "I ain't got nothing ter pay for it with," he said. "Here, take them, buddy," the man said. The boy reached out his hand uneasily, all the while studying the man's face, which was without expression. The fingers, scaled gray by cold like a bird's claw, closed on the candy, jerked back, clutching the sticks. The hand holding the candy slipped into the loose Mackinaw pocket. "Beat it," the big man said, "afore they beat hell out of you at home." The boy slipped out the door, quick and quiet as a cat. The big man came back to the stove and sank morosely into his chair. He tilted it back and put his arms behind his head, on which the thin brown hair was slickly parted. "You sick, Al?" one of the men said to him. He did not answer. "You must be sick, giving away something just offhand like that." Bill Stover again leaned forward, wet his lips, and winked at the man who spoke. He himself seemed about to speak. Then he saw the face of the bald, swarthy man, whose dark eyes burned with a kind of indolent savagery. "You go straight to hell," the big man was wearily saying. The snow had almost stopped. It was getting colder now. The flakes were smaller now, drawing downward breathlessly like bits of white lint. They clung to the soaked grass by the road and lay on the frozen mud. The boy's feet cracked the skim ice on the mud, then, in withdrawal, made a sucking sound. 200 yards up the road he came to the place. Jutting on the road, the one-room frame building stood beside a big cedar. A tin sign, obscured by rust and weather, was nailed to the door, carrying the words, "Dr. A. P. Small, Office." The boy turned up the path by the cedar, whose black boughs swooped down toward the bare ground. The house was set far back from the road, half hidden by trellises to which leafless, horny vine clutched and curled. The windows of the house gave blankly, without reflection, on the yard where grass stuck stiffly up from dirty ice-curdled pools at the roots. The door had a glass pane in it. Behind the glass a laced curtain hung like a great coarse cobweb. He tapped the paintless wood of the door. It was a woman who at last opened the door. "What do you want, boy?" she said. "I want her get the doctor," he said. She said, "Clean your feet and come in," and abruptly turned down the low hall. He scraped his shoes, stooped to wipe them with his fingers, and then, wringing the mud from his hands, wiped them on the Mackinaw. He followed her with quick, secret glances from one side to the other. She was standing before a door, her thin arm pointing inward. "You come in here," she ordered. He stood back from the hearth while the woman thrust her hands nervously at the blaze. She was a little woman, and while she warmed her hands, she kept looking over her shoulder at him with a wry, bird-like asperity. "What's the matter?" she said. "My sister's going to have a baby," he said. "Who are you, boy?" "Sil Lancaster's my name, ma'am," he said, looking at her little hands that approached and jerked from the bright blaze. "Oh," she said. She turned fully at him, inspected him sharply from head to foot. "You ought to take off your hat when you come in the house, boy," she said. He took the big hat off his head and, standing before, held it tight in both hands. She nodded at him, said, "Wait a minute," and was gone out the door. With a dubious, inquiring step, as on suspected ice, he went across the straw matting toward the hearth and put his back to the fire. He looked at all the objects in the room, covertly spying on them as though they had a life of their own. The gilt-iron bed covered by a lace counterpane, the unpainted rocking chairs with colored pillows on the seats that were pulled up to the hearth, the table on which stood a basket full of socks rolled up in neat balls. The fire spat and sputtered in mild sibilance, eating at the chunks of sawn wood on the hearth. And the clock, its face supported by plump cupids of painted china, ticked with a small, busy sound. The boy laid his hat on the yellow cushion of one of the chairs and put his hands to the fire. Against the plump little cushion, its color so bright, the hat was big and dirty. With hands still stretched out, the boy regarded it. It was soggy black with wet flecks of mud clinging to it. At the creases it was worn through. The boy took it quickly off the chair. With that neat, industrious sound, the clock kept on ticking. "Hello, son," the man on the door said. The man was buttoning up a brown overcoat that dropped to his ankles. Beneath the coat his small booted feet stuck out. The woman slipped in past him and came to the fire, put her hands toward the blaze again, jerked them back, all the while looking at the boy. The man pulled a black fur cap on his head and turned down the ear flaps. "Let's go," he said. The woman went up to him, touching his breast with a quick, indecisive motion as when she spread her hands to the fire. "Don't wait up for me," he said. He put his face down, a sharp, expressionless face that seemed inconsequential under the big fur cap, and the woman kissed his cheek. Her kiss made a neat, dry sound, like a click. "Let's go," he said. He went into the hall, the boy following to the door of the room, where the woman stood aside to let him pass. He paused for an instant at the threshold. "Much obliged," he said to her, and slipped down the hall after the man like a shadow. A horse and buggy, the curtains up, stood beyond the cedar at the corner of the office. The powdery flakes of snow drifted cautiously downward, were lost in the dark branches of the tree on the road where the horse stood, head down in patience. "You get in," the man said, and went around to the driver's side. The boy climbed into the buggy, slipping under the curtain. The man got in and bent to fasten the curtain flap on his side. "You fix 'em over there," he said, and picked up the reins. The boy fumbled with the metal catch, the man, reins in hand, watching him. "Don't you know nothing, son?" he said. "I ain't never fixed one afore," the boy said. The man thrust the reins into the boy's hands, leaned across his knees to latch the curtain, straightened up, and took the reins as though lifting them from a peg. "You pull that rug off the seat back of you," he said, "and give it here." The boy obeyed, unfolding the rug. The man took an end, jabbed it under his thigh, and wrapped it around the outside leg. "Now fix yourself up over there," he ordered. He shook out the reins through the slit in the curtain. The horse swung onto the road, the front wheel groaning and scraping with the short turn, the buggy jerking sideways over the ruts. The buggy straightened out and drew more easily. The hoofs crunched and sloshed, the wheels turning. "That's right, ain't it?" the doctor said. "We go out of the settlement this-a-way?" "Yes, sir," the boy said. "I thought I recollected it so." They drew past the store. A man went down the steps and started to walk up the road, walking with a plunging, unsteady stride, plowing the mud. His high shoulders hunched and swayed forward. "John Graber," the doctor jerked his mittened thumb toward the man. "He better be getting on home, his woman's sick like she is." He shook his head, the sharp features without expression. "A mighty sick woman. Kidneys," he said. "Yes, sir," the boy said. "Graber'll be cooking his own supper 'fore long." They passed the last house, a small gray house set in the open field. Yellow gullies ran across the field, bald plateaus of snow-smeared sod between gully and gully. A mule stood close to the barbed wire fence which separated the field from the road, and the fine flakes sank in the field and the gullies. From the chimney of the house a line of smoke stood up very still amidst the descending flakes. "Graber's house," the doctor said. The boy sat up straight and peered through the isinglass panels at the house and the smoke and the gutted field. "Do I turn off up the creek?" the doctor asked. "Yes, sir." They crossed the wood bridge where the timbers creaked and rattled loosely with the turning wheels. Beneath it the swollen water plunged between limestone rocks, sucking the yellow foam. The flakes touched the spewing foam, the water plunging with a hollow, constant sound. "What's your pappy doing now?" the doctor said. "My pappy's cropping on a place for Mr. Porsum, but it ain't no good." "Uh-huh," the man grunted. He looked through the isinglass in front. They had turned off the main road up the road by the creek. On one side, the limestone stuck out from the bluff side, thin gray icicles hanging from the gray stone among the shriveled fern fronds. The creek, below the dead growth of the gorge on the other side, made its hollow sound. "Hit ain't worth nothin'. Can't even grow sassafras on it." "Uh-huh," the man said. We be leaving this year. We ain't going to have no truck no more with Mr. Porsum, that old son of a bitch. He ain't done nothing like he said. He ain't—" "That's what your pappy says," the man said. "My pappy says he's a goddamn sheep-snitching son of a bitch." The man stared through the isinglass pane, his sharp nose and chin sticking out in front, his head wobbling with the motion of the buggy. Then he opened his mouth. "I reckon Jim Porsum's got something to say on his side." The boy took a stolen glance at the man's face, then relapsed to the motion of the buggy. Out of the red mess of the road, limestone poked, gray and slick like wet bone, streaked with red mud. The wheels surmounted the stone, jolting down beyond on the brittle mud. On the bluff side the cedars hung, their thick roots thrust from the rotten crevices of stone, the roots black with moss, garnished with ice, their tops cut off the light. The man reached the reins over to the boy. "Hold 'em," he said. The boy drew his hands from under the rug and held the reins. He grasped them very tight with both hands, the knuckles chapped and tight, and peered through the isinglass panel at the horse. The head of the horse, under the cedars, bobbed up and down. Clamping his mittens between his knees, the man rolled a cigarette. His breath, as he licked the paper, came frostily from his mouth in a thin parody of smoke. He lighted the cigarette. Then, as he reached for the reins, he found the boy observing him, observing the twisted paper that hung from his lips. He did not put the tobacco sack in his pocket, but, after a moment of hesitation, held it toward the boy. "All right," he said, "go on and take it." The boy shook his head, watching the sack. "Oh, hell," the man said, and dropped the sack on the boy's lap. The boy took the sack without assurance, adjusted the paper, poured tobacco into it. Biting the string with his teeth, big square teeth irregularly set in the tight mouth, he pulled the sack together and dropped it. Then he lifted the paper to his lips. The tip of his tongue darted out between his lips, strangely quick from the stolid, pinched face, and licked the edge of the paper. With that delicacy of motion, with the sharp gray fingers bunched like claws together to hold the bit of paper to his mouth, the boy, crouching there in the dim interior, looked at that instant like a small coon intently feeding. He took a deep drag of the smoke, the end of the cigarette shriveling with the sucking coal, and his thin chest expanded under the cloth of the mackinaw. Balancing the sack in his mittened hand, the doctor regarded the process. The smoke drifted colorless from the boy's nostrils, which were red and flattened. "You ought not to do it," the doctor said, "and you just a kid like you are." "I'm 10, the boy said. "It's going to stunt your growth, all right." "Hit never stunted my pappy's growth none, and he's been a-smoking ever since he was 8. He's big. Ain't you never seen him?" The doctor looked at the lips, which puckered grayly to the twists of paper, the pale eyes set close together under the man-sized hat. The 2 cigarettes, the man's and the boy's, glowed indecisively in the shadow. "Oh, I've seen him all right," the man said at length. "He's a plenty strong son of a bitch," the boy said. The man pushed his cigarette through a crack in the curtain and sank back. His torso, swathed in the heavy overcoat, rolled and jerked to the impact of rut or stone like some lifeless object in uneasy water. Down the gorge, like the sound of wind driving through woods, the creek maintained its hollow, constant plunging. "I didn't know Milt Lancaster had any girl big enough to be having babies yet," the man said. "He ain't, not I knows anything about." "You said your sister, didn't you?" "She's my sister on my ma's side. That's what she says, and that's what my ma says." The live cigarette, burned almost to the very end, hung at the corner of the boy's lips, glowing fitfully and faintly with his speech. It hung there untouched by his hands, which were thrust under the rug. He no longer drew the smoke in. It seemed to seep in without conscious effort on his part, drifting from his nostrils thinly with his breath. "She just come up here last summer," the boy said. "I never knowed nothin' about her afore that. Ma was glad to see her, I reckon, at first, I reckon." "Uh-huh," the man said absently, his sharp features fixed forward, apparently without attention. "But Pappy warn't. He just raised holy hell for certain." She just worked round the house and never said nothing to nobody, 'cept to me and the kids. Then Pappy got so he didn't pay her no mind to speak of. The cigarette burned close to the lip, the paper untwisting so that bits of red ash slipped from it and fell toward the rug. The boy withdrew one hand from beneath the rug and with thumb and forefinger pinched together removed the cigarette. The paper had stuck to the flesh of the lip. He jerked it free, licking the place with that strange darting motion of the tongue tip. The tongue was pink and damp against the dry gray flesh of the lips. Then she up and got sick, and she's going to have a baby, he said. So that's why she's up here, the man said. The boy shook his head. I don't know, he said. She just come. In the gloom of the buggy, their bodies, one long and lax against the back of the seat, the other short and upright, jerked and swayed. The road climbed a little. The bluff wall lost its steepness, falling to heaps of detritus among boulders. No cedars showed here, only stalks of weeds and the wiry strands of vine showing on the broken surface. Then the road went down again, swinging away from the creek. There was no further sound of the water. At the foot of the slight grade the bottom spread out, bare cornfields with stubble and shocks that disintegrated to the ground, rail fences lapped by the leafless undergrowth. Away to the left a log house stood black under bare black trees. From it the somnolent smoke ascended, twined white and gray against the gray sky. The snow had stopped. Beyond the bottoms the knobs looked cold and smoky. From them and from the defiles, fingers of mist, white to their blackness, crooked downward toward the bare land. The horizon rim, fading, sustained a smoky wreath that faded upward to the space without sun. They drew to the lane that led to the log house. "You go on past here," the boy said. "Hits up them knobs." The boy, almost surreptitiously, took a stick of candy from his pocket, broke off half and stuck it between his lips. He looked at the man's sharp, expressionless profile. Then he held out the piece to him. Without a word, the man took it and stuck it between his lips, sucking it. They moved forward between the empty fields.
This is Jill McCorkle reading The Hitch-Hikers by Eudora Welty from the Southern Review. Tom Harris, a 30-year-old salesman traveling in office supplies, got out of Thurston a little after noon and saw people in Flat Top and Baxter, but went on toward Memphis. It was a base, and he was thinking he would like to do something that night. Toward evening, on a long, straight stretch of road, he slowed down for some hitchhikers. One of them stood still by the side of the pavement with his foot stuck out like an old root, but the other was playing a yellow guitar which caught the late sun. Harris would get sleepy driving. On the road he did some things rather out of a dream. To him, the recurring sight of hitchhikers waiting against the sky gave him the flash of a sensation he had learned to experience when he was a child. Standing still with nothing around him, feeling tall, and having the world come all at once into its round shape underfoot and rush and turn through space and make his stand very precarious and lonely. He and the two hitchhikers spoke to one another almost formally. Resuming his speed, Harris moved over a little in the seat. The man with the guitar wanted to ride with it between his legs. Harris reached over and turned on the radio. "Well, music," said the man with the guitar. "I forget about it," remarked Harris. "Well, we been there a whole day in that one spot," said the man with the guitar, beginning to grin. "Seen the sun go clear over. Course part of the time we laid down and taken our ease." They rode without talking, while the sun went down in red clouds and the radio program changed a few times. Harris switched on his lights. Once the man with the guitar started to sing "The One Rose That's Left in My Heart," which came over the air played by the Aloha Boys. Then, rather shyly, he stopped in the middle of it, but made a streak on the radio dial with his blackly calloused fingertip. "I appreciate them big electric guitars, all right," he said. "Where are you going?" "Looks like north." "So it is," said Harris. "Smoke?" "Well, rarely," replied the man with the guitar. At the unexpected use of the word, Harris's cheek twitched, and he handed over his pack of cigarettes. All three lighted up. The silent man held his cigarette in front of him like a piece of money between his thumb and forefinger most of the time. Harris realized he wasn't smoking, but was watching it burn. "My, getting night again," said the man with the guitar, in a voice that could assume any surprise. "Anything to eat?" asked Harris. The man gave a pluck to a guitar string and glanced at him. "Dewberries," said the other man. It was his only remark, and it was made in a slow, pondering voice. "Some nice little rabbit comes skinning by," said the man with the guitar, nudging Harris with a slight punch in his side, "but it run off the way it come." The other man was so bogged in inarticulate anger that Harris could imagine him running after the rabbit. He smiled, but did not look around. "Now to look out for a place to sleep, is that it?" he remarked doggedly. A pluck of the strings again, and the man yawned. There was a town coming up, lighted over a little piece of bluff. "Clearwater?" Harris yawned too. "I bet you ain't got no idea where all I've slept," the man said, turning around in his seat and speaking directly to Harris with laughter in his face that in the light of a road sign appeared strangely teasing. "I could eat a hamburger," said Harris, swinging out of the road under the sign in some automatic gesture of evasion, and turning to a girl in red pants who had leaped onto the running board. "3, and 3 beers?" she asked, smiling, with her head poked in the window. "Hi," she said to Harris. "How are you?" said Harris. "That's right." "My," said the man with the guitar, "red sailor boy pants." Harris listened for the guitar note, but it did not come. "But not pretty," he said. The screen door of the joint whined, and a man's voice called, "Come on in, boys, we got girls." "Tell them to come out here," the man with the guitar shouted back in the same breath, and then went into deep silence as if afraid he had gone too far. Harris cut off the radio, and they listened to the Nickelodeon, which was playing inside the joint and turning the window blue, red, and green in turn. "Hi," said the car hop again as she came out with the tray. "Looks like rain." They ate the hamburgers rapidly, without talking. A girl came and looked out of the window, leaning on her hand. One couple was dancing inside. There was a waltz. "Same songs everywhere," said the man with the guitar softly. Nearly every time the man spoke, Harris's cheek twitched. He was easily amused. Also, he recognized easily any sort of attempt to confide, and then its certain and hasty retreat. The more the man said, the further he was drawn into a willingness to listen. "I'll hear him play his guitar yet," he thought. It had got to be a pattern in his days and nights. It was almost automatic, his listening, like the way his hand went to his pocket for money. "That's most the same as a ballot," said the man, licking mustard off his finger. "My ma, she was the one for ballots, little in the waist as a dirt dauber, but her voice carried, had her a whole lot of tunes, long ago dead and gone. Pa'd come home drunk as a wheelbarrow, and she'd go sit on the front step facing the road and sing everything she knowed, dead and gone, and the house burned down." He gulped at his beer. His foot was padding. "This," said Harris, touching one of the keys on the guitar. "Couldn't you make some money with your guitar?" Of course, it was by the guitar that he had known at once they were not mere hitchhikers, they were tramps. They were full-blown abandoned to this. Both of them were. But when he touched it, he knew obscurely that it was the yellow guitar, that bold and gay burden in the tramp's arms, that had caused him to stop his car and pick them up. The man hit it flat with the palm of his hand. "This box? Just play it for myself." Harris laughed delightedly, but somehow he had a desire to tease him, to make him swear to his freedom. "You wouldn't stop and play somewhere like this? For a dance? With girls?" Now the fellow turned and spoke completely as if the other man were not there. "Well, but now I got him." "Him?" Harris stared straight ahead. "He'd gripe. He don't like fooling around. He wants to get on." The other tramp belched. Harris laid his hand on the horn. "Bye," said the car hop, opening a heart-shaped pocket over her heart and dropping the tip courteously within. "Aw, River," sang out the man with the guitar. As they pulled out into the highway again, the other man began to lift a beer bottle and stared beseechingly at the man with the guitar as if his mouth were full. "Drive back. Sabi forgot to give her back her bottle," said the man with the guitar. He laughed. "Drive back. We got to give her back her bottle." "Haven't got time," said Harris rather firmly, speeding down the road into Clearwater, thinking, I was about to take directions from him. "You look like you thought he was going to hit you with it," said the man with the guitar softly. Harris stopped the car in front of the hotel on the main street. "Appreciated it," said the man, taking up his guitar. "Wait here." They sat back at once, both striped by a street light, both caved in, and giving out an odor of dust, both sighing with obedience. Harris took his hand off the car door and went up the walk and up the one step into the hotel. Mr. Jean, the proprietor, a white-haired man with little dark freckles all over his face and hands, looked up and shoved out his arms. "If you ain't back," he grinned, "been about a month to the day. I was thinking of you." "Mr. Jean, I ought to go on, but I got two fellas out in the car." "Okay, but they've just got nowhere to sleep tonight. And you know that little back porch?" "Why, it's a beautiful night out," bellowed Mr. Jean, and laughed silently. "They'd get fleas in your bed," said Harris, showing the back of his hand. "But you know that old porch. It's not so bad. I slept out there once. I forget how." The proprietor let his laugh out like a flood. Then he sobered abruptly. "Sure, okay," he said. "Wait a minute. Mike's sick. Come here, Mike. It's just old Harris passing through." Mike was an ancient collie dog. He rose from a quilt near the door and moved over the square brown rug stiffly, like a table walking, and shoved himself between the men, swinging his long head from Mr. Jean's hand to Harris's and bearing down motionless with his jaw in Harris's palm. "You sick, Mike?" said Harris. "Dying of old age," blurted the proprietor, as if in anger. Harris began to stroke the dog, but the familiarity in his hand slowly changed to slowness and hesitancy. Mike looked up out of his eyes. "His spirit's gone, you see," said Mr. Jean pleadingly. "Say," said a voice at the front door. Come in, and see poor old Mike," said Mr. Jean. "I knew that was your car, Mr. Harris," said the boy. He was nervously trying to tuck a Bing Crosby cretonne shirt into his pants like a real shirt. Then he looked up and said, "They was trying to take your car, and down the street one of 'em like to bust the other one's head wide open with a bottle. Looks like you would 'a' heard the commotion. Everybody's out there." I said, "That's Mr. Tom Harris's car. Look at the out-of-state license, and look at all the stuff he all time carries around with him, all bloody." "He's not dead, though," said Harris, kneeling on the seat of his car. It was the man with the guitar. The little ceiling light had been turned on. With blood streaming from his broken head, he was slumped down upon the guitar, his legs bowed around it, his arms at either side, his whole body limp in the posture of a bareback rider. Harris was aware of the other face not a yard away. The man the guitar player had called Sobby was standing on the curb with two men unnecessarily holding him. He looked more like a bystander than any of the rest, except that he still held the beer bottle in his right hand. Finally, somebody took it away from him. "Looks like if he was fixing to hit him, he would have hit him with that guitar," said a voice. "That'd be a real good thing to hit somebody with. Whang!" "The way I figure this thing out is," said a penetrating voice, as if a woman were explaining it all to her husband, "the men was left to themselves. So that yonder wanted to make off with the car. He's the one they pulled out the driver's seat. He's the bad one. So the good one says, 'No, that ain't right.' Or was it the other way around?" Harris thought dreamily. "So the other one says, 'Bam! Bam!' He let him have it, and so dumb, right where the movie was letting out." "Hi, Mr. Harris," yelled somebody across the street. It was the bearded postmaster walking along, waving a letter. "Who's got my car key?" shouted Harris. He had, without realizing it, kicked away the prop, the guitar, and he had stopped the blood with something. He knew where the two-room hospital in Clearwater was. He had been there another time. With the constable scuttling along after and then hanging on to the side of the car with his glasses held carefully in one hand, talking continuously to him through the window, dragging the man called Sobby along too, handcuffed to him, and trotting along by the slowed-down car with its rain-speckled windshield, and with a long line of little boys in flowered shirts surrounding him on bicycles, riding in and out of the headlight beam, and with Mr. Jean still shouting in a sort of plea from the hotel step, and Mike beginning to bark a little behind the other dogs, he drove around the bank corner and through a tree-dark street with his wet hand on the automobile horn. The old doctor came down the walk and, joining them in the car, slowly took the guitar player by the shoulders. "I spec he gonna die, though," said a colored child's voice mournfully. "Wonder who gonna get his box." In a room on the second floor of the two-story hotel, Harris bathed and put on clean clothes while Mr. Jean lay on the bed with Mike across his stomach. "Ruined that Christmas tie you wear," the proprietor was talking in short breaths. "It took it out of Mike, I'm telling you," he sighed. "First time he's barked since Bud Milton shot up that Chinese." He bent his head up and took a long swallow of the hotel whiskey, and tears appeared in his warm brown eyes. "Suppose they'd done it on the porch." The phone rang. "Well, everybody knows you're here," said Mr. Jean. "Ruth," he said into the phone, but it was for the proprietor. "That little run of a feller, he don't know which end is up by now," he said when he had hung up. "The constable got a nigger already in the jail, so he's running round for a place to put this feller of yours with the bottle, and damned if all he can think of ain't the hotel." "Hell, is he going to spend the night with me?" "Well, down the hall. The other fella may die. Only place with a bunch of keys but the bank, he says." "What time is it?" asked Harris all at once. "It ain't too late," said Mr. Jean. He opened the door for Mike and followed him slowly out. "I'll see you. I don't guess you're going to get away very shortly in the morning. I'm real sorry they did it in your car if they was going to do it," he added. "That's all right," said Harris. The light was out on the landing. He looked toward the old half-open stained-glass window. "Is that rain?" "It ain't sawdust," said the proprietor. "It's been raining since dark, but you don't ever know a thing like that. It's proverbial." At the desk he held up a brown package. "Here, I sent Babe down the road and got you some Memphis whiskey." "Thanks," said Harris. "You better have some now." "That? It killed me," said Mr. Jean. Up the street he phoned Ruth, a woman he knew in town, and found she was at home having a party. Tom Harris, the very person, she cried. I was wondering what I'd do about Carol, this child. What's the matter with her? Oh, such a child, and no date. Some other people wanted to say hello from the party. He listened a while and said he'd be out. After a moment, he telephoned the hospital and found out nothing new about the guitar player. Like I told you, the doctor said, we don't have the facilities for giving transfusions, and he's been moved plenty enough without you taking him to Memphis. Walking over to the party so as not to use his car, making the only sounds in the dark, wet street, and only partly aware of the indeterminate shapes of houses set back with a light or two showing inside and the rain falling mist-like through the trees, he almost forgot what town he was in and which house he was bound for. Ruth, in a long dark dress, leaned against an open door, laughing. From inside he could hear at least two people playing a skating song on the piano. He would come like this and get all wet, she cried over her shoulder into the room. She was leaning back on her hands. What happened to your little blue car? I hope you brought us a present. He went in with her and began shaking hands and set the bottle wrapped in the paper sack on a table. He never forgets, cried Ruth. Drinking whiskey. Everybody was noisy again. My name's Carol, said a blonde. He stayed away a long time this time, said a girl who was making the introductions. So this is the famous he that everybody talks about all the time, pouted a girl in a white dress whom everybody was calling Mrs. Pettibone. I wish they'd call me you when I've got here, he thought tiredly. My dear, he's a legend, said Ruth firmly, and led Harris off to the kitchen by the hand. So much has happened and so little, she said, and told him while he poured fresh drinks. He was fairly sure she had not heard about the assault in his car. Has this party been going on since afternoon? He asked. Oh, yes. Suddenly she said, Where did you get that sunburn? Well, I had to go to the coast last week, he said. What did you do? Same old thing, he said. He had started to tell her about something funny in Bay St. Louis, where an eloping couple had flagged him down in the residential section and threatened to break up if he would not carry them to the next town. Then he remembered how Ruth looked when he mentioned other places he had stopped on trips. The phone rang, and he caught himself jumping, especially when nobody went to answer it. I thought you'd quit drinking, she said, picking up the bottle. Oh, I started and quit, he said, taking it back and pouring his drink. She came over and stood near him while he set the glasses on the tray. Was she at all curious about him, he wondered? For a moment, when they were simply close together, her lips parted, and she stared off at nothing. Her jealousy left her free. The rainy wind from off the back porch stirred her hair. As if under some illusion, he set down the tray and told her about the two hitchhikers. Her eyes flashed. What a stupid thing for them to do, she said furiously, picking up the tray when he reached for it. So messy. It was as though he had made a previous engagement with them. Everybody was meeting them at the kitchen door. So, cried one of the men, Jackson, he tries to put one over on us. Somebody just called up, Ruth, about the murder in Tom's car. Did he die? Cried Harris. Sly devil, said the girl in the white dress, looking at him sideways, like part of the Beatrice Lilly imitation she had already given. I knew all about it, cried Ruth, her cheeks flaming. He told me all about it. It practically ruined his car, didn't it? Wouldn't he get into something crazy like that? It's because he's sweet, said the girl named Carol, speaking in a hollow voice from her highball glass. Who phoned? Asked Harris. Oh, Mrs. Daggett, that old lady about 1,000,000 years old that's always calling up. She was there. This is the way she talks. Harris phoned the hospital, and the guitar player was still the same. "This is so exciting. Tell us all," said a fat boy in a polo shirt. "Oh, he wouldn't. He never talks. I'll tell you," said Ruth. "We can sit in the kitchen. Carol, you can cook eggs." So the incident became a story. Harris got very tired of it. "It's marvelous the way he always gets in with somebody and then something happens," said Ruth, her eyes confidently on him. "Oh, he's so sweet," said Carol, and went out and sat on the stairs. "Of course he is," said Ruth. "Maybe you'll still be here tomorrow then," she said to Harris, taking his arm. "Will you be detained, maybe?" "If he dies," said Harris. He told them all goodbye. "All river," said the girl in the white dress. "Isn't that what the little man said?" "Yes," said Harris, the rain falling on him, and refused to spend the night or to ride back to the hotel. In the antlered lobby, Mr. Jean bent over asleep under a lamp by the desk phone. His freckles seemed to come out darker when he was asleep. Harris woke him up. "Get to bed," he said. "What was the idea? Anything happened?" "I just wanted to tell you that little buzzard's up in 210, locked and double-locked, handcuffed to the bed, but I wanted to tell you." "Oh, much obliged." "All a gentleman could do," said Mr. Jean. He was drunk. "Warn you what's sleeping under the roof with you." "Thanks," said Harris. "It's 2:00. Look." "Poor Mike can't sleep," said Mr. Jean, "because it hurts him to breathe. Did the other fella poop out?" "Still unconscious," said Harris. He took the bunch of keys which the proprietor was handing him. "Lock me in, too," Mr. Jean explained. "I want you to lock up and lock me in." In the next moment, Harris saw his hand tremble, and he took hold of it. "A murderer," whispered Mr. Jean. All his freckles stood out, with not a word to say. "You wonder I love old Mike?" "Not a murderer yet," said Harris, starting to grin. When he passed 210 and heard no sound, he remembered what old Sobby had said standing handcuffed in front of the hospital with nobody listening to him. "I was just tired of him always upping and making a noise about everything." In his room, Harris lay down on the bed without undressing or turning out the light. He was too tired to sleep. Half blinded by the unshaded bulb, he stared at the bare plaster walls and the equally white surface of the mirror above the empty dresser. Presently he got up and turned on the ceiling fan to create some motion and sound in the room. It was a defective fan, which clicked with each revolution, on and on. He lay perfectly still beneath it with his clothes on, unconsciously breathing in a rhythm related to the beat of the fan. He shut his eyes suddenly. When they were closed in the red blackness, he felt all patience leave him. It was like the beginning of desire. He remembered the girl dropping money into her heart-shaped pocket, and remembered a disturbing possessiveness which meant nothing, Ruth leaning on her hands. He knew he would not be held by any of it. It was for relief, almost, that his thoughts turned to pity, to wonder about the two tramps, their conflict, the sudden brutality when his back was turned. How would it turn out? It was in this suspense that it was more acceptable to him to feel the helplessness of his life. He could forgive nothing in this evening, but it was too like other evenings. This town was too like other towns for him to move out of this lying undressed on the bed, even into comfort or despair. Even the rain, there was often rain, there was often a party, and there had been other violence not of his doing. Other fights, not quite so pointless, but fights in his car. Fights, unheralded confessions, sudden love-making, none of any of this his, not his to keep, but belonging to the people of these towns he passed through, coming out of their rooted past, out of their remaining in one place, coming out of their time. He himself had no time. He was free, helpless. He wished he knew how the guitar player was, if he was still unconscious, if he felt pain. He sat up on the bed and then got up and walked to the window. "Tom," said a voice outside in the dark. Automatically he answered and listened. It was a girl. He could not see her, but she must have been standing on the little plot of grass that ran around the side of the hotel. Wet feet, pneumonia, he thought. And he was so tired he thought of a girl from the wrong town. There was something indistinct, she said, her voice lowered and breathless, as though she were hurrying toward the door, and he started down. He led her into the lobby, and she ran as far as the middle of the room, as though from impetus. It was Carol from the party. "You're wet," he said. He touched her. "Always raining." She looked up at him, stepping back. "How are you?" "Okay, fine," he said. "I didn't know very well," she said nervously. "I knew the light would be you. I hope I didn't wake up anybody." Was old Sobby asleep, he wondered. "Would you like a drink? Or do you want to go to the all-night and get a coffee?" he said. "It's open," she said, making a gesture with her hand. "The all-night is open. I just passed it." They went out into the mist, and she put his coat on with silent protest. In the dark street, not drunken but womanly. "You didn't remember me at the party," she said, and did not look up when he made his exclamation. "They say you never forget anybody, so I found out they were wrong about that anyway." "They're often wrong," he said, and then hurriedly, "When was it?" "I used to stay at the Manning Hotel on the coast every summer with my aunt. I wasn't grown. Just dances and all, but you had just started to travel then. It was on your trips, and you talked at intermission." He laughed shortly, but she added, "You talked about yourself." They walked past the tall, wet church, and their steps echoed. "Oh, it wasn't so long ago. 5 years, she said. Under a magnolia tree, she put out her hand and stopped him, looking up at him with her child's face. "But when I saw you again tonight, I wanted to know how you are." He said nothing, and she went on. "You used to play the piano." They passed under a street light, and she glanced up as if to look for the little tick in his cheek. "Out on the big porch where they danced," she said, walking on. "Lanterns." "I'd forgotten that. Is one thing sure," he said. "Maybe you've got the wrong man." "You'd put your hands down on the keyboard like you'd say, 'Now this is how it really is,'" she cried, and turned her head away. "I guess I was crazy about you, though." "Crazy about me then?" He struck a match and held a cigarette between his teeth. "No. Yes, and now, too," she cried sharply, as if driven to deny him. They came to the little depot where a restless switch engine was hissing and crossed the black street. The past and present joined like this, he thought. It never happens often to me. It probably won't happen again. He took her arm and led her through the dirty screen door of the all-night. He ordered at the counter while she sat down by the wall table and wiped her face all over with her handkerchief. He carried the coffees over to the table himself, smiling at her from a little distance. They sat under a calendar with some pictures of giant trees being cut down. They said little. A fly bothered her. When the coffee was all gone, he put her into the taxi that always waited in front of the depot. Before he shut the taxi door, he said, frowning, "I appreciate it. You're sweet." Now she had torn her handkerchief. She held it up and began to cry. "What's sweet about me?" she asked him. "To come out like this, in the rain, to be here." He shut the door, partly from weariness. She was holding her breath. "I hope your friend doesn't die," she said. "I hope he gets well." But when he woke up the next morning and phoned the hospital, the guitar player was dead. He had been dead while Harris was sitting in the all-night. "It was a murderer," said Mr. Jean, pulling Mike's ears. The man called Sobby said he would confess. He began to turn his head about a little and almost smiled at all the men standing around him. After one look at him, Mr. Jean, who had come with Harris, went out and slammed the door behind him. Sobby had found little in the night, asleep or awake, to say about it. "Hell yes, I done it," he said. "Didn't everybody see me, or was they blind?" They asked him about the man he had killed. "Named Sanford," he said, standing still with his foot out, as if he were trying to recall something particular and minute. "But he didn't have nothing, and he didn't have no folks, no more'n me. Him and me, we took up together 2 weeks back." He looked up at their faces as if for support. "He was uppity, though. He bragged. He carried around a guitar." Harris, fresh from the barber shop, was standing in the filling station where his car was being polished. A ring of little boys in bright shirt tails surrounded him and the car, with some colored boys waiting behind them. "Could they get all the blood off the seat and the steering wheel, Mr. Harris?" He nodded. They ran away. "Mr. Harris," said a little colored boy who stayed, "does you want the box?" "The what?" He pointed to where it lay in the back seat with the sample cases. "The po' kilt man's guitar." "No," said Harris, and handed it over.
This is Donald Hall reading The Second Tree from the Corner by E.B. White from The New Yorker. Ever have any bizarre thoughts? Asked the doctor. Mr. Trexler failed to catch the word. What kind? He said. Bizarre, repeated the doctor, his voice steady. He watched his patient for any slight change of expression, and he winced. It seemed to Trexler that the doctor was not only watching him closely, but was creeping slowly toward him, like a lizard toward a bug. Trexler shoved his chair back an inch and gathered himself for a reply. He was about to say yes, when he realized that if he said yes, the next question would be unanswerable. Bizarre thoughts, bizarre thoughts. Ever have any bizarre thoughts? What kind of thoughts except bizarre had he had since the age of 2? Trexler felt the time passing, the necessity for an answer. These psychiatrists were busy men, overloaded, not to be kept waiting. The next patient was probably already perched out there in the waiting room, lonely, worried, shifting around on the sofa, his mind stuffed with bizarre thoughts and amorphous fears. Poor bastard, thought Trexler. Out there all alone in that misshapen antechamber, staring at the filing cabinet and wondering whether to tell the doctor about that day on the Madison Avenue bus. Let's see. Bizarre thoughts. Trexler dodged back along the dreadful corridor of the years to see what he could find. He felt the doctor's eyes upon him and knew that time was running out. Don't be so conscientious, he said to himself. If a bizarre thought is indicated here, just reach into the bag and pick anything at all. A man as well supplied with bizarre thoughts as you are should have no difficulty producing one for the record. Trexler darted into the bag, hung for a moment before one of his thoughts, as a hummingbird pauses in the delphinium. No, he said, not that one. He darted to another, the one about the rhesus monkey. Paused, considered. No, he said, not that. Trexler knew he must hurry. He had already used up pretty nearly 4 seconds since the question had been put. But it was an impossible situation. Just one more lousy, impossible situation, such as he was always getting himself into. When, he asked himself, are you going to quit maneuvering yourself into a pocket? He made one more effort. This time he stopped at the asylum. Only the bars were lucite, fluted, retractable. Not here, he said, not this one. He looked straight at the doctor. No, he said quietly, I never have any bizarre thoughts. The doctor sucked in on his pipe, blew a plume of smoke toward the rows of medicine books. Trexler's gaze followed the smoke. He managed to make out one of the titles, The Genito-Urinary System. A bright wave of fear swept cleanly over him, and he winced under the first pain of kidney stones. He remembered when he was a child, the first time he ever entered a doctor's office, sneaking a look at the titles of the books, and the flush of fear, the shirt wet under the arms, the book on TB, the sudden knowledge that he was in the advanced stages of consumption, the quick vision of the hemorrhage. Trexler sighed wearily. 40 years, he thought, and I still get thrown by the title of a medical book. 40 years, and I still can't stay on life's little bucky horse. No wonder I'm sitting here in this dreary joint, at the end of this woebegone afternoon, lying about my bizarre thoughts to a doctor who looks, come to think of it, rather tired. The session dragged on. After about 20 minutes, the doctor rose and knocked his pipe out. Trexler got up, knocked the ashes out of his brain, and waited. The doctor smiled warmly and stuck out his hand. There's nothing the matter with you. You're just scared. Want to know how I know you're scared? How? Asked Trexler. Look at the chair you've been sitting in. See how it has moved back away from my desk? You kept inching away from me while I asked you questions. That means you're scared. Does it? Said Trexler, faking a grin. Yeah, I suppose it does. They finished shaking hands. Trexler turned and walked out uncertainly along the passage, then into the waiting room and out past the next patient, a ruddy, pinstriped man who was seated on the sofa, twirling his hat nervously and staring straight ahead at the files. Poor frightened guy, thought Trexler. He's probably read in the Times that 1 American male out of every 2 is going to die of heart disease by 12 o'clock next Thursday. It says that in the paper almost every morning. And he's probably also thinking about that day on the Madison Avenue bus. A week later, Trexler was back in the patient's chair. And for several weeks thereafter he continued to visit the doctor, always toward the end of the afternoon, when the vapors hung thick above the pool of the mind and darkened the whole region of the East 70s. He felt no better as time went on, and he found it impossible to work. He discovered that the visits were becoming routine, and that although the routine was one to which he certainly did not look forward, at least he could accept it with cool resignation, as once, years ago, he had accepted a long spell with a dentist, who had settled down to a steady fooling with a couple of dead teeth. The visits, moreover, were now assuming a pattern recognizable to the patient. Each session would begin with a resume of symptoms: dizziness in the streets, the constricting pain in the back of the neck, the apprehensions, the tightness of the scalp, the inability to concentrate, the despondency and the melancholy times, the feeling of pressure and tension, the anger at not being able to work, the anxiety over work not done, the gas on the stomach. Dullest set of neurotic symptoms in the world, Trexler would think, as he obediently trudged back over them for the doctor's benefit. And then, having listened attentively to the recital, the doctor would spring his question. Have you ever found anything that gives you relief? And Trexler would answer, yes, a drink. And the doctor would nod his head knowingly. As he became familiar with the pattern, Trexler found that he increasingly tended to identify himself with the doctor, transferring himself into the doctor's seat. Probably, he thought, some rather slick form of escapism. At any rate, it was nothing new for Trexler to identify himself with other people. Whenever he got into a cab, he instantly became the driver, saw everything from the hackman's angle, and the reaching over with the right hand, the nudging of the flag, the pushing it down, all the way down along the side of the meter, saw everything, traffic, fare, everything, through the eyes of Anthony Rocco, or Isidore Friedman, or Matthew Scott. In a barber shop, Trexler was the barber, his fingers curled around the comb, his hand on the tonic. Perfectly natural, then, that Trexler should soon be occupying the doctor's chair, asking the questions, waiting for the answers. He got quite interested in the doctor in this way. He liked him, and he found him a not too difficult patient. It was on the 5th visit, about halfway through, that the doctor turned to Trexler and said suddenly, "What do you want?" He gave the word want special emphasis. "I don't know," replied Trexler uneasily. "I guess nobody knows the answer to that one." "Sure they do," replied the doctor. "Do you know what you want?" asked Trexler narrowly. "Certainly," said the doctor. Trexler noticed that at this point the doctor's chair slid slightly backward, away from him. Trexler stifled a small internal smile. "Scared as a rabbit," he said to himself. "Look at him scoot." "What do you want?" continued Trexler, pressing his advantage, pressing it hard. The doctor glided back another inch away from his inquisitor. "I want a wing on the small house I own in Westport. I want more money and more leisure to do the things I want to do." Trexler was just about to say, "And what are those things you want to do, doctor?" when he caught himself. Better not go too far, he mused. Better not lose possession of the ball. And besides, he thought, what the hell goes on here, anyway? Me paying $15 a throw for these seances, and then doing the work myself, asking the questions, weighing the answers. So he wants a new wing. There's a fine piece of theatrical gauze for you, a new wing. Trexler settled down again and resumed the role of patient for the rest of the visit. It ended on a kindly, friendly note. The doctor reassured him that his fears were the cause of his sickness, and that his fears were unsubstantial. They shook hands, smiling. Trexler walked dizzily through the empty waiting room, and the doctor followed along to let him out. It was late. The secretary had shut up shop and gone home. Another day over the dam. "Goodbye," said Trexler. He stepped into the street, turned west toward Madison, and thought of the doctor, all alone there, after hours, in that desolate hole, a man who worked longer hours than his secretary, poor, scared, overworked bastard, thought Trexler, and that new wing. It was an evening of clearing weather, the park showing green and desirable in the distance, the last daylight applying a high lacquer to the brick and brownstone walls, and giving the street scene a luminous and intoxicating splendor. Trexler meditated as he walked on what he wanted. "What do you want?" he heard again. Trexler knew what he wanted, and what in general all men wanted, and he was glad, in a way, that it was both inexpressible and unattainable, and that it wasn't a wing. He was satisfied to remember that it was deep, formless, enduring, and impossible of fulfillment, and that it made men sick, and that when you sauntered along 3rd Avenue and looked through the doorways into the dim saloons, you could sometimes pick out from the unregenerate ranks the ones who had not forgotten, gazing steadily into the bottoms of the glasses, on the long chance that they could get another little peek at it. Trexler found himself renewed by the remembrance that what he wanted was at once great and microscopic, and that although it borrowed from the nature of large deeds and of youthful love, and of old songs and early intimations, it was not any one of these things, and that it had not been isolated or pinned down, and that a man who attempted to define it in the privacy of a doctor's office would fall flat on his face. Trexler felt invigorated. Suddenly his sickness seemed health, his dizziness stability. A small tree, rising between him and the light, stood there, saturated with the evening, each gilt-edged leaf perfectly drunk with excellence and delicacy. Trexler's spine registered an ever-so-slight tremor as it picked up this natural disturbance in the lovely scene. "I want the second tree from the corner, just as it stands," he said, answering an imaginary question from an imaginary physician. And he felt a slow pride in realizing that what he wanted none could bestow, and that what he had none could take away. He felt content to be sick, unembarrassed at being afraid, and in the jungle of his fear he glimpsed, as he had so often glimpsed them before, the flashy tail feathers of the bird courage. Then he thought once again of the doctor, and of his being left there, all alone, tired, frightened. The poor scared guy, thought Trexler. Trexler began humming Moonshine Lullaby, his spirit reacting instantly to the hypodermic of Merman's healthy voice. He crossed Madison, boarded a downtown bus, and rode all the way to 52nd Street before he had a thought that could rightly have been called bizarre.
This is John Updike reading Gesturing from Playboy. She told him with a little gesture he had never seen her use before. Joan had called from the station, having lunched, Richard knew, with her lover. It was a Saturday, and his older son had taken his convertible. Joan's Volvo was new, and for several minutes refused to go into first gear for him. By the time he had reached the center of town, she had walked down the main street and up the hill to the green. It was September, leafy and warm, yet with a crystal chill on things, an uncanny clarity. Even from a distance, they smiled to see each other. She opened the door and seated herself, fastening the safety belt to silence its chastening buzz. Her face was rosy from her walk. Her city clothes looked like a costume. She carried a small package or two, token of her shopping. Richard tried to pull a U-turn on the narrow street, and in the long moment of his halting and groping for reverse gear, she told him. "Darlie," she said, and oddly, tentatively, soundlessly, tapped the fingers of one hand into the palm of the other, a gesture between a child's clap of glee and an adult's signal for attention. "I've decided to kick you out. I'm going to ask you to leave town." Abruptly full, his heart thumped. It was what he wanted. "Okay," he said carefully, "if you think you can manage." He glanced at her rosy, alert face to see if she meant it. He could not believe she did. A red, white, and blue mail truck that had braked to a stop behind them tapped its horn, more reminder than rebuke. The Maples were known in the town. They had lived here most of their married life. Richard found reverse, backed up, completed the turn, and they headed home, skimming. The car, so new and stiff, in motion felt high and light, as if it, too, had just been vaporized in her little playful clap. "Things are stagnant," she explained. "Stuck. We're not going anywhere." "I will not give her up," he interposed. "Don't tell me. You've told me." "Nor do I see you giving him up." "I would if you asked." "Are you asking?" "No. Horace. He's all I've got." "Well, then, go where you want. I think Boston would be most fun for the kids to visit, and the least boring for you." "I agree. When do you see this happening?" Her profile, in the side of his vision, felt brittle, about to break if he said a wrong word, too rough a word. He was holding his breath, trying to stay up, high and light, like the car. They went over the bump this side of the bridge. Cigarette smoke jarred loose from Joan's face. "As soon as you can find a place," she said. "Next week. Is that too soon?" "Probably." "Is this too sad? Do I seem brutal to you?" No, you seem wonderful. Very gentle and just, as always. It's right. It's just something I couldn't do myself. How can you possibly live without me?" In the edge of his vision, her face turned. He turned to see, and her expression was mischievous, brave, flushed. They must have had wine at lunch. "Easy," Jones said. He knew it was a bluff, a brave gesture. She was begging for reprieve. But he held silent. He refused to argue. This way, he had her pride on his side. The curves of the road poured by, mailboxes, trees, some of which were already scorched by the turn of the year. He asked, "Is this your idea or his?" "Mine. It came to me on the train. All Andy said was, I seem to be feeding you all the time." Richard had been sleeping most nights, in the weeks since their summer of separated vacations, in a borrowed seaside shack 2 miles from their home. He tried to sleep there, but each evening as the nights grew longer, it seemed easier and kinder to the children to eat the dinner Joan had cooked. He was used to her cooking. Indeed, his body, every cell, was composed of her cooking. Dinner would lead to a post-dinner drink, while the children, 2 were off at school, 2 were still homebound, plodded through their homework or stared at television, and drinking would lead to talking, confidences, harsh words, maudlin tears, and an occasional uxorious collapse upward, into bed. She was right. It was not healthy, nor progressive. The 20 years were by when it would have been convenient to love each other. He found the apartment in Boston on the 2nd day of hunting. The real estate agent had red hair, a round bottom, and a mask of makeup worn as if to conceal her youth. Richard felt happy and scared, going up and down stairs behind her. Wearier of him than he was of her, she fidgeted the key into the lock, bucked the door open with her shoulder, and made her little open-handed gesture of helpless display. The floor was neither wall-to-wall shag nor splintered wood, but black and white tile, like the floor in a Vermeer. He glanced to the window, saw the skyscraper, and knew this would do. The skyscraper, for years suspended in a famous state of incompletion, was a beautiful disaster, famous because it was a disaster. Glass kept falling from it, and disastrous because it was beautiful. The architect had had a vision. He had dreamed of an invisible building, though immense. The glass was meant to reflect the sky and the old, low brick skyline of Boston, and to melt into the sky. Instead, the windows of mirroring glass kept falling to the street and were replaced by ugly opacities of black plywood. Yet enough reflecting surface remained to give an impression, through the wavery old window of this sudden apartment, of huge blueness, a vertical cousin to the horizontal huge blueness of the sea that Richard awoke to each morning in the now bone-deep morning chill of his unheated shack. He said to the redhead, "Fine," and her charcoal eyebrows lifted. His hands trembled as he signed the lease, having written SEP in the space for marital status. From a drugstore he phoned the news, not to his wife, whom it would sadden, but to his mistress, equally far away. "Well," he told her in an accusing voice, "I found one. I signed the lease." Incredible! In the middle of all this fine print, there was the one simple sentence, "There shall be no waterbeds." "You sound so shaky." "I feel I've given birth to a black hole." "Don't do it if you don't want to." From the way Ruth's voice paused and faded, he imagined she was reaching for a cigarette or an ashtray, settling herself to a session of lover-babying. "I do want to. She wants me to. We all want me to. Even the children are turned on, or pretend to be." She ignored the pretend. "Describe it to me." All he could remember was the floor, and the view of the blue disaster with reflected clouds drifting across its face, and the redhead. She had told him where to shop for food, where to do his laundry. He would have laundry? "It sounds nice," was Ruth's remote response, when he had finished saying what he could. Two people, one of them a sweating black mailman, were waiting to use the phone booth. He hated the city already, its crowding, its hunger. "What sounds nice about it?" he snapped. "Are you so upset? Don't do it if you don't want to." "Stop saying that!" It was a tedious formality, both observed, the pretense that they were free, within each of their marriages, to do as they pleased. Guilt avoidance was the game, and Ruth had grown expert at it. Her words often seemed not real words, but blank counters, phrases of an etiquette, partitions in a maze, whereas his wife's words always opened in, transparent with meaning. "What else can I say?" Ruth asked, "except that I love you?" And at its far end, the phone sharply sighed. He could picture the gesture. She had turned her face away from the mouthpiece and forcefully exhaled, in that way she had, expressive of exasperation even when she felt none, of exhaling and simultaneously stubbing out a cigarette smoked not halfway down its length, so it crumpled under her impatient fingers like an insect fighting to live. Her conspicuous unthriftiness pained him. All waste pained him. He wanted abruptly to hang up, but saw that, too, as a wasteful, empty gesture, and hung on. Alone in his apartment, he discovered himself a neat and thrifty housekeeper. When a woman left, he could promptly set about restoring his bachelor order, emptying the ashtrays that, if the visitor had been Ruth, brimmed with long, pale bodies prematurely extinguished, and, if Joan, with butts so short as to be scarcely more than filters. Neither woman, it somehow pleased him to observe, ever made more than a gesture toward cleaning up, the bed a wreck, the dishes dirty, each of his 3 ashtrays, 1 glass, 1 pottery, and 1 a tin cookie jar lid, systematically touched, like the bases in baseball. Emptying them, he would smile, depending, at Ruth's messy morgue or at Joan's nest of filters, discreet as white pebbles in a bowl of narcissi. When he chastised Ruth for stubbing out cigarettes still so long, she pointed out, of course, with her beautiful unblinking assumption of her own primary worth, how much better it was for her lungs, to kill the cigarette early. And, of course, she was right. Better other-destructive than self-destructive. Ruth was love. She was life. That was why he loved her. Yet Joan's compulsive economy, her discreet death wish, was as dearly familiar to him as her tiny repressed handwriting and the tight curls of her pubic hair, so Richard smiled, emptying her ashtrays also. His smile was a gesture without an audience. He, who had originated his act among parents and grandparents, siblings and pets, and who had developed it for a public of schoolmates and teachers, and who had carried it to new refinements before an initially rapt audience of his own children, could not, in solitude, stop performing. He had engendered a companion of sorts, a single grand spectator, the blue skyscraper. He felt it with him all the time. Blue, it showed greener than the sky. For a time Richard was puzzled why the clouds reflected in it drifted in the same direction as the clouds behind it. With an effort of spatial imagination, he perceived that a mirror does not reverse our motion, though it does transpose our ears and gives our mouths a tweak, so that the face even of a loved one looks unfamiliar and ugly when seen in a mirror the way she, queer thought, always sees it. He saw that a mirror posed in its midst would not affect the motion of an army, and often half a reflected cloud matched the half of another beyond the building's edge, moving as one, pierced by a jet trail as though by Cupid's arrow. The disaster sat light on the city's heart. At night it showed as a dim row of little lights, as if a slender ship were sailing the sky, and during a rain or fog it vanished entirely, while the brick chimney-pots and ironstone steeples in Richard's foreground swarthily intensified their substance. He tried to analyze the logic of window replacement as revealed in the patterns of gap and glass. He detected no logic, just the slow-motion labor of invisible workers, emptying and filling cells of glass with the brainlessness of bees. If he watched for many minutes, he might see, like the condensation of a dewdrop, a blank space go glassy and reflective and greenish-blue. Days passed before he realized that, on the old glass near his nose, the wavery panes of his own window, ghostly previous tenants armed with diamonds had scratched initials, names, dates, and, cut deepest and whitest of all, the touching, comical vow, incised in 2 trisyllabic lines, "With this ring, I thee wed." What a transparent wealth of previous lives overlay a city's present joy. As he walked the streets, his own happiness surprised him. He had expected to be sad, guilty, bored. Instead, his days were snugly filled with his lists, his quests for food and hardware, his encounters with such problematical wife substitutes as the laundromat, where students pored over Hesse and picked at their chins while their clothes tumbled in eternal circular fall, where young black housewives hummed as they folded white linen. What an unexpected pleasure, walking home in the dark, hugging to himself clean clothes hot as fresh bread, past the bow windows of Back Bay glowing like display cases. He felt sober and exhilarated and justified at the hour when, in the suburbs, rumpled from the commute, he would be into his hurried second pre-dinner drink. He liked the bringing home of food, the tautological satisfaction of cooking a meal and then eating it all, as the radio fed Bach or Bechet into his ears and a book gazed open-faced from the reading stand he had bought. He liked the odd orderly game of consuming before food spoiled and drinking before milk soured. He liked the way airplanes roamed the brown night sky, a second, thinner city laid upon this one, and the way police sirens sang, scooping up some disaster not his. It could not last, such happiness. It was an interim, a holiday, but an oddly clean and just one, rectilinear, dignified, though marred by gaps of sudden fear and disorientation. Each hour had to be scheduled, lest he fall through. He moved like a water bug, like a skipping stone, upon the glassy, tense surface of his new life. He walked everywhere. Once he walked to the base of the blue skyscraper, his companion and witness. It was hideous. Heavily planked and chicken-wired tunnels, guarded by barking policemen, protected pedestrians from falling glass and the owners of the building, already millions in the hole from more lawsuits. Trestles and trucks jammed the cacophonous area. The lower floors were solid plywood of a Stygian black. The building, so lovely in air, had tangled, mucky roots. Richard avoided walking that way again. When Ruth visited, they played a game of washing, scouring with a Brillo pad, one white square of the Vermeer floor, so eventually it would all appear clean. The black squares they ignored. Naked, scrubbing, Ruth seemed on her knees, a plump little steed, long hair swinging, soft breast swaying in rhythm to her energetic circular strokes. Behind, her pubic hair, uncurly, made a kind of nether mane, so lovably strange she rarely was allowed to clean more than one square. Time, so careful and regular for him, sped for them and vanished. There seemed time even to talk, only at the end, her hand on the door. She asked, "Isn't that building amazing, with the sunset in it?" "I love that building, and it loves me." "No, it's me who loves you." "Can't you share?" "No." She felt possessive about the apartment. When he told her Joan had been there too, and, just for fun, had slept with him, her husband, Ruth wailed into the telephone, "In our bed?" "In my bed," he said, with uncharacteristic firmness. "In your bed," she conceded, her voice husky as a sleepy child's. When the conversation finally ended, his mistress sufficiently soothed, he had to go lean his vision against his inanimate giant friend, dimming to mauve on one side, still cerulean on the other, faintly streaked with reflections of high cirrus. It spoke to him as the gaze of a dumb beast speaks, of beauty and suffering, of a simplicity that must perish, of loss. Evening would soften its shade to slate, night would envelop its sides. Richard's focus shortened, and he read with irritation, for the 100th time, that impudent, pious marring, that bit of litany, etched bright by the sun's fading fire, "With this ring I thee wed." Ruth, months ago, had removed her wedding ring. Coming here to embark with him upon an overnight trip, she wore on that naked finger, as a reluctant concession to imposture, an inherited diamond ring. In the hotel, Ruth had been distressed to lose her name in the false assumption of his, though he explained it to her as a mere convenience. "But I like who I am now," she protested. That was indeed her central jewel, infrangible and bright. She liked who she was. They had gone separate ways, and returning before him, she had asked at the hotel desk for the room key by number. The clerk asked her her name. It was a policy. He would not give the key to a number. "And what did you tell him your name was?" Richard asked, in this pause of her story. In her pause and dark blue stare, he saw recreated her hesitation when challenged by the clerk. Also, she had been, before her marriage, a second-grade teacher, and Richard saw now the manner, prim, fearful, and commanding, with which she must have confronted those roomfuls of children. "I told him Maple." Richard had smiled. "That sounds right." Taking Joan out to dinner felt illicit. She suggested it for fun at the end of one of the children's Sundays. He had been 2 months in Boston. New habits had replaced old, and it was tempting to leave their children, who were bored and found it easier to be bored by television than by their father, this bossy visitor. "Stop telling me you're bored," he had scolded John, the most docile of his children, and the one he felt guiltiest about. 15 is supposed to be a boring age. When I was 15, I lay around reading science fiction. You lie around looking at kung fu. At least I was learning to read." "It's good," the child protested, his adolescent voice cracking in fear of being distracted from an especially vivid piece of slow-motion Tai Chi. Richard, when living here, had watched the program with him often enough to know that it was, in a sense, good, that the hero's oriental passivity, relieved by spurts of mystical violence, was insinuating into the child a system of ethics, just as Richard had taken ideals of behavior from dime movies and comic books, coolness from Bogart, debonair recklessness from Errol Flynn, duality and deceit from Superman. He dropped to one knee beside the sofa where John, his upper lip fuzzy and his eyebrows manly dark, stoically gazed into the transcendent flickering. Richard's own voice nearly cracked, asking, "Would it be less boring if Dad still lived here?" "No!" The answer was instantaneous and impatient, as if the question had been anticipated. Did the boy mean it? His eyes did not for an instant glance sideways, perhaps out of fear of betraying himself, perhaps out of genuine boredom with grown-ups and their gestures. On television, satisfyingly, gestures killed. Richard rose from his supplicant position, relieved to hear Joan coming down the stairs. She was dressed to go out, in the timeless black dress with the scalloped neckline and a collar of Mexican silver. At least, a mark perhaps of their fascinating maladjustment. He had never bored her, nor she, he dreaded to admit, him. He was wary. He must be wary. They had had it. They must have had it. Yet the cocktails and the seafood and the wine displaced his wariness. He heard himself saying, to the so familiar and so strange face across the table, "She's lovely, and loves me, you know." He felt embarrassed, like a son suddenly aware that his mother, though politely attentive, is indifferent to the urgency of an athletic contest being described. But she does spell everything out, and wants everything spelled out to her. It's like being back in the second grade, and the worst thing is, for all this explaining, for all this glorious fucking, she's still not real to me the way you are. His voice did break. He had gone too far. Joan put her left hand, still bearing their wedding ring, flat on the tablecloth in a sensible, level gesture. "She will be," she said. "It's a matter of time." The old pattern was still the one visible to the world. The waitress who had taught their children in Sunday school greeted them as if their marriage were unbroken. They ate in this restaurant 3 or 4 times a year and were on schedule. They had known the contractor who had built it, this mock antique wing, a dozen years ago, and then left town, bankrupt, disgraced, and oddly cheerful. His memory hovered between the beams. Another couple, older than the Maples, the husband had once worked with Richard on a town committee, came up to their booth beaming, jollying, loving, in that obligatory American way. Did they know? It didn't matter in this country of temporary arrangements. The Maples jollied back as one, and tumbled loose only when the older couple moved away. Joan gazed after their backs. "I wonder what they have," she asked, "that we didn't." "Maybe they had less," Richard said, "so they didn't expect more." "That's too easy." She was a shade resistant to his veiled compliments. He was grateful. "Please resist." He asked, "How do you think the kids are doing?" John seemed withdrawn. "That's how he is. Stop picking at him." "I just don't want him to think he has to be your little husband. That house feels huge now." "You're telling me?" "I'm sorry." He was. He put his hands palms up on the table. "Isn't it amazing," Joan said, "how a full bottle of wine isn't enough for 2 people anymore? Should I order another bottle?" He was dismayed secretly. The waste. She saw this and said, "No. Just give me half of what's in your glass. You can have it all." He poured. She said, "So your fucking is really glorious." He was embarrassed by the remark now, and feared it set a distasteful trend. As with Ruth, there was an etiquette of adultery. So with Joan, some code of separation must be maintained. It usually is, he told her, between people who aren't married. "Is dat right, white man?" A swallow of his wine in cider, Joan began to swell with impending hilarity. She leaned as close as the table would permit. "You must promise." A gesture went with promise, a protesting little splaying of her hands. "Never to tell this to anybody, not even Ruth. Maybe you shouldn't tell me. In fact, don't." He understood why she had been laconic up to now. She had been wanting to talk about her lover, holding him warm within her like a baby. She was going to betray him. "Please don't," Richard said. "Don't be such a prig. You're the only person I can talk to. It doesn't mean a thing." "That's what you said about our going to bed in my apartment." Did she mind? Incredibly. Joan laughed, and Richard was struck for the 1,000th time by the perfection of her teeth, even and rounded and white, bared by her lips as if in proof of a perfect skull, an immaculate soul. Her glee whirled her to a kind of heaven as she confided stories about herself and Andy. How he and a motel manageress had quarreled over the lack of towels in a room taken for the afternoon, how he fell asleep for exactly 7 minutes each time after making love. Richard had known Andy for years, a slender, swarthy specialist in corporation law, himself divorced, though professionally engaged in the finicking arrangement of giant mergers. A fussy dresser, a churchman, he brought to many occasions an undue dignity, and perhaps had been more attracted to Joan's surface glaze, her smooth New England ice, than to the mischievous demons underneath. "My psychiatrist thinks Andy was symbiotic with you, and now that you're gone, I can see him as absurd." "He's not absurd. He's good, loyal, handsome, prosperous. He tithes. He has a 12 handicap. He loves you." "He protects you from me, you mean." "His buttons. We have to allow a half-hour afterward for him to do up all his buttons. If they made 4-piece suits, he'd wear them. And he washes. He washes everything, every time." "Stop," Richard begged. "Stop telling me all this." But she was giddy amid the spinning mirrors of her betrayals, her face so flushed and tremulous the waitress sympathetically giggled, pouring the Maples their coffee. Joan's face was pink as a peony, her eyes a blue, pale as ice, almost transparent. He saw through her words to what she was saying, that these lovers, however we love them, are not us, are not sacred as reality is sacred. We are reality. We have made children. We gave each other our young bodies. We promised to grow old together. Joan described an incident in her house, once theirs, when the plumber unexpectedly arrived. Richard had to laugh with her. That house's plumbing problems were an old joke, an ongoing saga. The back doorbell rang. Mr. Kelly stomped right in. You know how the kitchen echoes in the bedroom. We had it. She looked to see if her meaning was clear. He nodded. Her eyes sparkled. She emphasized of the knock, just at the very moment, and with a gesture akin to the gentle clap in the car a world ago, drew with one fingertip a V in the air, as if beginning to write very. The motion was eager, shy, exquisite, diffident, trusting. He saw all its meanings, and knew that she would never stop gesturing within him, never. Though a decree come between them, even death, her gestures would endure, cut into glass.
This is Rick Moody reading A City of Churches by Donald Barthelme from The New Yorker. Yes, Mr. Phillips said, ours is a city of churches, all right. Cecilia nodded, following his pointing hand. Both sides of the street were solidly lined with churches, standing shoulder to shoulder in a variety of architectural styles. The Bethel Baptist stood next to the Holy Messiah Free Baptist, St. Paul's Episcopal next to Grace Evangelical Covenant. Then came the First Christian Science, the Church of God, All Souls, Our Lady of Victory, the Society of Friends, the Assembly of God, and the Church of the Holy Apostles. The spires and steeples of the traditional buildings were jammed in next to the broad, imaginative flights of the contemporary designs. Everyone here takes a great interest in church matters, Mr. Phillips said. Will I fit in? Cecilia wondered. She had come to Prester to open a branch office of a car rental concern. I'm not especially religious, she said to Mr. Phillips, who was in the real estate business. Not now, he answered, not yet. But we have many fine young people here. You'll get integrated into the community soon enough. The immediate problem is where are you to live? Most people, he said, live in the church of their choice. All of our churches have many extra rooms. I have a few belfry apartments that I can show you. What price range were you thinking of? They turned a corner and were confronted with more churches. They passed St. Luke's, the Church of the Epiphany, All Saints Ukrainian Orthodox, St. Clement's, Fountain Baptist, Union Congregational, St. Anar Yeri's, Temple Emmanuel, the First Church of Christ Reformed. The mouths of all the churches were gaping open. Inside lights could be seen dimly. I can go up to 110, Cecilia said. Do you have any buildings here that are not churches? None, said Mr. Phillips. Of course, many of our fine church structures also do double duty as something else. He indicated a handsome Georgian facade. That one, he said, houses the United Methodist and the Board of Education. The one next to it, which is the Antioch Pentecostal, has the barber shop. It was true. A red and white striped barber pole was attached inconspicuously to the front of the Antioch Pentecostal. Do many people rent cars here? Cecilia asked. Or would they, if there was a handy place to rent them? Oh, I don't know, said Mr. Phillips. Renting a car implies that you want to go somewhere. Most people are pretty content right here. We have a lot of activities. I don't think I'd pick the car rental business if I was just starting out in Prester, but you'll do fine. He showed her a small, extremely modern building with a severe brick, steel, and glass front. That's St. Barnabas. Nice bunch of people over there. Wonderful spaghetti suppers. Cecilia could see a number of heads looking out of the windows. But when they saw she was staring at them, the heads disappeared. Do you think it's healthy for so many churches to be gathered together in one place? She asked her guide. It doesn't seem balanced, if you know what I mean. We are famous for our churches, Mr. Phillips replied. They're harmless. Here we are now. He opened a door, and they began climbing many flights of dusty stairs. At the end of the climb, they entered a good-sized room, square, with windows on all four sides. There was a bed, a table, and 2 chairs, lamps, a rug. 4 very large brass bells hung in the exact center of the room. What a view! Mr. Phillips exclaimed. Come here and look. Do they actually ring these bells? Cecilia asked. 3 times a day, Mr. Phillips said, smiling. Morning, noon, and night. Of course, when they're rung, you have to be pretty quick at getting out of the way. You get hit in the head by one of these babies, and that's all she wrote. God Almighty, Cecilia said involuntarily. Then she said, Nobody lives in the Belfry apartments. That's why they're empty. You think so? Mr. Phillips said. You can only rent them to new people in town, she said accusingly. I wouldn't do that, Mr. Phillips said. It would go against the spirit of Christian fellowship. This town is a little creepy, you know that? That may be, but it's not for you to say, is it? I mean, you're new here. You should walk cautiously for a while. If you don't want an upper apartment, I have a basement over at Central Presbyterian. You'd have to share it. There are 2 women in there now. I don't want to share, Cecilia said. I want a place of my own. Why? The real estate man asked curiously. For what purpose? Purpose? Asked Cecilia. There's no particular purpose. I just want... That's not usual here. Most people live with other people, husbands and wives, sons with their mothers. People have roommates. That's the usual pattern. Still, I prefer a place of my own. It's very unusual. Do you have any such places, besides bell towers, I mean? I guess there are a few, Mr. Phillips said, with clear reluctance. I can show you 1 or 2, I suppose. He paused for a moment. It's just that we have different values, maybe, from some of the surrounding communities, he explained. We've been written up a lot. We had 4 minutes on the CBS Evening News one time, 3 or 4 years ago. A City of Churches, it was called. Yes, a place of my own is essential, Cecilia said, if I am to survive here. That's kind of a funny attitude to take, Mr. Phillips said. What denomination are you? Cecilia was silent. The truth was, she wasn't anything. I said, what denomination are you? Mr. Phillips repeated. I can will my dreams, Cecilia said. I can dream whatever I want. If I want to dream that I'm having a good time in Paris or some other city, all I have to do is go to sleep, and I will dream that dream. I can dream whatever I want. What do you dream then, mostly? Mr. Phillips said, looking at her closely. Mostly sexual things, she said. She was not afraid of him. Prester is not that kind of a town, Mr. Phillips said, looking away. The doors of the churches were opening on both sides of the street. Small groups of people came out and stood there in front of the churches, gazing at Cecilia and Mr. Phillips. A young man stepped forward and shouted, Everyone in this town already has a car. There is no one in this town who doesn't have a car. Is that true? Cecilia asked Mr. Phillips. Yes, he said. It's true. No one would rent a car here, not in 100 years. Then I won't stay, she said. I'll go somewhere else. You must stay, he said. There's already a car rental office for you. In Mount Moriah Baptist, on the lobby floor, there's a counter and a telephone and a rack of car keys and a calendar. I won't stay, she said. Not if there's not any sound business reason for staying. We want you, said Mr. Phillips. We want you standing behind the counter of the car rental agency during regular business hours. It will make the town complete. I won't, she said. Not me. You must. It's essential. I'll dream, she said. Things you won't like. We are discontented, said Mr. Phillips. Terribly, terribly discontented. Something is wrong. I'll dream the secret, she said. You'll be sorry. We are like other towns, except that we are perfect, he said. Our discontent can only be held in check by perfection. We need a car rental girl. Someone must stand behind that counter. I'll dream the life you are most afraid of, Cecilia threatened. You are ours, he said, gripping her arm. Our car rental girl. Be nice. There's nothing you can do. Wait and see, Cecilia said.
This is Tim O'Brien reading The Things They Carried from Esquire. First Lieutenant Jimmy Cross carried letters from a girl named Martha, a junior at Mount Sebastian College in New Jersey. They were not love letters, but Lieutenant Cross was hoping, so he kept them folded in plastic at the bottom of his rucksack. In the late afternoon, after a day's march, he would dig his foxhole, wash his hands under a canteen, unwrap the letters, hold them with the tips of his fingers, and spend the last hour of light pretending. He would imagine romantic camping trips into the White Mountains in New Hampshire. He would sometimes taste the envelope flaps, knowing her tongue had been there. More than anything, he wanted Martha to love him, as he loved her. But the letters were mostly chatty, elusive on the matter of love. She was a virgin, he was almost sure. She was an English major at Mount Sebastian, and she wrote beautifully about her professors and roommates and midterm exams, about her respect for Chaucer and her great affection for Virginia Woolf. She often quoted lines of poetry. She never mentioned the war except to say, "Jimmy, take care of yourself." The letters weighed 10 ounces. They were signed Love, Martha, but Lieutenant Cross understood that love was only a way of signing and did not mean what he sometimes pretended it meant. At dusk, he would carefully return the letters to his rucksack. Slowly, a bit distracted, he would get up and move among his men, checking the perimeter. Then, at full dark, he would return to his hole and watch the night and wonder if Martha was a virgin. The things they carried were largely determined by necessity. Among the necessities, or near necessities, were P-38 can openers, pocket knives, heat tabs, wristwatches, dog tags, mosquito repellent, chewing gum, candy, cigarettes, salt tablets, packets of Kool-Aid, lighters, matches, sewing kits, military payment certificates, sea rations, and 2 or 3 canteens of water. Together, these items weighed between 15 and 20 pounds, depending upon a man's habits or rate of metabolism. Henry Dobbins, who was a big man, carried extra rations. He was especially fond of canned peaches and heavy syrup over pound cake. Dave Jensen, who practiced field hygiene, carried a toothbrush, dental floss, and several hotel-sized bars of soap he'd stolen on R&R in Sydney, Australia. Ted Lavender, who was scared, carried tranquilizers until he was shot in the head outside the village of Tonkay in mid-April. By necessity, and because it was SOP, they all carried steel helmets that weighed 5 pounds, including the liner and camouflage cover. They carried the standard fatigue jackets and trousers. Very few carried underwear. On their feet, they carried jungle boots, 2.1 pounds, and Dave Jensen carried 3 pairs of socks and a can of Dr. Scholl's foot powder as a precaution against trench foot. Until he was shot, Ted Lavender carried 6 or 7 ounces of premium dope, which for him was a necessity. Mitchell Sanders, the RTO, carried condoms. Norman Bowker carried a diary. Rat Kiley carried comic books. Kiowa, a devout Baptist, carried an illustrated New Testament that had been presented to him by his father, who taught Sunday school in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. As a hedge against bad times, however, Kiowa also carried his grandmother's distrust for the white man, his grandfather's old hunting hatchet. Necessity dictated. Because the land was mined and booby-trapped, it was SOP for each man to carry a steel-centered, nylon-covered flak jacket, which weighed 6.7 pounds, but which on hot days seemed much heavier. Because you could die so quickly, each man carried at least 1 large compressed bandage, usually in the helmet band for easy access. Because the nights were cold, and because the monsoons were wet, Each carried a green plastic poncho that could be used as a raincoat or ground sheet or makeshift tent. With its quilted liner, the poncho weighed almost 2 pounds, but it was worth every ounce. In April, for example, when Ted Lavender was shot, they used his poncho to wrap him up, then to carry him across the paddy, then to lift him up into the chopper that took him away. They were called legs or grunts. To carry something was to hump it, as when Lieutenant Jimmy Cross humped his love for Martha up the hills and through the swamps. In its intransitive form, to hump meant to walk or to march, but it implied burdens far beyond the intransitive. Almost everyone humped photographs. In his wallet, Lieutenant Cross carried 2 photographs of Martha. The first was a Kodacolor snapshot signed Love, though he knew better. She stood against a brick wall. Her eyes were gray and neutral, her lips slightly open, as she stared straight on at the camera. At night sometimes, Lieutenant Cross wondered who had taken the picture, because he knew she had boyfriends, because he loved her so much, and because he could see the shadow of the picture taker spreading out against the brick wall. The second photograph had been clipped from the 1968 Mount Sebastian yearbook. It was an action shot, women's volleyball, and Martha was bent horizontal to the floor, reaching, the palms of her hands in sharp focus, the tongue taut, the expression frank and competitive. There was no visible sweat. She wore white gym shorts. Her legs, he thought, were almost certainly the legs of a virgin, dry and without hair, the left knee cocked and carrying her entire weight, which was just over 100 pounds. Lieutenant Cross remembered touching that left knee. A dark theater, he remembered, and the movie was Bonnie and Clyde, and Martha wore a tweed skirt. And during the final scene, when he touched her knee, she turned and looked at him in a sad, sober way that made him pull his hand back. But he would always remember the feel of the tweed skirt, and the knee beneath it, and the sound of the gunfire that killed Bonnie and Clyde. How embarrassing it was, how slow and oppressive. He remembered kissing her good night at the dorm door. Right then he thought he should have done something brave. He should have carried her up the stairs to her room and tied her to the bed and touched that left knee all night long. He should have risked it. Whenever he looked at the photographs, he thought of new things he should have done. What they carried was partly a function of rank, partly of field specialty. As a first lieutenant and platoon leader, Lieutenant Jimmy Cross carried a compass, maps, code books, binoculars, and a .45 caliber pistol that weighed 2.9 pounds fully loaded. He carried a strobe light and the responsibility for the lives of his men. As an RTO, Mitchell Sanders carried the Prick 25 radio, a killer, 26 pounds with its battery. As a medic, Rat Kiley carried a canvas satchel filled with morphine and plasma and malaria tablets and surgical tape and comic books and all the things a medic must carry, including M&Ms for especially bad wounds, for a total weight of nearly 20 pounds. As a big man, therefore a machine gunner, Henry Dobbins carried the M60, which weighed 23 pounds unloaded, but which was almost always loaded. In addition, Dobbins carried between 10 and 15 pounds of ammunition draped in belts across his chest and shoulders. As PFCs or Spec 4s, most of them were common grunts and carried the standard M16 gas-operated assault rifle. The weapon weighed 7.5 pounds unloaded, 8.2 pounds loaded with its full 20-round magazine. Depending on numerous factors, such as topography and psychology, the rifleman carried anywhere from 12 to 20 magazines, usually in cloth bandoliers, adding on another 8.4 pounds at minimum, 14 pounds at maximum. When it was available, they also carried M16 maintenance gear, rods and steel brushes and swabs and tubes of LSA oil, all of which weighed about a pound. Among the grunts, some carried the M79 grenade launcher, 5.9 pounds unloaded, a reasonably light weapon except for the ammunition, which was heavy. A single round weighed 10 ounces. The typical load was 25 rounds. But Ted Lavender, who was scared, carried 34 rounds when he was shot and killed outside Tonquet, and he went down under an exceptional burden, more than 20 pounds of ammunition, plus the flak jacket and helmet and rations and water and toilet paper and tranquilizers and all the rest, plus the unweighed fear. He was dead weight. There was no twitching or flopping. Kiowa, who saw it happen, said it was like watching a rock fall or a big sandbag or something. Just boom, then down. Not like the movies, where the dead guy rolls around and does fancy spins and goes ass over tea kettle. Not like that, Kiowa said. The poor bastard just flat fuck fell. Boom, down. Nothing else. It was a bright morning in mid-April. Lieutenant Cross felt the pain. He blamed himself. They stripped off Lavender's canteens and ammo, all the heavy things, and Rat Kiley said the obvious. The guy's dead. And Mitchell Sanders used his radio to report 1 U.S. KIA and to request a chopper. Then they wrapped Lavender in his poncho. They carried him out to a dry paddy, established security, and sat smoking the dead man's dope until the chopper came. Lieutenant Cross kept to himself. He pictured Martha's smooth young face, thinking he loved her more than anything, more than his men. And now Ted Lavender was dead because he loved her so much and could not stop thinking about her. When the dust-off arrived, they carried Lavender aboard. Afterward, they burned Tonquet. They marched until dusk, then dug their holes. And that night, Kiowa kept explaining how you had to be there, how fast it was, how the poor guy just dropped like so much concrete. Boom down, he said, like cement. In addition to the 3 standard weapons, the M60, M16, and M79, they carried whatever presented itself, or whatever seemed appropriate as a means of killing or staying alive. They carried catch as catch can. At various times, in various situations, they carried M14s and CAR-15s and Swedish Ks and grease guns and captured AK-47s and Chi-Coms and RPGs and Siminoff carbines and black market Uzis and 38 caliber Smith & Wesson handguns and 66mm laws and shotguns and silencers and blackjacks and bayonets and C4 plastic explosives. Lee Strunk carried a slingshot, a weapon of last resort, he called it. Mitchell Sanders carried brass knuckles. Kiowa carried his grandfather's feathered hatchet. Every 3rd or 4th man carried a Claymore anti-personnel mine, 3.5 pounds with its firing device. They all carried fragmentation grenades, 14 ounces each. They all carried at least 1 M18 colored smoke grenade, 24 ounces. Some carried CS, or tear gas grenades. Some carried white phosphorus grenades. They carried all they could bear, and then some, including a silent awe for the terrible power of the things they carried. In the first week of April, before Lavender died, Lieutenant Jimmy Cross received a good luck charm from Martha. It was a simple pebble, an ounce at most. Smooth to the touch, it was a milky white color with flecks of orange and violet, oval-shaped like a miniature egg. In the accompanying letter, Martha wrote that she had found the pebble on the Jersey shoreline, precisely where the land touched water at high tide, where things came together but also separated. It was this separate but together quality, she wrote, that had inspired her to pick up the pebble and to carry it in her breast pocket for several days where it seemed weightless, and then to send it through the mail, by air, as a token of her truest feelings for him. Lieutenant Cross found this romantic, but he wondered what her truest feelings were exactly, and what she meant by separate but together. He wondered how the tides and waves had come into play on that afternoon along the Jersey shoreline when Martha saw the pebble and bent down to rescue it from geology. He imagined bare feet. Martha was a poet with the poet's sensibilities, and her feet would be brown and bare, the toenails unpainted, the eyes chilly and somber like the ocean in March. And though it was painful, he wondered who had been with her that afternoon. He imagined a pair of shadows moving along the strip of sand where things came together but also separated. It was phantom jealousy, he knew, but he couldn't help himself. He loved her so much. On the march, through the hot days of early April, he carried the pebble in his mouth, turning it with his tongue, tasting sea salt and moisture. His mind wandered. He had difficulty keeping his attention on the war. On occasion he would yell at his men to spread out the column, to keep their eyes open. But then he would slip away into daydreams, just pretending, walking barefoot along the Jersey shore with Martha, carrying nothing. He would feel himself rising, sun and waves and gentle winds, all love and lightness. What they carried varied by mission. When a mission took them to the mountains, they carried mosquito netting, machetes, canvas tarps, and extra bug juice. If a mission seemed especially hazardous, or if it involved a place they knew to be bad, they carried everything they could. In certain heavily mined AOs, where the land was dense with toe poppers and bouncing betties, they took turns humping a 28-pound mine detector. With its headphones and big sensing plate, the equipment was a stress on the lower back and shoulders, awkward to handle, often useless because of the shrapnel in the earth, but they carried it anyway, partly for safety, partly for the illusion of safety. On ambush or other night missions, they carried peculiar little odds and ends. Kiowa always took along his New Testament and a pair of moccasins for silence. Dave Jensen carried night sight vitamins, high in keratin. Lee Strunk carried his slingshot. Ammo, he claimed, would never be a problem. Rat Kiley carried brandy and M&M's candy. Until he was shot, Ted Lavender carried the Starlight scope, which weighed 6.3 pounds with its aluminum carrying case. Henry Dobbins carried his girlfriend's pantyhose wrapped around his neck as a comforter. They all carried ghosts. When dark came, they would move out single file across the meadows and paddies to their ambush coordinates, where they would quietly set up the claymores and lie down and spend the night waiting. Other missions were more complicated and required special equipment. In mid-April, it was their mission to search out and destroy the elaborate tunnel complexes in the Tonkay area south of Chulai. To blow the tunnels, they carried 1-pound blocks of pentrite high explosives, 4 blocks to a man, 68 pounds in all. They carried wiring, detonators, and battery-powered clackers. Dave Jensen carried earplugs. Most often, before blowing the tunnels, they were ordered by higher command to search them, which was considered bad news. But, by and large, they just shrugged and carried out orders. Because he was a big man, Henry Dobbins was excused from tunnel duty. The others would draw numbers. Before Lavender died, there were 17 men in the platoon, and whoever drew the number 17 would strip off his gear and crawl in head first with a flashlight and Lieutenant Cross's .45 caliber pistol. The rest of them would fan out as security. They would sit down or kneel, not facing the hole, listening to the ground beneath them, imagining cobwebs and ghosts, whatever was down there, the tunnel walls squeezing in, how the flashlight seemed impossibly heavy in the hand, and how it was tunnel vision in the very strictest sense, compression in all ways, even time, and how you had to wiggle in, ass and elbows, a swallowed-up feeling, and how you found yourself worrying about odd things. Will your flashlight go dead? Do rats carry rabies? If you screamed, how far would the sound carry? Would your buddies hear it? Would they have the courage to drag you out? In some respects, though not many, The waiting was worse than the tunnel itself. Imagination was a killer. On April 16th, when Lee Strunk drew the number 17, he laughed and muttered something and went down quickly. The morning was hot and very still. Not good, Kiowa said. He looked at the tunnel opening, then out across a dry paddy toward the village of Tonkay. Nothing moved. No clouds or birds or people. As they waited, the men smoked and drank Kool-Aid, not talking much, feeling sympathy for Lee Strunk, but also feeling the luck of the draw. You win some, you lose some, said Mitchell Sanders, and sometimes you settle for a rain check. It was a tired line, and no one laughed. Henry Dobbins ate a tropical chocolate bar. Ted Lavender popped a tranquilizer and went off to pee. After 5 minutes, Lieutenant Jimmy Cross moved to the tunnel, leaned down, and examined the darkness. Trouble, he thought. A cave-in, maybe. And then suddenly, without willing it, he was thinking about Martha. The stresses and fractures, the quick collapse, the two of them buried alive under all that weight. Dense, crushing love. Kneeling, watching the hole, he tried to concentrate on Lee Strunk and the war, all the dangers. But his love was too much for him. He felt paralyzed. He wanted to sleep inside her lungs and breathe her blood and be smothered. He wanted her to be a virgin and not a virgin all at once. He wanted to know her, intimate secrets. Why poetry? Why so sad? Why that grayness in her eyes? Why so alone? Not lonely, just alone. Riding her bike across campus or sitting off by herself in the cafeteria. Even dancing. She danced alone. And it was the aloneness that filled him with love. He remembered telling her that one evening, how she nodded and looked away, and how later, when he kissed her, she received the kiss without returning it, her eyes wide open, not afraid, not a virgin's eyes, just flat and uninvolved. Lieutenant Cross gazed at the tunnel, but he was not there. He was buried with Martha under the white sand at the Jersey shore. They were pressed together, and the pebble in his mouth was her tongue. He was smiling. Vaguely he was aware of how quiet the day was, the sullen paddies. Yet he could not bring himself to worry about matters of security. He was beyond that. He was just a kid, at war, in love. He was 24 years old. He couldn't help it. A few moments later, Lee Strunk crawled out of the tunnel. He came up grinning, filthy but alive. Lieutenant Cross nodded and closed his eyes, while the others clapped Strunk on the back and made jokes about rising from the dead. Worms, Rat Kiley said, right out of the grave, fucking zombie. The men laughed. They all felt great relief. Spook City, said Mitchell Sanders. Lee Strunk made a funny ghost sound, a kind of moaning, yet very happy. And right then, when Strunk made that high, happy, moaning sound, when he went "Ow!" right then, Ted Lavender was shot in the head on his way back from peeing. He lay with his mouth open. The teeth were broken. There was a swollen black bruise under his left eye. The cheekbone was gone. "Oh shit," Rat Kiley said. "The guy's dead. The guy's dead," he kept saying, which seemed profound. "The guy's dead. I mean, really." The things they carried were determined to some extent by superstition. Lieutenant Cross carried his good luck pebble. Dave Jensen carried a rabbit's foot. Norman Bowker, otherwise a very gentle person, carried a thumb that had been presented to him as a gift by Mitchell Sanders. The thumb was dark brown, rubbery to the touch, and weighed 4 ounces at most. It had been cut from a V.C. corpse, a boy of 15 or 16. They'd found him at the bottom of an irrigation ditch, badly burned, flies in his mouth and eyes. The boy wore black shorts and sandals. At the time of his death, he had been carrying a pouch of rice, a rifle, and 3 magazines of ammunition. "You want my opinion," Mitchell Sanders said. "There's a definite moral here." He put his hand on the dead boy's wrist. He was quiet for a time, as if counting a pulse. Then he patted the stomach, almost affectionately, and used Kiowa's hunting hatchet to remove the thumb. Henry Dobbins asked what the moral was. Moral? You know, moral. Sanders wrapped the thumb in toilet paper and handed it across to Norman Bowker. There was no blood. Smiling, he kicked at the boy's head, watched the flies scatter, and said, "It's like with that old TV show, Paladin. Have gun, we'll travel." Henry Dobbins thought about it. "Well, yeah," he finally said. "I don't see no moral." "There it is, man. Fuck off." They carried USO stationery and pencils and pens. They carried sterno, safety pins, trip flares, signal flares, spools of wire, razor blades, chewing tobacco, liberated joss sticks and statuettes of the smiling Buddha, candles, grease pencils, the stars and stripes, fingernail clippers, psyops leaflets, bush hats, bolos, and much more. Twice a week, when the resupply choppers came in, they carried hot chow in green mermite cans and large canvas bags filled with iced beer and soda pop. They carried plastic water containers, each with a 2-gallon capacity. Mitchell Sanders carried a set of starched tiger fatigues for special occasions. Henry Dobbins carried Black Flag insecticide. Dave Jensen carried empty sandbags that could be filled at night for added protection. Lee Strunk carried tanning lotion. Some things they carried in common. Taking turns, they carried the big Prick 77 Scrambler radio, which weighed 30 pounds with its battery. They shared the weight of memory. They took up what others could no longer bear. Often they carried each other, the wounded or weak. They carried infections. They carried chess sets, basketballs, Vietnamese English dictionaries, insignia of rank, bronze stars and purple hearts, plastic cards imprinted with the code of conduct. They carried diseases, among them malaria and dysentery. They carried lice and ringworm and leeches and paddy algae and various rots and moles. They carried the land itself, Vietnam, the place, the soil, a powdery orange-red dust that covered their boots and fatigues and faces. They carried the sky, the whole atmosphere. They carried it, the humidity, the monsoons, the stink of fungus and decay, all of it. They carried gravity. They moved like mules. By daylight they took sniper fire, at night they were mortared, but it was not battle. It was just the endless march, village to village, without purpose, nothing won or lost. They marched for the sake of the march. They plodded along slowly, dumbly, leaning forward against the heat, unthinking, all blood and bone, simple grunts, soldiering with their legs, toiling up the hills and down into the paddies and across the rivers and up again and down, just humping, one step and then the next and then another, but no volition, no will, because it was automatic. It was anatomy, and the war was entirely a matter of posture and carriage. The hump was everything, a kind of inertia, a kind of emptiness, a dullness of desire and intellect and conscience and hope and human sensibility. Their principles were in their feet. Their calculations were biological. They had no sense of strategy or mission. They searched the villages without knowing what to look for, not caring, kicking over jars of rice, frisking children and old men, blowing tunnels, sometimes setting fires and sometimes not, then forming up and moving on to the next village, then other villages, where it would always be the same. They carried their own lives. The pressures were enormous. In the heat of early afternoon, they would remove their helmets and flak jackets, walking bare, which was dangerous, but which helped ease the strain. They would often discard things along the route of march. Purely for comfort, they would throw away rations, blow their claymores and grenades, no matter, because by nightfall the resupply choppers would arrive with more of the same. Then a day or two later, still more. Fresh watermelons and crates of ammunition and sunglasses and woolen sweaters. The resources were stunning. Sparklers for the 4th of July, colored eggs for Easter. It was the great American war chest, the fruits of science, the smokestacks, the canneries, the arsenals at Hartford, the Minnesota forests, the machine shops, the vast fields of corn and wheat. They carried like freight trains. They carried it on their backs and shoulders. And for all the ambiguities of Vietnam, all the mysteries and unknowns, there was at least the single abiding certainty that they would never be at a loss for things to carry. After the chopper took Lavender away, Lieutenant Jimmy Cross led his men into the village of Tonquay. They burned everything. They shot chickens and dogs. They trashed the village well. They called in artillery and watched the wreckage. Then they marched for several hours through the hot afternoon. And then, at dusk, while Kiowa explained how Lavender died, Lieutenant Cross found himself trembling. He tried not to cry. With his entrenching tool, which weighed 5 pounds, he began digging a hole in the earth. He felt shame. He hated himself. He had loved Martha more than his men, and as a consequence Lavender was now dead, and this was something he would have to carry like a stone in his stomach for the rest of the war. All he could do was dig. He used his entrenching tool like an axe, slashing, feeling both love and hate. And then later, when it was full dark, he sat at the bottom of his foxhole and wept. It went on for a long while. In part he was grieving for Ted Lavender, but mostly it was for Martha and for himself, because she belonged to another world, which was not quite real, and because she was a junior at Mount Sebastian College in New Jersey, a poet, a virgin, and uninvolved, and because he realized she did not love him and never would. Like cement, Kiowa whispered in the dark. I swear to God, boom down, not a word. I've heard this, said Norman Bowker. A pisser, you know, still zipping himself up, zapped while zipping. All right, fine, that's enough. Yeah, but you had to see it. The guy just... I heard, man, cement. So why not shut the fuck up? Kiowa shook his head sadly and glanced over at the hole where Lieutenant Jimmy Cross sat watching the night. The air was thick and wet. A warm, dense fog had settled over the paddies, and there was the stillness that precedes rain. After a time, Kiowa sighed. One thing for sure, he said. The lieutenant's in some deep hurt. I mean that crying jag, the way he was carrying on. It wasn't fake or anything. It was real, heavy-duty hurt. The man cares. Sure, Norman Bowker said. Say what you want, the man does care. We all got problems. Not Lavender. No, I guess not, Bowker said. Do me a favor, though. Shut up? That's a smart Indian. Shut up. Shrugging, Kiowa pulled off his boots. He wanted to say more, just to lighten up his sleep, but instead he opened his New Testament and arranged it beneath his head as a pillow. The fog made things seem hollow and unattached. He tried not to think about Ted Lavender, but then he was thinking how fast it was. No drama, down and dead, and how it was hard to feel anything except surprise. It seemed unchristian. He wished he could find some great sadness or even anger, but the emotion wasn't there and he couldn't make it happen. Mostly, he felt pleased to be alive. He liked the smell of the New Testament under his cheek, the leather and ink and paper and glue, whatever the chemicals were. He liked hearing the sounds of night. Even his fatigue, it felt fine. The stiff muscles and the prickly awareness of his own body, a floating feeling. He enjoyed not being dead. Lying there, Kiowa admired Lieutenant Jimmy Cross's capacity for grief. He wanted to share the man's pain. He wanted to care as Jimmy Cross cared. And yet, when he closed his eyes, all he could think was boom down, and all he could feel was the pleasure of having his boots off, and the fog curling in around him, and the damp soil, and the Bible smells, and the plush comfort of night. After a moment, Norman Bowker sat up in the dark. "What the hell," he said. "You want to talk? Talk. Tell it to me. Forget it. No, man, go on. One thing I hate, it's a silent Indian." For the most part, they carried themselves with poise, a kind of dignity. Now and then, however, there were times of panic, when they squealed or wanted to squeal but couldn't, when they twitched and made moaning sounds and covered their heads and said, "Dear Jesus," and flopped around on the earth and fired their weapons blindly and cringed and sobbed and begged for the noise to stop, and went wild and made stupid promises to themselves and to God and to their mothers and fathers, hoping not to die. In different ways, it happened to all of them. Afterward, when the firing ended, they would blink and peek up. They would touch their bodies, feeling shame, then quickly hiding it. They would force themselves to stand. As if in slow motion, frame by frame, the world would take on the old logic, absolute silence, then the wind, then sunlight, then voices. It was the burden of being alive. Awkwardly, the men would reassemble themselves, first in private, then in groups, becoming soldiers again. They would repair the leaks in their eyes. They would check for casualties, call in dust-offs, light cigarettes, try to smile, clear their throats and spit and begin cleaning their weapons. After a time, someone would shake his head and say, "No lie, I almost shit my pants." And someone else would laugh, which meant it was bad, yes, but the guy had obviously not shit his pants. It wasn't that bad. And in any case, nobody would ever do such a thing and then go ahead and talk about it. They would squint into the dense, oppressive sunlight. For a few moments, perhaps, they would fall silent, lighting a joint and tracing its passage from man to man, inhaling, holding in the humiliation. Scary stuff, one of them might say, but then someone else would grin or flick his eyebrows and say, "Roger Dodger, almost cut me a new asshole." Almost. There were numerous such poses. Some carried themselves with a sort of wistful resignation, others with pride or stiff soldierly discipline or good humor or macho zeal. They were afraid of dying, but they were even more afraid to show it. They found jokes to tell. They used a hard vocabulary to contain the terrible softness. Grease, they'd say, offed, lit up, zapped while zipping. It wasn't cruelty, just stage presence. They were actors. When someone died, it wasn't quite dying, because in a curious way it seemed scripted, and because they had their lines mostly memorized, irony mixed with tragedy, and because they called it by other names, as if to insist and destroy the reality of death itself. They kicked corpses, they cut off thumbs, they talked grunt lingo, they told stories about Ted Lavender's supply of tranquilizers, how the poor guy didn't feel a thing, how incredibly tranquil he was. "There's a moral here," said Mitchell Sanders. They were waiting for Lavender's chopper, smoking the dead man's dope. "The moral's pretty obvious," Sanders said, and winked. "Stay away from drugs, no joke. They'll ruin your day every time." "Cute," said Henry Dobbins. "Mind blower, get it? Talk about Wiggy. Nothing left, just blood and brains." They made themselves laugh. "There it is," they'd say, over and over. "There it is, my friend, there it is." As if the repetition itself were an act of poise, a balance between crazy and almost crazy, knowing without going. There it is, which meant be cool, let it ride, because, oh yeah, man, you can't change what can't be changed. There it is. There it absolutely and positively and fucking well is. They were tough. They carried all the emotional baggage of men who might die. Grief, terror, love, longing. These were intangibles, but the intangibles had their own mass and specific gravity. They had tangible weight. They carried shameful memories. They carried the common secret of cowardice, barely restrained, the instinct to run, or freeze, or hide. And in many respects, this was the heaviest burden of all, for it could never be put down. It required perfect balance and perfect posture. They carried their reputations. They carried the soldier's greatest fear, which was the fear of blushing. Men killed and died because they were embarrassed not to. It was what had brought them to the war in the first place. Nothing positive, no dreams of glory or honor, just to avoid the blush of dishonor. They died so as not to die of embarrassment. They crawled into tunnels and walk point and advanced under fire. Each morning, despite the unknowns, they made their legs move. They endured. They kept humping. They did not submit to the obvious alternative, which was simply to close the eyes and fall. So easy, really. Go limp and tumble to the ground and let the muscles unwind and not speak and not budge until your buddies picked you up and lifted you into the chopper that would roar and dip its nose and carry you off to the world. A mere matter of falling. Yet no one ever fell. It was not courage exactly. The object was not valor. Rather, they were too frightened to be cowards. By and large, they carried these things inside, maintaining the masks of composure. They sneered at sick call. They spoke bitterly about guys who had found release by shooting off their own toes or fingers. Pussies, they'd say. Candy asses. It was fierce, mocking talk, with only a trace of envy or awe. But even so, the image played itself out behind their eyes. They imagined the muzzle against flesh. So easy. Squeeze the trigger and blow away a toe. They imagined it. They imagined the quick, sweet pain, then the evacuation to Japan, then a hospital with warm beds and cute geisha nurses. And they dreamed of freedom birds. At night, on guard, staring into the dark, they were carried away by jumbo jets. They felt the rush of takeoff. Gone, they yelled. And then velocity, wings and engines, a smiling stewardess. But it was more than a plane. It was a real bird, a big, sleek silver bird with feathers and talons and high screeching. They were flying. The weights fell off. There was nothing to bear. They laughed and held on tight, feeling the cold slap of wind and altitude, soaring, thinking, it's over, I'm gone. And they were naked. They were light and free. It was all lightness, bright and fast and buoyant, light as light, a helium buzz in the brain, a giddy bubbling in the lungs as they were taken up over the clouds and the war, beyond duty, beyond gravity and mortification and global entanglement. Sinloy, they yelled. I'm sorry, motherfuckers, but I'm out of it. I'm goofed. I'm on a space cruise. I'm gone. And it was a restful, unencumbered sensation, just riding the light waves, sailing that big silver freedom bird over the mountains and oceans, over America, over the farms and great sleeping cities and cemeteries and highways and the golden arches of McDonald's. It was flight, a kind of fleeing, a kind of falling higher and higher, spinning off the edge of the earth and beyond the sun and through the vast, silent vacuum where there were no burdens and where everything weighed exactly nothing. Gone, they screamed. I'm sorry, but I'm gone. And so at night, not quite dreaming, they gave themselves over to lightness. They were carried. They were purely born. On the morning after Ted Lavender died, First Lieutenant Jimmy Cross crouched at the bottom of his foxhole and burned Martha's letters. Then he burned the 2 photographs. There was a steady rain falling, which made it difficult, but he used heat tabs and sterno to build a small fire, screening it with his body, holding the photographs over the tight blue flame with the tips of his fingers. He realized it was only a gesture, stupid, he thought, sentimental too, but mostly just stupid. Lavender was dead. You couldn't burn the blame. Besides, the letters were in his head. And even now, without photographs, Lieutenant Cross could see Martha playing volleyball in her white gym shorts and yellow T-shirt. He could see her moving in the rain. When the fire died out, Lieutenant Cross pulled his poncho over his shoulders and ate breakfast from a can. There was no great mystery, he decided. In those burned letters, Martha had never mentioned the war except to say, "Jimmy, take care of yourself." She wasn't involved. She signed the letters love, but it wasn't love. And all the fine lines and technicalities did not matter. The morning came up wet and blurry. Everything seemed part of everything else. The fog and Martha and the deepening rain. He was a soldier, after all. Half smiling, Lieutenant Jimmy Cross took out his maps. He shook his head hard, as if to clear it, then bent forward and began planning the day's march. In 10 minutes, or maybe 20, he would rouse the men, and they would pack up and head west, where the maps showed the country to be green and inviting. They would do what they'd always done. The rain might add some weight, but otherwise it would be one more day, layered upon all the other days. He was realistic about it. There was that new hardness in his stomach. No more fantasies, he told himself. Henceforth, when he thought about Martha, it would be only to think that she belonged elsewhere. He would shut down the daydreams. This was not Mount Sebastian. It was another world, where there were no pretty poems or midterm exams, a place where men died because of carelessness and gross stupidity. Kyle was right. Boom, down. And you were dead. Never partly dead. Briefly, in the rain, Lieutenant Cross saw Martha's gray eyes gazing back at him. He understood. It was very sad, he thought. The things men carried inside, the things men did or felt they had to do. He almost nodded at her, but didn't. Instead, he went back to his maps. He was now determined to perform his duties firmly and without negligence. It wouldn't help Lavender, he knew that. But from this point on, he would comport himself as an officer. He would dispose of his good luck pebble, swallow it maybe, or use Lee Strunk's slingshot, or just drop it along the trail. On the march, he would impose strict field discipline. He would be careful to send out flank security, to prevent straggling or bunching up, to keep his troops moving at the proper pace and at the proper interval. He would insist on clean weapons. He would confiscate the remainder of Lavender's dope. Later in the day, perhaps, he would call the men together and speak to them plainly. He would accept the blame for what had happened to Ted Lavender. He would be a man about it. He would look them in the eyes, keeping his chin level, and he would issue the new SOPs in a calm, impersonal tone of voice, a lieutenant's voice, leaving no room for argument or discussion. Commencing immediately, he'd tell them, they would no longer abandon equipment along the route of march. They would police up their acts. They would get their shit together and keep it together and maintain it neatly in good working order. He would not tolerate laxity. He would show strength, distancing himself. Among the men there would be grumbling, of course, and maybe worse, because their days would seem longer and their loads heavier. But Lieutenant Jimmy Cross reminded himself that his obligation was not to be loved, but to lead. He would dispense with love. It was not now a factor. And if anyone quarreled or complained, he would simply tighten his lips and arrange his shoulders in the correct command posture. He might give a curt little nod, or he might not. He might just shrug and say, "Carry on." Then they would saddle up and form into a column and move out toward the villages west of Tonkay.
This is Charles Baxter reading Where I'm Calling From by Raymond Carver from The New Yorker. We are on the front porch at Frank Martin's drying out facility. Like the rest of us at Frank Martin's, J.P. is first and foremost a drunk, but he's also a chimney sweep. It's his first time here, and he's scared. I've been in here once before. What's to say? I'm back. J.P.'s real name is Joe Penny, but he says I should call him J.P. Tiny got back too late for his eggs, but he took some coffee into the dining room and sat down at the table anyway. Somebody in the kitchen made toast for him, but Tiny didn't eat it. He just sat with his coffee and looked into his cup. Every now and then he moved his cup back and forth in front of him. I'd like to ask him if he had any signal just before it happened. I'd like to know if he felt his ticker skip a beat, or else begin to race. Did his eyelid twitch? But I'm not about to say anything. He doesn't look like he's hot to talk about it anyway. But what happened to Tiny is something I won't ever forget. Old Tiny flat on the floor, kicking his heels. So every time this little flitter starts up anywhere, I draw some breath and wait to find myself on my back, looking up, somebody's fingers in my mouth. In his chair on the front porch, J.P. keeps his hands in his lap. I smoke cigarettes and use an old coal bucket for an ashtray. I listen to J.P. ramble on. It's 11 o'clock in the morning, an hour and a half until lunch. Neither of us is hungry. But just the same, we look forward to going inside and sitting down at the table. Maybe we'll get hungry. What's J.P. talking about, anyway? He's saying how, when he was 12 years old, he fell into a well in the vicinity of the farm he grew up on. It was a dry well, lucky for him. Or unlucky, he says, looking around him and shaking his head. He says how late that afternoon, after he'd been located, his dad hauled him out with a rope. J.P. had wet his pants down there. He'd suffered all kinds of terror in that well, hollering for help, waiting, and then hollering some more. He hollered himself hoarse before it was over. But he told me that being at the bottom of that well had made a lasting impression. He'd sat there and looked up at the well mouth. Way up at the top, he could see a circle of blue sky. Every once in a while, a white cloud passed over. A flock of birds flew across, and it seemed to J.P. their wing beats set up this odd commotion. He heard other things. He heard tiny rustlings above him in the well, which made him wonder if things might fall down into his hair. He was thinking of insects. He heard wind blow over the well mouth, and that sound made an impression on him too. In short, everything about his life was different for him at the bottom of that well. But nothing fell on him, and nothing closed off that little circle of blue. Then his dad came along with the rope, and it wasn't long before J.P. was back in the world he'd always lived in. Keep talking, J.P. Then what? I say. When he was 18 or 19 years, quick as a wink, J.P. followed her onto the porch. He held the porch screen door for her. He went down the steps with her and out to the drive, where she'd parked her panel truck. It was something that was out of his hands. Nothing else in the world counted for anything. He knew he'd met somebody who could set his legs a-tremble. He could feel her kiss still burning on his lips, etc. At that minute, J.P. couldn't begin to sort anything out. He was filled with sensations that were carrying him every which way. He opened the rear door of the panel truck for her. He helped her store her things inside. "Thanks," she told him. Then he blurted it out, that he'd like to see her again. Would she go to a movie with him sometime? He realized, too, what he wanted to do with his life. He wanted to do what she did. He wanted to be a chimney sweep. But he didn't tell her that then. J.P. says she put her hands on her hips and looked him over. Then she found a business card in the front seat of her truck. She gave it to him. She said, "Call this number after 10 o'clock tonight. The answering machine will be turned off then. We can talk. I have to go now." She put the top hat on and then took it off. She looked at J.P. once more. She must have liked what she saw, because this time she grinned. He told her there was a smudge near her mouth. Then she got into her truck, tooted the horn, and drove away. "Then what?" I say. "Don't stop now, J.P." I was interested. But I would have listened if he'd been going on about how one day he'd decided to start pitching horseshoeing me. She tried to explain to her son that she was going to be gone that afternoon and evening, and he'd have to get his own dinner. But right as we were going out the door, this goddamn kid screamed at us. He screamed, "You call this love? The hell with you both. I hope you never come back. I hope you kill yourselves." Imagine this kid. Before we left town, I had her stop at the liquor store, where I bought us 3 bottles of champagne. Quality stuff. Piper. We stopped somewhere else for plastic glasses. Then we picked up a bucket of fried chicken. We set out for Frank Martin's in this rainstorm, drinking champagne and listening to music on the radio. She drove. I looked after the radio and poured champagne. We tried to make a little party out of it, but we were sad, too. There was that fried chicken, but we didn't eat any of it. I guess she got home okay. I think I would have heard something if she hadn't made it back. But she hasn't called me, and I haven't called her. Maybe she's had some news about herself by now. Then again, maybe she hasn't heard anything. Maybe it was all a mistake. Maybe it was somebody else's test. But she has my car, and I have things at her house. I know we'll be seeing each other again. They clang an old farm bell here to signal mealtime. J.P. and I get out of our chairs slowly, like old geezers, and we go inside. It's starting to get too cold on the porch anyway. We can see our breath drifting out from us as we talk. New Year's Eve morning, I try to call my wife. There's no answer. It's okay. But even if it wasn't okay, what am I supposed to do? The last time we talked on the phone a couple of weeks ago, we screamed at each other. I hung a few names on her. "Wet brain," she said, and put the phone back where it belonged. But I wanted to talk to her now. Something had to be done about my stuff. I still had things at her house, too. One of the guys here is a guy who travels. He goes to Europe and the Middle East. That's what he says, anyway. Business, he says. He also says he has his drinking under control and doesn't have any idea why he's here at Frank Martin's. But he doesn't remember getting here. He laughs about it, about his not remembering. Anyone can have a blackout, he says. That doesn't prove a thing. He's not a drunk. He tells us this, and we listen. That's a serious charge to make, he says. That kind of talk can ruin a good man's prospects. He further says that if he'd only stick to whiskey and water, no ice, he'd never get intoxicated, his word, and have these blackouts. It's the ice they put into your drink that does it. Who do you know in Egypt? He asks me. I can use a few names over there. For New Year's Eve dinner, Frank Martin serves steak and baked potato, a green salad. My appetite's coming back. I eat the salad. I clean up everything on my plate, and I could eat more. I look over at Tiny's plate. Hell, he's hardly touched anything. His steak is just sitting there getting cold. Tiny is not the same old Tiny. The poor bastard had planned to be home tonight. He planned to be in his robe and slippers in front of the TV, holding hands with his wife. Now he's afraid to leave. I can understand. One seizure means you're a candidate for another. Tiny hasn't told any more nutty stories on himself since it happened. He's stayed quiet and kept to himself. Pretty soon I ask him if I can have his steak, and he pushes his plate over to me. They let us keep the TV on until the New Year has been rung in at Times Square. Some of us are still up, sitting around the TV, watching the crowds on the screen, when Frank Martin comes in to show us his cake. He brings it around and shows it to each of us. I know he didn't make it. It's a goddamn bakery cake. But still, it's a cake. It's a big white cake. Across the top of the cake there's writing in pink letters. The writing says, Happy New Year, one day at a time. I don't want any stupid cake, says the guy who goes to Europe and the Middle East. Where's the champagne? He says, and laughs. We all go into the dining room. Frank Martin cuts the cake. I sit next to J.P. J.P. eats 2 pieces and drinks a Coke. I eat a piece and wrap another piece in a napkin, thinking of later. J.P. lights a cigarette. His hands are steady now, and he tells me his wife is coming in to visit him in the morning, the first day of the new year. That's great, I say. I nod. I lick the frosting off my fingers. That's good news, J.P. I'll introduce you, he says. I look forward to it, I say. We say good night. We say Happy New Year. Sleep well. I use a napkin on my fingers. We shake hands. I go to the payphone once more, put in a dime, and call my wife to collect. But nobody answers this time, either. I think about calling my girlfriend, and I'm dialing her number when I realize I don't want to talk to her. She's probably at home watching the same thing on TV that I've been watching. But maybe she isn't. Maybe she's out. Why shouldn't she be? Anyway, I don't want to talk to her. I hope she's okay, but if she has something wrong with her, I don't want to know about it. Not now. In any case, I won't talk to her tonight. After breakfast, J.P. and I take coffee out to the porch, where we plan to wait for his wife. The sky is clear, but it's cold enough so we're wearing our sweaters and jackets. She asked me if she should bring the kids, J.P. says. I told her she should keep the kids at home. Can you imagine? My God, I don't want my kids up here. We use the coal bucket for an ashtray. We look across the valley where Jack London used to live. We're drinking more coffee when this car turns off the road and comes down the drive. That's her, J.P. says. He puts his cup next to his chair. He gets up and goes down the steps to the drive. I see this woman stop the car and set the brake. I see J.P. open the car door. I watch her get out, and I see them embrace. They hug each other. I look away. Then I look back. J.P. takes the woman's arm, and they come up the stairs. This woman has crawled into chimneys. This woman broke a man's nose once. She has 2 kids and much trouble, but she loves this man who has her by the arm. I get up from the chair. "This is my friend," J.P. says to his wife. "Hey, this is Roxy." Roxy takes my hand. She's a tall, good-looking woman in a blue knit cap. She has on a coat, a heavy white sweater, and dark slacks. I recall what J.P. told me about the boyfriend and the wire cutters, all that, and I glance at her hands. Right. I don't see any wedding ring. That's in pieces somewhere. Her hands are broad, and the fingers have these big knuckles. This is a woman who can make fists if she has to. "I've heard about you," I say. "J.P. told me how you got acquainted. Something about a chimney," J.P. said. "Yes, a chimney," she says. Her eyes move away from my face, then return. She nods. She's anxious to be alone with J.P., which I can understand. "There's probably a lot else he didn't tell you," she says. "I bet he didn't tell you everything," she says, and laughs. Then, she can't wait any longer. She slips her arm around J.P.'s waist and kisses him on the cheek. They start to move toward the door. "Nice meeting you," she says over her shoulder. "Hey, did he tell you he's the best sweep in the business?" She lets her hand slide down from J.P.'s waist onto his hip. "Come on now, Roxy," J.P. says. He has his hand on the doorknob. "He told me he learned everything he knew from you," I say. "Well, that much is sure true," she says. She laughs again. But it's as if she's thinking about something else. J.P. turns the doorknob. Roxy lays her hand over his hand. "Joe, can't we go into town for lunch? Can't I take you someplace for lunch?" J.P. clears his throat. He says, "It hasn't been a week yet." He takes his hand off the doorknob and brings his fingers to his chin. "I think they'd like it, you know, if I didn't leave the place for a little while yet. We can have some coffee inside," he says. "That's fine," she says. Her eyes light on me once more. "I'm glad Joe's made a friend here. Nice to meet you," she says again. They start to go inside. I know it's a foolish thing to do, but I do it anyway. "Roxy," I say, and they stop in the doorway and look at me. "I need some luck," I say. No kidding. I could do with a kiss myself. J.P. looks down. He's still holding the doorknob, even though the door is open. He turns the doorknob back and forth. He's embarrassed. I'm embarrassed too, but I keep looking at her. Roxy doesn't know what to make of it. She grins. "I'm not a sweep anymore," she says. "Not for years. Didn't Joe tell you?" "What the hell, sure, I'll kiss you, sure, for luck." She moves over, she takes me by the shoulders. I'm a big man. And she plants this kiss on my lips. "How's that?" she says. "That's fine," I say. "Nothing to it," she says. She's still holding me by the shoulders. She's looking me right in the eyes. "Good luck," she says, and then she lets go of me. "See you later, pal," J.P. says. He opens the door all the way, and they go inside. I sit down on the front steps and light a cigarette. I watch what my hand does, and then I blow out the match. I've got a case of the shakes. I started out with them this morning. This morning I wanted something to drink. It's depressing, and I didn't say anything about it to J.P. I try to put my mind on something else, and for once it works. I'm thinking about chimney sweeps, all that stuff I heard from J.P. When for some reason I start to think about the house my wife and I lived in just after we were married. That house didn't have a chimney. Hell no. So I don't know what makes me remember it now. But I remember the house and how we'd only been in there a few weeks when I heard a noise outside one morning and woke up. It was Sunday morning, and so early it was still dark in the bedroom. But there was this pale light coming in from the bedroom window. I listened. I could hear something scrape against the side of the house. I jumped out of bed and went to the window. "My God," my wife says, sitting up in bed and shaking the hair away from her face. Then she starts to laugh. "It's Mr. Venturini," she says. "The landlord. I forgot to tell you. He said he was coming to paint the house today, early. Before it gets too hot. I forgot all about it," she says, and laughs some more. "Come on back to bed, honey. It's just the landlord." "In a minute," I say. I push the curtain away from the window. Outside, this old guy in white coveralls is standing next to his ladder. The sun is just starting to break above the mountains. The old guy and I look each other over. It's the landlord, all right, this old guy in coveralls. But his coveralls are too big for him. He needs a shave, too. And he's wearing this baseball cap to cover his bald head. God damn it, I think. If he isn't a weird old hombre, then I've never seen one. And at that minute, a wave of happiness comes over me that I'm not him, that I'm me, and I'm inside this bedroom with my wife. He jerks his thumb toward the sun. He pretends to wipe his forehead. He's letting me know he doesn't have all that much time. The old duffer breaks into a grin. It's then I realize I'm naked. I look down at myself. I look at him again and shrug. I'm smiling. What did he expect? My wife laughs. "Come on," she says. "Get back in this bed. Right now. This minute. Come on back to bed." I let go of the curtain. But I keep standing there at the window. I can see the landlord nod to himself as if to say, "Go on, sonny. Go back to bed. I understand." As if he'd heard my wife calling me. He tugs the bill of his cap. Then he sets about his business. He picks up his bucket. He starts climbing the ladder. I lean back into the step behind me now and cross one leg over the other. Maybe later this afternoon I'll try calling my wife again. And then I'll call to see what's happening with my girlfriend. But I don't want to get her mouthy son on the line. If I do call, I hope he'll be out somewhere doing whatever he does when he's not hanging around the house. I try to remember if I ever read any Jack London books. I can't remember. But there was a story of his I read in high school. To Build a Fire, it was called. This guy in the Yukon is freezing. Imagine it. He's actually going to freeze to death if he can't get a fire going. With a fire, he can dry his socks and clothing and warm himself. He gets his fire going, but then something happens to it. A branch full of snow drops on it. It goes out. Meanwhile, the temperature is falling. Night is coming on. I bring some change out of my pocket. I'll try my wife first. If she answers, I'll wish her a Happy New Year, but that's it. I won't bring up business. I won't raise my voice. Not even if she starts something. She'll ask me where I'm calling from, and I'll have to tell her. I won't say anything about New Year's resolutions. There's no way to make a joke out of this. After I talk to her, I'll call my girlfriend. Maybe I'll call her first. I'll just have to hope I don't get her son on the line. "Hello, sugar," I'll say when she answers. "It's me."
This is Lori Moore reading You're Ugly Too from The New Yorker. You had to get out of them occasionally, those Illinois towns with the funny names. Paris, oblong, normal. Once, when the Dow Jones dipped 200 points, the Paris paper boasted a banner headline, "Normal man marries oblong woman." They knew what was important. They did. But you had to get out once in a while, even if it was just across the border to Terre Haute for a movie. Outside of Paris, in the middle of a large field, was a scatter of brick buildings, a small liberal arts college with the improbable name of Hilldale Versailles. Zoe Hendricks had been teaching American history there for 3 years. She taught the Revolution and beyond to freshmen and sophomores, and every third semester she had the senior seminar for majors, and although her student evaluations had been slipping in the last year and a half, Professor Hendricks is often late for class and usually arrives with a cup of hot chocolate, which she offers the class sips of. Generally, the department of 9 men was pleased to have her. They felt she added some needed feminine touch to the corridors, that faint trace of obsession and sweat, the light, fast clicking of heels. Plus, they had had a sex discrimination suit, and the dean had said, well, it was time. The situation was not easy for her, they knew. Once, at the start of last semester, she had skipped into her lecture hall, singing Getting to Know You, both verses. At the request of the dean, the chairman had called her into his office, but did not ask her for an explanation, not really. He asked her how she was and then smiled in an avuncular way. She said, fine, and he studied the way she said it, her front teeth catching on the inside of her lower lip. She was almost pretty, but her face showed the strain and ambition of always having been close but not quite. There was too much effort with the eyeliner, and her earrings, worn no doubt for the drama her features lacked, were a little frightening, jutting out from the sides of her head like antennae. I'm going out of my mind, said Zoe to her younger sister Evan in Manhattan. Professor Hendricks seems to know the entire soundtrack to The King and I. Is this history? Zoe phoned her sister every Tuesday. You always say that, said Evan. But then you go on your trips and vacations, and then you settle back into things, and then you're quiet for a while, and then you say you're fine, you're busy, and then after a while you say you're going crazy again, and you start all over. Evan was a part-time food designer for photo shoots. She cooked vegetables in green dye. She propped up beef stew with a bed of marbles and shopped for new kinds of silicone sprays and plastic ice cubes. She thought her life was okay. She was living with her boyfriend of many years, who was independently wealthy and had an amusing little job in book publishing. They were 5 years out of college, and they lived in a luxury midtown high-rise with a balcony and access to a pool. It's not the same as having your own pool, Evan was always sighing, as if to let Zoe know that, as with Zoe, there were still things she, Evan, had to do without. Illinois, it makes me sarcastic to be here, said Zoe on the phone. She used to insist it was irony, something gently layered and sophisticated, something alien to the Midwest, but her students kept calling it sarcasm, something they felt qualified to recognize, and now she had to agree. It wasn't irony. What is your perfume? A student once asked her. Room freshener, she said. She smiled, but he looked at her unnerved. Her students were by and large good Midwesterners, spacey with estrogen from large quantities of meat and cheese. They shared their parents' suburban values. Their parents had given them things. They were complacent. They had been purchased. They were armed with a healthy vagueness about anything historical or geographic. They seemed actually to know very little about anything, but they were good-natured about it. All those states in the East are so tiny and jagged and bunched up, complained one of her undergraduates the week she was lecturing on the turning point of independence, the battle at Saratoga. Professor Hendricks, you're from Delaware originally, right? The student asked her. Maryland, corrected Zoe. Ah, he said, waving his hand dismissively, New England. Her articles, chapters toward a book called Hearing the One About, Uses of Humor in the American Presidency, were generally well received, though they came slowly for her. She liked her pieces to have something from every time of day in them. She didn't trust things written in the morning only, so she reread and rewrote painstakingly. No part of a day, its moods, its light, was allowed to dominate. She hung on to a piece for over a year sometimes, revising at all hours, until the entirety of a day had registered there. The job she'd had before, the one at Hilldale, Versailles, had been at a small college in New Geneva, Minnesota, land of the dying shopping mall. Everyone was so blonde there that brunettes were often presumed to be from foreign countries. Just because Professor Hendricks is from Spain doesn't give her the right to be so negative about our country. There was a general emphasis on cheerfulness. In New Geneva, you weren't supposed to be critical or complain. You weren't supposed to notice that the town had overextended and that its shopping malls were raggedy and going under. You were never to say you weren't fine, thank you, on yourself. You were supposed to be Heidi. You were supposed to lug goat milk up the hills and not think twice. Heidi did not complain. Heidi did not do things like stand in front of the new IBM photocopier saying, if this fucking Xerox machine breaks on me one more time, I'm going to slit my wrist. But now, in her second job, in her 4th year of teaching in the Midwest, Zoe was discovering something she never suspected she had, a crusty edge, brittle and pointed. Once she had pampered her students, singing them songs, letting them call her at home even and ask personal questions. Now she was losing sympathy. They were beginning to seem different. They were beginning to seem demanding and spoiled. You act, said one of her senior seminar students at a scheduled conference, like your opinion is worth more than everybody else's in the class. Zoe's eyes widened. I am the teacher, she said. I do get paid to act like that. She narrowed her gaze at the student who was wearing a big leather bow in her hair, like a cowgirl in a TV ranch show. I mean, otherwise everybody in the class would have little offices and office hours. Sometimes Professor Hendricks will take up the class's time just talking about movies she's seen. She stared at the student some more, then added, I bet you'd like that. Maybe I sound whiny to you, said the girl, but I simply want my history major to mean something. Well, there's your problem, said Zoe, and with a smile she showed the student to the door. I like your bow, she added. Zoe lived for the mail, for the postman, that handsome blue jay, and when she got a real letter with a real full-price stamp from someplace else, she took it to bed with her and read it over and over. She also watched television until all hours and had her set in the bedroom, a bad sign. Professor Hendricks has said critical things about Fawn Hall, the Catholic religion, and the whole state of Illinois. It is unbelievable. At Christmas time, she gave $20 tips to the mailman and to Jerry, the only cabbie in town, whom she had gotten to know from all her rides to and from the Terre Haute airport, and who, since he realized such rides were an extravagance, often gave her cut rates. I'm flying in to visit you this weekend, announced Zoe. I was hoping you would, said Evan. Charlie and I are having a party for Halloween. It'll be fun. I have a costume already, said Zoe. It's a bonehead. It's this thing that looks like a giant bone going through your head. Great, said Evan. It is, it's great, said Zoe. All I have is my moon mask from last year and the year before, said Evan. I'll probably end up getting married in it. Are you and Charlie getting married? Foreboding filled her voice. Not immediately, said Evan. Don't get married, said Zoe. Why? Just not yet, said Zoe. You're too young. You're only saying that because you're 5 years older than I am and you're not married, said Evan. I'm not married? Oh, my God, said Zoe. I forgot to get married. Zoe had been out with 3 men since she'd come to Hilldale, Versailles. One of them was a man in the Paris municipal bureaucracy who had fixed a parking ticket she'd brought in to protest, and who then asked her to coffee. At first she thought he was amazing. At last, someone who did not want Heidi. But soon she came to realize that all men, deep down, wanted Heidi. Heidi with cleavage, Heidi with outfits. The parking ticket bureaucrat soon became tired and intermittent. One cool fall day, in his snazzy, impractical convertible, when she asked him what was wrong, he said, "You would not be ill-served by new clothes, you know." She wore a lot of gray-green corduroy. She had been under the impression that it brought out her eyes, those shy stars. She flicked an ant from her sleeve. "Did you have to brush that off in my car?" he said, driving. He glanced down at his own pectorals, giving first the left, then the right a quick survey. He was wearing a tight shirt. "Excuse me?" He slowed down at a yellow light and frowned. "Couldn't you have picked it up and thrown it outside?" "The ant?" Zoe said. "It might have bitten me. I mean, what difference does it make?" "It might have bitten you. Ha! How ridiculous. Now it's going to lay eggs in my car." The second guy was sweeter, lunkier, though not insensitive to certain paintings and songs, but too often, too, things he'd do or say would startle her. Once, in a restaurant, he stole the garnishes off her dinner plate and waited for her to notice. When she didn't, he finally thrust his fist across the table and said, "Look," and when he opened it, there was her parsley sprig and her orange slice crumpled to a wad. Another time he described to her his recent trip to the Louvre. And there I was in front of Géricault's raft of the Medusa, and everyone else had wandered off, so I had my own private audience with it. All those painted, drowning bodies splayed in every direction, and there's this motion in that painting that starts at the bottom left, swirling and building and building and building, and going up to the right-hand corner where there's this guy waving a flag, and on the horizon, in the distance, you could see this teeny tiny boat. He was breathless in the telling. She found this touching and smiled in encouragement. "Painting like that," he said, shaking his head, "a painting like that just makes you shit." "I have to ask you something," said Evan. "I know every woman complains about not meeting men, but really, on my shoots, I meet a lot of men, and they're not all gay either." She paused. "Not anymore." "What are you asking?" The third guy was a political science professor named Murray Peterson, who liked to go out on double dates with colleagues whose wives he was attracted to. Usually the wives would consent to flirt with him. Under the table sometimes there was footsie, and once there was even kneesy. Zoe and the husband would be left to their food, staring into their water glasses, chewing like goats. "Oh, Murray," said one wife, who had never finished her master's in physical therapy and wore great clothes. "You know, I know everything about you, your birthday, your license plate number. I have everything memorized. But then that's the kind of mind I have. Once at a dinner party, I amazed the host by getting up and saying goodbye to every single person there, first and last names." "I know a dog who could do that," said Zoe, with her mouth full. Murray and the wife looked at her with vexed and rebuking expressions, but the husband seemed suddenly twinkling and amused. Zoe swallowed. "It was a talking lab," she said, "and after about 10 minutes of listening to the dinner conversation, this dog knew everyone's name. You could say, 'Bring this knife to Murray Peterson,' and it would." "Really?" said the wife, frowning, and Murray Peterson never called again. "Are you seeing anyone?" said Evan. "I'm asking for a particular reason. I'm not just being like Mom." "I'm seeing my house," said Zoe. "I'm tending to it when it wets, when it cries, when it throws up." Zoe had bought a mint green ranch house near campus, though now she was thinking that maybe she shouldn't have. It was hard to live in a house. She kept wandering in and out of the rooms, wondering where she had put things. She went downstairs into the basement for no reason at all except that it amused her to own a basement. It also amused her to own a tree. The day she moved in, she had tacked to her tree a small paper sign that said, "Zoe's Tree." Her parents in Maryland had been very pleased that one of their children had at last been able to afford real estate, and when she closed on the house, they sent her flowers with a congratulations card. Her mother had even UPS'd a box of old decorating magazines saved over the years, photographs of beautiful rooms her mother used to moon over, since there never had been any money to redecorate. It was like getting her mother's pornography, that box, inheriting her drooled-upon fantasies, the endless wish and tease that had been her life. But to her mother it was a rite of passage that pleased her. "Maybe you will get some ideas from these," her mother had written. And when Zoe looked at the photographs, at the bold and beautiful living rooms, she was filled with longing, ideas and ideas of longing. Right now, Zoe's house was rather empty. The previous owner had wallpapered around the furniture, leaving strange gaps and silhouettes on the walls, and Zoe hadn't done much about that yet. She had bought furniture, then taken it back, furnishing and unfurnishing, preparing and shedding like a womb. She had bought several plain pine chests to use as love seats or boot boxes, but they came to look to her more and more like children's coffins, so she returned them. And she had recently bought an oriental rug for the living room with Chinese symbols on it she didn't understand. The salesgirl had kept saying she was sure they meant peace and eternal life. But when Zoe got the rug home, she worried, what if they didn't mean peace and eternal life? What if they meant, say, Bruce Springsteen? And the more she thought about it, the more she became convinced she had a rug that said Bruce Springsteen, and so she returned that too. She had also bought a little Baroque mirror for the front entryway, which she had been told by Murray Peterson would keep away evil spirits. The mirror, however, tended to frighten her, startling her with an image of a woman she never recognized. Sometimes she looked puffier and plainer than she remembered, sometimes shifty and dark. Most times she just looked vague. "You look like someone I know," she had been told twice in the last year by strangers in restaurants in Terre Haute. In fact, sometimes she seemed not to have a look of her own, or any look whatsoever, and it began to amaze her that her students and colleagues were able to recognize her at all. How did they know? When she walked into a room, how did she look so that they knew it was her? Like this? Did she look like this? And so she returned the mirror. "The reason I'm asking is that I know a man I think you should meet," said Evan. "He's fun, he's straight, he's single. That's all I'm going to say." "I think I'm too old for fun," said Zoe. She had a dark, bristly hair on her chin, and she could feel it now with her finger. Perhaps when you had been without the opposite sex for too long, you began to resemble them. In an act of desperate invention, you began to grow your own. "I just want to come, wear my bonehead, and visit with Charlie's tropical fish and ask you about your food shoots," she said. She thought about all the papers on our Constitution, how it affects us. She was going to have to correct. She thought about how she was going in for ultrasound tests on Friday because, according to her doctor and her doctor's assistant, she had a large, mysterious growth in her abdomen. Gallbladder, they kept saying, or ovaries, or colon. "You guys practice medicine?" asked Zoe aloud after they had left the room. Once, as a girl, she brought her dog to a vet who had told her, "Well, either your dog has worms or cancer, or else it was hit by a car." She was looking forward to New York. "Well, whatever, we'll just play it cool. I can't wait to see you, hon. Don't forget your bonehead," said Evan. "A bonehead you don't forget," said Zoe. "I suppose," said Evan. The ultrasound Zoe was keeping a secret, even from Evan. "I feel like I'm dying," Zoe had hinted just once on the phone. "You're not dying," said Evan. "You're just annoyed." "Ultrasound," Zoe now said jokingly to the technician who put the cold jelly on her bare stomach. "Does that sound like a really great stereo system or what?" She had not had anyone make this much fuss over her bare stomach since her boyfriend in graduate school, who had hovered over her whenever she felt ill, waved his arms, pressed his hands upon her navel, and drawled evangelically, "Heal, heal for thy baby Jesus' sake." Zoe would laugh and they would make love, both secretly hoping she would get pregnant. Later they would worry together and he would sink a cheek to her belly and ask whether she was late. Was she late? Was she sure she might be late? And when after 2 years she had not gotten pregnant, they took to quarreling and drifted apart. "Okay," said the technician absently. The monitor was in place, and Zoe's insides came on the screen in all their gray and ribbony hollowness. They were marbled in the finest gradations of black and white, like stone in an old church or a picture of the moon. "Do you suppose," she babbled at the technician, "that the rise in infertility among so many couples in this country is due to completely different species trying to reproduce?" The technician moved the scanner around and took more pictures. On one view in particular, on Zoe's right side, the technician became suddenly alert, the machine he was operating clicking away. Zoe stared at the screen. "That must be the growth you found there," suggested Zoe. "I can't tell you anything," said the technician rigidly. "Your doctor will get the radiologist's report this afternoon and will phone you then." "I'll be out of town," said Zoe. "I'm sorry," said the technician. Driving home, Zoe looked in the rearview mirror and decided she looked, well, how would one describe it? A little wan. She thought of the joke about the guy who visits his doctor and the doctor says, "Well, I'm sorry to say you've got 6 weeks to live." "I want a second opinion," says the guy. "You act like your opinion is worth more than everyone else's in the class." "You want a second opinion? Okay," says the doctor. "You're ugly, too." Zoe liked that joke. She thought it was terribly, terribly funny. She took a cab to the airport. Jerry, the cabbie, happy to see her. "Have fun in New York," he said, getting her bag out of the trunk. He liked her, or at least he always acted as if he did. She called him Jer. "Thanks, Jer." "You know," he said, "I'll tell you a secret. I've never been to New York. I'll tell you 2 secrets. I've never been on a plane." And he waved at her sadly as she pushed her way in through the terminal door. "Or an escalator," he shouted. The trick to flying safe, Zoe always said, was never to buy a discount ticket and to tell yourself you had nothing to live for anyway, so that when the plane crashed it was no big deal. Then when it didn't crash, when you had succeeded in keeping it aloft with your own worthlessness, all you had to do was stagger off, locate your luggage, and by the time a cab arrived, come up with a persuasive reason to go on living. "You're here!" shrieked Evan over the doorbell, before she even opened the door. Then she opened it wide. Zoe set her bags on the hall floor and hugged Evan hard. When she was little, Evan had always been affectionate and devoted. Zoe had always taken care of her, advising, reassuring, until recently when it seemed Evan had started advising and reassuring her. It startled Zoe. She suspected it had something to do with Zoe's being alone. It made people uncomfortable. "How are you?" "I threw up on the plane," said Zoe. "Besides that, I'm okay." "Can I get you something? Here, let me take your suitcase. Sick on the plane, you." "It was into one of those sickness bags," said Zoe, just in case Evan thought she'd lost it in the aisle. "I was very quiet." The apartment was spacious and bright, with a view all the way downtown along the east side. There was a balcony and sliding glass doors. "I keep forgetting how nice this apartment is. 20th floor, doorman." Zoe could work her whole life and never have an apartment like this. So could Evan. It was Charlie's apartment. He and Evan lived in it like 2 kids in a dorm, beer cans and clothes strewn around. Evan put Zoe's bag away from the mess over by the fish tank. "I'm so glad you're here," she said. "Now, what can I get you?" Evan made them a snack, soup from a can and saltines. "I don't know about Charlie," Evan said after they had finished. "I feel like we've gone all sexless and middle-aged already." Said Zoe. She leaned back into Evan's sofa and stared out the window at the dark tops of the buildings. It seemed a little unnatural to live up in the sky like this, like birds that out of some wrong-headed daring do had nested too high. She nodded toward the lighted fish tanks and giggled. I feel like a bird, she said, with my own personal supply of fish. Evan sighed. He comes home and just sacks out on the sofa watching fuzzy football. He's wearing the psychic cold cream and curlers, if you know what I mean. Zoe sat up, readjusted the sofa cushions. What's fuzzy football? She asked. We haven't gotten cable yet, said Evan. Everything comes in fuzzy. Charlie just watches it that way. Yeah, that's a little depressing, Zoe said. She looked at her hands, especially the part about not having cable. This is how he gets into bed at night. Evan stood up to demonstrate. He whips all his clothes off, and when he gets to his underwear, he lets it drop to one ankle. Then he kicks up his leg and flips the underwear in the air and catches it. I, of course, watch from the bed. There's nothing else. There's just that. Maybe you should just get it over with and get married, said Zoe. Really? Yeah, said Zoe. I mean, you guys probably think living together like this is the best of both worlds, but... Zoe tried to sound like an older sister. An older sister was supposed to be the parent you could never have, the hip, cool mom. I've always found that as soon as you think you've got the best of both worlds... Zoe thought now of herself, alone in her house, of the toad-faced cicadas that flew around like little caped men at night, landing on her screens, staring, of the size 14 shoes she placed at the doorstep to scare off intruders, of the ridiculous inflatable blow-up doll someone had told her to keep propped up at the breakfast table. It could suddenly twist, she said, and become the worst of both worlds. Really? Evan was beaming. Oh, Zoe, I have something to tell you. Charlie and I are getting married. Really? Zoe felt confused. I didn't know how to tell you, said Evan. Yes, well, said Zoe, I guess the part about fuzzy football misled me a little. I was hoping you'd be my maid of honor, said Evan, waiting. Aren't you happy for me? Yes, said Zoe, and she began to tell Evan a story about an award-winning violinist at Hilldale, Versailles, how the violinist had come home from a competition in Europe and taken up with a local man who made her go to all his summer softball games, made her cheer for him from the stands with the wives until she later killed herself. But when she got halfway through to the part about cheering at the softball games, Zoe stopped. What? Said Evan. So what happened? Actually, nothing, said Zoe lightly. She just really got into softball. I mean, really, you should have seen her. Zoe decided to go to a late afternoon movie, leaving Evan to chores she needed to do before the party. I have to do them alone, Evan had said, a little tense after the violinist story. Zoe thought about going to an art museum, but women alone in art museums had to look good. They always did, chic and serious, moving languidly with a great handbag. Instead, she walked over and down through Kips Bay, past an earring boutique called Stick It in Your Ear, past a beauty salon called Dorian Gray's. That was the funny thing about beauty, thought Zoe. Look it up in the yellow pages and you found 100 entries. Hostile with wit, cutesy with warning. But look up truth, there was nothing at all. Zoe thought about Evan getting married. Would Evan turn into Peter Pumpkin Eater's wife, Mrs. Eater? At the wedding, would she make Zoe wear some flouncy lavender dress identical with the other maids? Zoe hated uniforms, had even in the first grade refused to join elf girls because she didn't want to wear the same dress as everyone else. Now she might have to, but maybe she could distinguish it, hitch it up on one side with a clothespin, wear surgical gauze at the waist, clip to her bodice one of those pins that said in loud letters, "Shit happens." At the movie, Death by Number, she bought strands of red licorice to tug and chew. She took a seat off to one side in the theater. She felt strangely self-conscious sitting alone and hoped for the place to darken fast. When it did, and the coming attractions came on, she reached inside her purse for her glasses. They were in a baggie. Her Kleenex was also in a baggie. So were her pen and her aspirin and her mints. Everything was in baggies. This was what she'd become, a woman alone at the movies with everything in a baggie. At the Halloween party, there were about 24 people. There were people with ape heads and large hairy hands. There was someone dressed as a leprechaun. There was someone dressed as a frozen dinner. Some man had brought his 2 small daughters, a ballerina and a ballerina's sister, all dressed as a ballerina. There was a gaggle of sexy witches, women dressed entirely in black, beautifully made up and jeweled. I hate those sexy witches. It's not in the spirit of Halloween, said Evan. Evan had abandoned the moon mask and dolled herself up as a housefrau, in curlers and an apron, a decision she now regretted. Charlie, because he liked fish, because he owned fish, collected fish, had decided to go as a fish. He had fins and eyes on the side of his head. Zoe, how are you? I'm sorry I wasn't there when you first arrived. He spent the rest of his time chatting up the sexy witches. Isn't there something I can help you with here? Zoe asked her sister. You've been running yourself ragged. She rubbed her sister's arm gently, as if she wished they were alone. Oh, God, not at all, said Evan, arranging stuffed mushrooms on a plate. The timer went off, and she pulled another sheetful out of the oven. Actually, you know what you can do? What? Zoe put on her bonehead. Meet Earl, said Evan. He's the guy I had in mind for you. When he gets here, just talk to him a little. He's nice, he's fun, he's going through a divorce. I'll try, Zoe groaned. Okay, I'll try. She looked at her watch. When Earl arrived, he was dressed as a naked woman, steel wool glued strategically to a body stocking, and large rubber breasts protruding like hams. Zoe, this is Earl, said Evan. Good to meet you, said Earl, circling Evan to shake Zoe's hand. He stared at the top of Zoe's head. Great bone, he said. Zoe nodded. Great tits, she said. She looked past him out the window at the city thrown glitteringly up against the sky. People were saying the usual things, how it looked like jewels, like bracelets and necklaces unstrung. You could see Grand Central Station, the clock of the Con Ed building, the red and gold-capped Empire State, the Chrysler like a rocket ship dreamed up in a depression. Far west you could glimpse the Astor Plaza, its flying white roof like a nun's habit. There's beer out on the balcony, Earl. Can I get you one? Zoe asked. Sure, I'll come along. Hey, Charlie, how's it going? Charlie grinned and whistled. People turned to look. Hey, Earl, someone called from across the room. Va-va-va-voom. They squeezed their way past the other guests, past the apes and the sexy witches. The suction of the sliding door gave way in a whoosh, and Zoe and Earl stepped out onto the balcony, a bonehead and a naked woman, the night air roaring and smoky cool. Another couple was out there too, murmuring privately. They were not wearing costumes. They smiled at Zoe and Earl. Hi, said Zoe. She found a plastic foam cooler, dug into it, and retrieved 2 beers. Thanks, said Earl. His rubber breasts folded inward, dimpled and dented, as he twisted open the bottle. Well, sighed Zoe anxiously. She had to learn not to be afraid of a man, the way, in your childhood, you learned not to be afraid of an earthworm or a bug. Often when she spoke to men at parties, she rushed things in her mind. As the man politely blathered on, she would fall in love, marry, then find herself in a bitter custody battle with him for the kids, and hoping for a reconciliation so that despite all his betrayals she might no longer despise him, and in the few minutes remaining learn perhaps what his last name was and what he did for a living, though probably there was already too much history between them. She would nod, blush, turn away. Evan tells me you're a professor. Where do you teach? Just over the Indiana border into Illinois, said Zoe. Earl looked a little shocked. I guess Evan didn't tell me that part. She didn't? Said Zoe. No. Well, that's Evan for you. When we were kids, we both had speech impediments. That can be tough, said Earl. One of his breasts was hidden behind his drinking arm, but the other shone low and pink, full as a strawberry moon. Yes, well, said Zoe, it wasn't a total loss. We used to go to what we called peach therapy. For about 10 years of my life, I had to map out every sentence in my mind way ahead before I said it. That was the only way I could get a coherent sentence out. Earl drank from his beer. How did you do that? I mean, how did you get through? I told a lot of jokes. Jokes you know the lines to already. You can just say them. I love jokes, said Zoe. Jokes and songs. Earl smiled. He had on lipstick, a deep shade of red, but it was wearing off from the beer. What's your favorite joke? He asked. My favorite joke is probably... Okay, all right, said Zoe. This guy goes into a doctor's office and... I think I know this one, interrupted Earl eagerly. He wanted to tell it himself. A guy goes into a doctor's office, he said, and the doctor tells him he's got some good news and some bad news. That one, right? I'm not sure, said Zoe. This might be a different version. Earl continued. So the guy says, give me the bad news first, and the doctor says, okay, you've got 3 weeks to live. And the guy cries, 3 weeks to live? Doctor, what is the good news? And the doctor says, did you see that secretary out front? I finally fucked her. Zoe frowned. That's not the one you were thinking of? Asked Earl. No, said Zoe. There was accusation in her voice. Mine was different. Oh, said Earl. He looked away and then back again. You teach history, right? What kind of history do you teach? I teach American, mostly, 18th and 19th century. In graduate school at bars, the pickup line was always, so what's your century? Occasionally, I teach a special theme course, she added. Say, humor and personality in the White House. That's what my book's on. She thought of something someone once told her about bowerbirds, how they build elaborate structures before mating. Your book's on humor? Earl asked. Yeah, and, well, when I teach a theme course like that, said Zoe, I do all the centuries. So what's your century? All 3 of them, said Earl. Pardon? The breeze glistened her eyes. Traffic revved beneath them. She felt high and puny, like someone lifted into heaven by mistake and then spurned. 3, he said. There's only 3. Well, 4, really, said Zoe. She was thinking of Jamestown and of the pilgrims coming here with buckles and witch hats to say their prayers. I'm a photographer, said Earl. His face was starting to gleam, his rouge smearing in a sunset beneath his eyes. Do you like that? Asked Zoe. Well, actually, I'm starting to feel it's a little dangerous, said Earl. Really? Asked Zoe. Spending all your time in a dark room with that red light and all those chemicals, said Earl. There's links with Parkinson's, you know. No, I didn't know, said Zoe. I suppose I should wear rubber gloves, said Earl, but I don't like to. Unless I'm touching it directly, I don't think of it as real. Said Zoe. Alarm buzzed through her mildly like a tea. Sometimes, said Earl, when I have a cut or something, I feel the sting and think, shit. I wash constantly and just hope. I don't like rubber over the skin like that. Really, said Zoe. I mean, the physical contact, said Earl. That's what you want, or why bother? I guess, said Zoe. She wished she could think of a joke, something slow and deliberate with the end in sight. She thought of gorillas, how when they had been kept too long alone in cages, they would smack each other in the head instead of mating. Are you in a relationship? Earl suddenly blurted. Now, as we speak? Well, I mean, said Earl, I'm sure you have a relationship to your work. A smile, a weird one, nestled in his mouth like an egg. So he thought of zoos and parks, how when cities were under siege during world wars, people ate the animals. But I mean with a man, said Earl. No, I'm not in a relationship with a man, said Zoe. She rubbed her chin with her hand and could feel the one bristly hair there. But my last relationship, she said, was with a very sweet man. She made something up. From Switzerland. He was a botanist, a weed expert. His name was Jerry. I called him Jer. He was so funny. You'd go to the movies with him and all he would notice were the plants. He would never pay attention to the plot. Once, in a jungle movie, he started rattling off all these Latin names out loud. It was very exciting for him. She paused, caught her breath. Eventually, he went back to Europe to study the Edelweiss. She looked at Earl. Are you involved in a relationship with a woman? Earl shifted his weight, and the creases in his body stocking changed, splintering outward like something broken. His pubic hair slid over to one hip like a corsage on a saloon girl. No, he said, clearing his throat. The steel wool in his underarms was inching toward his biceps. I've just gotten out of a marriage that was full of bad dialogue like, you want more space? I'll give you more space. Clonk. Your basic Three Stooges. Zoe looked at him sympathetically. I suppose it's hard for love to recover after that. His eyes lit up. He wanted to talk about love. But I keep thinking, said Earl, I keep thinking love should be like a tree. You look at trees and they've got bumps and scars from tumors, infestations, what have you, but they're still growing. Despite the bumps and bruises, they're straight. Yeah, well, said Zoe, where I'm from, they're all married or gay. Did you see that movie Death by Number? Earl looked at her, a little lost. She was getting away from him. No, he said. One of his breasts had slipped under his arm, tucked there like a baguette. She kept thinking of trees, of gorillas and parks, of people in wartime eating the zebras. She felt a stabbing pain in her abdomen. Want some hors d'oeuvres? Evan came pushing through the sliding door. She was smiling, though her curlers were coming out, hanging bedraggled at the ends of her hair like Christmas decorations, like food put out for the birds. She thrust forward a plate of stuffed mushrooms. Are you asking for donations or giving them away? Said Earl wittily. He liked Evan, and he put his arm around her. You know, I'll be right back, said Zoe. Oh, said Evan, looking concerned. Right back, I promise. Zoe hurried inside, across the living room, into the bedroom, to the adjoining bath. It was empty. Most of the guests were using the half-bath near the kitchen. She flicked on the light and closed the door. The pain had stopped, and she didn't really have to go to the bathroom, but she stayed there anyway, resting. In the mirror above the sink, she looked haggard beneath her bonehead, violet grays showing under the skin like a plucked and pocky bird. She leaned closer, raising her chin a little to find the bristly hair. It was there at the end of the jaw, sharp and dark as a wire. She opened the medicine cabinet, pawed through it until she found some tweezers. She lifted her head again and poked at her face with the metal tips, grasping and pinching and missing. Outside the door she could hear two people talking low. They had come into the bedroom and were discussing something. They were sitting on the bed. One of them giggled in a false way. She stabbed again at her chin, and it started to bleed a little. She pulled the skin tight along the jawbone, gripped the tweezers hard around what she hoped was the hair, and tugged. A tiny square of skin came away with it, but the hair remained, blood bright at the root of it. Zoe clenched her teeth. Come on, she whispered. The couple outside in the bedroom were now telling stories, softly and laughing. There was a bounce and squeak of mattress, and the sound of a chair being moved out of the way. Zoe aimed the tweezers carefully, pinched, then pulled gently away, and this time the hair came too, with a slight twinge of pain and then a great flood of relief. Yeah, breathed Zoe. She grabbed some toilet paper and dabbed at her chin. It came away spotted with blood, and so she tore off some more and pressed hard until it stopped. Then she turned off the light and opened the door to return to the party. Excuse me, she said to the couple in the bedroom. They were the couple from the balcony, and they looked at her a bit surprised. They had their arms around each other, and they were eating candy bars. Earl was still out on the balcony, alone, and Zoe rejoined him there. Hi, she said. He turned around and smiled. He had straightened his costume out a bit, though all the secondary sex characteristics seemed slightly doomed, destined to shift and flip and zip around again any moment. Are you okay? He asked. He had opened another beer and was chugging. Oh, yeah, I just had to go to the bathroom. She paused. Actually, I have been going to a lot of doctors recently. What's wrong? Asked Earl. Oh, probably nothing, but they're putting me through tests. She sighed. I've had sonograms, I've had mammograms. Next week I'm going in for a candygram. He looked at her worriedly. I've had too many gram words, she said. Here, I saved you these. He held out a napkin with 2 stuffed mushroom caps. They were cold and leaving oil marks on the napkin. "Thanks," said Zoe, and pushed them both in her mouth. "Watch," she said with her mouth full. "With my luck, it'll be a gallbladder operation." Earl made a face. "So your sister's getting married," he said, changing the subject. "Tell me really what you think about love." "Love?" asked Zoe. Hadn't they done this already? "I don't know." She chewed thoughtfully and swallowed. "All right," she said, "I'll tell you what I think about love. Here is a love story. This friend of mine—" "You've got something on your chin," said Earl, and he reached over to touch it. "What?" said Zoe, stepping back. She turned her face away and grabbed at her chin. A piece of toilet paper peeled off it like tape. "It's nothing," she said. It's nothing." Earl stared at her. "At any rate," Zoe continued, "this friend of mine was this award-winning violinist. She traveled all over Europe and won competitions. She made records, she gave concerts, she got famous. But she had no social life. So one day she threw herself at the feet of this conductor she had a terrible crush on. He picked her up, scolded her gently, and sent her back to her hotel room. After that, she came home from Europe. She went back to her old hometown, stopped playing the violin, and took up with a local boy. This was in Illinois. He took her to some Big Ten bar every night to drink with his buddies from the team. He used to say things like, "Katrina here likes to play the violin," and then he'd pinch her cheek. When she once suggested that they go home, he said, "What, you think you're too famous for a place like this? Well, let me tell you something. You may think you're famous, but you're not famous. 2 famouses. No one here's ever heard of you." Then he went up and bought a round of drinks for everyone but her. She got her coat, went home, and shot a bullet through her head. Earl was silent. "That's the end of my love story," said Zoe. "You're not at all like your sister," said Earl. "Oh, really?" said Zoe. The air had gotten colder, the wind singing minor and thick as a dirge. "No." Earl didn't want to talk about love anymore. "You know, you should wear a lot of blue and white around your face. It would bring out your coloring." Earl reached an arm out to show her how the blue bracelet he was wearing might look against her skin, but she swatted it away. "Tell me, Earl, does the word fag mean anything to you?" He stepped back, away from her. He shook his head in disbelief. "You know, I just shouldn't try to go out with career women. You're all stricken. A guy can really tell what life has done to you. I do better with women who have part-time jobs." "Oh, yes?" said Zoe. She had once read an article entitled "Professional Women and the Demographics of Grief." Or, no, it was a poem. "If there were a lake, the moonlight would dance across it in conniptions." She remembered that line. But perhaps the title was "The Empty House, Aesthetics of Barrenness." Or maybe "Space Gypsies, Girls in Academe." She had forgotten. Earl turned and leaned on the railing of the balcony. It was getting late. Inside, the party guests were beginning to leave. The sexy witches were already gone. "Live and learn," Earl murmured. "Live and get dumb," replied Zoe. Beneath them on Lexington there were no cars, just the gold rush of an occasional cab. He leaned hard on his elbows, brooding. "Look at those few people down there," he said. "They look like bugs. You know how bugs are kept under control? They're sprayed with bug hormones, female bug hormones. The male bugs get so crazy in the presence of this hormone, they're screwing everything in sight, trees, rocks, everything but female bugs. Population control, that's what's happening in this country," he said drunkenly. "Hormones sprayed around, and now men are screwing rocks. In the back, the magic marker line of his buttocks spread wide, a sketchy black on pink like a funny's page. Zoe came up slow from behind and gave him a shove. His arms slipped forward off the railing, out over the city below. Beer spilled out of his bottle, raining 20 stories down to the street. "Hey, what are you doing?" he said, whipping around. He stood straight and readied and moved away from the railing, sidestepping Zoe. "What the hell are you doing?" Just kidding, she said. I was just kidding. But he gazed at her, appalled and frightened. His magic marker buttocks turned away now toward all of downtown, a naked pseudo-woman with a blue bracelet at the wrist, trapped out on a balcony with what? Really, I was just kidding, Zoe shouted. The wind lifted the hair up off her head, skyward in spines behind the bone. If there were a lake, the moonlight would dance across it in conniptions. She smiled at him and wondered how she looked.
This is Carolyn Farrell reading Proper Library from Plowshares. Boys, men, girls, children, mothers, babies. You got to feed them. You always got to keep them fed. Winter, summer. They always have to feel satisfied. Winter, summer. But then you stop and ask, where is the food going to come from? Because it's never ending, never stopping. Where? Because your life is spent on feeding them, and you never stop thinking about where the food is going to come from. Formula, pancakes, syrup, milk, roast turkey with cornbread stuffing, popsicles, love, candy, tongue kisses, hugs, kisses behind backs, hands on faces, warmth, tenderness, Boston cream pie, fucking in the butt. You got to feed them, and it's always going to be you, winter, summer. My ma says to me, let's practice the words this afternoon when you get home, baby. I nod to her. I don't have to use any words with her to let her know I will do what she wants. When family people come over and they see me and Ma in the kitchen like that with the words, they say she has the same face as the maid in the movies. She does have big brown hands like careful shovels, and she loves to touch and pat and warm you up with them. And when she walks, she shuffles. But if anyone is like the maid in the movies, it is Aunt Estine. She likes to give mouth, especially when I got the kids on my hands. She's sassy. She's got what people call a bad attitude. She makes sure you hear her heels clicking all the time, especially when you are lying in bed before dawn and thinking things in order, how you got to keep moving all day long. Click, click. Ain't nobody up yet? Click. Lazy-ass Negroes, you better not be 'specting me to cook y'all breakfast when you do get up. Click, click. I'm hungry. Click. I don't care what time it is. I'm hungry, y'all, and I'm tired and depressed, and I need someone to talk to. Well, the hell with all y'all. That's my last word. Click, click, click. My ma pats her hands on my school bag, which is red like a girl's, but that's all right. She pats it like it was my head. The books I have in it are Biology, Woodworking for You, Math 1, The History of Civilization. I'm supposed to be in Math 4, but the people keep holding me back. I know it's no real fault of mine. I've been teaching the kids Math 4 from a book I took out of the lending mobile in the schoolyard. The kids can do most of Math 4. They like the way I teach it to them, with real live explanations, not the kind where you are supposed to have everything already in your head and it's just waiting to come out. And the kids don't ask to see if I get everyone right. They trust me. They trust my smart. They just like the feel of the numbers and seeing them on a piece of paper. Division of decimals, division of fractions. It's these numbers that keep them moving and that will keep them moving when I am gone. At school, I just keep failing the citywide tests every May, and the people don't ask any questions. They just hold me back. Cousin Cece said, if you wasn't so stupid, you would realize the fact of them holding you back till you is normal. The kids are almost as sad as Ma when I get ready to go to school in the morning. They cry and whine and carry on and ask me if they can sit on my lap just one more time before I go, but Ma is determined. She checks the outside of my books to make sure nothing is spilled over them, or that none of the kids have torn out any pages. Things got to be in place. There got to be order if you're going to keep on moving. And Ma knows that deep down. This morning I promised to braid Lashima's hair right quick before I go. And as I'm braiding, she's steady smiling her 4-year-old grin at Sean, who is a boy and therefore has short hair, almost a clean shave, and who can't be braided, and who weeps with every strand I grease, spread, and plait. Ma warns me, "Don't let them boys bother you now, Laurie. Don't let 'em." I tell her, "Ma, I have not let you down in a long time. I know what I got to do for you." She smiles, but I know it is a fake smile, and she says, "Laurie, you are my only son, the only real man I got. I don't want them boys to get you from me." I tell her, because it's the only thing I can tell her, "You cooking up something special tonight?" Ma smiles and goes back to fixing pancake mix from her chair in the kitchen. The kids are on their way to forgetting about me 'cause they love pancakes more than anything, and that is the only way I'll get out of here today. Shaniqua already has the bottle of Sugar Shack syrup, and Tanya is holding her plate above her nappy-lint head. Tommy, Lula Jean's Navy husband, meets me at the front door as I open it. Normally he cheers me up by testing me on Math 4 and telling me what a hidden genius I am, a still river running deep, he called it one time. He likes to tell me jokes and read stories from the Bible out loud. And he normally kisses my sister Lula Jean right where I and everybody else can see them, like in the kitchen or in the bedroom on the bed, surrounded by at least 9 kids and me, all flaming brown heads and eyes. He always says this is what love should be, and he searches into Lula Jean's face for whole minutes. I'm leaving for Jane Addams High School, and I meet Tommy, and he has a lady tucked under his arm, and it ain't Lula Jean. Her hair is wet and smells like mouthwash, and I hate him in a flash. I never hate anybody, but now I hate him. I know that when I close the door behind me, a wave of mouths will knock Tommy and this new lady down, but it won't drown them. My sister Anita walks into the room and notices, and carries them off into the bathroom, quick and silent. But before that, she kisses me on my cheek and pats her hand, a small one of Ma's, on my chest. She whispers, "You are my best man, remember that." She slips a letter knife in my jacket pocket. She says, "If that boy puts his thing on you, cut it off. I love you, baby." She pushes me out the door. Layla Jackson, who lives in the downtown projects and who might have AIDS, comes running up to me as I walk out our building's door to the bus stop. She is out of breath. I look at her and could imagine a boy watching her chest heave up and down like that, and suddenly get romantic feelings, it being so big and all, split like 2 kickballs bouncing. I turn my eyes to hers, which are crying. Layla Jackson's eyes are red. She has her baby Titi in her arms, but it's cold out here, and she doesn't have a blanket on him or nothing. I say to her, "Layla, honey, you're going to freeze that baby to death." And I take my jacket off and put it over him, the tiny bundle. Layla Jackson says, "Thanks, Laurie, man. I got a favor to ask you. Please don't tell me no, please, man." Layla always makes her words into a worry sandwich. She says, "Man, I need me a new babysitter 'cause I been took TT over to my mother's, but now she don't want him with the others, and now I can't do nothing till I get me a sitter." I tell her, "Layla, I'm going back to school now. I can't watch TT in the morning, but if you leave him with me in the cafeteria after 5th period, I'll take him on home with me." She says, "That means I got to take this brat to Introduction to Humanities with me. Shit, man, he's going to cry, and I won't pass the test on Spanish discoverers. Shit, man." Then Layla Jackson thinks a minute and says, "Okay, Laurie, I'll give tea to you at lunch in the cafeteria, bet. And I'll be round your place round 6 for him, or maybe 7. Thanks, man." Then she bends down and kisses TT on his forehead, and he glows with what I know is drinking up an oasis when you are in the desert for so long. And she turns and walks to the downtown subway, waving at me. At the corner, she comes running back because she still has my jacket, and TT is waving the letter knife around like a flag. She says that her cousin Rakim was looking for me, and to let me know he would be waiting for me round his way. Yes, I say to her, "See you, Layla, honey." Before, I used to not go to Jane Addams when I was supposed to. I got in the habit of looking for Rakim, Layla's cousin, underneath the Bruckner Expressway, where the Spanish women sometimes go to buy oranges and watermelons and apples cheap. He was what you would call a magnet, only I didn't know that then. I didn't understand the different flavors of the pie. I saw him one day and I had a feeling like I wanted him to sit on my lap and cradle me. That's when I had to leave school. Rakim, he didn't stop me. His voice was just as loud as the trucks heading towards Manhattan on the Bruckner above us. "This is where your real world begins, man." The women didn't watch us. We stared each other in the eyes. Rakim taught me how to be afraid of school and of people watching us. He said, "Don't go back," and I didn't. A part of me was saying that his ear was more delicious than Math 4. I didn't go to Jane Addams for 6 months. On the BX-17 bus, I see Tammy Ferguson and her twins, and Joe Smalls, and that white girl, Laura. She is the only white girl in these Bronx projects that I know of. I feel sorry for her. She has blue eyes and red hair, and one time when the B Crew girls were going to beat her butt in front of the building, she broke down crying and told them that her real parents were black from the South. She told them she was really a Negro, and they all laughed, and that story worked the opposite than we all thought. Laura became their friend, like the B Crew girls' mascot, and now she's still their friend. People may laugh when she ain't around, but she's got her back covered. She's loyal and is trying to wear her thin, flippy hair in cornrows, which in the old days would have made the B Crew, both boys and girls, simply fall out. When Laura's around, the B Crew girls love to laugh. She looks in my direction when I get on the bus and says, "Faggot." She says it loud enough for all the grown-up passengers to hear. They don't look at me. They keep their eyes on whatever their eyes are on, but I know their ears are on me. Tammy Ferguson always swears she would never help a white girl, but now she can't pass up this opportunity. So she says, "You tight-ass homo, go suck some faggot dick." Tammy's kids are taking turns making handprints on the bus window. I keep moving. It's the way I learned. Keep moving. I go and sit next to Joe Smalls in the back of the bus, and he shows me the Math 3 homework he got his baby's mother, Tareen, to do for him. He claims she is smarter now than when she was in school at Jane Addams in the spring. He laughs. The bus keeps moving. I keep moving even though I am sitting still. I feel all of the ears on us, on me and Joe, and the story of Tareen staying up till 4 a.m. on the multiplication of fractions, and then remembering that she had promised Joe some ass earlier, but seeing that he was sound asleep snoring anyway, she worked on ahead and got to the percent problems by the time the alarm went off. "Ha ha," Joe laughs, "I got my girl in deep check. Ha ha." All ears are on us, but mainly on me. Tammy Ferguson is busy slapping the twins to keep quiet and sit still, but I can feel Laura's eyes like they are a silent machine gun. Faggot, faggot, suck dick, faggot. Now repeat that 100 times in 1 minute, and that's how I am feeling. Keep moving. The bus keeps rolling, and you always have to keep moving. Like water, like air, like outer space, I always pick something for my mind. Like today, I am remembering the kids and how they will be waiting for me after 5th period, and I remember the feel of Lashima's soft dark hair. Soft like the dark hair that covers me. Not an afro, but silky hair covering me all over. Because I am so cold, because I am so alone, a mat of thick, delicious hair that blankets me in warmth, and therefore safety, and peace, and solitude, and ecstasy. Lashima and me are ecstatic when we look at ourselves in the mirror. She's only 4, and I am 14. We hold each other smiling. Keep moving. Then I am already around the corner from school, while the bus pulls away with Laura still on it because she has fallen asleep in her seat and nobody has bothered to touch her. On the corner of Prospect Avenue and East 167th Street, where the bus lets me out, I see Rakim waiting for me. I am not supposed to really know he's there for me, and he is not supposed to show it. He is opening a pixie stick candy, and then he fixes his droopy pants so that they are hanging off the edge of his butt. I can see Christian Dior undies. When I come nearer, he throws the pixie stick on the ground next to the other garbage and gives me his hand just like any B Crew boy would do when he saw his other crew member. Only we are not B Crew members. We get run over by the B Crew. He says, "Yo, man, did you find Layla?" I nod and listen to what he is really saying. Rakim says, "Do you know that I got into Math 3? Did you hear that shit? Ain't that some good shit?" He smiles and hits me on the back, and he lets his hand stay there. I say, "See what I told you before, Rakim? You really got it in you to move on. You doing all right, man." He grunts and looks at his sneakers. Last year, the B Crew boys tried to steal them from him, but Rakim screamed at them that he had AIDS from his cousin, and they ran away, rubbing their hands on the sides of the buildings on the Grand Concourse. Rakim says, "Man, I don't have nothing in me except my brain that tells me, nigger, first thing, get your ass up in school. Make them know you can do it." I say, "Rakim, you are smart, man. I wish I had your smart. I would be going places if I did." He says, "And then, Lori, I got to get people to like me and to stop seeing me. I just want them to think they like me. So I got to hide me for a while. Then you watch, Lori, man. Much people will be on my side." I say to him, "Rakim, you got Layla and baby TT and all the teachers on your side, and you got smart. You have it made." He answers me after he fixes his droopy pants again, so that they are hanging off exactly the middle of his ass. Man, they are whack. You know what I would like to do right now, Lori? You know what I would like? Shit, I ain't seen you since you went back to school, and since I went back. Hell, you know what I would like? But it ain't happening, 'cause you think I'ma look at my cousin Layla and her bastard and love them, and that will be enough. But it will never be enough. I think about sitting on his lap. I did it before, but then I let months go by because it was under the Bruckner Expressway, and I believed it could only last a few minutes. It was not like the kind of love when I had the kids, because I believed they would last forever. He walks backwards away, and when he gets to the corner, he starts running. No one else is on the street. He shouts, "Rocky's Pizza." I'ma be behind there, man. We got the school fooled. This is the master plan. I'ma be there, Lori. Be there. I want to tell Rakim that I have missed him and that I will not be there, but he is gone. The kids are enough. The words are important. They are all enough. The front of Jane Addams is gray-green with windows with gates over all of them. I am on the outside. The bell rings first period, and I am smiling at Mr. D'Angelo and feeling like this won't be a complete waste of a day. The sun has hit the windows of Jane Addams, and there is even heat around our books. Mr. D'Angelo notices me, but looks away. Brandy Bailey, who doesn't miss a thing, announces so that only us three will hear, Sometimes, when a man's been married long, he needs to experience a new kind of loving. Ain't that what you think, Laurie? For that, she gets thrown out of the classroom and an extra day of in-school suspension. All ears are now on me and Mr. D'Angelo. I am beyond feeling, but I know he isn't. And that makes me happy in a way, like today ain't going to be a complete waste of a day. He wipes his forehead with an imported handkerchief. He starts out saying, "Class, what do we remember about the piston, the stem, and the insects?" He gets into his questions and his perspiration stops, and in 2 minutes he is free of me. And I'm thinking, why couldn't anything ever happen? Why does every day start out one way hopeful, but then point to the fact that ain't nothing ever going to happen? The people here at school call me ugly for one. I know I got bug eyes, and I know I am not someone who lovely things ever happen to. But I ask you, doesn't the heart count? Love is a pie, and I am lucky enough to have almost every flavor in mine. Mr. D'Angelo turns away from my desk and announces a surprise quiz, and everybody groans, and it is a sea of general unhappiness, but no one is more than me, knowing that nothing will ever happen the way I'd like it to, not this flavor of the pie. And I am thinking, Mr. D'Angelo, do you know that I would give anything to be like you? What with all your smarts and words, and you know how to make the people here laugh, and they love you. And I would give anything if you would ask me to sit on your lap, and ask me to bite into your ear so that it tingles like the bell that rips me in and out of your class. I would give anything. Love is a pie. Didn't you know that? Mr. D'Angelo, I am in silent love in a loud body. So don't turn away. Sweat. Mrs. Cabrini pulls me aside and whispers, "My dear Laurie, when are you ever going to pass this city-wide? You certainly have the brains, and I know that your intelligence will take you far, will open new worlds for you. Put your mind to your dreams, my dear boy, and you will achieve them. You are your own universe. You are your own shooting star." People round my way know me as Laurie, and the name stays. Cousin Cece says the name fits, and she smacks her gum in my face whenever she mentions that. She also adds that if anyone ever wants to kick my ass, she'll just stand around and watch, because a male with my name and who likes it just deserves to be watched when whipped. Ma named me for someone else. My real name is Lawrence Lincoln Jefferson Adams. It's the name on my school records. It's the name Ma says I got to put on my application to college when the time comes. She knows I've been failing these citywide tests, and that's why she wants to practice words with me every day. She laughs when I get them wrong, but she's afraid I won't learn them on my own, so she asks me to practice them with her, and I do. Not every day, but a whole lot. Look them up and pronounce them. Last Tuesday, independence, chagrin, symbolism, nomenclature, filament. On Wednesday only, apocrypha. Ma says they have to be proper words with proper meanings from a dictionary. You got to say them right. This is important if you want to reach your destiny, Ma says. Like, for instance, the word library. All my life I've been saying that library. And even though I knew it was a place to read and do your studying, I still couldn't call it right. Do you see what I mean? I'm about doing things, you see, finally doing things right. Cousin Cece always says, "What you learning all that shit for? Don't you know it takes more than looking up words to get into a college, even a damn community college? Practicing words like that. Is you a complete asshole?" And her 2 kids, Byron and Elizabeth, come into the kitchen and ask me to teach them the words too, but Cece says it will hurt their eyes to be doing all that reading, and besides, they are only 8 and 9. When she is not around, I give them words with up to 10 letters. Then they go back to TV with the other kids. When we have a good word sitting, me and Ma. She smooths my face with her hands and calls me Lawrence, my fine boy. She says, you are on your way to good things. You just got to do things the proper way. We kiss each other. Her hands are like the maid in the movies. I know I am taken care of. Cecily Jones passes me a note in History of Civilization. It's the part where Ptolemy lets everyone know the world is round. Before I open it, I look at her 4 desks away, and I remember the night when I went out for baby diapers and cereal and found her crying in front of a fire hydrant. I let her cry on my shoulder. I told her that her father was a sick man for sucking on her like that. The note says, please give me a chance. Estine Smith, my mother's sister who wants me and the kids to call her by both names, can't get out of her past. Sometimes I try on her clothes when I'm with the kids and we're playing dress-up. My favorite dress is her blue organza without the back. I seen Estine Smith wear this during the daytime, and I fell in love with it. I also admired her for wearing a dress with the back out in the day, but it was only a 10-second admiration, because then she opens her mouth and she is forever in her past. Her favorite time to make us all go back to is when they lynched her husband, David Saul Smith, from a tree in 1986 and called the TV station to come and get a look. She can't let us go one day without reminding us in words. I never want to be like her, ever. Everybody cries when they are in her words because they feel sorry for her, and Estine Smith is not a someone but a walking haunted house. 3rd period. I start dreaming about the kids while the others are standing in line to use the power saw. I love to dream about the kids. They are the only others who think I am beautiful besides Ma and Anita. They are my favorite flavor of the pie, even if I got others in my mind. Most of the time there are 8, but when my other aunt Samantha comes over, I got 3 more. Samantha cries in the kitchen and shows Ma her blue marks, and it seems like her crying will go on forever. Me, I want to take the kids' minds away. We go into Ma's room, where there is the TV, and we sing songs like Old Gray Mare and Bingo Was His Name-O, or new ones like Why You Treat Me So Bad and I Tried to Let Go. Or else I teach them Math 4. Or else I turn on the TV so they can watch Bugs or He-Man, and so I can get their ironing done. Me, I love me some kids. I need me some kids. Joe Smalls talks to me in what I know is a friendly way. The others in Woodworking for You don't know that. They are like the rest of the people who see me and hear the action and latch on. Joe Smalls says, Lori, man, that bitch Tareen got half the percentage problems wrong. Shit. Be glad you don't have to deal with no dumbass Tareen bitch. She nearly got my ass a F in Math 3. I get a sad look on my face, understanding, but it's a fake look, because I'm feeling the rest of the ears on us, latching, readying. I pause to heaven. I am thinking, I wish Ma had taught me how to pray, but she doesn't believe in God. Junior Sims says, Why you talking that shit, Joe, man? Lori don't ever worry about bitches. Perry Sampson says, No, Lori never ever thinks about pussy, as a matter of fact. Never ever. Franklin says, Hey, Lori, man, tell me what you think about then. What can be better than figuring out how you're going to get that hole, man? Tell me what. Mr. Samuels, the teacher, turns off the power saw just when it gets to Barney Moore's turn. He has heard the laughter from underneath the saw's screeching. Everybody gets quiet. His face is like a piece of lumber. Mr. Samuels is never soft. He doesn't fail me, even though I don't do any cutting or measuring or shellacking. He wants me the hell out of there. And after the saw is turned off, Mr. Samuels, for the first time in the world, starts laughing. The absolute first time. and everybody joins in because they are afraid of this, and I laugh too, because I'm hoping all the ears will go off me. Mr. Samuels is laughing haw-haw like he's from the country. Haw-haw, haw-haw. His face is red. Everyone cools down and is just smiling now. Then he says, "Class, don't mess with the only girl we got in here." Now it's laughter again. Daniel Phibbs says, "Yeah, Mr. Samuels is on." Franklin laughs. "No fags allowed. You better take your sissy ass out of here, lest you want me to cut it into 4 pieces. Joe Smalls is quiet and looking out the window. Junior Sims laughs. "Come back when you start fucking bitches." Keep moving, keep moving. I pick up my red bag and wade towards the door. My instinct is the only thing that's working, and it is leading me back to biology. But first out the room. Inside me, there is really nothing except for Ma's voice. Don't let them, boys. But inside, there is nothing else. My bones and my brain and my heart would just crumble if it wasn't for that swirling wind of nothing in me that keeps me moving and moving. Perry laughs. I didn't know Mr. Samuels was from the South. With his eyelashes, Rakim swept the edges of my face. He let me know they were beautiful to him. His face went in a circle around mine, and dipped in my eyes and dipped in my mouth. He traveled me to a quiet place where his hands were the oars, and I drifted off to sleep. The thin bars of the shopping cart where I was sitting in made grooves in my back, but it was like they were rows of tender fingers inviting me to stay. The roar of the trucks was a lullaby. Layla Jackson comes running up to me, but it's only 4th period because she wants to try and talk some sense into Tyrone. She hands me little TT. Tyrone makes like he wants to come over and touch the baby, but instead he flattens his back against the wall to listen to Layla. I watch as she oozes him. In a minute, they are tongue-kissing, because they are the only 2 people who will kiss each other. Everyone says that they gave themselves AIDS and now have to kiss each other because there ain't no one else. People walk past them and don't even notice that he has his hand up her shirt, squeezing the kickball. TT likes to be in my arms. I like for him to be there. The ladies were always buying all kinds of fruits and vegetables for their families underneath the Bruckner Expressway. They all talked Spanish and made the sign of the cross and asked God for forgiveness and gossiped. Rakim hickied my neck. We were underneath the concrete bridge supports, and I had my hands on the handle of a broken shopping cart where I was sitting. "Don't go back," Rakim was telling me. "Don't go back." And he whispered in my ear, and I thought of all the words I had been practicing and how I was planning to pass that city-wide. "Don't go back," he's saying, and he sat me on his lap and he moved me around there. "They don't need you," he said, "and you don't need them." "But I do," I told him. "This feeling can last forever," he said. "No, it can't," I said, but I wound up leaving school for 6 months anyway. That shopping cart was my school. I am thinking, it will never be more. I hold TT carefully because he is asleep on my shoulder, and I go to catch the BX-17 back to my building. Estine Smith stays in her past, and that is where things are like nails. I want to tell her to always wear her blue organza without the back. If you can escape, why don't you all the time? You could dance and fling your arms and maybe even feel love from some direction. You would not perish. You could be free. When I am around, and she puts us in her past in her words, she tells me that if I had twitched my ass down there like I do here, they would have hung me up just by my black balls. The last day Rakim and I were together, I told him I wanted to go back, to school, to everyone. The words, I tried to explain about the words to Rakim. I could welcome him into my world if he wanted me to. Hey, wasn't there enough room for him and me and the words? Hell no, he shouted, and all the Spanish women turned around and stared at us. He shouted, "You are an ugly-ass bastard who will always be hated big time, and I don't care what you do. This is where your world begins, and this is where your world will end. Fuck you. You are a pussy, man. Get the hell out of my face." Ma is waiting for me at the front door, wringing her hands. She says it's good that I am home because there is trouble with Tommy again, and I need to watch him and the kids while she goes out to bring Lula Jean home from the movies, which is where she goes when she plans on leaving Tommy. They got 4 kids here, and if Lula Jean leaves, I might have to drop out of school again because she doesn't want to be tied to anything that has Tommy's stamp on it. I set T.T. down next to Tommy on the sofa bed where I usually sleep. Tommy wakes up and says, "Hey man, who you bringing to visit me?" I go into the kitchen to fix him some tea and get the kids' lunch ready. Shaniqua is playing the doctor and trying to fix up Sean, who always has to have an operation when she is the doctor. They come into the kitchen to hug my legs, and then they go back in the living room. Tommy sips his tea and says, "Who was that chick this morning, Laurie man?" I say I don't know. I begin to fold his clothes. Tommy says, "Man, you don't know these bitches out here nowadays. You want to show them love, a good time, and a real deep part of yourself, and all they do is not appreciate it and try to make your life miserable." He says, "Well, at least I got Lula. Now that's some woman." And he is asleep. Shaniqua and her brother Willis come in and ask me if I will teach them Math 4 tonight. Aunt Estine rolls into the bedroom and asks me, why do I feel the need to take care of this bum? And then she hits her head on the doorframe. She is clicking her heels. She asks, why do we women feel we always need to teach them? They ain't going to learn the right way. They ain't going to learn shit. That's why we always sew alone. Click, click. The words I will learn before Ma comes home are soliloquy, disenfranchise, catechism. I know she will be proud. This morning, before I left, she told me she would make me a turkey dinner with all the trimmings if I learned 4 new words tonight. I take out my dictionary, but then the kids come in and want me to give them a bath, and baby T.T. has a fever and is throwing up all over the place. I look at the words and suddenly I know I will know them without studying. And I realize this in the bathroom, and then again a few minutes later when Layla Jackson comes in cursing because she got a 60 on the humanities quiz. She holds T, but she doesn't touch him. She thinks Tyrone may be going to some group where he is meeting other sick girls, and she doesn't want to be alone. She curses and cries, curses and cries. She asks me why things have to be so fucked. Her braids are coming undone, and I tell her that I will tighten them up for her. That makes Layla Jackson stop crying. She says, and to top it off, Rakeem is a shit. He promised me he wouldn't say nothing, but now that he's back in school, he is broadcasting my shit all over the place. And that makes nobody like me, and that makes nobody want to touch me. I put my arm around Layla. Soon her crying stops, and she is thinking about something else. But me, I know these new words and the old words without looking at them, without the dictionary, without Ma's hands on my head. Lashima and Tata come in and want their hair to be like Layla's, and they bring in the Vaseline and sit around my feet like shoes. Tommy wakes up still in sleep and shouts, "Lula, get your ass on in here." Then he falls back to sleep. Because I know I will always be able to say the words on my own. I can do the words on my own, and that is what matters. I have this flavor of the pie, and I will always have it. Here in this kitchen, I was always safe, learning the words till my eyes hurt. The words are in my heart. Ma comes in and shoves Lula Jean into a kitchen chair. She says, "Kids, make room for your cousin. Go in the other room and tell Tommy to get his lame ass out here. Layla, you can get your ass out of here, and don't bring it back no more with this child sick out his mind. Do your hoeing somewhere out on the street where you belong. Tommy, since when I need to tell you how to treat your wife? You a stupid heel. Learn how to be a man. Everybody leaves, and Ma changes. She says, I ain't forgot that special dinner for you, baby. I'm glad you're safe and sound here with me. Let's practice later. I tell her, okay, Ma, but I got to go meet Rakim first. She looks at me in shock, and then out the corner of my eye I can tell she wants me to say no, I'll stay, I won't go to him, because she knows. But I'm getting my coat on, and Ma has got what will be tears on her face because she can't say no, and she can't ask any questions. Keep moving. And I am thinking of Rocky's Pizza, and how I will be when I get there, and how I will be when I get home, because I am coming back home, and I am going to school tomorrow. I know the words, and I can tell them to Rakim, and I can share what I know. Now he may be ready. I want him to say to me, in his mind, please give me a chance. And I know that behind Rocky's Pizza is the only place where I don't have to keep moving, where there is not just air in me that keeps me from crumbling, but blood and meat and strong bones and feelings. I will be me for a few minutes behind Rocky's Pizza, and I don't care if it's just a few minutes. I pat my hair down in the mirror next to the kitchen door. I take Anita's letter knife out my jacket pocket and leave it on the table next to where Tommy is standing, telling his wife that she never knew what love was till she met him, and why does she have to be like that, talking about leaving him and shit. You keep going that way, and you won't ever know how to keep a man, bitch.
Pam Houston, reading The Best Girlfriend You Never Had, from Other Voices.
A perfect day in the city always starts like this. My friend Leo picks me up and we go to a breakfast place called Rick and Ann's where they make red flannel hash out of beets and bacon. And then we cross the Bay Bridge to the gardens of the Palace of the Fine Arts to sit in the wet grass and read poems out loud and talk about love. The fountains are thick with black swans imported from Siberia. And if it is a fine day and a weekend, there will be wedding parties, almost entirely Asian. The grooms wear smart gray pinstripe suits, and the women are in beaded gowns so beautiful they make your teeth hurt just to look at them. The Roman towers of the palace facade rise above us, more yellow than orange in the strengthening midday light. Leo has told me how the towers were built for the 1939 San Francisco World's Fair out of plaster and paper mache. And even though times were hard, the city raised the money to keep them, to cast them in concrete so they would never go away. Leo is an architect, and his relationship to all the most beautiful buildings in this city is astonishing given his age, only 5 years older than me. I make my living as a photographer. Since art school, I've been doing magazine work and living from grant to grant. The house Leo built for himself is like a fairy tale, all towers and angles, and the last wild peacock in Berkeley lives on his street. I live in the Oakland Hills in a tiny house on a street so windy you can't drive more than 10 miles per hour. I rented it because the ad said this: small house in the trees with a garden and a fireplace, dogs welcome, of course. I am dogless for the moment, but it's not my natural condition. You never know when I might get overwhelmed by a desire to go to the pound. It's a warm blue Saturday in November, and there are 5 Asian weddings underway at the Palace of the Fine Arts. The wedding parties' outfits do not match but are complementary, as if they have been ordered especially, one for each arch of the golden facade. Leo reads me a poem about a salt marsh at dawn while I set up my old Leica. I always get the best stuff when nobody's paying me to shoot, like the time I caught a bride waltzing with one of the caterers behind the hedgerow, his chef's cap bent to touch the top of her veil. Then I read Leo a poem about longing in Syracuse. This is how we have always spoken to each other, Leo and I, and it would be the most romantic thing this century except that Leo is in love with Guinevere. Guinevere is a Buddhist weaver who lives in a clapboard house on Belvedere Island. She makes cloth on a loom she brought back from Tibet. Although her tapestries and wall hangings have made her a small fortune, she refuses to use the air conditioner in her Audi, even when she's driving across the Sacramento Valley. Air conditioning, she says, is just one of the things she does not allow herself. That Guinevere seems not to know Leo is alive causes him no particular disappointment, and that she forgets, each time she meets him, that she has met him several times before only adds to what he calls her charming basket of imperfections. The only Buddha I could love, he says, is one who is capable of forgetfulness and sin. Guinevere is in love with a man in New York City who told her in a letter that the only thing better than 3,000 miles between him and the object of his desire would be if she had a terminal illness. I could really get behind a relationship with a woman who had only 6 months to live, was what he wrote. She showed me the words as if to make sure they existed, though something in her tone made me think she was proud. The only person I know of who's in love with Leo, besides me a little, is a gay man named Raphael who falls in love with one straight man after another and then buys each one a whole new collection of CDs. They come, Leo says, as if from the Columbia House Record Club, once a month like clockwork, in a plain cardboard wrapper, no return address and no name. They are by terrific musicians most people have never heard of, like the Nields and Boris Grabeznikov. There are Andean folk songs and hip-hop and beat. Across the swan-bearing lake, a wedding has just reached its completion. The groom is managing to look utterly solemn and completely delirious with joy at the same time. Leo and I watch the kiss, and I snap the shutter just as the kiss ends and the wedding party bursts into applause. "Sucker," Leo says. "Oh, right," I say. "Like you wouldn't trade your life for his right this minute?" "I don't know anything about his life," Leo says. "You know he remembered to do all the things you forgot." "I think I prefer it," Leo says, "when you reserve that particular lecture for yourself." He points back across the lake where the bride has just leapt into her maid of honor's arms, and I snap the shutter again. "Or for one of your commitment-phobic boyfriends," Leo adds. "I guess the truth is I can't blame them," I say. "I mean, if I saw me coming down the street with all my stuff hanging out, I'm not so sure I'd pick myself up and go trailing after." "Of course you would," Leo says. "And it's because you would, and because the chance of that happening is so slim, and because you hold out hope anyway that it might, that's what makes you a great photographer." "Greatness is nice," I tell him. "I want contact. I want someone's warm breath on my face." I say it as if it's a dare, which we both know it isn't. The flower girl across the lake is throwing handfuls of rose petals straight up in the air. I came to this city near the ocean over a year ago, because I had recently spent a long time under the dark, naked water of the Colorado River, and I took it as a sign that the river wanted me away. I had taken so many pictures by then of the chaos of heaved-up rock and petrified sand and endless sky that I'd lost my balance and fallen into them. I couldn't keep separate anymore what was the land and what was me. There was a man there named Josh who didn't want nearly enough from me, and a woman called Thea who wanted way too much, and I was sandwiched between them, one of those weaker rock layers like limestone that disappears under pressure or turns into something shapeless like oil. I thought there might be an order to the city, straight lines, shiny surfaces, and right angles that would give myself back to me, take my work somewhere different, maybe to a safer place. Solitude was a straight line, too, and I believed it was what I wanted, so I packed whatever I could get into my pickup, left behind everything I couldn't carry, including 2 pairs of skis, a whole dark room full of photo equipment, and the mountains I'd sworn again and again I couldn't live without. I pointed myself west down the endless 2 lanes of Highway 50, the loneliest road in America, say the signs that rise out of the desert on either side of it, all the way across Utah and Nevada to this white shining city on the bay. I got drunk on the city at first, the way some people do on vodka, the way it lays itself out as if in a nest of madronas and eucalyptus, the way it sparkles brighter even than the sparkling water that surrounds it, the way the Golden Gate reaches out of it, like fingers, toward the wild, wide ocean that lies beyond. I loved the smell of fresh blueberry muffins at the Oakland Grill down on 3rd and Franklin, the train whistle sounding right outside the front door, and tattooed men of all colors unloading crates of cauliflower, broccoli, and peas. Those first weeks I'd walk the street for hours, shooting more film in a day than I could afford in a week, all those lives in such dangerous and unnatural proximity, All those stories my camera could tell. I'd walk even the nastiest part, the blood pumping through my veins as hard as when I first saw the Rocky Mountains so many years ago. One night in the Mission, I rounded a corner and met a guy in a wheelchair head-on who aimed himself at me and covered me with urine. Baptized, I said to my horrified friends the next day, anointed with the nectar of the city gods. I met a man right off the bat named Gordon, and we'd drive down to the Oakland docks in the evening and look out at the 20-story hydraulic boat lifts, which I said looked like a battalion of Doberman pinschers protecting the harbor from anyone who might invade. Gordon's real name was Salvador, and he came from poor people, strawberry pickers in the Central Valley, 2 of his brothers stillborn from malathion poisoning. He was handsome, even as a boy, with jet black hair, dark skin, and his mother's gene for blue eyes. He left the valley and moved to the city when he was too young by law to drive the truck he stole from his father's field boss. He left it double parked in front of the Castro Theater, talked a family in the Mission into trading work for floor space, changed his name to Gordon, changed his age from 15 to 20, and applied for a grant to study South American literature at San Francisco State. He had his Ph.D. before he turned 20, a tenure-track teaching job at Berkeley by 21. When he won his first teaching award, his mother was in the audience. When their blue eyes met, she nodded her approval, but when he looked for her afterwards, she was nowhere to be found. "Can you believe it?" he said when he told the story, his voice such a mixture of pride and disappointment that I didn't know which was more unbelievable, that she had come or that she had gone. If one more woman I used to date turns into a lesbian, Leo says, I'm moving to Minneapolis. The wedding receptions are well underway, and laughter bubbles toward us across the lagoon. It's possible to take that as a compliment, I say, if you want to bend your mind that way. I don't, he says. Maybe it's just a choice a woman makes, I say, when she feels she has exhausted all her other options. Oh yeah, like you start out being a person, Leo says, and then you decide to become a car. Sometimes I think it's either that or Alaska, I say. The odds there, better than 10 to 1. I remember a bumper sticker I saw once in Haines, Alaska, near the place where the ferries depart for the lower 48. Baby, it said, when you leave here, you'll be ugly again. In Alaska, I say, I've actually had men fall at my feet. I bet a few men have fallen at your feet down here, he says, and I try to look him in the eye to see how he means it, but he keeps them fixed on the poetry book. He says, aren't I the best girlfriend you never had? The last woman Leo called the love of his life only let him see her twice a week for 3 years. She was a cardiologist who lived in the marina, who said she spent all day with broken hearts and she had no intention of filling her time off with her own. At the start of the 4th year, Leo asked her to raise the number of dates to 3 times a week, and she immediately broke things off. Leo went up on the bridge after that. This was before they put the phones in, the ones that go straight to the counselors. It was a sunny day and the tide was going out, making whitecaps as far as he could see into the Pacific. After a while he came down, not because he felt better, but because of the way the numbers fell out. There had been 250 so far that year. Had the number been 4 or 199 or even 274, he says he might have done it, but he wasn't willing to go down officially with a number as meaningless as 251. A woman sitting on the grass near us starts telling Leo how much he looks like her business partner, but there's an edge to her voice I can't identify, an insistence that means she's in love with the guy, or she's crazy, or she's just murdered him this morning and she's come to the Palace of the Fine Arts to await her impending arrest. The great thing about Californians, Leo says when the woman has finally gotten up to leave, is that they think it's perfectly okay to exhibit all their neuroses in public as long as they apologize for them first. Leo grew up like I did on the East Coast, eating bird's-eye frozen vegetables and Swanson's deep dish meat pies on TV trays next to our parents and their third martinis, watching What's My Line and To Tell the Truth on television, and talking about anything on earth except what was wrong. Is there anyone you could fall in love with besides Guinevere? I ask Leo, after he's read a poem about tarantulas and digger wasps. There's a pretty woman at work, he says. She calls herself the Diva. Leo, I say, write this down. I think it's a good policy to avoid any woman who uses an article in her name. There are policemen at the palace grounds today handing out information about how we can protect ourselves from an epidemic of carjackings that has been taking place in the city for the last 5 months. The crime begins, the flyer tells us, with the criminal bumping the victim's car from behind. When the victim gets out of the car to exchange information, the criminal hits her, and it's generally a woman, over the head with a heavy object, leaves her on the sidewalk, steals her car, and drives away. The flyer says we are supposed to keep our windows rolled up when the other driver approaches, keep the doors locked, and say through the glass, "I'm afraid. I'm not getting out. Please follow me to the nearest convenience store." It says under no circumstances should we ever let the criminal drive us to crime scene number 2. "You couldn't do it, could you?" Leo says, and slaps my arm like a wise guy. "What do you think they mean," I say, "by crime scene number 2? "You're evading the question because you know the answer too well," he says. "You're the only person I know who'd get your throat slit sooner than admit you're afraid." "You know," I say to Leo to change the subject, "you don't act much like a person who wants kids more than anything." "Yeah, and you don't act like a person who wants to be married with swans." "I'd do it," I say, "right now. Step into that wedding dress, no questions asked." "Lucy," Leo says, "seriously, do you have any idea how many steps there are between you and that wedding dress?" "No," I say, "tell me." 55, he says. At least 55. Before Gordon, I had always dated the strong, silent types. I think so I could invent anything I wanted to go on in their heads. Gordon and I talked about words, and the kind of pictures you could make so that you didn't need them, and I thought what I always thought in the first 10 minutes, that after years and years of wild pitches, I'd for once in my life thrown a strike. It took me less than half a baseball season to discover my oversight. Gordon had a jealous streak as vicious as a heat-seeking missile, and he could make a problem out of a paper bag. We were asked to leave 2 restaurants in 1 week alone, and it got to the point fast where if the wait person wasn't female, I'd ask if we could go somewhere else or have another table. Car mechanics, piano tuners, dry cleaners, toll takers. In Gordon's mind, they were all out to bed me, and I was out to make them want to. A tenderloin, he'd called me once, and he said he and all the other men in the Bay Area were a love-crazed pack of wolves. When I told Guinevere how I'd fallen for Gordon, she said, "You only get a few chances to feel your life all the way through. Before, you become unwilling." I told her the things I was afraid to tell Leo, how the look on Gordon's face turned from passion to anger, how he yelled at me in a store so hard one time that the manager slipped me a note that said he would pray for me, how each night I would stand in the street while he revved up his engine and scream, please, Gordon, don't drive away." At one time in my life I had breast implants just to please a man, she said. Now I won't even take off my bracelets before bed. Guinevere keeps a bowl of cards on her breakfast table between the sugar and the coffee. They are called angel cards, and she bought them at the New Age store. Each card has a word printed on it, sisterhood or creativity or romance, and there's a tiny angel with her body in a position that is supposed to illustrate the word. That morning I picked balance, with a little angel perched in the center of the teeter-totter, and when Guinevere reached in for her own word, she sighed in disgust. Without looking at the word again, without showing it to me, she put the card in the trash can and reached to pick another. I went to the trash can and found it. The word was surrender, and the angel was looking upwards with her arms outstretched. "I hate that," she said, her mouth slightly twisted. "Last week I had to throw away submit." Guinevere brought me a cookie and a big box of Kleenex. She said that choices can't be good or bad. There was only the event and the lesson learned from it. She corrected my pronunciation gently and constantly. The boo in Buddha, she said, is like the puh in pudding and not like the boo in ghost. When I was 25 years old, I brought home to my parents a boy named Jeffrey I thought I wanted to marry. He was everything I believed my father wanted. He had an MBA from Harvard. He had patches on the elbows of his sports coats. He played golf on a course that only allowed men. We spent the weekend drinking the wine and eating the pâté Jeffrey's mother had sent him from her fermette in the southwest of France. Jeffrey let my father show him decades' worth of tennis trophies. He played the piano while my mother sang her old torch songs. I waited until I had a minute alone with my father. "Papa," I said, it was what I always called him, "how do you like Jeffrey?" "Lucille," he said, "I haven't ever liked any of your boyfriends, and I don't expect I ever will. So why don't you save us both the embarrassment and not ask again?" After that, I went back to dating mechanics and river guides. My mother kept Jeffrey's picture on the mantel till she died. The first time I was mugged in the city, I'd been to the Late Show all alone at the Castro Theater. It's one of those magnificent old movie houses with a huge marquee that lights up the sky like a carnival, a ceiling that looks like it belongs in a Spanish cathedral, heavy red velvet curtains laced with threads that sparkle gold, and a real-life piano player who disappears into the floor when the previews begin. I liked to linger there after the movie finished, watch the credits and the artificial stars in the ceiling. That Tuesday I was the last person to step out of the theater into a chilly and deserted night. I had one foot off the curb when the man approached me, a little too close for comfort even then. "Do you have any change you can spare?" he said. The truth was I didn't. I had scraped the bottom of my purse to put together enough quarters, nickels, and dimes to get into the movie, and the guy behind the glass had let me in 30 cents short. I said I was sorry and headed for the parking lot. I knew he was behind me, but I didn't turn around. I should have gotten my keys out before I left the theater, I thought. Shouldn't have stayed to see every credit roll. About 10 steps from my car, I felt a firm jab in the middle of my rib cage. "I bet you'd feel differently," the man said, "if I had a gun in my hand." "I might feel differently," I said, whirling around with more force than I intended, "but I still wouldn't have any money." He flinched, changed the angle of his body just slightly back and away. And when he did, when his eyes dropped from mine to his hand holding whatever it was in his jacket pocket, I was reminded of a time I almost walked into a female grizz with a nearly grown cub, how we had stood there posturing, how she had glanced down at her cub just that way, giving me the opportunity to let her know she didn't need to kill me. We could both go on our way. "Look," I said, "I've had a really emotional day, okay?" As I talked, I dug into my purse and grabbed my set of keys, a kind of weapon in their own right. "And I think you ought to just let me get in the car and go home." While he considered this, I took the last steps to my car and got in. I didn't look in the rearview mirror until I was on the freeway. By mid-afternoon, Leo and I have seen one too many happy couples get married, and we drive over the Golden Gate and to Tiburon, to a restaurant called Guaymas, where we drink margaritas made with Patron tequila and eat ceviche appetizers, and look out on Angel Island and the city, whitest of all from this perspective, rising like a mirage out of the blue-green bay. We watch the ferry dock and unload the suburbanites, then load them up again for the twice-hourly trip to the city. We are jealous of their starched shirts and brown loafers, how their clothes seem a testament to the balance in their lives. The fog rolls over and down the lanyard side of Mount Tamalpais, and the city moves in and out of it, glistening like Galilee one moment, then gray and dreamy like a ghost of itself the next, and then gone, like a thought bubble, like somebody's good idea. Last night, I say, I was walking down Telegraph Avenue. I was in a mood, you know. Gordon and I had a fight about John Lennon. Was he for or against, Leo says. Against, I say, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I was scowling, maybe crying a little, moving along pretty fast, and I step over this homeless guy with his crutches and his little can, and he says, "I don't even want any money from you. I'd just like you to smile." "So did you?" Leo says. "I did," I say. I not only smiled, but I laughed too, and then I went back and gave him all the money in my wallet, which was only $18, but still. I told him to be sure and use that line again. "I love you," Leo says, and takes both of my hands in his. I mean, in the good way. I am told that when I was 4 years old and with my parents in Palm Beach, Florida, I pulled a 700-pound cement urn off its pedestal and onto my legs, crushing both femurs. All the other urns on Worth Avenue had shrubs in them, trimmed into the shapes of animals, and this one, from my 3-foot point of view, appeared to be empty. When they asked me why I had tried to pull myself up and into the urn, I said I thought it had fish inside it and I wanted to see them, though whether I had imagined actual fish or just tiny shrubs carved into the shape of fish, I can't any longer say. The urn was empty, the story goes, and waiting to be repaired, which is why it toppled over onto me. My father rolled it off with some of that superhuman strength you always hear about and picked me up. I was screaming bloody murder, and held me until the ambulance came. The next 6 weeks were the best of my childhood. I was hospitalized the entire time, surrounded by doctors who brought me presents, nurses who read me stories, candy stripers who came to my room and played games. My parents, when they came to visit, were always happy to see me, and usually sober. I spent the remaining years of my childhood fantasizing about illnesses and accidents that I hoped would send me to the hospital again. One day last month, Gordon asked me to go backpacking at Point Reyes National Seashore to prove to me, he said, that he could take an interest in my life. I hadn't slept outside one single night since I came to the city, he said, and I must miss the feel of hard ground underneath me, must miss the smell of my tent in the rain. Gordon borrowed a backpack, got the permit, freed the weekend, studied the maps. I was teaching a darkroom workshop in Corte Madera on Saturday. Gordon would pick me up at 4 when the workshop ended. We'd have just enough time to drive up the coast to Point Reyes Station and walk for an hour into the first camp. A long second day would take us to the beach, the point with the lighthouse, and back to the car with no time again to spare before dark. I had learned by then how to spot trouble coming, and that morning I waited in the car with Gordon while first one man, way too young for me, and then another, way too old, entered the warehouse where my workshop was going to be held. I got out of the car without seeing the surfer, tall and blond and a little breathtaking, portfolio under the arm that usually held the board. I kept my eyes away from his, but his handshake found me anyway. When he held the big door open, I went on through. I could hear the screech of tires behind me through what felt like a ton of metal. That Gordon was there when the workshop ended at 4:02 surprised me a little. Then I got in the Pathfinder and saw only one backpack. He drove up the coast to Point Reyes without speaking. Stinson, Bolinas, Dogtown, and Olima. The white herons in Tamales Bay had their heads tucked under their arms. He stopped at the trailhead, got out, threw my pack into the dune grass, opened my door, and tried with his eyes to pry me from the seat. "I guess this means you're not coming with me," I said, imagining how we could do it with one pack, tenacious in my hope that the day could be saved. "What you're thinking right now is, why didn't I do it? Get out of that car without making eye contact, swing my pack on my back, and head off down the trail. And when I tell you what I did do, which was to crawl all the way to the back of the Pathfinder, holding onto the cargo net like a tornado was coming and letting go with one ear-splitting, head-pounding scream after another till Gordon got back in the car, till we got back down the coast, back on the 580, back over the bridge, and back to Gordon's apartment, till he told me if I was quiet he'd let me stay, you would wonder how a person, even if she had done it, could ever in a million years admit to such a thing. Then I could tell you about the 16 totaled cars in my first 15 winters. The Christmas Eve, my father and I rolled a Plymouth Fury from Meridian to Guardrail and back 4 full times with 9 complete revolutions. How they had to cut us out with chainsaws. How my father, limber from the Seagrams, got away unhurt. I could tell you about the neighbor girl who stole me away one time at the sound of my parents shouting. How she refused to give me back to them even when the police came with a warrant. How her 10-year-old hand must have looked holding my 3-year-old one. How in the end it became a funny story that both sets of parents love to tell. I could duplicate for you the hollow sound an empty bottle makes when it hits Formica and the stove is left on and the pan started smoking and there's a button that says off but no way to reach. I could tell you the lie I told myself with Gordon, that anybody is better than nobody. And you will know exactly why I stayed in the back of that Pathfinder, unless you were lucky, and then you will not. Did I ever tell you about the time I got mugged? Leo asked me. And we both know he has, but it's his favorite story. I'd like it, I say, if you'd tell it again. Before Leo built his house on the street with the peacocks, he lived in the city between North Beach and the piers. He got mugged one night, stepping out of his car, fumbling for his house keys. The man had a gun and snuck up from behind. What Leo had in his wallet was $13, and when he offered the money, he thought the man would kill him on the spot. "You got a cash card?" the man said. "Let's find a machine." "Hey," I say when he gets to this part, "that means you went to crime scene number 2. The part I hate most is how he took Leo's glasses. He said he would drive, but as it turned out, he didn't know stick shifts, and the clutch burned and smoked all the way up Knob Hill. "My name's Bill," the man said, and Leo thought since they were getting so friendly, he'd offer to work the clutch and the gear shift to save what was left of his car. It wasn't until Leo got close to him, straddling the gearbox and balanced against Bill's shoulder, that he smelled the blood under Bill's jacket and knew that he'd been shot. They drove like that to the Marina Safeway, Bill's eyes on the road and his hands on the steering wheel, Leo working the clutch and the shifter according to feel. At the cash machine, Leo looked for help but couldn't get anyone's eyes to meet his, with Bill and his gun pressed so close to his side. They all think we're a couple, he thought, and laughter bubbled up inside him. He told Bill a lie about a $100 ATM limit, pushed the buttons, handed over the money. They drove back to Leo's that same Siamese way, and when they got there, Bill thanked Leo, shook his hand, asked one more favor before he took off. "I'm going to give you a phone number," Bill said, "my girlfriend in Sacramento. I want you to call her and tell her I made it all right." "Sure," Leo said, folding the paper. "I want you to swear to God." "Sure," Leo said, "I'll call her." Bill put the end of the gun around Leo's belly button. "Say it, motherfucker. Say, I swear to God." "I swear to God," Leo said, and Bill walked away. Back in his apartment, Leo turned on Letterman. When the shaking had stopped, he called the police. "Not much we can do about it," the woman at the end of the line told him. "We could come dust your car for fingerprints, but it would make a hell of a mess." 2 hours later, Leo looked in a phone book and called a Catholic priest. "No," the priest said, "you don't have to call her. You swore to God under extreme circumstances brought down upon you by a godless man." "I don't think that's the right answer," I had said when I first heard the story, and I say it again on cue today. The first time we had talked about the nature of godlessness, and how if a situation requires swearing to God, it is, by definition, extreme. But today I'm thinking, not of Bill or even of Leo's dilemma, but of the girlfriend in Sacramento, her lover shot, bleeding and hijacking architects, and still remembering to think of her. And I wonder what it was about her that made her stay with a man who ran from the law for a living, and if he had made it home to her that night, if she stood near him in the kitchen dressing his wounds. I wonder how she saw herself, as what part of the story, and how much she had invested in how it would end. "I'm so deeply afraid," Gordon had said on the docks our first night together, "that I am nothing but weak and worthless, so I take the people close to me and try to break them, so they become as weak and worthless as me." I want to know the reason I could hear and didn't hear what he was saying, the reason why I thought the story could end differently for me. Things ended between Gordon and me in a bar in Jack London Square one night when we were watching the 49ers play the Broncos. It was Joe Montana's last year in San Francisco. Rumors of the Kansas City acquisition had already begun. It was a close game late in the season. The Broncos had done what they were famous for in those days, jumped out to a 20-point lead, and then lost it incrementally as the quarters went past. The game came right down to the 2-minute warning, Elway and Montana trading scoring drives so elegant it was like they shook hands on it before the game. 1:27 left, ball on the Niners' 22. Joe Montana had plenty of time and one last chance to shine. "Don't tell me you're a Bronco fan," a guy on the other side of me, a late arrival, said. "It's a tough job," I said, not taking my eyes off the TV set. For about the 100th time that evening, the camera was off the action and on a tearful, worried, or ecstatic Jennifer Montana, a lovely and protective hand around each of her 2 beautiful blonde little girls. "Geez," I said when the camera came back to the action several seconds too late. "You'd think Joe Montana was the only football player in America who had a wife." The guy next to me laughed a short, choppy laugh. Joe took his team 78 yards in 7 plays for the win. On the way to his Pathfinder, Gordon said, "That's what I hate about you sports fans. You create a hero like Joe Montana just so you have somebody to knock down." "I don't have anything against Joe Montana," I said. "I think he throws the ball like an angel. I simply prefer watching him to watching his wife." "I saw who you preferred watching," Gordon said, as we arrived at the car and he slammed inside. "Gordon," I said, "I don't even know what that man looked like." The moon was fat and full over the parts of Oakland no one dares to go late at night, and I knew as I looked for a face in it that it didn't matter a bit what I said. Gordon liked to drive the meanest streets when he was feeling meanest, and he was ranting about me shaking my tail feathers and keeping my pants zipped, and all I could think to do was remind him I was wearing a skirt. He squealed the brakes at the end of my driveway, and I got out and moved toward the dark entryway. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" he asked. And I thought about the months full of nights just like this one, when I asked his forgiveness, when I begged him to stay. "I want you to make your own decisions," I said over my shoulder, and he threw the car in gear, gunned the engine, and screeched away. First came the messages taped to my door. The words cut out from 10 different typefaces, held down with so many layers of tape it had the texture of decoupage. Then came the footprints in my garden, the Cairo syrup in my gas tank, my scarves tied like nooses in the branches of my trees. One day I opened an envelope from a magazine I'd shot for to find my paycheck ripped into 100 pieces and then put back in the envelope, back in the box. Leo and I trade margaritas for late afternoon lattes, and still the fog won't lift all the way. What I imagine, I say, is coming home one night and Gordon emerging from between the sidewalk and the shadows, a Magnum 357 in his hand, and my last thought being, well, you should have figured that this was the next logical thing. "I don't know why you need to be so tough about it," Leo says. "Can't you let the police or somebody know?" I say, "This is not a good city to be dogless in." Leo puts his arm around me. I can tell by the way he does it he thinks he has to. "Do you wish sometimes," I say, "that you could just disappear like that city?" "I can," Leo says. "I do. What I wish more is that when I wanted to, I could stay." The ferry docks again in front of us, and we sit quietly until the whistles are finished and the boat has once again taken off. "Are you ever afraid," I say to Leo, "that there are so many things you need swirling around inside you that they will just overtake you, smother you, suffocate you till you die?" "I don't think so," Leo says. "I don't mean sex," I say, "or even love exactly, just all that want that won't let go of you, that even if you changed everything right now, it's too late already to ever be full." Leo keeps his eyes fixed on the city, which is back out again, the quaint tower reaching and leaning slightly like a stack of pepperoni pizza pies. "Until only a few years ago, I used to break into a stranger's house every 6 months like clockwork," he says. "Is that something like what you mean?" "Exactly," I say. A band of fog sweeps down, faster than the others, and takes away the city, even the site of Leo's mugging, even the apartment where Gordon now stays. When I was 18 years old, I met my parents in Phoenix, Arizona, to watch Penn State play USC in the Fiesta Bowl. I'd driven from Ohio, they'd flown from Pennsylvania, and the three of us, for the first time ever, shared my car. My father wanted me to drive them through the wealthy suburbs, places with names like Carefree and Cave Creek. He'd been drinking earlier in the day than usual, they both had, and he got it into his head that he wanted to see the world's highest fountain shoot 300 gallons of water per minute into the parched and evaporative desert air. We were halfway through Cave Creek, almost to the fountain, when the cop pulled me over. "I'm sorry to bother you," he said, "but I've been tailing you for 4 or 5 minutes, and I have to tell you, I really don't know where to start." The cop's nameplate said Martin Mad Dog Jenkins. My father let out a sigh that hung in the car like a fog. "Well, first," Officer Jenkins said, "I clocked you going 43 and a 25. Then you rolled through not one but 2 stop signs without coming to a safe and complete stop, and you made a right-hand turn into the center lane." "Jesus Christ," my father said. "You've got one taillight out," Officer Jenkins said, "and either your turn signals are burned out too or you were electing not to use them." "Are you hearing this?" my father said to the air. "May I see your license and registration?" "I left my license in Ohio," I said. The car was silent. "Give me a minute then," Officer Jenkins said, "and I'll call it in." "What I don't know," my father said, "is how a person with so little sense of responsibility gets a driver's license in this country to begin with." He flicked the air vent open and closed, open and closed. I mean, you gotta wonder if she should even be let out of the house in the morning. "Why don't you just say it, Robert?" my mother said. "Say what you mean. Say, 'Daughter, I hate you.'" Her voice started shaking. "Everybody sees it. Everybody knows it. Why don't you say it out loud?" "Miss O'Rourke?" Officer Jenkins was back at the window. "Let's hear it," my mother went on. "Officer, I hate my daughter." The cop's eyes flicked for a moment into the back seat. "According to the information I received, Miss O'Rourke," Officer Jenkins said, "you are required to wear corrective lenses." "That's right," I said. "And you are wearing contacts now?" There was something like hope in his voice. "No, sir." "She can't even lie," my father said, "about this one little thing." "Okay now, on 3, my mother said. Daughter, I wish you had never been born." "Miss O'Rourke," Officer Jenkins said, "I'm just going to give you a warning today." My father bit off the end of a laugh. "Thank you very much," I said. "I hate to say this, Miss O'Rourke," the cop said, "but there's nothing I could do to you that's going to feel like punishment." He held out his hand for me to shake. "You drive safely now," he said, and he was gone. When the Fiesta Bowl was over, my parents and I drove back up to Carefree to attend a New Year's Eve party given by a gay man my mother knew who belonged to a wine club called the Royal Order of the Grape. My father wasn't happy about it, but he was silent. I just wanted to watch the ball come down on TV like I had every year of my childhood with the babysitter, but the men at the party were showing home movie after home movie of the club's indoctrination ceremony, while every so often 2 or 3 partygoers would get taken to the cellar to look at the bottles and taste. When my father tried to light a cigarette, he got whisked outside faster than I had ever seen him move. I was too young to be taken to the cellar, too old to be doted on, so after another half hour of being ignored, I went outside to join my father. The lights of Phoenix sparkled every color below us in the dark. "Lucille," he said, "when you get to be my age, don't ever spend New Year's Eve in a house where they won't let you smoke." "Okay," I said. "Your mother," he said, as he always did. "I know," I said, even though I didn't. "We just don't get love right, this family, but—" He paused, and the sky above Phoenix exploded into color, umbrellas of red and green and yellow. I'd never seen fireworks before, from the top. Come in for the New Year's toast." Our host was calling us from the door. I wanted more than anything for my father to finish his sentence, but he stabbed out his cigarette, got up, and walked inside. I've finished it for him 100 times since then, but never to my satisfaction. We pay the bill, and Leo informs me that he has the temporary use of a 27-foot sailboat in Sausalito that belongs to a man he hardly knows. The fog is lifted enough for us to see the place where the sun should be, and it's brighter yet out by the Golden Gate, and we take the little boat out and aim for the brightness, the way a real couple might on a Saturday afternoon. It's a squirrely boat, designed to make fast moves in a light wind, and Leo gives me the tiller 200 yards before we pass under the dark shadow of the bridge. I'm just getting the feel of it when Leo looks over his shoulder and says, "It appears we are in a race." And I look too, and there's a boat bearing down on us, twice our size, 10 times, Leo tells me, our boat's value. "Maybe you should take it then," I say. "You're doing fine," he says. "Just set your mind on what's out there and run for it." At first, all I can think about is Leo sitting up on the top of the bridge running numbers in his head, and a story Gordon told me where 2 guys meet up there on the walkway and find out they are both survivors of a previous jump. Then I let my mind roll out past the cliffs and the breakers, past the Marin headlands and all of the navigation buoys, out to some place where the swells swallow up the coastline and Hawaii is the only thing between me and forever, and what are the odds of hitting it if I just head for the horizon and never change my course? I can hear the big boat's bow wave breaking right behind us, and I set my mind even harder on a universe with nothing in it except deep blue water. "You scared him," Leo says. "He's coming about." The big boat turns away from us, back toward the harbor, just as the giant shadow of the bridge crosses our bow. Leo jumps up and gives me an America's Cup hug. Above us, the great orange span of the thing is trembling just slightly in the wind. We sail on out to the edge of the headlands, where the swells get big enough to make us both a little sick, and it's finally Leo who takes the tiller from my hand and turns the boat around. It's sunny as Bermuda out here, and I'm still so high from the boat race that I can tell myself there's really nothing to be afraid of. Like sometimes when you go to a movie and you get so lost in the story that when you're walking out of the theater you can't remember anything at all about your own life. You might forget, for example, that you live in a city where people have so many choices they throw words away, or so few they will bleed in your car for $100. You might forget 11 or maybe 12 of the 16 in a row totaled cars. You might forget that you never expected to be alone at 31, or that a crazy man might be waiting for you with a gun when you get home tonight, or that all the people you know, without exception, have their hearts all wrapped around someone who won't ever love them back. I'm scared, I say to Leo, and this time his eyes come to meet mine. The fog is sitting in the center of the bay like it's over a big pot of soup and we're about to enter it. I can't help you, Leo says, and squints his eyes against the mist in the air. When I was 2 years old, my father took me down to the beach in New Jersey, carried me into the surf until the waves were crashing onto his chest, and then threw me in like a dog to see, I suppose, whether I would sink or float. My mother, who was from high in the Rocky Mountains where all the water was too cold for swimming and who had been told since birth never to get her face wet, she took only baths, never showers, got so hysterical by the water's edge that lifeguards from 2 different stands leapt to my rescue. There was no need, however. By the time they arrived at my father's side, I had passed the flotation test, had swum as hard and fast as my untried limbs would carry me, and my father had me up on his shoulders, smiling and smug and a little surprised. I make Leo drive back by the Palace of the Fine Arts on the way home, though the Richmond Bridge is faster. The fog has moved in there, too, and the last of the brides are worrying their hairdos while the grooms help them into big dark cars that will whisk them away to the honeymoon suite at the Four Seasons or to the airport to board planes bound for Tokyo or Rio. Leo stays in the car while I walk back to the pond. The sidewalk is littered with rose petals and that artificial rice that dissolves in the rain. Even the swans have paired off and are swimming that way, the feathers of their inside wings barely touching, their long necks bent slightly toward each other, the tips of their beaks almost closing the M. I take the swan's picture, and a picture of the rose petals bleeding onto the sidewalk. I step up under the tallest of the arches and bow to my imaginary husband. He takes my hand and we turn to the minister, who bows to us, and we bow again. I'm scared, I say again, but this time it comes out stronger, almost like singing, as though it might be the first step, in 55 or 1,000, towards something like a real life, the very first step towards something that will last.